For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, making the wonderful simulator which this championship is based on rFactor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing, who, though they have retired from the championship, have still generously pledged their support towards this series. So thank you to all of our sponsors today. We're back. It's round 5, and after a hectic 24 hours, a hugely disrupted 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, we return west to America and to the legendary circuit of Sebring. We are ready and raring to go with a 12-hour race, which has got a couple of new additions in both the rulebook and indeed the field as it is. How will it all go down? Well, you're just going to have to stick around and find out. My name is James Kirk, and I'm going to be on lead comms for the first 4 hours today. And sitting alongside me in the commentary booth, and who's going to be taking over from me on lead comms after I've left, is Mr. Josh Aronson, as always. And Josh, we have got a very fascinating race on our hands, just looking at the main grid as it is. On pole position once again, Feeder Sport Poland, leading the championship in the LMP1 category. Had such a crazy event last time out, coming from middle of the pack to, after a server restart, even winning the race. Team Spirit on the LMP2 pole again. But things in the GT Pro and GTM classes looking a little bit different. GT Italia, a bit further down the field. Dark Racing, the leaders of AM, further down the field. And we have a special guest car as well.
Yeah, we do. We do. I was thinking you might bring that up, but
oh well, we can. We can talk about
I'll
it
bring it
together.
up instead.
Yeah?
Yes, we do indeed have a 41st entry, and that 41st entry is it's a special entry from Sim Racing for Holland. It's the 10-year anniversary, so they've been granted a special 41st car, and in that 41st car, we have a very, very well. We have several two very special guests.
Two very special guests indeed. So the main story here is that they were contacted by Auto Visi, which is a Dutch motorsport magazine. And one of the editors of that magazine, Dries van der Elsen, will be taking the helm of that car. He's actually got racing experience, as the rFactor man gets us underway, in the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. But perhaps a much more high-profile entry is Robin Freins, and you'll know him from all over the place. He's an ex-Sauber F1 and ex-Caterham F1 test driver. He's a current Andretti Formula E driver. He's an ex-Formula Renault 3.5 champion back in 2012, and he's driven Blank Pan with Audi as well. So a highly skilled and motivated driver. But to note, because it's a very special entry and one which has bypassed a couple of rules to get into the series, they've been trusted as a non-championship entry, so they will not be getting too heavily involved in any of the battles. If they cause trouble, they will be in big trouble, as we are off on our formation lap now. ready to start 12 hours. So on pole position then for the LMP1s, it is Nikodem Wisniewski for Feeder Sport Poland. And of note, that is a new model that you are seeing there with the URD mod being updated. We've got a brand new Audi and a brand new Porsche as well. So a new look to the front of our field. Martin Furman there in second with 3 Wide Motorsport. Stephen Bailey then with Doug Henson Racing. They're second in the championship by 8 points in the LMP1 category. He's P3 with Luca Redelli for Scuderia GT Italia P4. We then have Valentino Mazzatenta for Texas Drivers P5 with Jimmy Broadbent, P6 for Doug Henson Racing. We then have a third Doug Henson Racing entry with Nathaniel Lupson there in P7. So welcome to the third entry for Doug Henson. We then have Piotr Morowiak for Insped Racing Team P8. Rudy Kuppen for Jer Racing, I should say, Jerr Racing. And then rounding out the top 10 is Zdenek Smada. I always mess up your names, Zdenek, sorry. But he's in P10 there for Team RGPL. Then we're into the LMP2s. Anthony Jans, a figurehead for the LMP2 field. He is on pole for Team Spirit Racing with Daniel Smith with PRL Logitech Racing P12. Ricardo Azevedo with SimHQ Motorsport, second in that championship P13 with Per Rosenlee for Odin Racing P14. Sasha Glatter for Game Area 51 is P15 with MVD Racing Teams Augusto Arias P16. Seawolf Net Race Motorsport in what must be one of the most epic names of all time with Robert Weiss P17. And Magenta Warriors Racing Oscar Hardwick is P18. Antonio Castagna for Atlantic Motorsports, who are P3 in, are P19 there, and Vincenzo Capella for Scuderia GT Italia. They are third in LMP2 category. ARP 20 with Hani Al Sabdi then starting off the pros. P21 for Scuderia Leon. Nicky Jakovic for Team Viers, P22. Kali Corey for Revolution, P23. Dennis Duna for Sim Racing for Holland, P24. Thomas Jacobs, P25 for Flatline Racing with Conor McCarroll, P26 for Atlantic. All-Star Racing's Jog Varel is P27 with Daniele Pizzo for Scuderia GT Italia, P28. Brambilen is P29 for SRVM with Thomas Beha, P30 for Northern Lights Racing. Robin Friends is at the back of this pro field, P31 for the SFH 50 car. We then have Mateus Machado starting off the AMS, P32. Daniel Faber for 3 Wide 33. Cox, P34 for Revs. Marcilli, P35 for Texas. Adam Taylor for Dark Racing, P36. Rizzo for GT Italia, 37. ETJ for Revolution, 38. Tortella for ROTW, 39. Rona for Talking Dwarf, 40. And Gergely Baros for rounds out our field for Atlantic Motorsport in P41. And I think that we have we're good. We've got the back straight to be able to talk, Josh, about what an exciting race this is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, really. We've got all 41 cars all raring to go for 12 hours around this track. This brilliant track, historic track, 6 kilometres almost, so quite a long one. And it's reasonably narrow in places and wide in places, very varied. So it's going to be interesting to see how everyone takes it, as I think the pace cars just come to the back of the back straight, is it? Yeah, it is. So Wisniewski's going to get, he's well halfway down, but Wisniewski's going to get them underway very, very, very soon. And 12 hours of racing is about to get itself underway. I think this is going to be a cracker. I'm sure you do as well, James. So hopefully all the field will get a very good start.
Of course. So the safety car pulls into the pit lane and round the famous Sunset Bend we go then. Nikodem Wisniewski leads our field. And onto the straights we go. Round and round, winding up, trying to see when your opponent's going to move. The green lights are on. And as we cross the line, the 12 hours of Sebring is going. It's a good getaway from Wisniewski. Furman left a little bit behind. Further in, Stephen Bailey retains P3 that was under heavy pressure from Luca Redelli. Into the first corner we go then. Lupson under a bit of pressure there from Morowick as well. And the LMP2s are all having a nice fight around in the field as well. On these first laps, you just want to get into the rhythm. The GT Pro's going a little bit onto the grass as well, but Wisniewski with a great launch. Furman has gotten away from Bailey now. The Doug Hensons have all had a bit of a redesign with the third car now in there. But Luca Redelli is still under a hell of a lot of pressure here. We've got Valentino Mazzatenta. Oh, almost going into the back of Redelli there as we headed into the hairpin and up round Fangio now. this track. There's a couple of corner names, and all of them are much more interesting than turn 1 and turn 2, that is for sure. But Rodelli looks under the most pressure up at the top. Further behind, Anthony Jans has maintained that LMP2 lead with Daniel Schmidt P2 and Ricardo Azevedo in P3. And Al Sabdi's held on to... Oh, no, that is a lie. Al Sabdi has not held on to the lead of the GT Pro. Nicky Jakovic of Team Vias has actually taken the lead, although it currently shows him P22 behind Al Sabdi.
I think the server still thinks it's a formation that, because I'm still getting yellow names on the, because I'm tagged up, because I'm not on camera, since everyone's still showing yellow names in front.
Odd.
So it's saying who to follow, so I think the server still thinks it's a formation lap.
That's possible.
Oh, hang on, I think, yeah, it hasn't. Oh, hang on.
Okay, right, so we got confirmation that, Josh, you are absolutely right. Okay, well, green flag.
Wisniewski down in 41st.
It's green flag now anyway, so...
Wisniewski's all the way down in 41st, a lap down.
Oh dear. Well, I'm sure...
I don't know whether he was missed the timing beam or otherwise he's been...
Furman's in 40th as well.
I think, yeah...
so yeah, Wisniewski...
All the rest of the pros not are back there. I think it's just a case of sticking a lap back on them, but not really the most auspicious of starts.
Indeed, actually, to be fair, I think Furman's in an even worse position. It shows him as P40, not even a lap down.
Yeah, 3 riders saying please remove penalties because already penalties have been given in the comments.
Right, well, hopefully that look.
Yeah.
Right, I think, we will hopefully have that all sorted out. Wisniewski first, Furman should be second then.
Yeah, provisionally though, as it stands, Bailey leads, even though we've got those two at the back. Because it says Bailey here, so I think that's probably what we're going to have to go off.
I've lost all engine sound. This is hilarious. Stephen Bailey P3, then Luca Rodelli P4. It should be Valentino Mazzatenta P5. All very disruptive. Just having a couple of things here from Jimmy Allison here. Yeah, talking about penalties and how to sort them out if they need be. But let's find a battle, should we? And there's quite a good one going on here between P7 and P8 on the timing screens, at least. Rudy Kuppen and Zdenek Smarda. Sorry, Zdenek. I'll just say Zdenek. Anyway, Smarda's through. I'll call you Smarda from now on. He's through. Nice move up into P9. That should be. Right, I'm going to try and see whether I can't sort out my engine noise, because this is very annoying.
I've got engine noise, but I've had it since the start. But I'm just keeping an eye on Kuppen Smarter here, because, you know, in the battle for LMP1, 7th place, I'm just keeping a short eye on that, seeing if anything else is happening. Yeah, Daniel Schmidt's not that far. In fact, Jans has been promoted into P9 through all this impending havoc with the 2 LMP1s going back. But Schmidt and Jans, only about half a second between the two. So, not necessarily fight developing yet, but there's one on the horizon. That's one to keep an eye on, definitely, at the start. I'll see if I can look at the GTs, because GT-wise, we haven't really covered that much yet. Hani Abselti does still lead GT Pros in that Ferrari 458. He's in P20 overall, and Kalikuri's quite a fair bit back on him, about 3 seconds. Although the fight for third in GT Pro isn't that far away, because... well, we've got Dennis Dooner in third, then Conor McCarroll right behind him in fourth, and Thomas Jacobs also charging for that third place. So we've got a battle for third in GT Pro. It's only been 3 minutes into the race.
Absolutely. So, stop-go penalty removed by removed from Wisniewski. It looks like those two are just going to have to deal with what they've been dealt here. And so for now, for record of the broadcast, we are going to say that Stephen Bailey is leading this race, and that Wisniewski and Furman are behind, just for the sake of it, because otherwise we're going to have to, you know, shove up numbers and everything, and it's, it is...
And we can only go off what we have available to it, and what we have available to it is that Bailey is leading.
Yes, exactly. So Bailey then leads from Rodelli, who is actually very close. He's broken away from Mazzatenta then. He's only 6/10 behind the Englishman in the new red, grey, and black liveried Doug Henson Racing. And I'll tell you what, actually, this is a brilliant, brilliant start for Doug Henson Racing. Remember, they were 8 points behind Feeder Sport Poland in the LMP1 Championship. This is as good as it could possibly get for that team.
It is, yeah. They're having an absolutely fantastic run of things, and yeah. I've just had a cup of coffee, so it'll kick in a bit. Don't worry.
It's like a turbo lag sort of effect.
Yeah, it's not kicked in yet, but it will.
We've also got actually a battle for the LMP2 now. Team Spirit had such a spectacular start to the year, but due to a couple of issues and due to the rest of the LMP2 field, to their credit, actually catching up to the TSR outfit, they've not really had their own run of. They've not really had their own way of things for a while now. Only 9 points ahead in the team's championship in LMP2. And currently, Jans is under a bit of pressure here from PRL Logitech's Daniel Schmidt. Now, these guys aren't exactly in that top 3 as it is just yet, but he's keeping Jans very honest-ish, Schmidt, and could provide a bit of trouble and perhaps not. No, I'm thinking of really bad words. A bit of pressure onto the Frenchman. That's what I should say. As I noticed that there's been another overtake further up the field. That is for P4, Jimmy Broadbent and Nathaniel Lupson there for the 2 DHRs.
I saw Valentino Mazzatento go. Oh. I think Nick and them got sorry, just talking about the race director, Jimmy Nelson's just talking about Wisniewski a bit there. I think must have been some sort of problem with formation lap, which is why he's a lap down, because Furman got it as well. Was Furman second on the grid?
Furman was second before the green flag.
So the top 2 have had that little problem. I don't know whether both got stopped.
Oh, Furman's now first, actually.
Oh,
so Furman's back there, but Wisniewski's not. And just to cover what was going on there between the 2 DHRs again, Broadbent went wide of the hairpin, and Lupson's gone back through into P5 now.
Yeah, I did also notice I was about to say. Oh, hang on, we've got a comment on who was the GP2 driver in this. Yeah, that is Robin Frines.
That is Robin Frines.
That is indeed Robin Frines. But as I was going to say there, I saw Mazzatenta go down into 6th from 3rd, and then he popped back to 4th again. So maybe he just missed a timing beam or something. I don't know. But he's back into 4th place. So that may have been an overtake in itself. But that's going back to Schmidt and Jans. Daniel Schmidt hasn't the PRL team haven't necessarily been up there all the time, but a second in LMP2 now, and as long as they can keep an eye on Team Spirit Racing, I think they've got a very good chance of being up there, because at least if you can stay within them, that at least gives you a little motivation. As someone who's been behind people a lot before because I'm a slow driver, it does give you the motivation just to keep going, and to try and catch them, and having someone in front of you just think, I'm going to get them.
Well, Wisniewski's currently having a lovely bit of battling
here. Oh, we've
here.
got comments in as well. Someone said Robin Frines, his last name is actually pronounced Frames, but...
No, it's
definitely Frines.
It's definitely Frines.
I'm going with Frines, so...
Because I'm going on the Buxton school of pronunciation here.
Yeah, the Buxton school of commentating.
Yes, and Buxton has supposedly talked to him. I haven't had a chance to talk to Robin himself, but Will Buxton has talked to him.
Oh, we're going to crash!
He says, Frines, yes, there is a crash.
There's a Le Mans prototype round somewhere. Oh, it's Rodelli.
Oh, it's Rodelli.
Yeah, but is round. Big Star got no front bumper.
Yep, you can't tell what colour
to see what happened. Yeah, he's coming into the right-hander, and he gets tagged by Mazzatenta. I don't know whether he went in too early or what, but then there's a bit of a collision back there. I saw yellow flags down the front straight.
Let's have a little look. Well, let's see. Mazzatenta went in for an incredibly late dive. And then he just pushed him round and didn't wait for him. I would say, unfortunately, that is Mazzatenta's fault. Possibly not the most
logical of moves there.
No. It's a good thing he's not with Logitech.
Yeah. that would have been a bit of a problem.
Good news. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was about to say he's still in 4th, but in all this run, he's 10th with no bumper, and he's in the garage.
Good news.
Sorry, that was a bit of a glitch on my part. It was on replay. He's now spun again, and he's trolling around at some low speed. And he's just managed to avoid some prototypes there, but he is struggling quite a bit at the moment.
I was going to say, actually, there is good news in the timing front, as Wisniewski has now been restored to the lead of this race.
Services resumed as normal.
Services resumed as normal. Wisniewski's first.
Who's now stuck in 15th and dropping.
Yes, unfortunately. So Wisniewski leads by 5/10 then from Martin Furman for 3 wide, and then it is Stephen Bailey a further 3 seconds back in third. Mazatenta, who could be seeing a penalty come his way post-race P4, and Nathaniel Lupson in the third of those DHR cars now in P5, just lapping Frines.
I think someone in the comments has just made they've made the Yuri Kazdorp as Dutch error when he's Brazilian. They've asked Yuri Kazdorp how they pronounce Roman Frines' last name. Frines is Dutch, so I thought they
Frines
thought Yuri
isn't
was
Brazilian.
Dutch. What?
I'll tell you what, I have a similar, I was saying, like, you know, Frines isn't Brazilian,
Yeah.
you know, because Kazdorp isn't. But I have this same issue with Felipe Nasser, though. It's not Nasser, it's Nasser. I'm going off Will Buxton here.
Yeah, I always thought it was Nazar.
But anyway, if you have a problem, I am sorry. I do actually do a Dutch FIFA series on my YouTube channel as well, so I've got plenty of Dutch people telling me how to pronounce things. So, I don't know, maybe it's a regional thing?
It could be. It could be.
I mean, we say Bath and Bath, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. I
but
think we are
anyway.
going to lose the broadcast because Jimmy's got to go do something.
Yes, we are going to take a little break then, as Room 2 is about to get started. We are going to debate Frines and pronunciation, and we will see you in a little bit. Alt
There's
tab
been
out now.
Armageddon, Jimmy.
Oh, we've got a bit of a code 80 here. Yeah. Schmidt collided
We
with
go back
about
to this
5
here.
cars.
Sorry, everyone. We're just having a discussion. Jimmy's returned, and Armageddon has occurred.
Yeah. Daniel Schmidt had a bit of a problem on the back straight. I didn't actually see. I saw the tail end of it.
And there we go.
but
Yeah, we'll get the code 80.
Can you go through what happened, Josh? Because you saw the full incident.
Yes, I'll tell you exactly what happened. We do have a code 80 now, ladies and gents. People are slowing down for that. But I saw what happened, and I just pretty much freaked out a bit because Daniel Smith, I think, tagged a GT, then spun, and then another GT clashed into him, and then an LMP clashed into him, and it was pretty much straight Armageddon from there because it was on the front straight and nobody could avoid it. So
I mean,
that's what happened. And
what annoyed me slightly is that Schmidt just didn't brake. I mean, I'm not sure how hard it is to stop these cars, but it looked like he was just rolling everywhere.
yeah, Smith coming around, yeah, he pretty rolled a lot, probably had a lot of damage, but he was yeah, it's just what happened is he tagged the GT, and of course, being the LMP, it's his responsibility to make an overtake on GTs happen safely. They just have to give the opportunity to do so. So it was a bit reckless from him to tag the GT, and unfortunately, that's what caused this whole incident, which is called Code 80 in the first 15 minutes of the race, which after all the problems has really made things a bit more difficult. But I mean, Smith's even lost a wheel. If we get the cameras on Daniel Smith, he has actually lost a wheel, and everything else is just the car's damaged. Everyone else is trolling around.
I think
Yeah.
I mean, the race director's just had the first chance to look back, and as I say, he was sorting out room 2. His only word, wow.
I did say it was Armageddon, didn't I?
It was pretty massive, yeah. So, to go back to the pronunciation thing, I think what we are going to say is, I imagine it's regional. Some people will say Frines, some people will say Frins, and actually I imagine that, I'll say that probably the English pronunciation might be fun. As I was noticing, actually, Furman's are very close to
he's just been given a warning to keep back.
Just been given, exactly, a warning as such. But I think what we're going to say for this broadcast is Frines, which is how we believe is how to pronounce it, is better than Phrygians.
Yeah,
so
better than Phrygians.
I think we're closer to
definitely
Frines.
better than Phrygians. I mean,
better than Phrygians.
I know I'm probably getting ahead of myself here, but if we did have the opportunity to ask him, I think we should probably do so. But for now, I think we'll go with Frines and just stop talking about it because it's going to be for the point of the broadcast, and we don't want that.
So, let us take this Code 80 opportunity to actually go through the top 3 in each field now, because there was a bit of a shake-up thanks to that apocalypse moment on the start-finish straight. My PS4 controller flies off the table. Petersport Poland in the lead with Wisniewski from 3 wide's Furman and Doug Henson's Bailey. In the LMP2 field, Jans is still leading, but Per Rosenlee is now second for Odin, and the incredibly named Seawolf Net Race Motorsport with Robert Weiss find themselves in a podium position provisionally, and 20 seconds clear of the next LMP2 car. In fact, there are 3 LMP2 cars in the pits because of that accident. That's how big it was. Going into the pro field, then we have Al Sabdi with Leon, back ahead of Jakovic for Team Vyers, and Revolution Racing's Kali Corey is P3 in that class. And then in the AMS, we have Ed Trevelyan Jonsson for Revolution Racing doing a great job there. Texas drivers Manuel Marsili in second, and well, despite an average qualifying, Dark Racing just keep on coming back every time. They have got that 3rd position locked down. As unfortunately, we've had our first retirement from the race as well. Gergely Barros for Atlantic Motorsport is out, and that is actually bad news because they were 3rd in the AM Championship and only 5.5 points behind the leaders, Dark Racing.
Yeah, that is a massive shame for them, and it's also a massive shame for everyone in the pits right now who may have got suspension damage from the Schmidt incident, because we've got a brand new damage model in as well, haven't we? Because we'll almost touch on that.
Yes,
but
that's a very good time to bring it up, huh?
There is a problem with those teams now because there's been an adjustment to the damage model, which means in the more serious of cases, suspension repairs can now take 20 minutes to do. And that, if it is the maximum for some of those teams who got involved, that could put them very, very, very far down indeed.
I'm just looking at my timing sheet to the right of my monitor. Half of it is green and half of it is blue.
Yes.
Which says a lot. Actually, to be fair as well, on the new stuff, to round up the new stuff, we actually have a rule adjustment more than anything. So you'll remember for the first half of this season, we were talking about the 4-hour restriction for each driver, essentially meaning that you had to be, or you could only be in the car for a maximum of a 4-hour stint, and then you had to leave. Now, you'll note that, for example, the SFH 50 car only has 2 drivers, but also the server, or what is it, R-Factor 2 itself hasn't been able to cope with the restrictions properly, and so we've just reverted to a much more open-ended rule, or rather the rule which has been in place since the beginning but is now the only rule regarding stops and everything. You have to have 1 pit stop per race, but for however long you want to put a driver in the car, that's up to you.
Are we going green in 10 seconds?
Yep. And so we will get ready to race soon enough. And actually, it's going to be very interesting to see where Wisniewski and Furman are as we are racing once again. And it looks like Wisniewski, for the second time today, has gotten a much better getaway than Furman, though the German is right on the pole's tail. And I imagine that with the back straight coming up now, we could see a bit of slipstreaming going on.
We could, yes. And I'm seeing a bit of argy-bargy going ahead in GT Pro. Thomas Jacobs getting under pressure from Jörg Vogel there in the Porsche versus the Aston Martin. A bit of a very good battle going there, but Rzyzewski, of course, is going to want to try and get that lead back up again after he's lost a lot of it, or lost a lot of momentum during that corner. Is Vogel really starting to pressure Jacobs there? He's like a terrier on the back of that Aston Martin, just thinking, I want this place, give me.
That sounds too exciting to miss, I think. So let's go to that battle.
Yeah, he's giving it right
overall.
for pressure. Look, he's going for it again.
Really, really big here. And this overall, then, is the battle for... Let's see where they are.
I think it's
actually
third.
It's way in the mid... No, it's way down in the midfield, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is for 6th place.
Yeah, but who says the 6th place battles can't be exciting? I was battling for 9th the other day.
Points are points, you know.
Points are points, yeah.
But looks like Vogel has just fallen off through this sector now, and they've got another prototype coming through, one of the LMP2s there, I believe. Anthony Jans, still leading for Team Spirit. He'll want to make sure that these guys get out of the way as soon as possible. But actually going up to P15 now, the battle for the GT Pro is just as close as Hani Al-Sabti, versus Niki Jakovic. Team Vyers did lead after the first lap. Al-Sabti took it back, but Jakovic... I remember that Team Vyers, they had a very up and down Spa-Francorchamps, and I believe that they were not the most happy at the end of it. So to try and battle for this lead and to potentially take a win at the end of Sebring, I think would be a very nice redemption drive from the lot of them.
It would be, yeah, after all that's happened to him, it would be very nice to get a good position in all that. I'm just looking for anything that's still going on regarding the rest of the field. Let's see. Anthony Jans is going to try and do a lap there, but Virgil Jacobs is petered out a bit, I think. He's still quite a bit on him, but it's slightly moved a bit further away from each other. So that's still going on, but read the front of the grid. Rzyzewski's still trying to hold off Furman, and we've got all that going. Bailey's having a right good go at Rzyzewski. And Furman for second in overall lead now.
Where did
Bailey
he
in
come
the number
from?
8 DHR prototype Audi, which of course is the, you know,
Oh,
sounding.
look at this traffic. Look at the traffic. It's brought Wisniewski back into the battle. So we now have a 3-way train for the lead of this race.
It's Audi versus Porsche versus Audi, all different cars, all different engines, and look at him, it is little Audi. It's got a big battle.
Okay, so we're going to have our basically race director, Jimmy Allison, go into the other team speak. So keep an eye on this battle. The commentary will be back soon. Right, yeah. As you can hear, it's exciting stuff here. Yeah, Bailey's having a massive goal on the back of Furman, and Wisniewski's not able to get away. And Furman goes very wide out of Le Mans corner there. And Wisniewski's past the traffic, Furman's past the traffic, and looks at Bailey. Might have gotten a bit too much dirty air as we head into Sunset Bend for the 12th time of asking here.
He goes right back up.
Bailey is
Oh,
right
Furman
on
in.
it,
I
isn't
think
he?
no, he goes a bit
No,
too-
he's gone for a tighter line, hasn't he?
Yeah, just goes
Very
tighter.
close battle between the top three here, though.
Oh, it's absolutely lovely. And I'm just looking at the onboard cameras of it because we've got brand new onboard cameras as well. Nice and simplistic. Just one front and one behind us. They're just trying to get past Robin Frines there, which they do successfully. But this is a three-way battle for P1 now. And it's very much hotting up Audi versus Porsche versus Audi with all new sounds and models. It does sound glorious, and it looks even more glorious to see three cars, 24 minutes in, giving it to each other for the lead.
This is fantastic racing, and this is a real test of skill from the LMPs, siding their way through the traffic, finding the right points, and Furman goes for it. And he's tagged!
round he goes.
He's tagged, and that is... It was an opportunistic move from Furman, but it did not come off, and I don't think there was much that the Porsche could do about that. He was just taking his line.
Yeah, and now a three-car battle becomes a two-bar battle. Stephen Bailey will be thanking his lucky stars that's happened, because it gives him, after he's got past the traffic, gives him a free run at the free to sport Poland driver, as he's just going to do a bit more traffic. But this is a good chance for Duck Hens Racing in the number 8 to take overall lead of the race. But he's going to have a mile and a half to gain on Wisniewski because he's pulled it right back and he's going to lap Oscar Hardwick. So it is Audi versus Audi once again. Audi showing the dominance
Oh my
in the
goodness me,
team
look at
fight.
this traffic!
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at
Traffic
Sebring,
is
he's winning!
He's gone right back up in a corner.
Crazy!
This
Crazy
is mental
race!
stuff. Look at all the traffic. We've got all this to do. Bailey's took the chance and he's dropped him. He's going for the lead.
Oh my word, down the inside Bailey goes. Will he stab into Sunset? No, he will not. That is a very difficult place to
smart move.
overtake.
He's going to have a better run now, coming out of the front straight into the first few corners. Look, he's going for it now on the front straight. Going to look for his opportunity. Waits. Now he goes for it on the outside of the third one. Maybe the best line, and through he goes. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. No, he doesn't.
Too wide. Too wide. Oh, but Wisniewski goes wide there.
Here's a chance.
And heading down into turn 3. Bailey dives for
he's
it.
got it. No, he
But he
hasn't.
goes deep. Oh, and because of the nature of that corner exit, he is saved. But wow, what a great battle. Bailey takes the lead, and I believe, thanks to the point structure, potentially takes the lead of the championship with DHR as well. I'll have to double check that though.
You'd be daft to think this is over though, because Nicola Wisniewski's now she's going to have another right good go at him. He's stuck behind. He's doing the chasing now. It is easier to chase than be chased, and he's going to have a chance now coming down these 5-speed corners. Yep, it is excellent racing. It is brilliant. That's exactly what it is, and Wisniewski has a chance to retake the lead if he can. But Bailey's already pulled it out in about a second, so looks like for now he's going to either have to do something special, but there's more traffic. And that's what brought the gap right down before. So if Wisniewski can use this to his advantage, he can take the lead straight back again.
I shouldn't have alt-tabbed. You keep commentating while I sort out my laptop.
Fair enough, you shouldn't have alt-tabbed as Callie Cooley gets a bit in the way there. Come on, Callie. But he gets straight back out of the way again. That's going to halt Wisniewski's momentum slightly as he's going to have a go at Bailey. He's clear now, goes a bit wide, coming out of Le Mans there. And he's coming down to Sunset Bend, as is Bailey. But Bailey's a good while ahead now. I'm going to do a bit of an eye count on this. And he's about 1.5 ahead. So Stephen Bailey for DHR's pulled it right out of the bag. Takes a nice tight line through the final corner there. Wisniewski, I didn't quite get the chance to see what he does. But he is most certainly trying to catch Bailey again, but whether he actually will successfully or not is yet to be seen. We are 27 minutes into this race, and we've had a lot of drama already, but now we're actually getting down to some serious racing as more traffic issues for Bailey. Going to get past Hani Absalti here in what I believe is the lead of GT Pro. Wisniewski's going to get past Nicky Jakovic in the Team Virus car, and it's traffic for all, really, in the LMP1s.
And Sebring's not exactly the hardest, or I should say, it's not exactly the easiest track to try and lap someone on because of the nature of corners which bend back in on themselves and so on. I now have the internet at my disposal, so I'll hopefully be getting a little bit of information on the sort of championship standings and where it all is. But you've got to be careful around Sebring when you're looking to lap someone, when you're looking to overtake. And I think no different were the cases there between Furman and Bailey. Furman went for a very opportunistic opportunity on the lead. It came off really badly for him. Bailey waited, bided his time, and it ultimately paid off for him.
It did, yeah. And look at this. Now he's almost 2 seconds ahead of Wisniewski, so he's taken that right to the Polish driver. He's saying, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Catch me if you can. You got to go faster. As he's just like Anthony Jans, Wisniewski is about to do the same. So Anthony Jans still leading LMP1, I think. Or is that... Yeah, I think he is still leading LMP1.
Yeah, he is.
So the LMP1 lead... So LMP2, I should say. Goodness sake, Josh, get it together. But... he is leading LMP2 and he's about to be lapped, which shows just how quick these LMP1 guys are and have been. So Anthony Jans now gets lapped by Wisniewski, has another straight chance at Bailey. But then again, I say that, but there'll probably be no more traffic in 15 seconds. They've got a bit of clear track ahead of them, so...
I'm going to leave my internet. What I am going to say is, how on earth did Valentino Mazzatenta, who is now in third, how has he ended up in the pits without a front bumper?
I didn't notice that good spot. Must have been some sort of incident. I probably can't go back and see because replay is a bit not very accurate for me, but he must have had some sort of do.
I'll have a little look. I'll try and have a look. I know that we're switching roles for a little bit, but I'm interested to see where our third place man has ended up.
Yeah, you have a look back at that. I'll see if I can find anything else on track. Oh yes! No, that's the different class. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything in GTs because GTs always give some fun racing. Yes, there is! Bram Balin versus Daniele Pizzo. I don't know whether this is for a high-ranking position in GT Pro, but it's a fight nonetheless. Bram Balin, 21st in the SLVN Ferrari, chasing down the Aston Martin of Pizzo right ahead of him.
It was ages ago.
Thomas Jacobs is in front of them. So it's not necessarily a high-ranking fight, but it's a fight nonetheless.
We've had this through the GT. We've had this with the GT Pros. Get your words right, James. All year though, they've had great battling in the midfield, and it's been pretty good battling up at the front as well. For the moment, Daniele Pizzo just about holding on from the distinctive orange, white, and black Ferrari of Bram Balin. And we've got Jörg Vogel there as well in the background. He's dropped a couple of positions, but I think actually Vogel was the Porsche involved in Furman's spin, which may explain why he's dropped a couple of positions. And then Robin Freins is way behind as well. As I say, he's not really getting too involved, though. As Balin is right on the back of Pizzo now, almost pushing him as we head, oh, goodness me, into the right hand up. And heading out onto this mini straight here before we head into the 14-15 complex of Bishop. Oh, right, through Bishop. And oh, wow, Balin around the outside. Into Le Mans corner, almost, no, sorry, need to learn my track. This is 15, going through into 16, and Balin is through by Le Mans.
Yep, he is, good shot by there, but Pizzo's got it on the back straight, and, Vogel's challenging Balin now. I don't know whether my replay is messed up or what, but he said Balin's through. Vogel's having a good go at Balin now, into Sunset, and he can't quite get it done. I think this is about 7th in GT Pro at the moment. This is about 7th that we're... Pizzo's in 7th, Balin 8th, Vogel 9th, and then Freins behind him in 10th. But Bram Balin is getting a bit of a sandwich because if Pizzo and Vogel try to defend and attack respectively, and he's stuck in the middle of it, not where he wants to be, but it's where he is. 3
very different cars, I should mention as well. You've got the Aston Martin, which is good on the straights. You've got the Porsche, which is good through the corners, and you've got the all-rounder of the Ferrari 458. It's fascinating to see where each of them gains time. And you can see here the Balin gains so much on Daniele Pizzo, but then Pizzo, on the back straight, was making well, he wasn't making a meal of it, he was eating the meal and enjoying it thoroughly. But look at Balin, right on the back of Pizzo. Once again, it might need a little bit of a dramatic move to perhaps make something stick.
Yeah, he is. He's going to want to try and do something, but Pizzo's doing a very good job of defending there. Looking at the rear view camera on the rear wing, you can't really see it, actually. It blocks off the view of the rear camera, but there isn't much in it between them all. I mean, it's lovely to see close racing, and GTs is where you usually get close racing, with them being tin tops, and not necessarily more sensitive, delicate prototypes. You can afford a bit more argy-bargy. But with the new damage model, we'll kind of want to avoid that where possible.
So then, down this mini straight then, and into Bishop we go. And through turn 15 we go now, into still complex where Balin had a little look before. He's a lot closer now, and into Le Mans.
I think he's waiting for the Ullman straight.
Yeah, but this is where the Aston Martin
will have its
is
advantage.
at its biggest advantage.
But then Balin has the draft.
He does indeed.
which might help that. And he is gaining a bit, but I don't think he's gaining enough.
And even into Sunset Bend, that's a very difficult corner to overtake at. He's having a look. He's trying to perhaps show Pizzo that he's got something to think about. He's got to be careful with Vogel as well. Look how good Vogel is through Sunset Bend there. That is where he gains the most time in that final sector. And once again, you could throw a blanket over all three of these, albeit a very big blanket, and you'd be able to cover them all.
You would, yes, and that just shows to show how close they are. I mean, Balin, as you rightfully say, is not really going anywhere at the moment because of that Aston Martin speed advantage. So he's got to make the time up in the corners. And I personally think Brahma's best strategy is just keep the pressure on Peter. You know, let him know he's there and try and force a mistake and then use that in his advantage to do that, because it's so easy to make mistakes, so easy to feel the pressure when someone's behind you. From personal experience, I know that. But you've got to just concentrate. It helps if you're immersed, obviously, but Balin now, you see.
Ooh, that's a massive lock-up, though.
He does lock up, but he just has a look, lets Pizzo know he's there, gives him something to think about, gives him some food for thought. Doesn't really affect him, though, because of the lock-up, so he's going to have to try somewhere else. As long as he keeps looking and teasing him, he might force a mistake, and that might give him the opportunities to get by.
I might be wrong here, but I think that this battle is actually catching up to Dennis Duna ahead, along with Thomas Jacobs, actually. So
Yeah,
they might very well be they're working together, perhaps.
Maybe they are working together. It would be very tactical and very clever if they were, because Duna knows Jacobs is behind him. Jacobs will be going on the offensive. That battle will be...
Oh, Beelan around the outside, sorry!
Oh, well, so much for that theory.
This is! And Beelan has gotten through. Great job from the Dutchman there.
I was about to say so much for that theory then, if he's just gone through. But,
here's
now
where
he goes
Pizzo,
wide.
Pizzo can get back. This is where the Aston Martin is at its advantage.
Vogel's a bit hungry as well. He's going outside, trying to follow them. He wants to go too, and there's a prototype and all. Bailey's trying to get the lot of them.
So here we go, Bailey around the outside. He's just lapping them. Beelan on the defensive line. Does nicely enough, and Pizzo is unable to respond. What about Vogel now? What can he say in this battle? It is Beelan from Pizzo from Vogel, as this lovely lot head on to lap 17. And will Pizzo have a look into turn one? No, he will not. I think he's got a bit more of a defensive issue to worry about now. As oh my word, Vogel almost with a lovely swing around the outside. We take a little look into turn three. No, he will not. And now it seems that the pendulum has swung once again towards the battle between Pizzo and Beelan. Great stuff between these GT Pro drivers.
It is, yeah. It just goes to show you don't need prototypes to have good battles. I mean, prototypes do give good battles, but it's always in the GTs where cars aren't as quick, even afford a bit more, bit more contact between them because they are tin tops, a bit more robust and, sturdy than the prototypes. But yeah, we're just having loads of comments in saying what racing this GT battle is, which backs the point up. GTs sometimes provide the best racing.
You can have some really... I know that we've had a couple of big incidents already during this race, but Sebring really is a driver's track. You have to really work so hard to pull off an overtake, and that overtake from Beelan was absolutely sensational. He is now starting to drop Daniele Pizzo behind, and I guess it's up to Jo Vogel, who, remember, was caught up in an incident with Martin Furman early on. That's why he dropped a couple of positions behind Beelan and Pizzo. It's now up to him to try and find a way back, as it seems that he's got a slight speed advantage overall from Pizzo. It's just that the Italian is in the right, or in the right place at the right time, I should say.
Yeah, just really convenient for Beelan to be there. Now we've got loads of traffic passing them in terms of prototypes and that, so this is going to make things a bit more interesting. Vogel's having to go at Pizzo in midst of all the traffic, and that is not going to deter him. I don't know what nationality Vogel is. Sounds like a Norwegian name.
Oh, and he's through at Sunset Bend.
Yep, using the traffic disadvantage, but now Pizzo's going to have a go again. He's going to have a right good crack at whatever nationality Vogel is. I think he's probably progressed a little bit up, so I know for the future.
Maybe Croatian, I don't know.
It could be anything. Sounds like a Norwegian or Scandinavian last name.
Oh, I have internet. Great.
Yes, you've got the internet, go for it.
Work. Oh, change tabs. No, either way. It's a great move from Vogel. Very opportunistic as well, using the advantage of people trying to lap him.
That's one of the traffic cars off. That was the 3 wide AM car, I think, back in 40th of Petra's Yellow. So he's got out of the way at least. But Vogel is through on Pizzo, and Jorg has taken the advantage and gotten through.
Lovely stuff. Right, one of my entries is still loading. I'd actually like to remind you all that anyone can get involved with the broadcast today.
Oh,
Just
yes.
hop on board the Virtual Endurance Championship TeamSpeak, head into the waiting room, and we'll bring you in. We love having a chat. We love getting to know the drivers behind the scenes and the team owners behind the scenes. And we love getting to know just you ordinary viewers and what you think of the racing so far. So make sure to hop on board to Virtual Endurance Championship TeamSpeak. And also, if you want to get involved with
I
us...
should add.
Huh?
It's the
Oh,
Route 1
Route 1
TeamSpeak, I should add.
Very important point. Well made. But also, if you just want to get involved on a text basis, then there's plenty of you already chatting away in the YouTube chat. But you can also get involved on Twitter with the hashtag VEC Sebring. You can mention my handle at Kirky Life, and we'll possibly read some out during the what am I going on? Words today are a real challenge for me. We'll read some of them out for sure.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And as an aside, I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube chat to keep the comments coming in. I'll pick a couple out if they're of interest, and keep it up. As speaking of things that are of interest, Danny, hang on, who was that? That's Dennis Duna. Now under serious threat from Jacobs, who's caught right up. So just ahead of the Balin, just behind. I'm going to probably Braun Balin's ahead of. No, he's behind. Sorry, that's just.
Balin's catching up, but he's not.
He's catching up, but that was just a slight error for me. Jacobs, however, has caught Duna. So just ahead of Balin, we have another fight.
Which is all good in the GT class, of course. But up at the front, it seems that Stephen Bailey is really starting to put the hammer down now. Just to confirm, he is in the DHR car, which is in the main battle with Feeder Sport Poland at the top of the LMP1 Championship. So this will be another positive swing in that direction. That said, though, Feeder Sport Poland have definitely come back from worse positions to win. And it's the real beauty of endurance racing. Just because something is as it is now, even 45 minutes in, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to end up that way in the next 11 and a quarter hours.
Yeah, as the saying goes, it's never over until it's over. And I'll tell you who's probably going to take that into mind. Every one of the P2s that are a lot further back, like with Matthias Grau, who doesn't appear to have a front right, but maybe that's just a graphical thing.
Vogel, by the way,
back.
is German. In fact, his entire team is German. All Stars Racing.
Yeah, Matthias Grau doesn't actually appear to have any front tyres at the moment. I don't know whether it's a graphical thing or not, but that is the Catala's back as well. Ockfist's back. Glattler's back. Sasha Glattler in the can't quite see what team that is, but yeah. And a lot of P2s at the back, and that's obviously helped Hani Al-Salti, who's in 14th for GT Pro, which is quite high up, but big crashes tend to do that.
So, I appear to be getting a real love affair with the Seawolf team because they've got like a mild 7 Renault F1 livery.
Oh, where's that? Where are they? That's who is it? It's Robert Weiser, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's a lovely livery. We've not seen Seawolf.
Anything goes when it comes to livery design, you know?
This is their first time in Room 1. I like your livery. Well done. I think I said the same with TSA Racing back in Fuji.
They have a lovely livery.
They have a lovely livery in Room 2.
Going to have a nice little look at this livery in more detail. Yeah, it is very blue and yellow. Yeah, it is a lovely livery. Nothing is going to, take that away from them. Anything goes when it comes to livery design. If you can think of it, you can do it.
So, I was saying that Stephen Bailey was really putting the hammer down. I didn't realise, because I was looking at the nationalities of certain people, I didn't realise that it was 20.4 seconds putting the hammer down.
He has put the hammer down seriously now.
We've got 2 pitters, in the form of Robert Weiss for Seawolf and Augusto Arias. So pretty early pit stops actually. It doesn't look like they're damaged or anything, so presumably a planned stop.
Yeah, probably just get the tyres changed. I'm going to have a look at what compounds are gone on here. Yellow compound for Arias, which I think is the soft, and white compound for Weiser, which is the medium. So Weiser is on harder tyres, but he's jumped Arias in the pit stop phase.
Oh, I think that might not be the case on the way out.
Of course, yeah. We'll have to see who exits first between the 147 and the 74 cars. But yep, hang on. Let's see. Yeah, Arias leaves. He's accelerating. Weiser's going to get overtaken about now. Yeah, he goes through, so no longer a jump.
Right, back to the battle for P18 then. Dennis Duna in a real spot of bother. He's got Thomas Jacobs right on his rear wing, and Bram Beelen has made up the ground between the two of them. And he is not exactly right in it just yet, but he's in a good enough position to pick up any pieces that might fly off the Corvette and the Aston Martin ahead of him, as Anthony Jans, actually our leader for the LMP2 class, comes in as well. So perhaps a good time for the LMP2s to pit is the 43-minute mark currently. And as we head into turn one with these three once again. So the Corvette, a very all-round car, much like the Ferrari.
Bill!
Jacobs has that straight line advantage, so as Per Rosenlee
Look at
comes in.
this.
Yeah,
Bielen's right with them.
as we've got Oscar Hardwick here from Magenta Warriors just siding his way through, lapping the lot of them. Per Rosenlee for the LMP2 field as well is in as well, so Anthony Jans, unless there is an unforeseen error in the pit stops, will not
Look at this.
lose the lead.
That's a tender having a right cut through all these. This is actually for
that's
position.
a position, yeah.
So,
Remember, he lost his front bumper earlier.
There's no need for any of them to let them through. They can block them if they want. I think they're just doing that out of courtesy because he's driving an LMP.
Well, either way, I mean, there's no point
And an
in
LMP
battling.
wanted that.
No point in battling an LMP1 in
Yeah.
a GT car. Either way, this has actually brought Beelen right into the battle now. So once again, a three-way scrap in the midfield of the GT Pro class. They're fawning for our attention today, the GT Pros.
They are, yeah. They're having a right good attention scrap. They're saying, please notice us, because we never really noticed them enough. I've got loads of comments before on broadcasts saying, oh, I'll give them a bit of GT action. And we're getting loads of it.
There's loads of it. We had that great LMP1 scrap, I know, but with a 20-second gap between first and second now, I think it is definitely worth looking down here as we head into turn 15 and through the Le Mans complex, including the second to last corner of turn 16 here. And it's onto the back straight now, and it looks to me, Josh, I'm not sure about you, but it looks like Beelen has more of a shot of getting past Jacobs than Jacobs does Duna.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more of a gap between Jacobs is further behind the dude. I don't think Belen's going to have enough speed. I think he's going to wait until the front straight, wait until he can catch up. And he is catching up. He's gaining ground on Jacobs. Going to try and get a better run out of the last corner than him. And I'm going to see if he has via the speeds that they're doing. I think he has got a slightly better run, but I'm not entirely sure. But it's not going to be enough to make the move do. No, it's not going to happen.
No, indeed. And Dennis Duna, of course, moving away. Duna in the sister car to the special car, which is in this race. May I remind you of the SFH50, which is staying out of battles mainly. They're just here to have some fun, but Duna is most certainly in this battle. And just to remind you, none of these cars which are involved in this battle are involved in the top three of the Pro class. The top three there are GT Italia, SRVN, and Northern Light Racing. Northern Light's actually behind this, well behind.
two LMP1s in the pits in business confirming.
So yes, the top two are actually, second and third then are in the
Luxon's going to go through in the second overall, which makes it. Hang on, Broadbent's going to go through as well by the looks of things. You're not going to believe this is going to be a DHR 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there we are. If you have the cars, use them.
Yeah.
Of course, it's only provisional, as those guys will have to pit eventually.
Yeah, but as of now, it is a DHR 1, 2, 3. Lewis McLean going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, for sure. But yeah, none of the top three in this GT Pro class are actually part of the teams that are in the top three of the championship. So even more...
Oh, a lot of LMP1s in. Smart is in as well, as is Marovic, Piotr Marovic as well.
Seems like now is the time to pit for the prototypes overall then, which must mean that the GT Pros and GTMs can't be too far behind. And I wonder whether one of the three in this battle between Duna, Jacobs and Beelen will think, maybe now is the time to pit to perhaps get an undercut. Very possible. Look at this from Beelen. Very smart move. Using the slipstream of Vincenzo Capella. Oh, and that's all. Capella's in all sorts of trouble there. He's gotten really caught up in this battle now. He tried to go through, couldn't do it. But Beelen used the slipstream of Capella to his advantage, and he's using it again to get past Jacobs. Is he there too? A side by side here. Heading into turn one, Beelen's going to have to go the long way around if he wants to make it stick, though. He's trying. Jacobs is giving him the room. Beelen is still there.
Oh,
as
now
we
a
head down
smarter
to turn
PS.
3. And here we go around the outside of turn 3. What a great move once again by Bram Beelen. He's on a right roll now.
He's on a royal charge indeed. Look, the only thing I can think of is that Zenedic Smarta is going to have an impact on this because he just got past Jacobs and just got past Bale as well. But it's not even going to have that much. Wisniewski and Furman are coming through as well. So it might take things up a little bit, give Jacobs a chance to get a little bit further closer. But what a move from Bram indeed. That is how you do that if you're going to get a move done.
Excellent stuff. As Lopson and Bailey are now in the pits, which will allow Jimmy Broadbent to retake the lead, though himself, Cuppen and Smarter, the top three now still have to pit, of course.
Yep, Cuppen coming through. He's going to end the 1-2-3 for DHR, unfortunately. There he goes. Yep, Broadbent leads. Cuppen disrupts the 1-2-3. Smarter's going to go at third, possibly, maybe, I don't know. But Jimmy Broadbent's still the leader in that number 7 car.
Oh, yes,
indeed.
of course. Yeah, Bailey has to come out in the lead, doesn't he? It's actually pretty interesting to see where he does come out, as Beelan, I notice, has lost a huge amount of time behind Duna thanks to the traffic, though Duna's getting... He's not exactly having it all his own way either, but I'm sure he'll just enjoy the breath of fresh air once in a while. And actually, quite important news for Stephen Bailey is he's gotten out ahead of ZNX Smarter. And that was quite useful. I'll tell you what, though, Wisniewski has not gotten out ahead of Smarter, and Smarter's going round, so here we've got a battle for P5. It will be P4 as Lupson is still in the pits, but Wisniewski needs to drop the RGPL car pretty quickly, I'd imagine, to be able to gain as much time on Bailey as he can, because he's now falling further and further behind.
He is, unfortunately. That's not good for Jacobs. He's starting to lose Bale and Vogel's right behind him.
I'm talking about Wisniewski.
Oh, right, sorry, I completely lost track there. Coffin still hasn't kicked in.
No worries.
I need another cup, damn it. Right, Wisniewski, though, trying to get past Smarter here. As you say, he's going to have to try and make a charge here sooner rather than later. And it goes round the outside. This will be brave. He can pull it off, but he don't think he can. No, didn't quite have the speed. He was going for it, but didn't work, unfortunately.
Not only is he wasting the tyres, because Smarter's on the hards, Wisniewski's on the soft, but he's got Furman catching up to him as well. So he's not going Feeder Sport Poland's way at all. I think it's certainly going a lot better than had they been forced to remain a lap down, but, well, I mean...
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, you don't want to be a lap down with 2 minutes elapsed in the race. But Wisniewski, yep, Furman's caught right back. I think it was a mistake from Wisniewski, which has let the German, I believe, in the Porsche have a right good go at the Audi behind him. I'm just on board with the Porsche at the moment, but of the Furman Porsche, and wow, that is a good sounding car, but that's more, the racing's even better because we've got a 3-way fight now for P4 overall as well.
Yeah, Smarter, remember, still has to pit. He's on those medium tyres, so he's going for a longer stint with Wisniewski.
Trying to go around the outside of the sunset.
Oh, if he can get the traction done. He doesn't have the straight line speed, and round sunset then we go.
He's brake into his advantage, but it doesn't quite work.
He's going for the comeback as well.
Oh,
wow!
Wow!
What a move that was! Goodness gracious!
You need the reflexes of a cat to do that.
Wisniewski, he's a great driver. Of course, he's most well known for his exploits in the Gran Turismo Academy, stuff of legends and all that. But my word, that was a clench moment if I've ever seen one. Great move.
I don't know.
And Furman's passed Smarter as well, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, to do that, you need something that most people do not have. To be honest, you need reflexes and general bravery that outclasses anyone. Is getting a bit stuck behind Cali Curry now.
Oh no!
Now Furman's right behind him again. If we could have a move like that again, it would just, I think, it would send us over the edge.
Of what?
That's what I'm probably standing on.
I'm standing on a... Oh, goodness me. I'm sitting at a new desk, not a new cliff. Okay, it's all Furman and Wisniewski almost come into contact there. Wisniewski going a little bit deep. Furman just about collecting it up. Great scrap between these two, and Jimmy Broadbent will... not Jimmy Broadbent, sorry, Stephen Bailey will just be laughing off into the distance. His lead is almost 30 seconds now.
Yeah, he's laughing off into the distance as well. Yeah, he's just absolutely flooring it. He's got nothing to worry about at the moment. Really has absolutely no problems. He's just got, yeah, he's running away with it. Whereas the guys like Wisniewski is pulling away from Furman now.
Yeah.
So he's managed to make that absolutely brave as all holy heck move work. And he's gone into fourth. Rudy Cupman's he's gonna inherit third because Cupman's in the pits. Wisniewski, it's a bit of a slide on, but nothing he can't save. But it might allow Furman a bit of a chance because traction is everything in these prototypes. And he looks round the outside coming down. We're 52 minutes into this race, and he's trying. Got to give him credit. He's there. He's giving him a look. Nicky Jankovic is going to get involved in this little lapping business, but Furman's going to go around the outside of him potentially. But absolutely fearless stuff from Wisniewski, and Furman's got it all to do now.
What if I told you that Bielan has gotten past Thomas Jacobs and is now right on the back of Dennis Dooner for P20?
I would be rather shocked and surprised and probably be calling Bram Bielan best GT driver in the field right now.
Well, he is right on the back of Dennis Dooner after getting past Thomas Jacobs.
Then he's the best GT driver in the field right now.
I don't think that would be a statement in which many people would disagree with you on, apart from the fact that there are 3 GT Pro drivers ahead of these guys in the podium slots. Never mind, best overtaker for sure. That is something that we can certainly go for, as Dennis Dooner's really seems to be holding him up now. Bielan having a storming race. He's pulled miles ahead of Thomas Jacobs already now, and you can see he's pushing and pressuring and squeezing Dennis Dooner into making a mistake. But Dennis Dooner is holding firm for now.
He is, he's keeping on it. I just had a comment through actually on the YouTube chat, thanks to David Yunt, who has once again pronounced my absolutely god-awful pronunciation of drivers. It's Fuhrmann, not Furman. It's German.
Martin Fuhrmann.
Got to get the ooze in there.
Got to get the ooze in there.
And speaking of getting ooze, I'm going to get a nice drink. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Is that okay?
No problems, as Nathaniel Lupson there has overtaken Rudy Cutman for P7 and P8. So the third DHR car getting past Cuppan's Jer Racing car. Welcome to Jer Racing for the first time in LMP1 as well. But the battle which we are very interested in right now is a man who was featured heavily in the first hour of this broadcast. Bielan versus Dooner, and actually thinking about it, we might go to an ad break in about 5 minutes or so. So hopefully we'll see this battle wrapped up in the 5 minutes. Dooner seemingly on the bad side of things as we head into the Le Mans complex for the 26th time of asking for these guys. And onto back straight once again. 2 different but similar feeling cars, that's for sure. They both have advantages over the shop. They don't necessarily specialize in one area, that is for sure. And you can see certainly in the slipstream that Bielan's Ferrari does not gather much, but oh, that's another lockup into the Sunset Bend for Bielan. His tyres might be in a bit of trouble there, and indeed Bielan comes into the pits along with Vogel behind as well. So now is the time for the GTs to come in, and perhaps Bielan feeling he can get a bit of an undercut on Dooner. We will certainly have to see how that works out for the Dutchman. And while he's doing that, I think, might we be able to go to ad break, Mr. Race Director? Yep, okay, yeah, we're certainly going to we'll take this opportunity then while Josh is away and people are in the pits to go to an ad break. Make sure you come back after the next couple of minutes or so, and we'll catch you up on all that has happened in the first hour. See you soon.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodner. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 5 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, R Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. To catch you up on the story of the race so far as we near the 1 hour mark, Wisniewski with pole, had a decent start, but there was an early code 80 after the PRL Logitech car crashed with a GT on the home straight, and during this time it allowed Stephen Bailey for Doug Henson Racing's number 8 car and Martin Fuhrman in the 3i Motorsport car to catch up, which eventually led to Bailey taking the lead. And in the lead, he has not only remained, but he has dominated. The Englishman now 36.9 seconds ahead, or sorry, I should say 24 seconds ahead, ahead of Wisniewski. Bailey not in the lead, currently in the net lead, definitely. Jimmy Broadbent currently leads in the number 7 DHR car. In terms of LMP2, it's Anthony Yans. Service as usual there. The GT Pro is led by Kali Corey currently, although he's in the pits. It was Hani Al Sabti leading before his pit stop for Scuderia Leon. And in the GTM class, Ed Trevelyan Johnson, for Revolution Racing. He leads that class and doing a very nice job of things as well. We've had one retirement already in the form of Atlantic Motorsports AM entry, Gergely Barros. And apart from that, and the major crash on the straight, it has been a race of absolutely phenomenal overtakes. We had a three-way battle for the lead of the LMP1 class, and really one of the drivers of the day so far in terms of his overtaking prowess has been Bram Beelan, who's been battling in the midfield of the GT Pro class, has overtaken 3 drivers in that midfield already after starting pretty low. He might be looking for a podium later on. We shall have to see. Also of note, we have an extra entry here today in the form of Sim Racing for Holland's number 50 car, as driven by Robin Freins, well-known ex-F1 test driver and a Formula Renault 3.5 champion, and Dries van der Elsen, who is an editor at Auto Divisi. He's also got some racing experience in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. So 2 lovely drivers joining our field. They're not getting too involved with the battles as they're not involved in the championship, but lovely to have them along with us, nevertheless. Now, looking at P3, Nikodem Wisniewski is there just about, and he's pulling away from Martin Fuhrman, but not really letting him go, to be honest. The German very close on his tail, and I noticed that, Piotr Morowiec, who was in a really good position for the LMP2 class, has come in without a front wing. LMP1 class, Never mind, he's coming without a front wing. The Insped Racing team look like an LMP2 from the back. Apologies there. But they're not having a good time of things at all. As I've had a TeamSpeak message through, and I can't see it just now because R Factor 2 reasons. But Anthony Jans leading by a long way from Per Rosenly. Augusto Arias there in P2. But everyone just going through their pit stops right now, trying to figure out where they're going to be, trying to get the undercuts if they can get one. And a very interesting story here for Jimmy Broadbent, who's on a soft compound tyre, still yet to pit. So an extraordinarily long first stint for the Englishman, although he will be sure to give up the lead to Stephen Bailey once he does come in. He's just coming around Sunset Bend now, and we'll see whether he takes a dive into the pits. No, he's going around again, so very good tyre preservation from Broadbent during this early stage. As I will get into it, let's have a little look here at the message I've been sent. Welcome back, Josh Johansson. I was just bringing our viewers up to date after our first ad break. Have you got everything that you need in terms of
I was about to say, you were
food
doing
and
this,
drink?
you were not in floor there. I didn't want to disturb you.
Oh, no worries, yeah.
Yeah, I have indeed returned, and I have beer.
Beer?
Yes, well, I say that, but it's actually alcohol-free beer, as is Anderson Standard, so...
Anderson Standard, alcohol-free beer.
Yeah, it is. Indeed, alcohol-free, because I don't get drunk on broadcast. The only thing I get drunk on is my own adrenaline.
That's so true. So true. I love a bit of adrenaline drunkies.
Fueled racing.
Adrenaline drunkies? No?
Yeah, that's
No,
a joke.
it's-
That's
it's
a joke.
Have I comedied yet?
Yes, yeah, I'll grant you. That was a funny. That was a funny. I'll give you that one.
Help me, please. How am I supposed to do a funny YouTube channel if I do stuff like that? Never mind.
How am I
Never
supposed to be
mind.
successful in society if I drink alcohol-free beer? People are criticising for his own way.
Hey, you know what? I reckon that you'd be much more successful because you'd have a clear conscience.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, it is Dutch beer. It's Bavaria.
Oh, how lovely with the
with
Auto
Bram
Divisie
Balen
car.
and all that, and Robin Frines.
And Bram Breland as well. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I decided to get it. I mean, I've got German as beer as well. If Firma never leads, so you know, I've pretty much got one for every occasion. Well, I don't, but I'm getting my provisional license soon, so I can go out and do alcohol-free beer runs.
Nice. I haven't. It's funny with me and driving.
Oh,
'cause-
Broadbent! It's got a bit wide and close to the wall there. Sorry to interrupt you, but
No, that's important given that he is our race leader. And actually, we were just I'm surprised he's been able to last this long on those tyres though, especially given that they're the softest compound.
yeah, they are. He must have just had a bit of a slider or do there, and he is going to lose a bit of time to Bailey behind him. But that is fairly key given he is our race leader. But yeah, that's not quite good for Jimmy. But you were going to say something there, James. About I just got off about how I was going to do alcohol-free beer runs, and then you were going to.
Oh yeah, my driving history. I've passed a theory test, and I'm driving fine, but I've not got my license yet. And actually, it's very interesting. There was an article that I was reading, which suggested that there's no point in getting your driver's license now, since the majority of technology in the future will lead to you either purely relying on public transport and not having to pay road tax, or driverless cars.
Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a topic we can talk about. Driverless cars. Are they really the future? I mean, people are going to want to drive those still.
Certainly not in motor racing, that's for sure.
Definitely not in motor racing, because otherwise, well, you may as well just go out and do it yourself, even if it's like not, because it won't be as fun watching just things race around the track. I mean, the whole point of motor racing is you support the drivers as well as the teams, you know, because at the end of the day, you can have a very good car, but it's the driver that makes it as Jimmy Broadbent comes into the pits from the lead.
Now allow Stephen Bailey to retake the lead. The gap is still increasing, by the way. Now it's 27 seconds. So looking very good for the number 8 DHR car. But that was a very impressive first stint from Broadbent. And I do wonder whether they're looking to save themselves a pit stop, perhaps, over the 12 hours?
It could be, and that could be crucial, because pit stops do take a while.
Yeah, even more so with, to remind you, the new damage model. Which, if you've got any suspension damage, then it could take up to 20 minutes to repair. It is a lot more bad for you if you get damage than before. It would have taken maybe like 3 to 4 minutes, perhaps, in the worst of scenarios. And also, in terms of driver changes, to remind you, the 4-hour rule per driver has been removed, so drivers can be in the car as long as they desire or can muster. There has to be one pit stop and one mandatory driver change during the course of the race, though.
Yeah, and it is a lot more relaxed, and in all honesty, it theoretically means if I want to do, I could do 23 and 3/4 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans, and then just have someone in there for the last 15 minutes if I wanted to Ironman it. But I would have to be absolutely mental to do that.
I think anybody would.
Yeah, unless someone actually wanted to put themselves through severe sleep deprivation, then maybe. Which I doubt anyone would, because nobody's like that.
Right, so there was a bit of interest earlier on when Bram Belen made an early stop, and we thought that he might get the undercut on Dennis Duna. That could be no more far from the truth. Dennis Duna has gained multiple seconds on Belen during the time between Belen's pit stop and Duna's pit stop. So hasn't worked out for the Dutchman. But what has worked out for the Dutchman is that he's actually overtaken Ed Trevelyan Johnson in that. Actually, no, that's a lie, because Johnson's in the AM class, isn't he? Yes, he is. Never mind me.
But it's still technically overall position. But
it is overall position, yes,
but not quite class position, because they're in
not
different
quite
classes.
class. No. So it has worked out for him somewhat, but yeah, in another case, you know, I think he'd rather be closer to Duna. And looking at Thomas Jacobs, he's been the best one, and gazumped them all, because he's overtaken both Belen and Duna.
Yes, yeah. What a good route for him, because he's got even further up the field now.
That's a Duna
Oh,
is actually
I
closing
think
in
there
on them.
has been a driver change as well. I've just noticed. Casper
Yeah?
Kolodziejczyk is in the LMP2.
Oh, yeah, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Kolodziejczyk. I know that because I was taught it by Oscar Hardwick.
Kolodziejczyk. Yeah?
Kolodziejczyk.
Kolodziejczyk, got it.
Yeah,
That's a lot
that's
of...
it.
That's a lot. It's Casper.
Casper, just give him Casper. Yeah,
Or-
Casper the
How about this? KK.
KK. Even K. Oh, we're on a roll.
Just make sure that you don't add the third one in.
Oh dear, controversy.
Yes,
Controversy.
I'm just being prepared. But anyway, yes.
There is
as
a
you
K at the end of his name, in all honesty. So
Oh, we're only going by the first letters though. Anyway, either way, Casper is there doing nicely, taking over from Oscar Hardwick. Very good spot actually. I'd failed to pick up on that one, and slicing his way through the field in P15. It's all spread out a bit though now.
yeah, it
I
does.
was looking
does.
through, and there's very little to talk about actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say when it gets to my bit, it's all spread out anyway, so I have to ad-lib mostly and just see if I can find anything. But it seems to have lasted longer this race than it usually does. You know, we've at least had some good fights for a while, and now it's all starting to spread out a bit. I mean, I can't see individual gaps, all I can see is how many laps people down on the leader. But,
Yeah, everyone's in their own space. I mean, there's stuff that could potentially develop into a battle. For example, Adam Taylor in P25 for Dark Racing and Thomas Beha in P26 there for Northern Light Racing. But then again, there's a reason why Beha is catching up at such a rate, and that's because he's in the pro category.
yeah, he is. So I completely lost my bearings there.
No,
Sorry
it's,
about
it's
that, but-
okay.
Yeah, I was just being too busy distracted by someone who I
Oh.
think has the second best name in VEC, only behind Casimo Straponi.
Go on then.
Tommaso Tortella,
Tommaso Tortella.
back in 27th in the Corvette.
Amazing. Yeah.
Only an Italian could probably have that name.
Probably. And this is when you find out he's Portuguese.
Yes, that's usually what you do.
I'd like to mention though that there has been a second retirement from this race, and that is Matthias Grau.
Yeah,
And that is-
I saw him trundling about a bit, so this isn't really a surprise.
And yeah, I mean, considering that he was the catalyst for that huge crash on the start-finish straight, considering the amount of damage that must be on that car, I think it's expected almost really at this point. So unlucky for the PRL Logitech guys, and a shame as well because they were in P2. They were looking so strong, but one lack of concentration, one poor bit of luck, and that's your lot.
It is, yeah. Sorry, I was just enjoying some snacks there for a minute, but
Of course.
yeah, Matthias in the P2 was in P2, and his team now aren't probably going to be after this because points lost. So
Well, they're not in P2 in the championship. That's Sim HQ Motorsport.
there's a car round. That was
Ooh.
Robert Weiss in your favourite team there.
Oh no.
That was Robert Weiss around in the whatever that is. I can't remember. You can.
The Seawolf.
The Wolf Racing, yes, that's what it was. I thought it was something Wolf. Hayes had a bit of a spin there, but he's recovered it nicely and is back on track.
I tell you what, he almost careered into Stephen Bailey as well.
Almost did, and it would have been a disaster if he had.
Yeah, and actually he didn't lose positions from that as well. So harmless spin, and an odd one as well. He just caught his rear right on the curbing, and it just spun him round.
Yeah.
But either way, lucky
That's-
to get away with that.
That's the thing about these cars, these prototypes. They are very easy to drive, but they're very hard to drive quickly and very hard if you make a mistake like that. Oh dear.
Oh dear, you're right.
Just about, yeah.
I think to save #SaveAnderson's voice, if you'd like to join us in TeamSpeak, I think now would probably be
Now
an
it would,
ideal
yes.
time, because especially with not many people battling as such, we can just talk,
Yeah, we
we can
can.
discuss, and muse about things.
Yeah, it would be nice if we did that. We always have that point. As I've just noticed, we are exactly a tenth of the way through the race, 72 minutes.
And there we are. I also noticed that we do have a battle that could develop here as well. ZNX Smarter in P4 is being caught up hand over fist by Jimmy Broadbent in P5.
Yep, it's Audi versus Audi again. There are a lot of Audis on the field now. In fact, that's the point, actually. I've noticed ever since the ever since the new cars have been added, there are no Revolution R1s on the field. And there were before.
It's... Oh, and that's... Oh, sorry, Broadbent's just lost his front wing. Broadbent has just lost his front wing.
I'm going to check how that happened.
That was on the back of the GT there ahead of him. Who is it? Machado there. And
yes, he just Oh, wow.
It was just... I think that was Broadbent's fault,
Jimmy just completely... Jimmy just misjudged how much space he had. Didn't turn out enough.
How odd.
With it being the prototype's job to make the overtake happen safely, I think that was Jimmy's responsibility, unfortunately. Very rare we see him do something like that.
Thankfully, Matheus Machado has not lost any bits or bobs off his Ferrari, although it looks like that suspension might be a little bit less straight than it was before. Yeah, that's
going to affect him because he's going to come in and repair that car now. But with it being the prototype's responsibility, as much as it does pain to see it, I think Jimmy was at fault there.
It wasn't even like Machado made any sudden movements.
Yeah,
I mean, his movements were very smooth. He gave Broadbent the clear space on the right.
Even then, he gave Jimmy the opportunity to do it, and unfortunately, it was the execution of that opportunity taken that didn't quite go to plan.
So setback then for Jimmy Broadbent as Rudy Cuppen will take his top 5
position, and no doubt Nathaniel Lupson, the third of the DHR cars now in that yellow, grey, and black livery, will surely overtake him as well. So a very nice debut there for the third DHR car, but not a good time for the number 7 car, which seems to run into troubles every race it enters, unfortunately.
Oh, we got a guest in. I've just noticed.
As we have a guest.
Join us.
And talking of DHR, it's Mr. McGlade. And actually, we can also bring in a second person in the form of Ben Willis. So welcome, Lewis. Welcome, Ben. I think we'll start with Lewis since he was here first. 3 DHR cars. The number 7 still gets in trouble, though.
It's a long race. They'll come back. The problem will be if they've had any suspension damage, because obviously that's a horrifically long time on the stop. But it's nice to have all 3 cars that are quick. You know, all the 7, the 8, and the 9 are all very fast cars. The 9's had issues. Not really sure what. Because all our teams are kind of separate on TeamSpeak, so I'm not really sure what's happened to the 9 car. But the 8 car's going strong at the moment, and the 7 car will bounce back, I'm pretty sure.
Are you surprised by how fast Bailey's pulling away from Wisniewski, or are you expecting more to come from Poland?
Expecting maybe more to come from Poland when a Mr. Brzezinski gets in the car. Yeah, the thing is Bailey's very, very fast. I know he's also been quite aggressive through traffic, which is a very un-Bailey characteristic. He's been very good through traffic today. We've got Hodge taking over after this as well, because of course Lars is away. So Hodge is in the car. And Hodge has got... I think Hodge is a bit slower than Bailey, but Hodge has got some really good pace as well. I'm the slowest in the car, but, you know, whatever.
We still love you, Lewis.
If I may just interject here, I've had a couple of comments on the YouTube. A couple of people are saying they think it was actually the GT's fault for parking it in the middle of the road and weaving everywhere.
Right, well, certainly, I certainly had a look back at the incident just to make double sure, and Machado wasn't weaving. You know, I agree, he was in the middle, like he could have moved over more, but it wasn't like he made himself a lot of trouble as well.
I didn't
You know, there's a clear space on the right-hand side.
The thing is, I'm not trying to say who's at fault here or not, because I've not seen the incident in enough detail. But the most important thing for GT drivers and LMP2 drivers when you're an LMP1 driver is remaining predictable. Don't sit in the middle of the road or anything like that. Just remain predictable.
Yeah.
Because it's when you have... This happened a lot in practice. You'd have like a driver who's on an outlap, and they're kind of like, right, I'll do the nice thing and I'll pull off. I'll pull off out of this corner, and that is the worst thing to do, because that is completely unpredictable. And it's stuff like that it's you've just got to remember as a GT driver that the LMP1 behind you's got to make a decision on what you're probably going to do, and if you don't do that, then there's probably going to be a crash. So
perhaps then to appease the masses, then perhaps we can say it was a 50-50. I think definitely the GT of Machado could have done more,
Yeah.
But at the same point, Broadbent did have a very clear space on the right-hand side, which he could have pulled into. So anyway, that'll be up to the race directors to decide
Yes,
who's
exactly.
at fault. No point in dwelling any more on it, and we can actually bring in Ben Willis here, who's Team DR Racing, who are in room 2. I presume are doing okay, as per usual, Ben?
Yeah, not too bad. How about at home? Yeah, the 121 is sitting 4th in class, we're sort of just plodding along, quite happy with where everything's at. The second car unfortunately got turned into a wall, and then we suffered from the 20-minute suspension repairing.
dear.
So,
Oh, well, one of those then.
yeah, so that's hampered that race. So I think at the moment it's just a case of just keeping it going, and there's been so many people dropping off the track and getting hit by that penalty in theory. So yeah, so we'll just keep it going and hope for the best, really.
I mean, this has certainly been, I wouldn't say... The crashes have almost been slightly expected. Sebring's a very difficult track to master. I'm sure that both
for
of
sure.
you two will know this. And we've seen some absolutely fabulous battling here in Room 1, but we've also had the catastrophe on the front straight.
Oh,
thanks
yeah,
to a
that was
miscommunication
Armageddon
between the
on
LMP2 and the GT. There's been a couple of people spun round through trying to overtake back markers, perhaps a bit too haphazardly. You really need to keep your wits about you, because Sebring can produce such excellent racing as we've seen, but it can also produce such disasters as we've seen as well.
Yeah, I guess that's the nature of Sebring. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits and most loathed at the same time. You've got it's a really good flow to the track, but at the same time you've got walls extremely close to the side of the track. You've got really high curves that unsettle the car, and we found it really tricky to actually set the P2 car up for, which we only really nailed on a good setup this week. Which,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
I can't stand this place. I hate
Out
Sebring.
of interest, Lewis, are you taking the night shift again today?
Well, the thing is I was supposed to be. This is Oscar's run off to go do it now or soon. There is a different league, a touring car league in some V8 supercars, which I was supposed to be doing, which I'm not doing anymore. So I am free for the whole day, which means that I'll probably take over when we feel required.
Okay.
If I may interrupt again, James, sorry, we've had a question through. Has anyone noticed the change for second? And that's a fair point.
Permanent.
That is
Yeah.
a very fair point.
I can't say, I don't know how I missed that.
The
Does
gap's 9 seconds as well.
Yes, he's got through somewhere.
Wisniewski must have fallen off the road, surely. Because they weren't close. Otherwise, I would have picked up on it.
Wisniewski did go through a period back at Interlagos where he made a series of mistakes towards the end of the race, which meant that Lars was able to catch up. He seems. This is nothing against Vida Sport or anything like that. I'm not trying to have shots fired here. But he seems like a driver that's very, very fast, but sometimes can let a few too many things get under his skin. Just gets put under pressure and makes a bit too many mistakes. But he is damn fast as Wisniewski.
Of course,
very,
real-life
very
driver,
similar
of course.
paces. Very, very similar pace as Brzezinski. But Brzezinski seems to just have that ability to ignore everything and just get on with it. Which is something I can't do.
I find myself under pressure in certain situations as well. I mean, not the other day I did as well, and I just kept telling myself not to get distracted. It was so hard, and I ended up spinning out of a race twice because of it, and finally got it together for the third race and scored a good result.
Jimmy requests no burping.
What's that? I don't understand.
I wish I understood too. Either way, Wisniewski
I don't
actually,
know
as
whether
we
it's
talk
something to
about
do with
it,
me, but
Wisniewski's into the pits. Either way, so he's had enough. He's going on to presumably another set of tyres. Someone burped. Yeah.
Does he mean burp?
Do you mean burped?
I don't
might
think
have
I did.
I might have done. That's my bad.
Don't belch, Lewis. Oh, James, man.
Look.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
it is a burp.
It is a burp. Yeah. We're not allowed to burp on the
Yeah,
broadcast.
don't release intestinal gases on the
Is-
broadcast.
Is burping when
What?
you let loose gas on a curb?
Burping. Yeah, good.
I thought it would have been within the suburb.
The birds.
The verbs?
That was a good movie.
Yeah, Feeder Sports have actually entered the pit lane.
I've said this, don't worry.
Yeah, no, but that's probably down to I don't know if they're using fuel. We do know they're running more downforce, which more downforce obviously theoretically would make a heavier car off of corners, so they're using more fuel to get up to speed. Although we do unfortunately have a Mr. Bailey in our car who uses more fuel than a truck.
No, I was just about to suggest a hard track. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
hard
yes,
truck.
hard trucks. We need
Oh,
a
and
hard
actually,
truck series.
well, interesting thing here. I was thinking that Brzezinski might have had enough in the car. Cuba Brzezinski is in. Who spun, sorry?
No, just said the Brzezinski's in the car.
Oh, right, okay, but anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
Brzezinski swaps in.
Brzezinski has been on the night server doing a couple of laps. So, yeah, we'll see
dear.
what Kuba's pace is going to be like.
Well, not good considering all the traffic he's just come into the back of here. He's got he's got approximately 7 cars in there.
Everyone will have a moment like that, and plenty of moments when you consider the track's only, it's 1 minute. I have absolutely no idea. 30 something.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I have no idea. I've not done enough practice for this.
About 140 is the lap time for a P1.
Yeah. 40.
Well,
yeah. That's where I
I guess my 158s in practice are way off then.
Yeah.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah.
I
doing-
think it's
I'm
safe
doing
to say I
50s
won't be
in
driving
P2.
an LMP1 here anytime soon.
Don't feel bad. About a year ago, this was the first place that I drove an LMP1 car. I was round Mr. Broadbent's house, and he was like, "Oh, go on, let's see you around Sebring." I was like, "I've totally got this." And then, he looked at me and he said, "It doesn't look like you're driving that badly. Maybe there's not enough rubber. Let me take over." And he went about 4 or 5 seconds faster than I did, and I thought I drove really well.
I think that's
Yeah.
It's the real joy of LMP cars, though, and I think Josh,
Learning 'em, yeah.
Josh's point is really, pivotal. You just have to go for it. You can't be timid with them.
No.
You got to trust in the downforce that it'll keep you stuck to the road.
You have
They-
to treat it like an open wheeler, really.
They
Yeah,
are
yeah.
the
I like-
weirdest, hardest cars to extract pace from. Like, when you look at the amount of practice the DHR guys do between, like, Bailey, Kieran, Hodge, I think Jimmy does a bit less, but Jimmy does still an awful lot. It's really great when Lars comes along and does about, like, I don't know, about 100 laps and is already on the pace, and I'm sitting here on, like, 250 and I'm struggling. So, they're really weird cars. They require an awful lot of practice and time and commitment. Like, I've done 1,500 kilometers around Sebring, and that is by far the least in our car. By
Would
far.
someone be very disappointed if I hopped on my PS4 controller and went faster than them in a prototype?
Do you know what? I wouldn't say like yes or no, because it's kind of like they're such a weird car to drive. I don't know if the controller would be that bad because they're primarily downforce based, so it is about going as ridiculously fast to a corner as you can. Like turn 1, which is terrifying in an LMP1 car.
It's even worse in a P2 when you're just trying to run the wings right on the edge.
Oh yeah, of course, because
Yeah.
P2s run really. It's really annoying when we're the. I think we're the fastest LMP1 in a straight line, and LMP2 still pull away from us. It's like
No way. Wow. Okay.
Also, we're a lot lighter than you because we don't have like the hybrid system.
Yeah. It is just incredibly frustrating to leave Le Mans and then coming down to the final turn. It's just kind of like I am not making any progress here. For goodness sake.
According to Luce, you don't have the extra fuel as well.
Yeah,
Because, of course, fuel is going to
that's a fair
cause
point.
something,
Yeah. Also, we get
Mm.
about 45 minutes out of our tank in the dry.
Yeah. Well, how big is a P2 tank?
75 litres.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
I
only
mean,
on 55.
LMP1s I think would use more fuel anyway because they've got the big powerful V6s and hybrid units, whereas it's all I think Nissan V8s and Pre2s. So
Yeah,
we're
Nissan
on
V8s.
we're on 55. We're doing about 2 to I don't know, depends on traffic and stuff. 2 to 2.2 a lap.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think we're similar-ish. I can't remember the exact figures, but
it might
I-
be less.
yeah, we managed to stretch out a tank for about 45 minutes in the dry.
Just a quick comment on the YouTubes again. Broadcasting very good. Thank you very much. But showing the same car too much time would be better showing more fights on the track, mainly the GTs. We were looking at the GTs before.
Yeah, it was a
And we
great
were
deal with
looking at
GTs.
fights until they dried up, unfortunately.
Yes, and then it all kind of dried up a bit. I'm looking for any GT fights because it usually happens that people ask for the GTs.
Well, I can tell you something new. Daniele Canistrassi has gone into the Texas driver's car. That's an LMP1 car that's trying to find their way back up the order after not a good race. But Daniele in the car. And also, Per Rosenlee's in the pit, so Anthony Jans has retaken the lead of the LMP2 thing as, oh dear, the number 9 DHR goes very wide there. Allowing Canistrassi back through, I believe.
I'll tell you what is happening with the GTs. Adam Taylor is being pulled in by Thomas Beer, but it's in a different class. Because the Northern Lights Racing Corvette is a GT Pro, and Adam Taylor's in a GTM. But speaking of that, actually, ATJ, Edgerville Johnson, is quite far ahead of Adam Taylor, actually. So I don't know where I was going with that.
The thing is with the Northern Light Racing car, I'm not going to lie, they've been a bit disappointing.
Considering that they're third in the championship as well.
Considering they're in the top 3 in the championship, they really aren't going that quick. They did win Room 2 back in Fuji, but they're just kind of, I know they're just not as strong as you would expect. They've had a 4th place finish back in Silverstone. Who knows where they finished at Spa because of the mess that was. But they've got, they had a decent points haul from Spa, and yet here they look like they're struggling a bit, to be honest.
You know it's a bad race when you're still there. I'm talking about the last running car, by the way, here. Daniel Faber in the 3 white Aston Martin. 25 laps down.
Wow.
9 laps down on the next guy.
Apparently Matthias Grau is still in this, but he's in the pits, and he's 38 down. He hasn't been classified as retired because he rejoined.
Oh, and actually, we just had a recent DNF as well. Daniele Pizzo.
Oh,
and he was in that great battle with Beelan and Dennis Duna. So a real shame there for the Aston Martin driver. Pizzo is, well, he's DNF.
Just to point out,
he can come back.
that's the championship leading car.
It is the championship leading car.
So drama.
Big drama there
drama
for
for GT
the
Italia.
championship leader. Yeah, that is.
Could be a disco.
I mean, it was a disappointing race for them anyway. They were midfield, but
it was something that I pointed out in the qualifying broadcast that I know, like Vires are 4th at the moment, but they have had
it's
consistent...
Vires. I thought it was Vires.
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 Oh,
They're,
it is Team
an
Virus.
They're an ex-LFS team.
Okay.
Although then again, apparently everything in sim racing these days is ex-LFS. But yeah, very, very quick car. Watch out for that car coming up the championship order, because I'm not going to lie, I reckon come Le Mans, they are definitely going to be in championship contention, because they have been super fast with Niki Jakovic behind the
They've
wheel.
been very consistent as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they were disappointed from Spa. I mean, well, they were easily in the lead, and then they lost it because of the restart, and they were not best happy about that. But they've got such quality in that squad. It's a real strength in depth squad as well. They are, yeah, I would agree with you. I'm actually surprised that they're not in the top 4. But
It's just because they missed the first round.
Yeah.
They weren't there at the first round. They didn't have the best race at Fuji, although they did start from the pole. But they have been flat out one of the fastest cars since they joined the series at Fuji, obviously with the pole back then, and they are doing a nice job. And yeah, I would seriously expect them to be up in the championship lead, fighting for the championship a bit later on.
As Pizzo has rejoined, thankfully, but he is way further down the order. I think as long as he's scoring points,
it's important.
That's what would be important to them. But yeah, Jakovic, I'd say roughly around maybe 8 to 10 seconds behind Hani Al-Sabti currently. That said, we're only an hour and a half through this race, of course, and with the nights in to come, there is plenty of times for mistakes to be made. There has already been a number of them in the first hour and a half as it is. Speaking of as it is, there are only 3 people on the lead lap now. That is Stephen Bailey, Martin Furman, who's just come into the pits incidentally, and Zdenek Smada. In terms of our LMP2 field, guess who's leading that? Anthony Jans, of course. We then have Per Rosenlee second, who's a further 2... Oh no, sorry, I lied. I was looking at the wrong thing. Same lap, quite a way behind though, and then Robert Weiss for Seawolf having a great first round here in a Room 1 Seawolf. They are rounding out the top 3. In the GT Pros, it's Scuderia Leon, Team Vires, thanks for the pronunciation tip there, and Revolution Racing in the top 3 slots. And then with the GT AMS, Revolution Racing still leading, ETJ doing an excellent job. Adam Taylor, though, now up into second. So Dark Racing, after a poor qualifying, coming back.
and ROTW Racing Team with Tommaso Tortella rounding out the top 3. So they're having a good race as well. It seems that the GTM is all about that super consistency and thinking, well, it's not all over in qualifying. We can come back in the race, because I don't know how many times Dark Racing has qualified outside of the top 3 only to finish on the podium.
Yeah, they're doing it a lot of the time. It's all about keeping it going. Well, that's the most important thing, keeping it going, because you can't finish unless you finish. And you can't finish top 3 unless you finish. And speaking of, Stephen Bailey now laps Martin Furman as well, so he's got a lap time. Now there's only 2 on the lead lap. And he's catching Zenithic Smarter, I think, because Smarter is just coming round into what I believe is the hairpin, turn 7. And Bailey is not an awful load of time behind. He's a bit behind, but not massively.
Martin Furman, by the way, comes out of the pits in P4 behind Rudy Cuppen.
It must be said, he's having a really quiet race, Rudy Cuppen, with a JERR Racing, but for a first time in Room 1, they are doing exceptionally well. And I actually noticed that they're on the hardest compound of dry tyre available. So maybe they are also a team looking to eliminate 1 pit stop from their race overall. Certainly going very well for them.
Yeah, I've just counted by eye. Bailey is about 15 seconds behind Smarter. So if Smarter pits, he will have lapped, Bailey will lap everyone.
In an hour and a half.
In an hour and a half, which is a scary thought for the rest of the field.
Of course, Bailey does have to pit. He's got a second pit stop coming up, I'd imagine, and that would put Furman and Smarter back on the lead lap. But nevertheless, really dominating performance so far from the number 8 car of Doug Henson Racing. Perhaps, Ben, you've got a bit of an eye on Room 2. Who's looking strong in over there?
So obviously you've got Revolution Racing, who I think have been in Room 1 before a few times. They're leading the P1 class by a good distance. Well, only 15 seconds actually. So.
Yeah. Smarter's in, by the way.
As is Bailey.
As is Bailey, so the 2 of them are in. But yeah, I think actually, we were saying it was a real surprise that Revolution weren't able to get into Room 1 for Sebring.
Yeah.
They've been consistently there.
Yeah, and I mean they're doing 41s at the moment, which is comparable to Room 1 time. So.
They submitted the wrong lap of qualifying apparently, so there we are, not in Room 2 on the merit of their lap.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, we've got I've been poked by Brian Trouble Hayes there,
Yes.
giving us the live timing for Room 2.
Be very useful.
Yes, I'll have a look at that. I don't know why he poked me and not James, but
He
I'll
did
give a
poke
quick
me.
look. Oh, he's poked you as well. Well, you take care of that then.
Poking all the people as that is someone off. Goodness me, who was that? It was Anthony Jans actually. Anthony Jans
Wow.
had a little bit of an off there. What was going on? He was trying to lap a GT car, and he had Cuppen coming up as well. Yeah, he just went onto the grass.
It's
would
not
not
a nice
have
place
expected
to
that
go
from
off
AJ.
either.
He rejoined well enough and didn't hit any walls, but scary moment there for
That's a
the LMP2
very,
leader.
very nasty place to go off. You really don't want to get it wrong there, because that's a wall on the outside at 120-ish mile an hour.
Lucky Frenchman.
Yeah, very lucky indeed.
Is Bailey's just coming out of the pits now?
And so there are now 5 people on the lead lap, but all of them are 2 minutes behind.
Well, they weren't the last time it beam, so Bailey's just coming out now. I'm sure that gap has reduced because Rudy
of course.
is just coming out of the back straight and Bailey's just coming through turn 1.
Oh, and almost going right to the back of Dennis Dooner as well.
That would have been
Stephen-
a tragedy.
That would, but
Rudy Cuppen is yet to pit. Furman then would be second, Brzezinski third, and
Broadbent
presumably
has
Smarter
pitted, so he'll
fourth.
be 4th. And Broadbent
Yeah.
will be 5th after the drama before.
potentially we'd have to see where Cuppen comes in response to Broadbent. I think Cuppen might be
Yeah, he's a lap ahead.
still 5th.
but-
Yeah. So there we go. The gap between Bailey and Cuppen, 1 minute 55.
That's still a lot.
Between Bailey. Oh, who is that going off behind Cuppen? Oh, goodness me. Was that Furman?
Well, he's doesn't look to have gone off from where I'm standing. It could have been.
Who
I'll have a
was
look
that?
on the replay, see if I can discern who that was.
Yeah, it was Furman. Furman's
It
had
was?
a massive off. Yeah. He went around turn 1 well enough, and then
Oh,
he had
yes.
a massive twitch. And but like Jans, he managed to recover it well enough that he didn't A, hit the wall, and B, lose any body parts.
Yeah, that was so lucky that he didn't manage to hold on to it. As I said, these LMP ones are difficult to drive, easy to drive, hard to drive quickly, and even harder when you make mistakes. it takes a lot of stuff. I'd probably never be sitting to drive one because I just can't open wheels. So if you have to drive them like open wheel cars, it can count me out, even though they are brilliant to drive.
They are good fun, aren't they? But you have to be. Well, they are pretty much just an open wheeler with a lot more
I'd
downforce.
quite like an amateur prototype league to start, so I can be in it.
What we need is a LMP3.
Yes, and I do better in that.
Yeah, or PC,
Or
which
what's
is
it,
what
the-
they run in
The
IMSA.
GT prototypes.
Oh, the Oricas? No, we want LMP3 with hybrids and turbos.
No. I'm saying like what's it? The Corvette Daytona prototype, something like that.
They're
Oh,
pretty much,
Daytona prototype would be lovely. I love that.
that's just a P2 with a lot more power and a lot less downforce.
Yeah.
So actually, if you balance
So
them
less
right,
like an
that'd be
open
quite
wheeler.
good. Yeah. Yeah.
And I can actually drive Daytona prototypes a lot better than normal ones, so get some Daytona prototypes in.
Yes.
So that could be GTP.
GTP, yeah.
Oh,
Or-
yeah, blast from the past.
I'm trying to think what they call it over in IMSA. Can't remember.
DP.
DP, that's it.
And then there's
What's that even stand for?
Oh wait, no, it's not even
Daytona
that anymore.
prototype.
They've combined them in
Ah,
a single
right.
P class.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think because it's now P2s and Daytona prototypes in
Yeah,
the same class.
they're in the same class, so it's P class, and then it's a PC class, then GTD and
Right.
GTLM.
Sorry to cut into this conversation, but we do have a actual battle on track. Yes, unbelievable.
Yes, you wouldn't think it.
It is between someone who hasn't pitted and someone who has, but still, and someone on completely different tyres. But Martin Furman is looking to retake P2 on track from Rudy Kuppen and just passing Bram Beelen, who was very active early race. But Furman's made mistakes before in trying to overtake, has lost a lot of time through it. I'm sure that he will have wanted to have learned from his mistakes prior and maybe look to overtake a little bit less eagerly this time.
Yeah, he'll want to have a go, but he might want to not have a go very hard. Oh, Tremble Hayes just says he's trying to watch both streams at the moment and focus on Route 2. Fair enough. Oh, that was close.
That was a bit too eager. He hasn't learned.
No, you've got to learn. You've got to live and learn, because how else are you going to keep going?
Either way, Furman, one of the many people who's had a little off-track expedition as well then. I'm sure you'll be hoping that Kuppen pulls in sooner or later, but as I've already mentioned before, it looks like Kuppen may be trying to go and eliminate a pit stop from his race. Furman right back on him. The tyre difference between the two compounds is 2. So that is why Furman is significantly faster than Kuppen ahead of him. And look at this, already on the back of Kuppen once again, unable to do anything into turn 3 once again, as we say goodbye to both Ben Willis and Lewis McGlade. So thank you for joining us two, or you two I should say, rather than us two. What am I on about? Furman on the back of Kuppen though, heading down into the hairpin. This is where Furman was spun before after being a bit too eager on the overtake, and and going deep as well. It is not going the Germans' way at all, and no doubt he'll be getting more and more frustrated in that 3-wide cockpit.
It will be, yes. Definitely frustrated for him, because he can't get past Kuppen. And I think he must know that Kuppen's got a pit, though. He might not, though. He would be beneficial if he did, because he wouldn't have to push as hard. But
it's about the tyre difference now. He's losing so much
we've
time.
had a note through it. Apparently the practice server's down.
I don't think that's too much of a problem, is it?
So we've had a commenter on YouTube, the practice server's down for Jimmy to know, but that's just a bit of useful information from the YouTube chat. Not quite affecting the race servers, but it's if people want to practice on that server, it's going to go a bit problematic for them.
They still practice offline.
You can practice
Oh,
offline,
and
nothing wrong
sorry,
with it.
that's a mistake from Kuppen, sorry, on the exit of turn 16. And this has given Martin Furman the best opportunity. He squeezes him against the Texas Aston Martin, and just about staying ahead of Kuppen. Kuppen actually really fighting hard for that position. Nothing he could do against Furman, though. He took his advantage well, and he's back up into P2.
Yes, he's gone up at the P2, gets past Kuppen. That's going to hurt Kuppen, because now he's got a pit as well. It's going to lose him a bit of time. But nonetheless, he is still down in third overall, which isn't bad by any means of the words.
I think he's got Brzezinski now to worry about, really.
That is probably going to be his next biggest problem, yes.
So, Furman back up into P2. And, we have another LMP1 battle here for P7 and P8. Natalia Lupson and Piotr Morowiak. Now, that car had lost its rear wing. So for it to be up near P7 again...
Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Apparently, Merriwick is 2 laps down on Lupson. So
Never
it's
mind
basically-
me.
It's
I'm
to
blind.
it's to unlap himself, but
I am blind. Never mind me. I actually think it might just be worth looking at Cuppen here as Brzezinski's bearing down on him. Furman's not really been able to pull away either, so could Brzezinski be looking to retake that P2 after he lost it?
he could be looking to. Indeed, he's given a charge to the drivers in front. He's going to give him a bit of a scare.
Brzezinski didn't lose it, by the way. Wisniewski lost it.
Yeah, Brzezinski is going to try and
Retake it.
yeah, he's
for
going to try and
Poland.
be taken on the behalf of his teammate. You know, he's going to probably be there. He's going to be given. His main goal will be get the time, which he's making a rate of knots here on Rudy Cuppen, who gets caught behind Conor McCarroll, and he's right back there. He's going to be in commentary every minute, going to be giving him something to think about here, and possibly, you know, make him think you're going to have a bit of a fight here, mate.
Heading into Sunset Bend. Oh, that's a very deep entry there from
look at the rain, he's
Brzezinski.
catching
But
him.
oh my word, yep, and I think that might be Cuppen in actually. Indeed
Yeah.
it is. The job is made easy for Brzezinski back into P3 as Cuppen is in.
He decides to come in the end. I think thinks I'm not going to fight him. I'm just going to make my pit stop.
He's like, nope, 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 nope.
And Kieran Brzezinski's momentum is retained, and he's going to get a good possible start of a jump on Furman here.
Yeah, 4 seconds away. We'll see whether that gap reduces in the next couple of laps or so. Maybe even the next lap. We shall have to wait and see. Back to the interesting not-so battle between Morowiak and Lupson. Morowiak seems to be stuck behind in traffic now, so actually that's completely dissolved. Never mind. Antonio Castaña's in as well in the LMP2 field. And once again, it seems like we have a bit of quiet out on track. I think we're going to have to hope that Brzezinski is able to put the foot down and successfully recatch Furman.
I'm just desperately looking for some GTs anywhere on the field at the moment.
they're all
Anywhere
separate.
where there's even so much as a bit of a battle. Unfortunately, I'm not having much luck.
No, it's all spread out again, unfortunately.
So now we're going to think of top conversation topics, I guess, because we need to talk about something.
Well, I'm actually looking at my time here, and it might be worth going to an ad break very soon, since we are almost we're 15 minutes away from the 2-hour mark. So we can think of something to talk about for 2 seconds, for like 10 minutes or something, and we can probably jump to an ad break, which would be nice.
That would be nice, yes, but if we can, that would be, let's just see if we can think, because unfortunately it's gotten to that point in the race where nothing's happening.
Yeah, I should have... Oh, hello. Something is happening, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Furman is now only 3 seconds ahead of Brzezinski.
He is catching, yes.
2 seconds on that lap alone. How much traffic was involved, I'm not too sure. I imagine it might have had a big hand in it, but either way, the Polish man driving for Feeder Sport Poland, what a surprise there, he is on a big charge, and as Lewis McGlade earlier was detailing, Brzezinski by far the best driver all around of that team, and putting in a mighty shift so far to try and retake second from 3 Wide Motorsport.
He is, yeah, he's putting an almighty do there. Do that. I wasn't quite paying attention to that thing there, sorry. I did lose
actually-
it. I need more coffee. That's what I need.
To be fair, we can actually talk about where Rudy Cuppen has come out in all this. He's back out in P4, only 5 seconds ahead of ZNX Smarter as well, so that could turn into a battle as well, as Furman has actually re-extended the gap to Brzezinski by the 2 seconds which he lost. So, yeah, toing and throwing that battle in second and third, and all falling into the hands of Stephen Bailey, who remains 37.1 seconds ahead. It seems a bit all too easy for him, really, but is it perhaps a moment, Josh, where Stephen has to be really careful and more aware than ever, because it is so often the time in sports in general where you look at your opposition, you see how far behind they are, whether it's in terms of goals, whether it's in terms of nets, whether it's in terms of points, whether it's in terms of time, such in this race as Sebring, and you think, this is easy, this is much easier than I thought, and you start to let your guard down, and then the worst happens. So surely this is actually the time where Stephen has to be most aware of his surroundings, as he's actually trying here to lap ZNX Smarter in 5th.
Yeah, it's at this point in the race, you know, when you're so far ahead in any sport, you know, whatever it is, whether it's, you know, frames in snooker, sets in tennis, it doesn't matter. You've got to still, when you're ahead, it's so easy to think, This is a breeze. He's nowhere. I've got them. Then you let your guard time go and you start to get close and the pressure mounts and you make mistakes. You've got to be ruthless when you're ahead. Got to keep the momentum going.
That is what Stephen Bailey has done. Actually, fair play to Smarter. Actually, really nice back marking there from good old Zednek. As I'm looking back to Ferber and Brzezinski, not really come down too much either. Why no battles? Field? I want
Come on,
to see...
why you no battles? We don't want to have to talk about beer.
Oh, alcohol-free beer for that matter.
Yes. Speaking of which,
oh, we do have a battle!
Oh!
We do have a battle! Dennis Duna versus Bram Beelan. It's time for round 2 over P22. All of the twos. And Bram Beelan's all over the back of him and he's going for it straight into turn 1. Well, it was a nice look there from the Dutchman, but Dennis Duna was able to hold on. Remember, actually, that this was the battle when Beelan came into the pits. He tried to undercut Duna, didn't work. He's gained that time back. And Beelan now looking hungry, looking to try and take this position on track this time.
He is, yes. He's going to want to have a go. I think we've... yeah, sorry, I was just noticing that wasn't happening. So, yep, someone's drinking an icy beverage. That's me.
Oh, wow.
Woo!
Dennis Duna. Oh, goodness me, that was weird. Dennis Duna really squeezing Bram Beelan onto the outside of the track and onto the curbing as well. As we head through Fangio and up towards turn 10, the next overtaking opportunity. I mean, it's all elbows out for Duna. And Bram Beelan's going to have to get a bit brambly, I think, if he wants to get past this Corvette.
Yep, he's going to want to have a good go at it here, Bram Beelan. He's going to really have to stick the pressure on Dennis Duna. Yeah, goodness me, what's happening with my voice? I'm hitting new octaves.
Going all over the place.
I'm hitting new octaves. Oh, my neck.
Really putting pressure on Duna, though, is Beelan, almost pushing the Corvette round turn 15 and turn 14. Through we go into turn 15 and then 16 here, Le Mans Complex, onto the back straight. We saw that the Corvette had enough grunt to hold off the Ferrari in laps gone by, and I think it might very well be status quo. Indeed, yeah, the Corvette really pulling away nicely. The draft only coming into effect now for Beelan and into Sunset Bend, unable to gain much on Duna, though he seems to have gotten a much tighter exit there.
And
it is Beelan into the pits. Interesting, trying to do the undercut once again.
I think this might be a driver's swap because he's been in for almost 2 hours now. I'm just looking at the spectator list. There's a couple of drivers in waiting to go into the car, but don't know whether any of them are SRVN drivers.
It's Roting and Schlabs. Roting might be.
Beelan might be about to switch out, but we do not know.
I have a feeling it might be Roting, actually, because that's a very early stop.
Let's have a look on the side. No, I can't really check on the side of the car, say who's in the car. Better an entry list for that sort of thing, which you have, James.
Do I have an entry list?
Well, you can get one.
I do have an entry list. It's on my internet side of things. Let's have a little look, shall we? No, Schenkels, Van Buren, Dahan.
In an unrelated matter, Arne Schoenvliet is in the spectator list, so this could be a change for the Northern Lights car.
Okay, yeah, and I don't think we are going to see a driver change for Beelan then. For
there's
Jimmy
a couple
Allison.
more right now, so lots of driver changes coming up. Oh,
It's
sorry, Arne
Revolution
Schoenvliet, it's Revolution Racing.
Yeah.
I've got my teams wrong.
I was just about to say. So, yeah, it looks to me like Beelan, and indeed Beelan leaves, so he's staying in the car for now, as he's overtaken by a number of AM cars. He's down to P26 overall. Will Duna respond? I doubt it.
Actually, quick question, James. Who's the other driver in the number 50 Sim Racing for Holland car?
Between Robin Frein, after Robin Frein, you mean?
After Freins, yeah, who was it?
Dries van der Elsen.
Ah, right, okay. Well, I thought he was...
And apparently also Marcel Offermans is driving in that car as well.
Well, neither of those are waiting, so I think there's no change there, but I was just wondering.
Yes.
Yeah, let's look at it, because there's a Revolution Racing car waiting possibly for a driver change. We've got a couple of teams waiting for a driver change then, possibly. Let's see if anyone's going to pits. I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we should actually mention... I was just going to mention, actually, because Jimmy brings up a very good point. The SFH50 car is driving on the same rig, so it will be Robin Freins all the time, so we don't actually know when they drive a swap.
Yeah.
We know that Robin started the race,
Yeah.
but we don't know when or who's going to be finishing it or who's going to. So that's why we're generally ignoring the 50 car throughout the entire broadcast because we just don't know.
Yeah, we never know. And the 51 technically as well, but there's a couple of cars in. There's a yellow Ferrari for some team.
GTM leader Annie Al-Habsi's in as well. So everyone actually coming into the pits, which means that we should probably go to an ad break maybe in the next couple of minutes.
Al-Sabni's the pro leader.
Okay. Yeah, Jakovic in as well, so
P2 and
there we go.
P1 in.
There we go. Vogel changes to Schlab, so Olivier Schlab's in. Tobias Rernat comes in as well. So there you go. Some driver changes happening. There's Nicky Jakovic in. Hani Abselti obviously in as well. But Jakovic could be about to change possibly, depending on whether Team Virus have any drivers waiting. Abselti might be waiting.
Yeah, I don't see any of the Virus drivers in. What about Al-Habsi though? Or
Al-Sabni.
Al-Sabti. There we are. Got there eventually. Actually, I think this might be a driver change to Kevin Roting then.
Yeah, that
Or
might be
Scuderia
that.
on.
Yeah,
because it's a 3-driver
Adam
team.
Taylor in. Adam Taylor in for Dark Racing. So this could be a change as well if there's any drivers waiting for them.
So, yeah, I'll have Al-Sabti falling down the order. We're just waiting for this confirmation. This is quite a big change, to be fair, because that team has led the GT Pro class
Taylor
for
leaves.
the entirety of the race. Taylor remains in the car for Dark Racing. Very long stop for both Al-Sabti and Jakovic.
Yes, change to
There was a
Stefanic.
change for Jakovic,
Stefanic
yeah.
has gone in for Virus. And
Yeah,
Roting in for Scuderia Leone.
So, same teams, new battle. We'll see how they fare in the next couple of hours or so. We're going to see how we fare in the next couple of minutes to go, though, as we head into an ad break. Make sure to stay in tune, though. With all these driver changes, it's sure to bring up a couple of new battles. Stay with us on the other side. We'll see you soon.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here at Sebring, as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated, it's R Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. Thank you to all of our generous sponsors. To recap the race so far, it's been a dominating affair for Stephen Bailey up at the front. He leads currently by a monstrous 39.1 seconds from Martin Furman, who then leads by another 4 seconds from Kuba Brzezinski. The Feeder Sport Poland car did have pole position, but has fallen back through a number of mistakes from first driver Nikodym Wisniewski. In the LMP2 field, it's Anthony Ans, service as always, as usual I should say, leading that field with currently Atlantic Motorsports, Conor McCarroll leading the GT Pro class. That said, we're in the middle of pit stops, so that is sure to change. It was Scuderia Leon's Hani Al-Sabti leading. He's out the car now, Kevin Roting in, and their close battle with Team Virez has continued on into this second stage.
We've got a yellow flag in sector 1.
Sauvage and then Sovianic, there we are, as we have a yellow flag in Sector 1 apparently. Don't
I
need to
saw a
worry
yellow
about
flag being waved in Sector 1. I don't know what's going on, but I saw one being waved. So I'm trying to look see if there is an incident. Anyway.
No worries. But anyway, in the AM class, it's Revolution Racing with Ed Trevelyan Johnson. He is currently leading that and has led since the start pretty much. A great race for Revolution in the AM car so far. We also like to have a special mention to our special guests for this evening in terms of the grid itself. The Sim Racing for Holland number 50 car, currently being driven by Robin Freins. You probably all know him. Dries van der Elsen and Marcel Offermans, part of that team. And we're hoping to get an interview with, if not one of them, some of them, later on in the broadcast. So stay tuned for that. Joshua Anderson, while we're doing this little self-plug moment, is going to talk about another lovely level of competition.
Yes, we are. We, of course, have the several series that we're running over at simracing.club, which is essentially the sort of extra, aside bonus course to the VEC, run by the same admins and others. And we have a couple of series going over there. We have the Porsche Super Cup series, which uses Porsches, of course, as it's called the Porsche Super Cup.
Enduracers Flat 6.
Enduracers Flat 6, highly acclaimed mod, moving over to R-Factor 2. It is a lovely mod, I will give it that. It's absolutely fantastic racing can be had in it. And as well as that, we have the virtual rally championship as well, using Dirt Rally. I've been part of that myself, had a couple of highs and lows in it, running P2 in some rallies and then crashing out to name one.
No.
And as well as that, we have the upcoming virtual Le Mans series as well, which is based roughly on the, I think it's the European Le Mans series, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, virtually based on that, running the same dates, hopefully, or similar dates for same race lengths. And as a sort of support series to the VECs, where top teams from there can get the chance to move over up to the big leagues.
It's all very exciting. It's all going on. If you want any more information, then just head on over to either the Virtual Endurance Championship website or indeed the Sim Racing Club website. And you will find all of the informations that you may need, including sign-up info and broadcast info and all of the things. Because I know that I think Lewis McGlade, who handles the qualifying broadcast for the VEC, is handling the Porsche Super Cup broadcasts. So good quality commentators, good quality broadcasts, and certainly worth a look if you enjoy this sort of stuff but perhaps don't have 12 hours to plug into watching something.
And it's LMP2s as well, which is slightly easier than LMP1s to drive. So if you don't quite fancy the hellish LMP1s and you want something a bit more saturated and a bit more easy, laid back, not necessarily not serious, because well, LMP2s are serious business, you can join that as well, because it's using a different mod to this as well. It's not using the URD cars, it's using hopefully going to be the Enduracers LMP2s.
Very nice cars indeed as well. Both Enduracers and URD just make absolutely outstanding endurance content. And of course, the advantage of the Enduracers stuff is that it's free.
Yeah.
And so it means that you do not have to. Which means you don't have to pay a thing. But we do have a battle, albeit it's one where one person is a lap down on the one in front. Robin Weiser for Seawolf in P13,
yeah,
Antonio Castagna in P14. So Castagna's trying to unlap himself here. But it's very difficult, these situations, Josh, isn't it? Because you're so eager to just get past and try and gain some more time back on your rivals. But at the same time, the guy ahead, it's like, well, I'm ahead, you're a lap down. Why should I let you pass?
Yeah, but if you have the chance to overtake or lap yourself, you've got every right to, if you're faster. I mean, yes, you might just have to let them back through again, but if you can lap yourself, it can really be helpful sometimes.
It gives something interesting to do, for sure.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult because the person becomes like, what the heck, why do I have to let you do your lap down, get out of my way? But the person behind's like, you know what, I have a chance to have a go for you here, I'm going to go for it.
Either way, it looks like Castagna's fallen behind quite a bit, unfortunately. I noticed Vice is actually on the harder tyres.
Yeah, Martin Service has gone through, which might be it, but that might be a traffic problem.
Yeah. Well, anyway, can we actually have a little talk about Stephen Bailey here? He's extending his lead. Lap upon lap is now 41.2 seconds. It seems to me like 3 Wide and Feeder Sport have absolutely zero amounts to reply, as Jimmy Broadbent, I noticed, in the number 7 DHR car comes into the pits. 3 Wide has been a podium player, always.
never really truly threatened at the front on a consistent basis. Peterborough Poland's had a bit of a nightmare though. They started on pole position and they've only gone back.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a problem for them. I mean, this is kind of the reverse as far, where they had problems then came back from it. But yeah, it's not really been their race this race compared to how it was. And DHR out there leading. Just looking at the pits, actually, Robin Frines is in. So this could be a driver change. We won't know for certain, but Frines is in.
So him along with Broadbent.
Him along with Zanabini, Cox, a couple of others as well. Broadbent in as well. Broadbent leaves now. Zanabini comes out. I think he might have changed it for the car, indeed. And Kevin Cox in the, I think that's the Revolution Racing Viper, but I'm not sure.
I don't think it is. I'll go and check for you, don't worry.
It's the 174,
Rev Sim
so...
Racing UK. Rev Sim Racing UK.
Ah, well, it looked kind of similar to the other one, but the Revs team, yes. Kevin Cox driver there. I've raced against, well, I've seen Kevin race before. Very, very good driver. So, he's in the car, maybe coming out of the car, I don't know, but they're down in 38th, which is a problem for them. Hopefully they'll be able to get back going again and make a charge up the field, but, you know, oh, hang on, R2 on Twitter. James, keep an eye on that. There's loads of comments going on.
On Twitter? I've had none of the Twitters through.
Yeah, come on, give it a look, man. I can't. I'm too busy looking at other stuff.
Yeah. Hello, Image Space Incorporated, by the way, one of our lovely sponsors today.
Hi, Image Space.
I will get to you eventually. I promise. I think the problem is that they're probably using the hashtag VEC Sebring, but they're not using, or they're not including my Twitter handle, which is why I'm not getting messages through.
Just keep a look at VEC Sebring as a general hashtag.
Yeah. In general, if you want me to absolutely notice your tweet, then at Kirky Life, that's KIRKYLIFE, that will let me know exactly what's going on. Apparently, I've had notifications through.
Yeah, that'll be.
Oh, my
doing
phone!
stuff.
Why? It might be different stuff. I will have a look. It might be YouTube channel related.
It could be anything, but keep an eye on the hashtag forward, please do.
It's
good if you did that.
It's the Kirky Life Gaming channel, by the way. No,
Yeah, we're going to drive a change in the Revs car. Vilbert Velhove in. So he's changed it to the Revs car, hoping they're going to get them up pits. Manuel Marcini is out, but Robin Frines is still in the pits. Marcini out in the Texas drivers, sorry.
The amount of time that Frines has been in the pit suggests that someone is getting out of the rig. Hello to Ewan O'Leary. He did message me, and it is relevant. Great racing, everybody. Keep up the battles. That was an hour ago, so apologies. As I say, nothing's come through to my phone, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on my laptop as it is. Hashtag big wing or bust, which actually rip big wing or bust.
Rip big wing.
Because the big wing is no longer an option on the Viper. Sad times.
Unfortunately. So Friends' car is out. It still says Friends in, but we don't know whether he actually is because, you know,
they're on the
no
same
chance
rig.
to drive a change.
They're on the same rig. Yeah.
So we don't know whether Friends is actually. Sorry, Friends. What am I talking about?
Oh, Frines! No!
Josh, you're an idiot, man!
You've let them back in.
Yes, come on, Josh. Drink your Dutch beer. Get it back on.
Oh dear. Right, so hello to official R Factor 2 here. 23 laps in, Stephen Bailey out to a 21-second lead. The pit stops begin. Beelan and Duna door-to-door in a fantastic battle. Lovely to have you along, ISI, and the official R Factor Twitter account. I think it's absolutely fantastic that this championship has been noticed by the people who make the simulator that we are running on. It makes me feel like we've hit the big leagues, Josh.
It is, yeah. I mean, it really does. It's such an honour to have guys like Tim Wheatley and ISI on board watching us. It really makes us feel rather special, and you know, gets more exposure for not just us, but for the league as a whole.
Absolutely, love it. Anyway, I was looking at the points difference, by the way, in terms of what will happen in that LMP Championship if Doug Henson Racing's 8 car do go on to win. In the current state of affairs, they would take the lead of the LMP1 Championship back.
Yeah, they would. That would be obviously beneficial for them. Leading the championship would be a major bonus. And that would be fantastic as well. Yeah, we are getting a lot of tweets in from the R Factor 2 account. So, yeah, as you can see with VEC Sebring as the hashtag, you know, keep it going, guys. We'd like to see your tweets.
Hashtag VEC Sebring at
at RF2VEC, at Kirky Life. Those
You can
are the hashtag and
Yeah, you could also
handles
use
that you have
mine
to
as well,
remember.
but I don't really
Oh.
check it as much. It's at Joshams_Cosmo. That's JOSHUMS_COSMO. And if you want to give that a look, you can. I'll be sure to keep my notifications checked. But the hashtag is more likely to get your responses.
We love interactions. That's what this is all about. Go technology.
Oh, we got a new tweet.
Oh.
And they just tweeted again. 2 hours, 10 to go. And Stevie B currently dominates, leading by 40 seconds.
Mhm.
Just keeping a live feed on for everyone. Thank you again, guys.
It's lovely to have as many people along. And of course, if you are interested in getting involved directly in the broadcast, heading into the room with us, then make sure to head on to Virtual Endurance Championships Room 1 TeamSpeak. Head into the waiting booth below the broadcast room, or above the broadcast room. Can't remember off the top of my head. Actually, I can check. It is below us, so it's in the broadcast subtopic, waiting booth. Head in there, and once we spot you, we'll probably bring you in and just have a lovely chat.
Yep, I have news re a driver change.
Oh.
We have Jimmy Jill Halvorsen waiting in the lobby, so I'm going to assume that is actually now the Northern Lights car going to change after a mistake we got them before. Oh,
Yeah.
what are the Twitter handles again, someone asks? I think we'd better take that away because we need to be sure.
The Twitter handles are at Kirky Life, so KIRKYLIFE, and at RF2VEC. I think we'll, since you don't check Twitter that much, and since you're keeping an eye on the comments, Josh,
I'll
we'll
keep
probably
an eye
keep
on
it
the-
simple.
I'll keep an eye on the hashtags and I'll keep an eye on the YouTube feed, but it's better to tweet you directly for stuff like that in case they miss the hashtag out.
Hashtag VEC Sebring, by the way. Nice and simple. You don't have to add any handles if you don't want to, but it definitely gets, or at least it should get noticed now that I'm on my laptop, a lot quicker if you mention the handles, because it goes straight through as a notification to me.
A lot better anyways, yeah, and that means you get directly involved in Cuba Brzezinski in the pits.
This won't be for a driver change, that is for sure. Probably
Yeah.
a fuel/tyre stop, I
Yeah.
would imagine.
But bear in behind him, which will be for a driver change.
Yes, indeed. So, Stephen Bailey leads by 40. I'm actually surprised at how much time Brzezinski had lost to Furman as well. I think fair play to the three-wide car and Furman. Ever since taking second position after Wisniewski's mistake in the first stint, he's really held his own. I mean, yes, he's losing time hand over fist to Bailey ahead, but at the end of the day, a second is a second, and I think they would. I mean, if they were to say you can have this second at the end of the race, I think they take it nice and easily now.
Yeah, they would, because second place is, well, not quite as good as the win, but it's a very good position nonetheless. If you could tell me I'd have a second, I'd just drive nice and carefully and take it, because second would be lovely, because I've never had a second. Well, I say I've never had a second. I have won a league race before, but it was an unofficial one, so...
An unofficial one. Well, you've won some things better than me.
I have won something, yes,
I've
it was
not
a very
won-
close one, too.
I've not won a single thing in my life apart from the heart of my girlfriend.
Well, you're luckier than me, then.
Oh, come on. You've got all this sim racing and you've got plenty of free time on your hands as well. I have zero free time now because of the life I lead.
Well, at least, yeah, speaking of time, I mean, it's about that time of the year where I get a year older coming up soon on the 21st of March.
Oh.
So, only about 2 weeks away, and I'm going to figure out what the heck I'm going to do.
Fun times.
Yeah, it's on a Monday this year, which is unfortunate because we have to be in sixth form college half the day, but after that, I'm free as a bird.
I loved half days at sixth form though.
Oh,
They were brilliant. We got to go home at lunch.
Yeah, half days are brilliant, and I even have every other Wednesday off.
Oh, it's lovely. That's like university already.
In fact, it really falls brilliantly for me because that week we only have half a week because it's before we break up for the Easter holidays, and I'm only in half the Monday and then the full Tuesday because I get that Wednesday off anyway. So I'm only in 2 days and I get 2 weeks.
Here's a nice question that I'm going to ask you now. Easter, of course, a lovely time of year. For Christians, of course, it has a much more significant meaning than perhaps just the general public, but it's often a time where families, if they're generous enough, of course, give some gifts and such, and it's usually in the form of chocolate. Were you ever one to enjoy money over chocolate, though?
Oh, that's a good question. Easter has always been about the chocolates for me. So I'd like money, but it's not totally as important as Easter because that means loads of free chocolate. So I've always been a chocolate person. We do have a tweet in just down slightly from Evan Spall. Talking door racing 71 and 17 changing drivers soon. I don't know if that's a room 2 thing or not, but I think one of the talking door cars was in room 1.
No, yeah, one of the talk doors was. Where are they?
Let's have a look, because the
Oh,
talking
there we
doors
are. So
in
Tobias Rona.
Ah,
in the
Rona, where's
GTM.
Rona? He's
Yeah,
oh, he's
mate.
31st. Yeah, oh, that's what it was. The yellow cars, the TDR. Sorry,
Yes.
everyone.
Very yellow as
With
well.
those yeah, very yellow livery.
I'm not going to miss that.
No.
The only way they could probably be more noticeable is if they had like that fluorescent safety jacket green or something.
Oh wow. I'm gonna look for the other car as well, see if that's on the grid. I don't think it is, but
Oh dear.
it could be.
Me
Oh
personally.
no, it is. It is. It's the black and yellow one.
Yeah.
And the other one's yellow and black, so the colour swap.
Ah, sensible, nice and distinctive. Back to the thrilling
discussion.
debate. The thrilling debate at hand on money over chocolate. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the YouTube comments as well, since you're on it with us. I used to be chocolate, now I'm money all the time, all the way. Like I can buy chocolate any time of the year. That said, though, there was a lovely egg that I got a couple of years ago, which was a Lindt strawberry cheesecake egg.
Oh wow.
And so not only was it Lindt chocolate, but they had Lindt strawberry cheesecake bar in there.
And that
as
was
well.
pretty much gonna be your dream anyway.
That is my dream anyway. As many of you will know by now, big fan of cheesecake. So
Yeah.
anything related to that is thumbs up from me.
Yeah, anything related to cheesecake always gets a thumbs up from Kirky. I like cheesecake.
Oh,
Who
you-
doesn't like cheesecake? Hashtag cheesecake is best cake. Get it trending.
I should try and get Cheesecake Factory to become the lead sponsor of my personal sim racing team.
Oh yes.
Oh, what about the Cheesecake Factory Virtual Endurance Championship?
Oh.
Please, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Oh, no!
You didn't hear that? Ah, Cheesecake Factory VEC. Gotta happen.
You got to try and get them as a sponsor, Jimmy.
Ivan Zupanik in the pit in all this.
Yes, indeed.
From P15 there. Actually, is that a drive? It changes. He was Seawolf.
Yeah, I think he is.
He is with Seawolf, so Zupanich has come in, therefore, so he's a new driver.
Yeah, so he's changed over, and then that's something. I think we're gonna go for a break for a couple of minutes.
Are we?
I think Jimmy said something about that, didn't he?
Jimmy said he was gone for a couple.
Couple of minutes.
Oh, right.
was gone,
Sorry, well,
but
I'm
we
an
are
idiot
going.
then.
There we are.
Oh,
Oh,
fair
coffee.
enough. Just
The
the
coffee
coffee. Get the
hasn't-
coffee.
The coffee didn't work for Josh, though.
Yeah, you have to wait for it to kick in. It's kind of like a turbo lag, as we said. You have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
wait for it to kick in, then it works.
Yeah. Oh, well. Okay, we're going to leave... Okay, so we're going to be on Cuba then. Just watching him go round. I've actually figured out why I thought my sound had gone. The LMP1 noises don't work. After he
You
said
must
green,
have
green,
installed
green.
it. There's people are complaining of that, but they didn't install it in the right order. So I've got noises though, and I can hear the canal boat sounding R18 and the very nice, otherwise sounding Porsche 919.
What are you supposed... I'm guessing... I installed the cars first. And
Yeah,
then
I don't
the
think
sounds.
you might not have installed the old sounds. That's what worked for me.
That's it. I haven't uninstalled the old sounds.
You could go and do that if you wanted, but
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah,
Besides, I mean, it's what? We are 2.5 hours in, so actually I've only got 1.5 hours left on lead comms anyway, so I could just do that after and be ready for the next race, which incidentally we could probably talk about, which is, got to internet work, please. Please,
it's
internet.
something. It's a race.
There it is. It's a race. Not Mario Kart though. That'd be dangerous. No banana peels or oil sticks. We don't want oil sticks, please.
Definitely
not that. There we are. Istanbul Park.
How
6
much is-
hours. So one of
6
our
hours.
shortest
Wow,
races.
that's nice and short.
Yes, and then of course that's followed by 6 hours of the Nürburgring, not the Nordschleife, the Nürburgring, and then already end of season, 11th of June, 24 hours of Le Mans.
Wow, that
That's-
it
oh,
has
hello, that
flown
is-
by, hasn't it?
Hold on, that's I heard someone going off track.
So did I. So did I. I'm gonna look.
Who is that? Oh, he was just ahead of Brzezinski, whoever it was.
So could have been
I-
anyone.
Oh, here we go. It was Bryson and Fazzy there. Bryson and Fazzy, they both went off together and into the wall.
Yeah, Fazzy has a bit of damage to his car now, so
What about Bryson? Bryson,
Oh,
yeah, Bryson is missing a rear wing.
That's going to be pit stops involved.
So that is going to be a long, and that's Flatline Racing. That's the car which Thomas Jacobs was in. So after all that hard work from Thomas Jacobs, all down the
Bryson
drain,
is crawling at a really
He's
slow
lost his-
speed now.
lost his bumper as well. I'm going to have a look back and see who might have caused what. Yeah.
He's turning the wheel in all sorts of directions. He can barely get the power down.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, no. It's
Bryson.
Bryson. P23. It's about it's a minute back or so.
He's off track, but he can barely get the car down without it spinning everywhere.
What category is Fazzy in?
Oh, we're going to code 80.
Oh, we got
no
code
wonder.
80 then. What category is Fazzy in? Is he GTM?
I don't know. I think he is. I'll have a look. I think he is GTM.
Right. And so that's why what happened because Bryson came across expecting Fazzy to stop, and he didn't.
Yeah. So we have a code 80 in force then, because of that incident. It's going to let Boyd Bryson get the pressure off a bit because he's having severe difficulty even so much to keep that car in a straight line.
That
So
is
no
a
wonder we've got a
balked
code
car,
80
isn't
going
it?
on. There must be heavy damage to that car.
That's a
He's
real
struggling.
shame.
He is struggling.
As I say, I don't think that was Bryson's fault either. I mean, we've had this debate so many times. It is the responsibility of the front runner to actually get. And to be fair as well, Bryson did turn into him. He shouldn't have expected Fazzy to slow because he had enough room on the right to actually, make the corner safe. So maybe it was just another one of those 50-50 incidents. The back marker didn't do the right thing, but neither did the guy who was trying to lap him.
Yeah. I mean, so we have yes,
Gee,
looking for the number 8 DHR because in comes Bailey.
Goodness me, it looks like Bryson's on an ice skating rink.
Yeah, that would that would be interesting. Ice racing.
Well, we kind of saw it. I remember that. Huh? It was Bryson and Fazzy.
So
and
Jimmy just
I
asking
can-
who was involved.
Yeah, I'm just talking to the race director. So basically, Fazzy was on the far left. I think it was going into turn 10. I think it was turn 10. And Bryson basically came across Fazzy. Fazzy should have slowed down, but there was plenty of space on the right for Bryson to actually make the corner fine. He just cut across him.
Yeah, that's not very good.
So yeah, there are boo-boos from both of the drivers, actually, I think. And Fazzy, incidentally, in the pits as well. He's no doubt suffered a bit of suspension damage, lost his front bumper as it happens. Bryson, though, he has been able to get his car back to the pits.
Just about.
Struggling to make it in there. Goodness me.
It's like he's driving a Trophy Andros car.
Looks almost like his car's on caster wheels or something.
Oh yes, like a wonky shopping trolley. I've had that experience.
Deary me. Now, either way, this will give us a bit of time to tell our audience who's where. Bailey's first, with Fuhrman second and Smarter third. That's in the LMP1 class, by the way. In the LMP2, it is still Anthony Jans leading from Augusto Arias and then Per Rosen the second. So MVD jumping Odin so far. In the GT Pro class, it is Scuderia Leon back in the lead ahead of Team Virus. That's Roting ahead of Sofia Nich. And then we've got Revolution Racing with Arne Schoenvlier rounding out the top three. And in the GT AM class, Adam Taylor for Dark Racing. After starting midfield, he's back in the lead. You can't keep him away from that first position for too long. Stefano Zanobini for ROTW is second. And rounding out the top three is the aforementioned Enzo Fazzi, actually. So actually, that is a big point. Fazzi was leading, wasn't he? For Revolution Racing. It was Ed Trevelyan and Johnson. And so that is the leader that has been taken out of the equation now. And that's how Adam Taylor got the lead.
That's going to be a huge shame because that's going to put him right back.
Revolution Racing have had no luck this year whatsoever. I
know
know
that. Buy luck at this race.
Many of their drivers have made mistakes, but.
Oh, I think we'll go back to green.
Okay, so 10 seconds to green then. We'll be ready to get racing once again. Stephen Bailey leading the field by 1 minute 12 seconds, and it is green, green, green. Stephen Bailey gets going again, and Martin Furman behind has to be very diligent there. The Seawolf was quite slow getting away ahead of him. He's able to get past now, though. He's got a bit of indigestion, which is weird given that I haven't eaten anything today. Smart is still in the pits. Cuppen was in the pits. He's just coming out now. Cuppen's actually dropped a couple of places from now. I wonder if it was just a provisional pit stop. He looks like he's on the white marked medium tyres, though. Indeed he is. So no softs for Cuppen. He's going to just be consistent and try and make his way around in P7. Canistrassi P8. Moro VEC in P9, Anthony Yans in the LP2 rounds out the top 10. He is currently 5 laps down. To remind you, we've only had 2 retirements so far today. Gergely Barros for Atlantic and Matthias Grau for PRL.
That's quite good, actually.
Yeah, considering that we're, almost 2 hours into the race. No, we are 2 hours into the race. What am I talking about? 2.5. There we are.
Yep, we are 2.5. Well, are we 2.5? I thought 60 minutes. Yeah, we're almost 2.5.
Almost 2.5 in. Yeah, 7 minutes.
That means we've only got 1.5 more hours of you. That's a shame.
No, it's fine. We'll have you on lead comms, and then we've got the Aussie man himself, Thomas Hinz, coming in for the night stint.
Yeah, but it's not the same without Kirk.
This is the first time where I won't be calling the end of a broadcast, actually.
Yeah, that's a shame, actually. That's a massive shame. I called the end of Spa, and I'm not going to call the end of this. I'm not going to get them power hour.
No, oh, come on, but it's the Fuso power hour with Thomas Hinz. Although, actually, no,
yes.
that's a lie. The Fuso starting grid is no more.
Oh.
Thanks, V8s.
Yeah, thanks. May as well call yourself V10 Supercars now. You've changed everything.
This is actually the shortest commentating run I've had in the BEC so far. I've usually put in 6 hours, and today it's only 4.
Yeah,
I don't even get to come back.
I'm only putting 3.5 in, and I usually do a bit more myself. So,
Well, you got 3.5 on lead comms, but you've also been with me
for 4.
the beginning. So
Yeah, so technically I've done a bit more.
but yes, Thomas Hinz, we love him. He's actually getting his rest this time, by the way. He was absolutely knackered by the end of Spa-Francorchamps, and I don't blame him because he had 0 sleep. So he's getting his sleep now, and hopefully nice and refreshed. And he comes in round about midnight British time.
Yeah, hopefully we'll do. That'll be fantastic to have him on here, of course. Thomas Hinz, as we affectionately call him, always very good at these commentary jobs, knows what he's talking about, doesn't let anyone get away if he sees a mistake, he will investigate.
Mm-hmm.
Never lets anyone escape when they make a mistake. And, you know, that's why we love him. He's so attention to detail.
Driver change in the RGPL car. Zednek out, Melamed in, so the Austrian bringing it round in P5. Actually, not too far ahead of Nathaniel Lupson in the number 9 DHR.
Oh, hang on a minute. Fair point actually in the comments from the VEC team. Bailey right behind Furman. And look at this. He's going to do it. He's going to lap everyone.
Oh goodness, he is.
Yep, good point from the R2 official page on the Twitter. Thank you very much for that comment. But Martin Furman is now only a second behind Stephen Bailey. He'll be getting blue flags waved down him from all directions anytime soon. And the German, unfortunately, having even been in P2, is going to find himself in a rather precarious position. Here comes Stephen Bailey, trying to catch him up. He's going around the outside of Arne Schoenfleur. It's not going to stop Stephen from catching him at this rate.
This is utterly dominating, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. It's like PRL last year. Backstreet might be the best choice for Martin actually to let him through. His Bailey closes. Gets a bit closer. What's he going to do? He's not immediately going for it. He wants to keep that second place as much as possible.
Well, he's going to keep it regardless. He just wants to keep a lap up, doesn't he?
He just wants to keep the honour of being on the lead up a bit longer. But Bailey is going to want to get through round the outside. Furman doesn't fight it. I don't think. Stephen tries, and round he goes. No. He didn't quite get around the outside there. Casper Holidajic ahead of the two of them. And, yeah, Stephen is about to go ahead and lap Martin, if he can catch Martin, that is.
If he can catch him, yeah, I was about to say, we're calling this like a battle. It's just like a chase.
You see? Now it's
here we
Martin
go, though,
Furman
surely.
Now it's Martin Furman saying, catch me if you can, to Stephen Bailey. He wants to go through both the lap change, and it could full well be. And he does that. Now he'll be getting blue flags away from all directions, Furman. He'll be told, he goes off.
Naughty from Furman.
He wants to keep the place, he does, but now it's not going to happen. He goes out. Wow.
No.
Does he even know he's lapped out?
Well, he must do. Because...
Come on, get out of the way. There's blue flags. You know, you colour blind, the colour blue. It's probably if you were in a 3 wide car because it's blue all over. Come on, Martin, get out of the way. Now he waits. Now he's got a bit of a speed
Right,
difference.
there we are.
He's doing it, and through goes Bailey.
There we
He's
are.
done it. He's lapped everyone.
That was a bit. It was like a really annoying spot that you have,
Reluctantly
like
letting them through.
you know those spots that you get right between your shoulder blades, which you
Oh,
can't reach.
yes.
He was like that. You couldn't get rid of him, but eventually he got the message. Then someone else helped him to get rid of that spot, Stephen Bailey, and he is through now. He has lapped the entire field, and we're only 2.5 hours in.
That is a scary thought for the rest of the field. He's lapped everyone. He has a lap gap over anyone. He could make a stop and make a cup of tea, and he'd have enough time to come out in front.
And Martin Furman's going to try and stick with him, but, well, this battle would be a lot more interesting if there was, I don't know, less of a lap between them. And I've just had a message through on Facebook. Who could be messaging me? Maybe they've got some top secret info. I can only wish.
Lewis isn't happy with that, being a detail driver himself. He
It's
wasn't
not,
happy
never
with
mind.
Furman's moves, but in the
No,
comments...
it wasn't great at all. He made himself much more of a hassle than he needed to be.
He should have
for
just got
a
out of the
back
way. I would
marker.
have just got out of the way, but being in second and not wanting to be lapped by everyone, you can understand it, but it's not really the right thing to do.
No. I agree 100%.
Like, it's a sort of point of honour, I guess. Don't want to be lapped by the leader, because that means if you're in second, he's lapped everyone. But you've got to get out of the way, and sometimes you've got to accept that sort of thing. Like, it's not really a good thing to do, but you can understand where he's coming from. He wants to cling on to second and not be lapped as soon as possible.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's happened now, and it means that once again we are in a bit of a... Well, I don't even know what to call it. It's a bit of a low point where...
The doldrums. We're in the doldrums.
The doldrums. That is a great word to use. No battling on track whatsoever. I mean, there's plenty of people around each other, but they're all for lappings and whatnot.
They are indeed, yeah. They're all for lapping each other, and we are in the doldrums. That is exactly what we are. Hang on. Henning Vollet says, look, team speak. I don't know what that means. I thought he was in waiting to be interviewed, but that's not the case. But something's going on.
Yeah, someone would have messaged me as well, I'm sure, if he was that desperate to get in.
Possibly would have, yeah.
No. I don't know. I'm not gonna question either. Just to give you an idea of how damaging those sorts of crashes are. Boy Bryson's still in the pits.
Wow. I was about to say he's been in the pits for a long time now, hasn't he, Shirley? And he's still in the pits, still waiting to get out. He's 34th overall, and he's still waiting. Enzo Fazzi's gone off!
Ooh, Fassi.
Enzo Fazzi's gone off. I was about to say he's going
he's
to have a
lost
chance
his-
to overtake him, but he's off.
Lost his front bumper. Actually, has he lost his front bumper?
He's slowed.
He's
And
lost the top of his bonnet, that's for sure.
That's definite. There'll be some damage done, probably. He's just grinding along the side of the track now. Going to try and rejoin. He's got Canastrassi coming up behind him. Let's see what sort of speed he can do. Steering looks to be okay from inside the car, so he's taking it nice and slowly, though. Yeah, it's not as responsive as it could be, though. So he's damaged the steering, but hasn't completely destroyed it.
Mia, you want to know how damaging this can be with the pit stops? Daniel Faber, we mentioned him earlier, now 30 laps down
Wow.
on the lead. You know, it is truly, truly damaging when you have big offs like that. And got to feel sorry for Flatline Racing, but you've also got to wonder what was going through Bryson's head. He didn't have to pull across the car. He could have just stayed safe, and it brings up this debate once again. Is it really up to the back marker?
Oh, code 80!
As we have a code 80.
Why do we have that?
For, who do we have a code 80 for?
That'll be for Fazzi. Yeah, for
Fazzi.
Fazzi.
Yeah, it
Go
looks like
too
his
slow.
engine's gone. And so code 80 is enforced
Again?
for the third or fourth time. It must be now, surely. And Fazzi once again involved. And interestingly enough, Rudy Huppen has taken this opportunity to go into the pits again.
Well, I don't see why not. Everyone's going pit lane speed, so... And he's 2 laps ahead of Canastrassi as well. So, not really got much gap to worry about. I think he's definitely got the chance to if he wants.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know what, actually, I'm...
Rosalie in as well,
Rose
as is
in,
Broadbent.
Broadbent, yeah.
So
Within.
people are taking the chance.
I'm actually going to take this chance, if you don't mind, to just grab a little drink, because my mouth is dry as the Sahara.
Oh, wow.
Um,
That sounds pretty dry. I'll let
It
you go
is
get that drink then.
seriously dry, and I didn't bring any drink up with me. So maybe talk with people in the comments, maybe check out the Twitters again, and maybe see if anybody doesn't want to join us, because it's been a little while since we had Mr.
Come on, let's
McGlade
have
and
guests
Willis in.
then.
So I shall be right back.
All right, well, as James goes gets his drink, I'll reiterate that request. If you want to join us, pop onto the VEC Room 1 TeamSpeak, pop yourself in the waiting booth, and we'll drag you up and have a nice little talk. Because we do like our guests on this broadcast. We've got a couple of people in the pits at the moment. Cuba Brzezinski, most notably, in the third place Sport Poland car. We've got Per Rosenly as well in P12. Boyd Ryson still in the pits. That is the extent of his damage. But we've got a couple of drivers waiting as well. We've got Yari Vanani, Evan Spawn and Nicky Jakovic waiting, so maybe some pits for those two drivers as teams. More on the Twitters. Another caution for Olympic car. Yes, thanks R Factor 2 again. And of course, domination after 2.5 hours for DHR's number 8 car being driven by Stephen Bailey. I'm wondering when he's going to come in myself, because he's been in for 2.5 hours now, but we shall see. We shall see. As we've got Nathaniel Lupson in as well for DHR's number 9 car, the new entry, the new Audi. Of course, welcome to the league. You're doing well. Vladan Stefanovic in for the Team Virus. This will be a change, I think, to Nicky Jakovic again, possibly. Bryson's still waiting to get that damage. In fact, he has gone back to the pits, has made it back under the code 80. And Vladan Stefanovic in P19 is in, of course, as I've mentioned. And in all this, Martin Furman is still not unlapped himself on Bailey. Obviously, because there'd be no chance to. But Bailey still leading by full lap. So yeah, we are just, I think we're coming up to 155 minutes in. That's just over 2.5 hours of this race. And this is a 12-hour race, meaning just under 10 to go. I'm just going to consult the YouTube comments now for a bit. See what's going on. Not really a lot, unfortunately, just people talking about the race, which is a good thing. Don't stop talking about the race. But would like to be talking up here with us in the broadcast, if you want.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am back.
Yes, you are, conveniently.
And, you know, it wouldn't be a break without a Kit Kat.
It wouldn't. In fact, speaking of breaks, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and go see if I can arrange some food.
Okay.
So
right.
you come back, I'm going.
Oi. So how are all you guys doing anyway? I'm having some nice orangeade. We're not sponsored by Orangeade, or Kit Kat for that matter, but you gotta do what you gotta do. We're still in code 80, and it has been some hell of a race, to be honest. We've had incidents, we had great overtakes. How are all you finding it? Ooh. Going back to green in 10 seconds, though, apparently, so do let us know in the comments. And when Josh is back, we'll let some of them in on the broadcast. So, green flag is go once again. We are over the 2.5 hour mark now, hurtling towards 3 hours out in 12, almost a quarter of the way through. It's a long race, this one, Sebring, and hopefully we'll see some people coming to close approximation with each other. Because I think that's the one thing that is lacked for a little bit now, is the battles. And let's have a little look. They're like 5 to 10 seconds apart, each of them. But not close enough to make any sorts of moves or get us excited. Vladan Sofijanic is still in the pits, and per Okvist now I notice, LMP2 drivers just swapped out with Yanni Vinari. That is for the SimHQ Motorsports team. And actually, for SimHQ, this is a disastrous race. They're second in the LMP2 Championship, only 9 points behind Spirit. Guess who's leading the race? As we have joining us, Lewis McQuaid. Again, Lewis. Now, apparently, you weren't very happy with the actions of Martin Furman.
It's just backmarking stuff. It's I don't know. Here at the moment, you get a bit annoyed at it, but. You know, end of the day, we've not lost that much time. And it's stuff that if we really felt like we were super impeded by it, just take to the stewards later. It's nothing really. I shouldn't have brought it up in the chat. That was my bad.
That's okay. The chat shows a chat.
Yeah. But yeah, race is going well so far. Bailey was supposed to be out of the car by now, but he was just like,
Really?
"No, one more."
Well, I mean,
but
he's on a great streak already.
He is. He absolutely is. Hodge will be taking over after this. Yeah, it's going well. A lap lead after 2 and a bit hours. Not gonna lie, don't think that will last. I do rate the competition in LMP1 far too highly for that.
You have no faith in your team, Lewis. I mean, this is surely better than your wildest dreams. I mean, one lap is like one lap over the entire field is an exceptional performance after 12 hours. After 2.5, I mean, he's on absolute fire.
Yeah, Bailey's been doing very, very well. It's kind of the if he could do it, we'd be more than happy to have him in for the entire 12 hours. Of course, that's not how endurance racing works. There's no 4-hour rule anymore, but we like to change it up because staying in the car for more than about 2.5 hours gets a bit taxing. But yeah, Hodge will be in after this. Not really sure what's going to happen after Hodge. Bailey might get back in, or I might get back in, or I might get in. I've not been back in.
No.
But honestly, I'm sure a load of teams will be like this. It's not like a 6-hour race where what you do is you just go through the rotation, or an 8-hour race. You just go through the rotation of drivers. You just go driver 1, driver 2, driver 3. That's the race over. Because it's 12 hours, it's that little bit more. You tend to go through the cycle twice. If you've got 3 drivers. So, yeah, this won't be the last time Bailey's in the car, but we know how fast Mr. Furman and Mr. Brzezinski are. So, yeah, you never know. But we know what the 2 drivers that are going to be in our car until I get in know what they're doing. I have no idea what I'm doing.
No?
But they know what they're doing. They know how to do endurance races.
Do you feel that you'll have a better idea about what you're doing by Istanbul Park? Because that's
Absolutely
a very
not.
different circuit to Sebring.
Absolutely not. No, obviously the 8 car won at Istanbul last year, but the lineup's quite different since then. We do still have Bailey, but we don't have a Hardwick or anyone like that. It's obviously, I think for Istanbul we're back to being me, Lars, and Bailey.
But it's the lineup
back
that's got you second in the championship, though.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm fine with having Lars back in the car. It's just the thing is, I'm very aggressively the weak link in the vehicle. I distinctly, I think I said this before, not on this day. I took over the car at Spa. I did 1 turn and crashed. So.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Hopefully that won't happen here. But I mean, the thing is the difficult corner here really is like turn 1. That's the one that you can really easily crash at.
It's all in or all out, very literally.
Oh, it's a horrible corner. Turn 1 is actually one where I don't mind catching traffic because you don't have to do it at full speed.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. The racing though has calmed down a little bit since earlier. I do expect it to peak up a little bit.
That'd be nice.
We were expecting. I would assume you've probably not seen the race, but a few people that have been in VEC for long enough and stuff like that will know exactly what I'm talking about. With the LMP1 category, we were kind of expecting it to be a bit like Istanbul last year, where it was like a 4-way fight for the entire race, and then it rained and the lead was changed like so many times over the last 5 or 10 laps. I think it actually changed twice on the last lap. Before my good old buddy Oscar Hardwick pushed people out of the way. Good lad.
He's at Magenta now. He can't hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. He can.
He can hurt you more legitimately because he's with another team.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had contact once this season, me and Oscar. It was in the pre-season test where I dive bombed him from about 300 meters back.
So it's your fault this time.
It was totally my fault. He did apologise on TeamSpeak though. He said, "Sorry, I locked the rear brakes." I was just like,
sorry, the SFH50s there has just gone for a spin at Sunset Bend. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
Who even is in the SFH50 these days?
Well,
it's not Robin Frines. We're pretty sure.
Well, Robin Frines has said that once he's done with his stint, he might come and give us an interview. But that said, they were in the pits for an awfully long time in their last pit stop, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's either Offerman's or Van der Elsen in there.
Yeah, because as far as I'm aware, they are using the same rig, aren't they?
They are, yes. So it's Robin Friends on R-Factor 2 all the time.
Yeah. But that's why on the timing beam on the left-hand side, there's all 3 names on that list. But yeah, to be fair, considering this is obviously the first race for them guys, and I know obviously the success that Friends has had in real life, he's doing a good job, but Pro is a tough category.
I tell you what, they have been not on the pace, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been quite... I think it says a lot about sim racing now, that if you just turn up, real driver or not, and don't put in the hours which other are putting, then you will end up not on the lead. You know, you can't just guarantee it anymore. As we have Ed Trevelyan Johnson with us now.
Edmund, my old man. Hello.
Hi.
Hello indeed, Ed, and hello me.
Oh, and hello, Josh, back with us again.
Hello.
Yep, I have another coffee.
Another coffee, excellent.
We've had some issues with your car, Mr. Trevelyan Johnson, with repairing and stuff. Talk us about that.
I don't particularly want to go on about complaining about my problems, but it's one of those things. There's nothing we can do about it.
I think it's fair to say it was nothing to do with you personally. I think you did an excellent first stint for sure.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, it was looking pretty interesting between us and Dark. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
It's a tough track, not gonna lie.
I think the debate was that, I mean, certainly the big crash, you know, it could be viewed from either side of things. It was very 50-50, much like a lot of incidents that we have seen this year. And of course, both teams for sure are going to be fighting their corner to you know, tooth and nail to the end. And it's one of those things, I mean, like Lewis said, you just got to hope that the stewards at the end of the day go your way. But either way, how have you been finding Sebring in the GTs? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, as long as you score points at the end of the day, it's better than nothing.
No,
right?
I mean it is in like penalties or anything like that. We take what we get.
How are you finding Sebring in the GTs in general, though? Is it one of the harder tracks that you've had to deal with?
Well, no. I don't know. I mean, like from a pace standpoint, no, because we've been one of the fastest cars in our class, generally leading up to the race. Sorry?
But drivability-wise, I mean, like in terms of
Do you
concentration.
mean like multi-class?
In terms of actually letting other cars through, in terms of battling, in terms of actually focusing and getting round the corners as a fundamental thing yourself.
No, I mean, like, I was expecting more incidents. I actually don't know how many there have been, like, big incidents-wise, but,
I think 3 or
it's
4 now.
Okay. I think people are being generally pretty smart. I didn't really have any big problems with, like, cars passing me or anything like that. People know that, I think this damage thing has been, although it's kind of affected us in a strange way, it's been largely a good thing because people are driving much more safely. I think.
Actually, if I may just interject, I've already just caught on to this now. Sorry, everyone, but I think we have Tim Wheatley in the YouTube chat from Image Space Incorporated.
Oh, really?
Yes, I think we do. He's been here for a long time. We've already just realised.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, T. Wheatley.
But
yeah.
I remember before when we were commentating on the GT Pro and he commentated Wahoo quality. I think he was referring to me.
There we
So
are.
I've been complimented on my Wahoo. I'll do it more often.
Woohoo! As also,
I
just
didn't
to...
realise it might have been him. If it is him, and I'm not being massively paranoid, but...
Yeah,
It
well,
is,
hello
yeah.
Tim. Nice to have you with us. I'm also
Absolute
Luke
honour
Daily
to
in
have
the
you with
pits.
us.
We're daily out of the pits as well, but sorry, back to you, ECJ.
I can't remember what I was saying.
You know what? Neither can I. Maybe, actually, I think we were talking about how many big incidents you were expecting.
and how it's
Yeah.
actually transpired.
I think the damage model is just generally a good thing. That was my point. I think it's I think when I came on the commentary in at Interlagos, I think Kieran Parkin was on at the same time as me, and I was making a big point of complimenting him on how he was passing me in his LMP1, and I'd say like about 90% of the field is kind of up to that standard now, from what I experienced. And I kind of feel like that's down to the new damage system.
It's not just that. I also think the message that a Mr. Jimmy Allison sent out prior to Spa and stuff like that has really sorted some people out and got them into shape. We did have a bit of crazy moves through traffic when the three-way fight at the top of LMP1 was going on at the start. There was some pretty crazy moves through traffic, whereas obviously now it's spread out. You don't need to take so much risk. But I think, at least from what I've seen, that the traffic stuff has not been that bad. Although I can hardly talk them in an LMP1. I get the feeling sometimes I should probably try a GT, except for the fact that I hate GTs.
Yes,
but just to understand that side, because it's something that really actually helped Bailey, because Bailey's got a lot of GT in him. He's done a lot of GT racing on the endurance side of things, so he understands what is good and bad. Oh yeah, there it is. Revolution out. Fixed, done, sorted.
And
That's good news.
on that note as well, the flatline is back out as well. But I was noting, I made sure to note like when or what lap or how many laps they were down, just to see how damaging it was. About halfway through their pit stop, they were 17 laps down. They are now 23 laps down. Yeah. I mean, just to reinforce how damaging
how many laps are we down?
You are 26 laps down.
On Taylor? Or on the leader?
On the leader. On Taylor, you are... Let's have a look where Taylor is. You are 13 laps down.
Yeah, it's just going to be for you guys just to get to the end, get the points and stuff like that. I mean, it sucks. But...
You never know what else is going to happen.
Exactly.
There's a long way to go.
I mean, I know it was a lot earlier in the race and a very different kind of crash, not quite as aggressive and stuff like that, but I distinctly know that Oscar Hardwick in the Magenta Warriors number 24 was involved in a crash on the start.
Yeah.
Or under the first Code 80, rather. And then I run in 5th in class.
Yeah.
Obviously, a very, very different kind of circumstance, but, you understand the point that as long as you keep soldiering on, you never know what kind of results can come your way.
I think Hardwick was involved in that massive crash on the start-finish straight, which led to the PRL retirement.
Probably, yeah. And now he's abandoned his team after V8.
I remember this race last season where I was driving the only Revolution car in GT Pro class, and we were trying to beat GT Italia and Ajira and stuff like that, and not in a sort of a nasty way. We were kind of relieved when Ajira had a disconnection issue at the beginning, because it meant we could get some points back off them. So they went about 4 laps down or something. Maybe Jimmy remembers better. But they ended up, I think we were running in 2nd. They got all their laps back and they finished 2nd or 1st.
Oh, that's so sorry. Bryson's off again. And that is contact with a Sim Racing for Holland car. I'm not sure which one it is.
I'll have a look. It was the. It was the.
It was the 50.
Oh dear.
Oh, the 50's been involved. Oh no, and Bryson's lost his bonnet again.
It didn't look like. I think it looked like they spun.
It was an accident.
It looked like they spun, and Bryson. Wow.
Oh no.
It was. I think that was more a racing incident, to be honest, because Bryson now has a bit of a weird.
He'd lost control of the car by the time they made contact.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. I'm not
gonna do much about
so
that.
there has been an incident, but they were not at fault there.
That's that's bad luck there
That's
for Bryson.
just unfortunate.
That sucks, but
it does suck, but such is life. So it can happen.
He
can
was
have it-
so close as well to getting away with that.
Yeah, it was just
Oh,
it was
poor
the
bloke.
the front bumper. I tell you what, Bryson is, I would argue, one of the nicest blokes in sim racing, but he has approximately 0.1% of the pot of luck that each driver is given each race. I know
remember him in
that
some
it's,
flat six racing not too long ago where he wasn't having so much luck.
I mean, it's arguable that he was at fault for being where he is in the first place, but even still, you know, it's a shame to see him get involved in that sort of incident. Into the pits he comes again, presumably to fix more suspension damage and go even further down on the lead.
It's kind of one of these
it's a shame.
things. It's kind of one of these things that when you've had one thing go wrong with you, and it's the worst feeling when something goes wrong. But because it's always in the back of your mind that, you know, well, that's not the last thing that's going to go wrong here. And yeah, it's usually just a string of things that happen.
They've got that funny pit box after the
yeah. I was
garage
gonna say
line.
they were quite late, weren't they? Weird one. I have absolutely no idea where our pit box is. I've not been told.
When did this replay function come into play? It's great.
It is great. It works sometimes.
Yeah.
I've
It's
seen it.
fantastic.
I've seen it a few times be used. Yeah, I've seen
I
it
really
in
like that.
RF2 about a year ago when it was a glitchy mess, and it would show you whatever it felt like. It really.
Just tell it as it is with
It was in
ISI
control.
in the YouTube comments, Lewis.
Oh, hang on, I've just
It's
seen
not
the
an ISI plugin. It's not. Well.
Oh,
I
no,
have
very-
no idea.
You're talking about R Factor 2.
On the PR car, how come all three names come up under the?
It's because they're all on the
They're
same
all on
rig.
the same rig.
Yeah.
It's possibly not
Oh,
Robin
I
Friends
see.
driving the car at the moment.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
It might
see.
be.
I was
That's
about to say,
interesting.
I was
Might
about
be
to say
Van
regarding the
Delsen.
sim race from Honda cars, Robin Vertigal's just lapped them. So
Yeah.
Robin laps Robin, although we don't even think it's Robin.
It could
Those
be either
things-
Offerman's or Van Delsen.
Could be
in
anyone.
there. It could be anyone.
Those things are allowed to happen as long as it's been cleared, because obviously there is a very strict rule. I'm pretty sure it's still in place, even though the 4-hour rules changed. Although Jimmy will,
Yeah.
it is still in place. Basically, you're not allowed to change rigs, change on the same rig. Basically, so you're not all allowed to use the same rig unless you have had very specific permission, which obviously they have. But I remember there was a lot of controversy back at Silverstone about it all.
There was.
Well, I remember there was a driver
Blonde.
last season in an LMP1
Yeah.
who said that he changed to like his brother or something like that, who got in the same rig.
Yeah.
But obviously it was the same name, and there was no way of verifying it, so I think they got
Yeah.
disqualified.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally fine as long as you get permission for it, really, as long as there's a good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it does affect things like pit stops, especially now in RF2 when there used to be a thing where when changing drivers on a pit stop, you didn't have to select what tyres you were going to pick because it was already going to do it. It doesn't do it automatically, whereas now it doesn't do it automatically, which does increase the time of the pit stop.
It's always a fascinating issue to debate as well, because you go for guilty until proven innocent or innocent until proven guilty.
Everyone's wrong that's not a DHR car for me.
And on that note, I think we shall possibly look to head to our third ad break. Make sure to stick with us. We're sure to have much more banter and great discussions, and hopefully some more battling as well to come. We're going to be heading nearer and nearer the night stint, and that's surely going to cause maybe even more mistakes than we've seen already. So stay with us. We'll see you on the other side. Take care for the next couple of minutes.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
racing. Certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 5 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship as sponsored by Image Space Incorporated. R Factor 2, ISI are with us in the YouTube comments and on Twitter, so hello to you guys. We're also sponsored though by Sim Steering, by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. Thank you to all of our generous sponsors who make this happen. It's been a very interesting race so far, but currently it has been a domination show from the number 8 Doug Henson racing car. Stephen Bailey has lapped the entire field within 2.5 hours. And from where we're sitting currently, it looks like no one can stop him. But we've had 4 cautions that have led to code 80s already. So there are plenty of mistakes going on around this Sebring circuit. There are plenty of crashes that have occurred. And with the night stint still to come, there's nothing to say that Stephen Bailey's lead may not diminish in the future. I'm going to be taking through this last hour for myself, James Kirk. Got Joshua Anderson with me. He'll be taking over on the comms after I leave an hour. And we're also joined by Lewis McVeigh, part of the DHR outfit. So, we were talking about some banterous things and so on, and we're also going to talk about R Factor 2 in general, actually, since ISI is here, and Lewis was alluding to it earlier. It's amazing how far this simulator has come in the last year, and I think I'd be right in saying that 2015 was a real make year for R Factor 2, given the incredible string of updates which he has seen, and into 2016 as well. It's kept on plugging away at it, it's still growing, and with the mod libraries growing in number and quality as well, you'd have to say that R Factor 2 is in a very good looking position, Lewis.
I don't think Lewis is with you, unfortunately.
Is he not? He's gone. Of
Yes,
course
he
has.
is.
Well, maybe we can talk to you, Josh, then.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's come on leaps and bounds. I mean, I picked it up, I remember picking up a demo in 2013 when my laptop wasn't capable enough to run it. Then I got it in about 2014, picked it back again on my new PC, maybe 2015 back end off, and I was blown away by how good it was. I mean, I found, I'm not very good in R-Factor, I'm not a very good sim racer in general, I'm pretty slow. But I found I've come on leaps and bounds in R-Factor too, because it requires such a different driving style from its predecessor. Yeah. It's a lot more realistic in that sense, and it, you know, rewards sensible, safe driving, and it's just such fun to race, because it's so, you've got so many things to think about, like tyres, suspension, downforce, boost, turbos, a lot.
What would be your favourite mod on
R
Factor 2?
Wow, that's asking a good question.
You've got the VEC audience here. Some of them may never have seen R Factor 2 before. Some of them may be driving R Factor 2 for the first time. Some of them may be fully implanted in VEC and don't know about the world of mods outside of there. Is the URD mod the best mod, or is there something which really has stolen your heart?
Oh, wow, that is a good question. I think the word best is quite subjective.
Okay.
In terms of quality, URD is out far away by clouds the best. That is the new phrase I've just coined there, by the way. It is by far and away in terms of quality, URD leading. But they're not my favourite cars to drive.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I don't like faster cars, because I'm a slower driver.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it, I'm just trying to think actually, what is my favourite car at the moment in sim racing? And I really do not know what it is. I mean, it's so difficult, but like, if I was pushed to say anything, absolutely anything, to give a favourite car in sim racing at the moment, if I honestly had to, I would probably say the BTCC mod that's out now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, more specifically some of the front wheel drive cars in that, because I'm so good in them.
So you
But-
actually like it because you like it purely because you're good in them and not how they drive or anything.
Well,
That's interesting.
in terms of drive, because I'm the best of them, then the best. But in terms
Right.
of actual experience and quality, absolutely URD at the moment. But I think, honestly, because I'm so used to it, when the Endurance Series mod comes out, it could eclipse that in terms of
Yeah,
experience.
I am a big fan, and I know a number of people are a big fan of Simtek's Ferrari Challenge mod.
Oh, yes.
That
Gotta
is
talk about
a
that.
glorious mod to drive, and we are all super anticipating the 2014-15 model, which adds a rear wing, which makes it look a lot nicer, in my opinion.
And probably provides rear downforce as well.
Exactly, and I think it's those sorts of. I think there was also a Toyota GT86 that was recently released. If anything, the best driving cars, the cars which you get the best feel from, seem to be the non-regulation cars. I mean, so many people love the GT86 since its release, and plenty of people love the original Ferrari Challenge as well. So it seems that no rear wing equals better appreciation of R Factor 2 almost.
Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, there's even non-realistic cars. Like you've got some fantasy cars out. Technically, they can be just as good as actual fictionally to non-fictionally created automobiles. Like there's a Ferrari F1 concept car for a different sim.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
And people really
Well, actually, no,
got behind that.
There's that's on R Factor 2 now as well.
Oh, it is. Yes, there you go. The Ferrari F1 concept.
I think the Mercedes concept for 2017 might be on R Factor 2 as well.
Do loads of different types of cars as well. I mean, you can get anything on these days.
I still want the Batmobile from R Factor 1.
You know what I want? I want to say this is a bit of an obscure one, but there was a Mazda Cosmo mod, the old 1967 car, and I remember distinctly in R Factor 1, it was a hoot to drive. It's a low power car, but
Yeah.
it's so fun because it slides all over the place and it's nice and holdable. In R Factor 2, that would be a dream for me because it's got a rotary engine, it's low powered, it's light. Like for a stock car series, it'd be brilliant. I mean, it's a classic as well. It's a 1967 car. You don't get many old cars in R Factor 2 these days.
Is that where you got the name of your personal sim racing team from?
Yeah, it might have been.
Ah, I see. I finally understand.
It might have been, yes.
Can you guess where Enterprise came from?
I indeed can. Star Trek, isn't it?
It is indeed. At
There
least
you
someone
go.
got it. Some people actually hadn't clicked together the puzzle, which worries me.
I got it from day one, me, but yeah.
Well, no, I know you did. That's because you are well educated in the realms of
Oh,
sci-fi.
am I really? That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't do well in physics, so not really my sort of thing.
I didn't do well at physics though.
Ah.
I loved the idea of physics, but I could never do it.
Ah.
But anyway, I'm just gonna have my 5-minute look through the field to see whether there is any battle we can actually bring you. But I don't think there is. I'm trying desperately to find something. Is this it? Nope. 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 Unfortunately, it is at a stage where the entire field is just so spread out that there is no opportunity to find people who are racing each other. Which is a shame, and of course
It
our
is a
two
shame.
retirements remain
We want
Barros and
active
Grau.
races!
Well, they are racing, but just not in direct combat with each other.
Yeah.
They're not dueling, as Lewis McGlade would put it.
Yeah, it is nice to see battles on track, and we do like to see it because it gives us something to commentate on.
And to be fair as well, I'm sure that Jimmy will love the peace and quiet because it means no code 80s.
Yeah, it does. No code 80s though won't help some teams who are further behind.
No, indeed, you're right on that. And actually, speaking of behind, is there a classification rule in VEC?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe we should ask Jimmy.
I've never really had to deal with it before because everyone's been close enough. But with the 20-minute pit stops because of suspension damage, worth considering now.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Is there like a classification limit? So, for example, drivers are only classified if they complete 90% of race distance or something. 50%. Okay. And so I'm guessing that's actually is that time based or lap based? Ooh. Okay. Okay. So, that's a difficult one to figure out, but that does put the likes of Daniel Faber in a bit of a troubling position because I'm pretty sure they're completing. Let's see, how many? Let's minus 33 laps, shall we? So so Daniel Faber has completed 70, and Stephen Bailey has completed 104. So he's fine for now. Class leader, right? Okay. In that case, it's a lot better for Daniel Faber. There shouldn't be too much worry. But I say it's not too much worry, but it's certainly something to keep in mind now, Josh, especially with such a long. Because you think about it, 20 minutes round here is going to be what? 12 or 13 laps down instantly?
That is still a lot. And
Yeah.
12 or 13 laps from the lead
Well, actually,
would put
maybe
you in.
close to 10, maybe.
If you led and you were 12 or 13 ahead, you go down to 16th or 17th. If you're 16th or 17th and you go 12 or 13 down, you will go all the way back to 34.
Yeah. Class leader, by the way, in the AM class was Adam Taylor, I should say. It is now Enrico Schala for Dark Racing. They have completed 88 laps, so yeah, only about a quarter of the laps down.
Could be
So
worse.
actually, it could be worse, but
Yeah.
it could be a lot better as well.
I'll tell you what else
And,
could have been a lot better. Oh, Stephen Bailey comes into the pits.
Yes, he does, yeah.
I'll tell you
So
what else
possibly-
could have been a lot better.
What could have been a
The
lot
US TV show Castles attempted a Geordie accent.
better? I've seen the news about this potentially being one of the worst attempts at the Geordie accent in history
Yes,
on
and they should
TV.
have got me to do it.
They said it didn't even really sound like anything.
Yeah, in fact, I've got a friend who is a Geordie. I've got a sim racing friend who is a Geordie. And he said it's like someone took a Geordie, Northern Irish and Glaswegian accent and stuck them together in the Lord Hadron Collider.
Oh dear, it's, Martin Fuhrman is in the pits as well from P2, so our front two are in. Cuba Brzezinski, will he come in as well for Feeder Sport Poland? No, he's going to keep on going around, so he will unlap himself from Stephen Bailey, which I'm sure he will appreciate very much. And he's going to actually also overtake Martin Fuhrman in that move as well. But remember that Brzezinski will have to pit himself. It's all about what he can do in the time whilst he is not pitting, which might impact the Polish outfits race later on. As Kasper
Kolodziejczyk.
Kolodziejczyk, thank you. Kasper Kolodziejczyk is in the pits as
Oh,
well from
hang
the
on,
Gentle
hang on.
Warriors.
I think we're going to have a driver change at the DHR car. Stephen
Well, I
Bailey
think-
is waiting and Adam Hodgkinson is.
Yes,
So
we
Hodgie
were
could be into
expecting this
Bailey.
change. Now this, yep, and indeed he is. So Adam Hodgkinson then into the number 8 DHR car. And what about Martin Fuhrman? Because that 3-wide car, yeah, I think Henning Vollert is in and waiting,
waiting.
so we might have a change for 3-wide as well. Indeed we do. So Adam Hodgkinson in at DHR, Henning Vollert in at 3-wide.
Yeah, and we've
How
got
will this
Daniel
affect
Pizza
things?
with as well, Tal Segal, Tomaso Tritella, all sorts of drivers waiting. Stephen Bailey just come out, of course, maybe we'll get a word with him.
We were expecting that change, thanks to information from Lewis McGlade. How does this affect the race now, though? Adam Hodgkinson, fast driver, good driver, finds himself in trouble a bit more often than perhaps he would like, though.
Yeah, if luck doesn't go his way, it'll help feed his ball pulling the course. But the FSP car have their own problems to worry about in Henning Vollett as well, who's probably on the same lap as them.
Yeah, indeed.
And Henning Vollett, as we know, is quite quick.
He is indeed one of the better drivers there. Brzezinski maintains his time outside of the pits and will go around onto lap 106. And Vollert's going around nicely as well. But interesting that we've got a load of driver changes now, as I noticed Robert Flasniski? Flasniski.
Prince's car is in the pits again, out of interest.
Frines.
Frines' car, Josh, idiot.
And Flasniski is actually... Is he a lap down on... Yes, he is. He's a lap down on... Wait, hold on. Who's...
Oh, Paye is... How did that happen? I think something's happened to team... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Flasniski is in an LP1 car. That is where I've got a problem. Don't worry about me. Max Melamed into the pit as well for team RGPL. I wonder if they're going to have a driver change. Max Melamed has actually not been in the car that long,
Doesn't
so I don't
look
think...
like there's a driver in for RGPL.
Nah, that's fine.
Nico
There's going to be no
Barkley
change
is
there.
in the pits though, Barkley in.
Yeah, Barkley's actually one of the new drivers. He came in at about the 2 hour stint. There we are. I don't think they're going to be seeing much change as well. Stefano Zambini's in as well. There's just a couple of pits here and there. Nothing too spectacular. As Adam Brzezinski's 47. Actually, don't worry. That's because Brzezinski hasn't pitted. I thought Brzezinski was catching up to Hodgkinson hand over fist there. And he might still. Let's see what the gap is. Oh, yeah. Kira Brzezinski's just taking a second out of Hodgkinson.
He is catching up, but he's got to pit.
He does have to pit, yes. But it'd be a very good sign if he can eat into this gap. And I think Hodgkinson being in the car will give a big boost to FPS and 3 wide. Or, sorry, FSP, sorry, and 3 wide. Because they think, well, it's not Stephen Bailey. We have a chance to maybe make up some of that gap again.
Yep, oh, yes, he does. I thought he got a bit of a drift on, but he didn't. But Hodgkin is going to do a good job, obviously, because he does what he does. And he's a good driver. But it will be a bit of relief for Brzezinski and Wallet, because they think at least it's not someone like McLeod or Bailey.
Absolutely. As we're heading, Wallet just getting through the traffic there. Max Melamed has stayed in the car there, just to confirm that. And Anthony Yans, by the way, is out of the car. Nicholas Paye is in for Team Spirit.
We got Zanabini still in the pit. The Frines car's out.
And Casper, Casper's been off the road in 16th. KK, of course. He's been off the road in 16th, but he's back on in 16th as well, so not much trouble there for the Magenta car. Still shows that mistakes are being made. And I do notice that it's getting a little bit dimmer overhead as evening starts to roll in.
I was about to say that it is getting darker, but there's no clouds. So that's at least good. And I think I've got food on the go.
Oh, lovely. What have you got? It's overcast.
Overcast, yes. So I'm going to go enjoy that. I'll probably be about a while.
A while. Make sure, Josh, that you are back in roughly 30 to 40 minutes.
Oh, I'll be back way before then.
Lovely. You can tell everyone all about your food then.
Lovely.
Oh, dear me. And actually, I think there has been a change from Nico Barkley, Alessandro Puoti there. That's a name I've not seen in a while.
But he is in the Scuderia GT Italia Aston Martin car. And where is Barkley? Yeah, I think that was a change then for Barkley out of the car. So Barkley not in the car for that long actually as well. 1 hour. I'm a bit lonely. If you want to join me, remember you can always hop on to the official Virtual Endurance Championship Room 1 TeamSpeak. That's very important. Hop into the waiting booth below our broadcast room. And if I notice you, I can bring you in. Because who doesn't want people to talk to? Certainly, I do. I love talking to people. Alright then, so, actually I might as well, while I am here, open the YouTube comments so I can talk with you people. Because
then I can actually get some interaction going. We'll also like to remind you that you can also get in contact on Twitter as well. There have been plenty of tweets coming through using the hashtag VEC Sebring. And you can also get in direct contact with me at my Twitter handle of @KirkyLife. That's KIRKYLIFE. And I can probably give you a shout out on there. I can give you a shout out in the room as well, which I'm just about to join in this very, very quiet period of the race. So just to remind you about potential championship connotations as well, if the results remain the same as they are, then Doug Henson Racing takes the lead of the LMP1 championship. It was 8 points between the two going into this round, and so it's pretty imperative for them to get on the front foot here, especially at the second half of the season. We've got Turkey left, we have the Nürburgring left, and of course we've got the 24 Hours of Le Mans left. They're all very, very big races in terms of importance, not necessarily length. Yes, we do have the 24 hours at the end, but Istanbul and Nürburgring are both 6 hours each, so much more sprint format based. That might fall into the clutches of FIDE Sport Poland, who have two very fast sprint drivers in Wisniewski and Brzezinski. And so any extra points that DH can pick up here, I think would actually be things which are, or points which are much, much appreciated, almost bonus points, if you will. Because I don't think even they expected, certainly from the sounds of Lewis McGlade, to be a full lap ahead. Right, and so I've now got a somewhat slow view of the chat box going. I can get involved with you there and then. But back to the racing itself. Hodgkinson has lost another couple of seconds to Brzezinski. It's now 44 seconds, and Brzezinski still going on. That said, he must have made a mistake somewhere or gotten through some poor bits of traffic, because he's now 47 seconds behind. And that is the one thing, or the couple of things actually, which might stop FIDE Sport Poland, who, I remind you, need to pit still from A, taking second, and B, maybe even challenging for the win. They need to get through the traffic effectively, and they need to not make mistakes, because Wisniewski made a major one, which is what even led to them losing second place to 3 wide in the first instance, of course, as he just gets past Kevin Roting there, Kuba Brzezinski. Just going to head down the field to see whether there isn't anyone relatively close. As Per Rosenlee comes into the pits, the Danish driver. And let's have a look. Tonga Guardi has just gone round. He's at that download. There's no need to worry about that. Jimmy Jewel Halvorsen, what a great name, is in the car for the Pro Team. Going down the order. For the Pro Team Northern Light Racing. They have had a bit of a disappointing race actually today, Northern Light Racing, but they're turning the championship based more on consistency than pure speed alone. Maybe they'll be able to regain some of the places throughout the race as it goes. Wow. There is literally no one near each other. Literally no one. There's people lapping each other, there's this and that, but man. No direct battles. So I guess, who should we keep an eye on? We should keep an eye on Kuba Brzezinski. That's who. He gained another 3 seconds on that lap on Hodgkinson, but he is now into the pit. And we'll see whether the time that he gained over Hodgkinson is time gained on Henning Vollert as well. Remember that Vollert, 3 wide in particular, pitted a lot earlier than FIDE Sport Poland. Henning Vollert going into the car. One of the faster drivers, Vollert, in that team as well. He's just trying to slice through the traffic. And interestingly enough, Vollert has caught up to Adam Hodgkinson, and he's trying to unlap him now in a very bizarre anti-move to what we had before, where Stephen Bailey was trying to lap Martin Fuhrman. Where's Brzezinski? Still in the pits. Henning Vollert just rounding Sunset Bend now with Adam Hodgkinson. So as it is, oh my word, and Vollert, very close to hitting Hodgkinson there. Brzezinski still in the pit, so Vollert will retain second place.
Will he be able to unlap himself on track, though? Things are looking very good for the Germans so far as we head through turn 2 and into turn 3. Just getting a look at their tyres. It seems that both are on the stock compound as well. So this is just pure pace differential in terms of drivers from the 3-wide outfit. Hodgkinson probably just looking to do a consistency job more than anything. But this could represent a major swing towards the other two teams on the LMP1 podium here, as Vollert tries to unlap himself from the red, grey and black DHR 8 car. Of course, one of the major things that Vollert's going to have to consider here is that Hodgkinson has absolutely zero right to let him pass. He can keep that position as long as he wants. He's lapped him. Technically, Vollert should be behind, but if Vollert has got the pace to pull away, of course, then obviously it's hurting his race the longer he stays behind the Englishman. As we head out onto the second of our back straights, and Jimmy Broadbent then in the number 7 DHR car comes into the pit. That might actually be another driver swap, though I don't see anyone there as of now. Vollert and Hodgkinson just coming round turn 16 and onto the back straight now towards Sunset Bend, the final corner, turn 17. Got a bit of traffic here and there. Vollert trying his best to get into the slipstream, but unable to get past Hodgkinson. And this is just going to be hurting his race now. Yes, Kuba Brzezinski is behind, and behind by quite a way, as well as Nathaniel Lupson also comes into the pits. That's the number 9 DHR car. But Vollert ultimately wants 3 wide to try and have as much of a chance of winning this race still. Because I remind you, it's a 12-hour race. We are only 3.5 hours in. You know, there is still every possibility that 3 wide can win this, especially with the night stage coming up. And looking at the traffic ahead now, this might be Vollert's best chance of catching Hodgkinson, perhaps focusing on other things rather than himself. Heading down to the hairpin, Vollert's looking in, but he's not going to dive. And that's probably the smartest thing. He got spun there earlier with a very eager move. There is lots of traffic as Broadbent comes out in fourth, so no driver change there at the number 7 DHR car. We'll see what happens with the number 8 as, dearie me, coming into, what is this, turn 10. There is so much traffic to try and get around, and I'll tell you what, both Hodgkinson and Vollert are doing this expertly, really putting on a masterclass in how to get around your opponents. But Vollert right on the back of Hodgkinson now into the mini straight here, and that preludes turn 14, which is Bishop here, and then into turn 15, and then into the Le Mans complex, which includes turn 16 here, onto the back straight. Oh, and there's a crash! Oh, no! Oh, goodness me, both of the leaders have just lost their front bumpers! That is incredible. It was the Texas drivers. Aston Martin had spun at the edge of Le Mans, and both Hodgkinson and Henning Vollert have lost their front bumpers, and this could fall right into the hands of Feeder Sport Poland, who are there. They got all of their parts on, and as if luck could not go in their favour this race, well, she's certainly woken up and smelled the bacon now, because Feeder Sport Poland could very well lead this race by the end of the Code 80. Massive, massive implications. I told you there was a long time to go before we even hit the night stint. A massive, massive impact on this race. And looking at it now with the Texas driver's car, I really do not think that there was much that it could do here. Let's have a little look. Going back, it had completely spun. It was... It was spinning on the exit of Le Mans. Hodgkinson tried to avoid, and I tell you what, it was him trying to avoid that car and ultimately spinning that actually led to him losing his front bumper. So he did avoid the car, didn't avoid the wall though. Henning Vollert didn't avoid the car, however. And I see that the 3-wide Aston Martin was caught up in that as well, as if any more bad luck could go their way. But that is absolutely massive after such a dominating race. And THR is actually,
Sport Poland come into the pit anyway. So they must be banking on the front two not having they must be banking on the front two having really long pit stops then. And oh, look at this. Kuba Brzezinski's had to... Oh, do they and DHR share a pit box? Yes, they do. So he's just gone in through the pits. How odd. He can't actually pit because Hodgkinson's in his box.
Well, that's a disaster, isn't it?
That's bizarre. Right, Josh, welcome back.
I've walked into a code 80. This is wonderful.
Hodgkinson and Vollert both lost their front bumpers in an incident on the exit of turn 16.
Wow.
The Texas driver's Aston Martin was spinning round. Hodgkinson managed to avoid it, couldn't avoid the wall. Henning Vollert went straight into it. Both of them lost their front bumpers. Both of them now in the pits. Kuba Brzezinski tried to take the opportunity to go into the pits, but Hodgkinson was actually in his box, so he went through the pits for no reason.
Well, the code 80 doesn't really matter anyway. It's the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
One question just come through now. Is code 80 an official thing for Warfare 2? No, it isn't. It's been implemented by VEC as a sort of virtual safety car.
Yeah.
It's our version of it.
It is literally a virtual safety car. That's all it is. But yeah, basically, it depends completely now on how long Hodgkinson and Vollert are in the pits, how bad that suspension damage is, because right now, the sweetest slice of pie could have just been served up to Kuba Brzezinski's mouth, hand-fed as well, because he could
The sweetest slice of the cheesecake.
It could be a cheesecake as well. It could be pie, whatever your cake of choice is, or pie, or bakery product. Let's go with bakery product.
Yeah.
Sport Poland could take the lead.
It could, yeah, because some people like savoury produce.
Yes.
Which would fit in with what I've just had, because I've just had a rather savoury pastry based delicacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had one of those.
A real delicacy.
Yeah. It's known up north as a cheese pasty, though, which kind of takes the fun out of everything.
Cheese pasty sounds nice right about now.
Oh, yes.
I'm so looking forward to dinner after this.
Oh, what are you going to have?
Steak and chips.
Oh, wow. Well, I've just
Solid.
had chips.
Yeah.
I've just had pasty and chips, so...
Ooh.
And alongside that, some baked beans, which I did decide to spice up with some Tabasco sauce, so...
You're mad.
I'm mad, yes, but I like spicy things.
This is true.
And to be honest, though, it's the only other thing that perks us up and makes us actively awake other than coffee. Spicy stuff, so... You want to keep George Evans awake? Give him a cup of coffee or stick some Tabasco down his neck.
Well, interesting development here. Adam Hodgkinson is out of the pits, but he is missing his front bumper still. Actually, no, it's just loaded in. So,
there we go.
Brzezinski does not take the lead.
But he's got a lot closer to doing so.
He is. The unlapping has occurred.
Adam Hodgkinson.
Arguably the biggest loser in this is Henning Vollert, who went smash crash straight into the car. And not only has he lost second position now to Kuba Brzezinski, but he may very well lose a position to Jimmy Broadbent. In fact, here comes Broadbent now.
We're going green again.
Yep,
so
just about to go green again. So actually, yeah, Broadbent is going to take third position away from Henning Vollert. That is a real shame. But we are back racing, and Adam Hodgkinson then will, if he was taking it safely previously, he's going to have to step on the gas now, because Kuba Brzezinski is about a sector and a half away instead of a full lap away. Jimmy Broadbent, a big winner here, up onto the podium, and Henning Vollert still in the pits. In fact, Max Melamed now is going to pass Vollert as well.
Wow, he's dropped quite a bit behind now, like.
That's a real shame for 3 wide, completely not their fault as well. As also Nathaniel Lupson, talking of the other DHR car, the number 9, he's out. Maximilian Scheider is in. And I reckon that if Vollert isn't out sooner or later, Scheider might actually get Vollert as well.
Speaking of people being in, we'd quite like it if people join us in this little TeamSpeak bit we have going.
Would be nice.
Dude, pop yourself onto the BEC Room 1 TeamSpeak and in the waiting booth. We'll talk to you, because we are looking for people.
Let's have a look here. It looks very like Vollert's going to fall down to 6th from 2nd here, as Maximilian Scheider rounds the final corner, and there may be an overtake in the pits. It is a legitimate overtake nonetheless. Henning Vollert falls to 6th in the pecking order. Thankfully for him, the next man down the track is Eddie Gustina. And actually, no, Eddie Gustina is now on the same lap as him. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Let's see, Canistrassi is 3 laps down, and Flazinski is 9 laps down. So I don't think he's going to fall outside of the top 10, Vollert. But again, it all depends on how bad that suspension damage is. And
Yeah,
there we go.
'cause-
There's the final time gap, by the way, between Hodgkinson and Brzezinski. 46 seconds.
Vollett's still in the pits. And Eddie Gustina now is coming in the JRR racing car. He's coming around to take P6 from him. He's going to fall down to 7th.
Oh, dearie me.
Yep, comes through now. And yep, that's an overtake as well.
Terrible
This is some
luck.
serious damage. I don't think it's going to be a 20, but it's going to be a...
went
Catastrassi's going to
he went-
unlap himself, I think.
He went head first into the Texas driver's car.
Yeah,
And it could be
that-
the other Texas driver's car that ends up benefiting, actually, looking here.
Yeah, he's going to unlap himself. Or maybe even overtake Henning Vollett. He's a lap down on the leader compared to Vollett, but don't know whether that relates to a lap down on Vollett himself. You'd think it would, though.
What a shame, man. What a shame. And we'll keep an eye on that Brzezinski-Hodgkinson gap then. It could be very, very... it could come down rapidly in the next few laps, that is for sure. Going to the YouTube chat, crazy things happening in this race. To right. And checking the hashtag of VEC Sebring. Yeah, driving third, sitting pretty. If you don't see yet, this is how endurance racing is supposed to be, says Adam Mukarski, and I could not agree more. I know that we had a bit of a quiet period, but the one thing about long racing is something is bound to happen sometime.
It's got to happen eventually, and when it does happen, it happens well.
Or not so well, as the case may be.
Yes, I know it's well. Nick Woodbury in the chat, I think we need to hire a columnist. What a race story for both leaders involved in the crash. Yeah, I think we do need to hire a columnist. I'm not going to be that columnist, I'm too busy commentating. But...
Oh, dear me, Canistrassi. I'm keeping an eye on Canistrassi to see whether he will actually end up overtaking Vollert here, and he's all over the place, but...
Vollett is still in the pit, and Canistrassi is coming into the Le Mans complex.
Oh, dearie me.
Could even be that Robert Flazinski in the number 9th place car, the 27 Porsche, could even unlap himself, and if Henning's in for more than another lap...
Well, Flazinski has unlapped himself, that much is for sure. And I don't see Henning Vollert going anywhere, so Henning Vollert might lose 6 positions out of this.
This is it's just... I spoke of Armageddon before, but this is a fairly large disaster 3 wide.
This is such a shame. It wasn't even his fault. He had nowhere to go.
And he suffered the
indeed,
most.
he is going to fall down to 8th. Canistrassi takes 7th.
I'm looking at the car, they've got the engine off, so they must be anticipating a long stop. So they're trying to save the engine. And so when overheating Canistrassi does go through, Brzezinski's going to have a chance of going through. It's just a disaster. It is a disaster. That's the only thing you can describe it as.
What a shame. Gap between Hodgkinson and Brzezinski, by the way, 43.4 seconds. So it's still coming down, but it's not... It's not really coming down at a startling amount. I think that Hodgkinson's really decided to put the foot down, try and not exactly re-extend that gap, but cause some damage limitation at least, because they've got a serious threat from the Polish outfit behind them now.
Do, yeah, and Flazinski is coming through the Le Mans complex again.
He is going to overtake him, isn't he?
You'd think so. I'm keeping an eye on Henning just in case he does move, but it's not looking likely. The engine isn't even on. Oh, the engine is on. Sorry, my mistake. Engine's
movement.
on. It's idling. He's giving it a bit of throttle. He must be anticipating an exit. So I'll keep an eye on Henning, but where is Robert? Coming round. Oh, sunset. And he's moving. Henning's moving, but he's stopped again. And he's moving again. He's got the engine. Yep.
Oh, he's going.
It's going, but it's not going to be soon enough.
No, Flazinski's going to get him. Oh, what a shame. From 2nd to 9th in total. Disaster for 3-Wide Motorsports.
Yeah, disaster. And I think that puts him last in P1 as well.
Henning Vollert.
I'm second to last.
Sure.
Or somewhat.
No, it puts him second to last.
Second to
Alberto
last. There you
Passerato.
go.
Alberto
What is-
Basserado is
What
still
it's asked is
flying.
Nicholas Paves is next behind. But what an absolute tragedy that is for 3 wide.
Undeserved, to be honest, as well. Undeserved. Or maybe in the eyes of THR, who held up. Maybe in the eyes of DHR, 3 wide held them up. Maybe it's karma, maybe it's not. One thing is for sure, though, it certainly wasn't his fault in the instant, and there was nothing he could do either. The other option was to go onto the grass and career into the wall.
That wouldn't have been better.
No, of course not.
That would not have been better.
Might have totaled the car.
Yeah, and that would have been worse.
Wow, Hodgkinson actually building their gap again to Kuba Brzezinski up to 45.3. So definitely pedal to the metal with Hodgkinson, trying to re-establish that DHR gap. I think it's going to be nervous moments here. Stephen Bailey's out the car for a little while now.
Sandro Pizziello in at the moment. 34 laps down. But at least he's not last because Matthias Greyer, who's technically still in the race, for whatever reason, he's out.
I think they're just going to have to try and hold on out until he can get back in.
It is terrible 3 wide when it's not just them either. All the way at the back of the field, that GT.
I think he's gone. Yeah.
But he hasn't DNF'd. Effectively, he's 106 down.
He's gone.
He's
That's
gone,
the story.
but
He's gone.
effectively he's still in it. But we're not really counting it.
Well, he wouldn't be classified even if he did come back in the race.
Yeah. So, last in the GT Am car, it's really not been the race, but you have to admire that they're plugging on.
And to be fair as well, Henning Vollert, he's actually back ahead of Flazinski because Flazinski's actually just pitted.
I wouldn't put it past him to get a couple of positions back, but any chance that the top 3 you think now is gone.
Yes, no, I'd agree. I think there's definitely still a chance for a top 5. Not even top 5. Maybe heading up to 6. You can do something.
But top 3 is definitely gone now, unfortunately. And that has allowed a second DHR car in there, of course, of Jimmy Broadbent. So it's a 1-3 for DHR. And for Broadbent to be there after the issues of early was really good.
To be fair, considering that we had the front 2 lose their front bumpers, I think anything is possible.
You never know.
You never know.
I'm just looking for the other DHR car because that seems to have dropped off the map somehow, unless I'm missing the driver. Oh no, it's Scheider still 5th. Sorry, yeah, Scheider is 5th. So 135 for DHR. From 123.
What's the number? What's the name of the numbers?
7, 8, and 9 of the cars.
No. I'm talking about like 135. It's not odd numbers. They are odd numbers, but
they're evenly spaced.
It's numbers which can't be divisible by anything
Indivisible numbers, prime numbers.
And 1 prime numbers. There we are. So it's a prime race.
Yeah, it's a prime race. I mean, I said indivisible there. I know that's the name of a indie game that's being developed, but that's not really relevant.
No. Oh dear me.
I mean, I've heard of a game called Indivisible, and it's just clicked into this now, but they are prime numbers. It's a prime race for DHR, 135. There you go.
So, 15 minutes before I will have to wave you adieu.
Oh, I've just seen someone's posted a gift to the R-Factor 2 thingy. They've shown the gift of Brzezinski's overtake, and it was incredible, wasn't it? It was a GT inside, and then the RGPL car outside. He just squeezed it between both.
Where is this?
It's on it's at VEC Sebring hashtag. It's on R-Factor 2's page.
Oh yeah, Adam Mikowski.
Yeah, that GIF. I'm saving that GIF now as a reminder of how good that race is. I'm going to open that GIF now and save it.
Just looking at it again.
It was a corker.
That's a cracking overtake.
It must be said.
Cracking overtake.
I'm not sure how I can save a GIF though, but
you can just favourite it, bookmark it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Let's see here. Yeah, it's what a move it was though.
Oh dear, my computer's... Oh, there we are, it's all good, my computer's good again.
Yep.
Okay, so... 15 minutes for me to go, before I hand it over to you.
Well, it's less 20, but 15, yeah.
15 to 8 o'clock. I guess I can take us to the next ad break, can't I, anyway? So 15, 20 minutes or so. Let's tee up for the crowd what we should be looking for in the next 2/3 of this race. Brzezinski is catching and catching at a rate of knots now. The gap down to 41.5 seconds. Can Feeder Sport challenge for the win? 40.7 is looking more and more likely. How will the battle for the podium shape out? Broadbent, Melamed, and Scheider are all on the same lap as each other. So, plenty to still be battled there.
Will Team Spirit maintain their lead of LMP2?
And how will the GT Pro and AM classes figure out as well? I noticed that Team Viers must have had a massive problem, or actually a pit stop, sorry, because Nicky Jakovic is now back in the car. Or Viers,
yes,
sorry.
Jakovic is back in the car. I was waiting for that.
Scuderia Leon looking very strong though, a full lap clear of the next car, which is Revolution Racing's Arnie Choublier. And of course in the GTM class, Dark Racing, are they set to take another win?
Oh, I've seen a bit of a crash down there actually. There was
As
a couple
in?
of cars sideways, but it was about where Schumblier was, but I may just be hallucinating. I thought I saw a couple of cars sideways, but
Nicholas Pye is in, by the way.
ah, yeah, Pie's in the pits. But yeah, I thought I saw something there, but evidently I didn't. I do hope that's not occurring indeed for my lead commentary stint.
Yes, yeah, it would. Well, it'd be exciting if you do see something. Won't be exciting if it's a crash, though.
I'll
Or
tell
it
you
will
what else
be.
would be exciting, having people in the booth with her.
You know what? I was just about to say that. Come and join us.
Yeah.
As Nicholas Payet is now out of the pits. There was a short, probably fuel stop, I'd imagine, actually, more than anything. But yes, I think it'd be really nice to get some more people in here. Make
What
sure
would
that
we-
you come and join.
What would really be exciting is hearing the views. I know I'm thinking a bit too far ahead and maybe dreaming a bit here, but to get the views of the Sim Racing Holland PR car, because they're back in 30 at the moment. They've just on the 100th lap. It would be nice if we could get one of them in, even if it's just one of them. But you know,
Yes.
it's possible maybe, but not
Maybe they're
really.
busy.
I'm dreaming a bit.
Maybe they're busy.
Yeah, maybe they are.
Which I think is perfectly acceptable given their
Yeah,
jobs and everything.
they are. Yeah, perfectly acceptable. You know, no one has to join us. It's just nice if they do.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I don't know why I went Irish there.
Aye, indeed it is. Aye, I can't do Irish either.
maybe if we combine our accents, we can get somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Casper's Irish, but he doesn't really speak.
No,
Irish.
I want to confirm this. I believe he's a Polish person who lives in Ireland.
Well, he's told me he's Irish, so
So he's actually confirmed himself. that
I
he
think
is an
he's Irish. I'm
person.
fairly certain he's Irish because he's told me. But
Okay,
well,
well,
he sounds
if he
like
says
someone
he's
who's
Irish,
from Poland and
Well,
lives
with that
in Ireland,
surname-
has gained Irish nationality. We could ask Casper if he comes here, but
See, I imagine his father's probably Polish, but they
yeah,
live in
that's
Ireland.
what I think. It's like I've got a friend he's totally Irish. Says 100%. There's Lewis McGlade. So there you go. He is Irish.
How? With that surname, how?
Yeah, it's just I know a friend who's about as Geordie as you can get, but she's actually Dutch. So yeah,
There
'cause
we
her
are,
father's
anyway.
Dutch, I think her parents are Dutch, and yet she's is as well.
I guess he does fit in with the Irish naming convention at sometimes what looks like, so for example, like Siobhan, for example, it's spelled
Ah.
completely differently to how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've just heard through from race director that Nicky Jakovic, who I remind you, is in a GT Pro car, a Porsche. He's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Wow.
How? In a
In
pro
a
car?
GT Pro. The man is an alien.
How has he done this? Oh,
Oh.
I thought that was an amazing feat then.
Yeah.
I was like, how on earth did he do...
How can you
No,
think it was
no.
fastest lap of the race?
I thought that's why Jimmy was pointing it
I
out.
thought it was in GT Pro,
He is
But-
in GT Pro.
but
Well,
that's confusing.
Jimmy doesn't usually point out fastest laps.
I was like, oh wow, that must be really significant. Goodness me, like, oh wow. Sorry, fastest lap of GT Pro then.
Well, it's still progress.
It is
It's still
progress, considering that they're a little bit further down than they would probably like. It'd be a nice accolade to at least get fastest lap though.
Yeah.
Again,
Lewis McGlade does say Casper is 2 trillion % Irish, so
2 billion% Irish.
brilliant.
Tell that to his second name.
Yeah. to like he's literally all of the Irish apparently. I believe he is. I think.
Oh,
he
I
is.
believe he is as well. Don't
I've
get me
spoken
wrong.
with him, so
There are plenty of people in Europe who sound Irish. I mean, Alexander van der Wilder, for example, well-known sim racer, endurance racer, sounds
Part of the
Irish,
Magenta Warriors
but he's
team.
Dutch. Part of the Magenta Warriors team, yeah. He's Dutch, but he sounds Irish.
oh,
They're getting everywhere, Josh.
yeah. Yeah, I guess. Eh.
Oh dear, my mouth's going very dry again. I've
Ah,
got no
okay.
drink left. Help.
Oh, don't worry, you only have to hang on for 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Come on. Oh, hello. Sorry. Where's? There was a collision, and I oh no, there was a collision,
Who are
and
you watching?
That's the thing. I don't know. I had my thing on a driver, and I don't know who it was.
Well, I can't say anything.
I don't see anyone who's been turned around though, so I guess it's all right. But what isn't all right for DHR number 8 is that Brzezinski is now 38.9 seconds
He
behind
is closing
leaders.
the gap.
He is closing the gap at quite a rate now.
He's really found his stride, found his range, whatever you want to call it. Knows what he's-
37.9.
Yeah, you see, Cuba has found his range now. He's in his stride, in his rhythm. Got to keep it going and chase down Haji. Haji's going to feel the pressure, and hopefully he doesn't stop under it because that would be terrible.
Oh, absolutely.
But Cuba is just threading that car around these sections of corners here like it's his second nature.
Bit of a problem here though with traffic. He's had to get past an LP2.
Oh, but Lazy even makes that look easy.
Yeah, he just lifts off the throttle.
Nothing's going to stop him.
And then goes for it. Yeah.
He's a man
so-
on a mission, is he?
Well,
He
of
is.
course, he's got the lead within 45 seconds, and I think that is easily attainable, especially for the caliber of drivers that are at Sport Poland as well.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, Nicholas Hillebrand in the comments. Polish parents, born in Poland, lives in Ireland for half his life. About Casper, so...
Okay, so in that case,
and he
is
says he got it from a reliable source, which is Casper.
so in that case, he's just gained Irish nationality then.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
But he's
technically
Polish.
Irish. In fact, he is fully Irish.
Well, yeah, but he's not fully Irish because he was born in Poland. But
Well, he's Irish enough to be Irish.
he's of Irish nationality.
And so we should call him Irish.
Yes, if I went and lived in Den Haag for 5 years, I'd probably be Dutch.
Well, one of my good friends, Sven de Vries, I think he's only lived in America 5 years total now, but he's American. He's got the split person or the dual citizenship. That's the specific name for it. The
Yeah.
reason why I know about that is because I'm looking at that sort of stuff myself. But yeah, he goes by American. He considers himself American first and foremost, and Casper considers himself Irish first and foremost. And so fair play to him. But I'm glad that we got to the bottom of those Polish roots, though,
Yeah.
because I was like, he can't call himself fully Irish with that surname. Like, it's not been enough generations for that to happen.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of Polish people, Brzezinski's just lapped Broadbent, so
Yes, he
not good for
has.
Jimmy. Oh, and that last lap was 2.3 seconds faster than Hodgkinson as well. So he's getting a supreme race. In fact, not just a supreme, a Royale race you could call.
He's absolutely
A Royal
flying.
Royale, yeah.
And going back to P7, though, Daniele Canistrassi is into the pits for Texas drivers. And I believe, oh my word, is Vollert! Oh my word, as I turn to him, he has a massive run-in with Per Rosenly. He was mounting the curbs, trying to get past. I think that is Red Mist driving right there. But it could allow Vollert into 7th place. He's already gotten past Vlasinski through the pit stops. And he could find himself past Canistrassi as well. Canistrassi is on the medium compound tyre as it happens as well. So Vollert has been catching for the last couple of laps. But could we see Vollert back up into P7? I think that would be due course, to be honest, although he's still got the Le Mans
I
complex.
think we've had an overtake.
Where?
Nicky Jakovic on Tom Schenkels in GT Pro.
Oh, this is Jakovic going back up the order then.
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
said Tom Schenkels is about to be overtaken, but yeah. In the YouTube comments. But yeah, Hodgkin getting caught now. 33 seconds nigh on dead is the gap now between Brzezinski and him. He is cutting it down like Velcro when it's being cut with scissors.
Nice. And as for Vollert, by the way, he is up into P7 past Daniel Canistrassi. So Vollert, good things coming. And Mariano Carlo, by the way, is into the Texas Drivers team car now. But Vollert up to P7. It's something, but he's got another 2 laps to gain on Eddie Christina.
Oh, I'm being told Hodgkinson didn't change tyres on his stop.
Yeah, I didn't think so. He went for a fuel stop, and now he's only 30 seconds ahead of Brzezinski.
So his tyres are completely shredded at the moment, probably. That won't be good.
I did think that incident was going to change the complexion of this race, and it has certainly done so. I was thinking Hodgkin was going to possibly angle for the pits there, but he isn't.
This takes the tight line, yeah, like we saw before. Yeah, same tyres as when he crashed. So one of them may full well be damaged, and it might be a double stick on softs, which would be superhuman.
Let's see, where is Brzezinski now?
He's coming down the Ullman straight into Sunset, and Hodgkinson is just tackling the complex, coming up the big bend. And
just keeping an eye on that
Brzezinski's
time
running around
gap.
17.
So let's see, Brzezinski cross is the line.
If this is more than 2 seconds, it's food for thought. No.
29.7, so it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad over that lap, but yeah, you can actually, I can see from going into the hairpin, Hodgkinson is slightly, he's slightly struggling now, and it tees up the next 2/3 of this race very nicely, I think, Josh, actually, to know that what was looking like a complete domination for the race win has completely turned on its head and is now the race leaders who are under all sorts of pressure.
It is absolute pressure on for Hodgie now. He's being caught lap by lap in varying degrees by Brzezinski, but he's definitely being caught, and that's what the press is going to be. 28.4 the gap is now, so he's had a good sector, has Cuba, and he's chasing Hodgie down. There is only one way to say it. Oh, apparently Jimmy Broadbent is double stinting the softs, so that's a bit crazy and a bit brave, but you never know. Could make it work.
He made them last a very long time in his first stint. There's nothing to say that he can't just do it all over again.
There's nothing to say he can't. No, Hodgie is still coming around the last turn now, onto lap 127, and then Brzezinski is just coming through into the Le Mans complex, so there really ain't much in it, considering how big there was before.
Absolutely. Worrying times for DHR 8. And actually thinking about it, I don't think DHR will take the lead of the championship now as well.
No, because FSP are right there.
Oh dear. I was talking about when you were gone about how a win here would be bonus points for DHR. You know, you got 2 6-hour races coming up next, and that is where VEC Poland really can stretch their legs. They are really good sprint drivers. You know, they can get into a rhythm like this with Brzezinski and just pound out incredibly fast lap times. And obviously the races where you'll truly appreciate that as a driver will be the shorter ones where you can make the most advantage out of it. And obviously in this one, they were seeming like they were going to be stuck on for third until that massive crash.
Yeah, it looked like it indeed. Now they're under some serious threat here. And I'm just looking at Brzezinski actually as he drives around in here. I may be deluding myself, but it looks like he's turning left slightly on the straights.
I'll have a look at you. I'll have a look for you.
I don't know whether this is just me and me eyesight, but it looks like he's like only by about a couple of degrees. So it might just be a natural thing, but even if he does have any sort of damage which would cause that, he's doing a sterling job to catch up with Hodgkinson.
Oh, there we are. I'm getting an onboard camera here.
Obviously, we're going through a corner here, so it won't say much. But
well, no, we've got the
the
Le
Le Mans complex. It looks like he is turning left slightly, but
right. Let's have a look here. This is where we'll find out. Brzezinski.
But it's not slowing him down by any means.
You know what? He is.
It may just be a natural thing.
I think he is very slightly turning to the left. Something is wrong with that car.
It's not stopping him from going quickly through it, so it's not a hazard.
If I was to give an educated guess, I'd imagine it's a flat spot.
Yeah, I'd say it's a flat spot.
You think suspension, but I didn't remember the feeder sport car getting into any problems.
Yeah, but the thing is though, as long as it's not slowing the car down.
Well, I mean, he's certainly still catching Hodgkinson, that's for sure.
If it's not slowing them down, why fix it?
Yeah.
questions that need to be answered, and hopefully answered they will be. I think we're going to head to our third of the way through this race ad break, and I am going to bid you all a fond farewell. I hope that you have an excellent remaining part of the race. I'm going to hand you over to the very capable clutches of Joshua Anderson, who will take over on lead comms. Please do come in and join him. I remind you, you can always hop on to the official Virtual Endurance Championship Room 1 TeamSpeak, head into the waiting booth, and when we see that you are there, we can happily drag you in, and Josh will have a lovely, good old chat with you. But yes, stay with us. There is definitely a race across all 4 categories to be had still. Stay where you are. Don't move, and I shall see you all at the next one.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello everyone and welcome back along to the VEC 12 Hours of Spring Race 5 of Season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you of course by ImageSpace Incorporated, who developed the fantastic sim R-Factor 2, who we believe are in the comments with us as well, and on Twitter with us. Hello to you ISI. And we're also sponsored by Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. Thank you very much to all our very kind sponsors who are supporting us this season. We are here with 4 hours gone and then 8 to go, and we are currently, I believe, looking at Nico Barkley in P18 overall in the GT Pro class, who is in a bit of a duel with Haniel Salty a bit further behind him, maybe being closed in upon in the Scuderia Leone Ferrari, also in GT Pro. Barkley has Jimmy Jewel Halvorsen of Northern Lights Racing ahead of him, in about to be lapped. But right now, as it stands, Adam Hodgkinson is leading for Doug Henson Racing in the Audi R18, and he is leading the overall race. He's followed by Kuba Brzezinski, who bit by bit is taking chunks out of the Englishman's lead. The Feedsport Poland driver currently 26.4 seconds behind. So he's not that far away, considering DHR, that number 8 car, had everybody lapped at the further behind point of this race a couple of hours ago. And Jimmy Broadbent, the other DHR car, the number 7, is in P3 as it stands. So yes, we have just about 8 hours to go in this race now, and I'm just going to TeamSpeak message. Oh, I've got a nice little, oh, there's the camera, so... Yep, I can switch cameras. Thank you very much, Jimmy Ellison. I can change cameras on the broadcast. Let's have a nice little look around then to see. I'm going to give it a go, yes. I'm going to see if we can find a car to look at. I'm going to move to... let's have a go to P5 overall, which is Maximilian Scheider in the Doug Henson Racing number 9, the new car. I'm just going to switch over now. Yep, that should be on him now. So let's see if that's worked. Yep, that has worked. So I can do cameras if I want to have a look at anything. But it's going to be a bit difficult because I'm doing lead comms as well. So I'm on double duty. Yeah, I just thought I'd give that a go there because Jimmy did pop it over for me to have a look at. And it's worth having a go if I want to point to certain cars on track. So, yeah, if you want to get involved, because we do like people getting involved, please do feel free to hop onto the VEC Room 1 TeamSpeak. Get yourself into the waiting room, which is just underneath the broadcast lobby where me and Jimmy are, and we'll drag you in when we can. And I've got yellow flags that have just been cancelled in second rounds. There was an incident, but that's been cleared, but at the moment it's not really affecting anything because it's a nice calm race, and Brzezinski stuck in a bit of traffic. I'm going to go to Cuba actually. Cuba Brzezinski is stuck in a bit of traffic right now, but he's getting through said traffic and he is in P2 overall, taking chunks out of Hodgkinson's lead. He's now 22.4 seconds behind. So he has gotten a lot further behind. He is being caught. He's being caught. Can he hold on to that lead for how much longer? If not, when will he be caught? Because he is being caught. Let's see what the gap is now as Brzezinski crosses the line. 22.6. He's lost a bit of time, but not much. Effectively, status quo has been maintained, but not by much. As I'm just going to look for a fight in the GTs if there is one. Everything seems to have petered out a bit, but for the most part, it is still a bit edgy in places. Some cars trying to do a recover drive from the earlier Armageddon-like crash we had. Notably, let's have a look down, see if there's any prototypes further down. No, they all seem to have moved back up, except for Federico Suave in P29. He's still trying his hardest to get through. He'll be moving up as Henning Vollet just laps him. But yeah, Henning Vollet, actually, that's a fair point. Before we went to the ad break, 3 wide had a bit of a do because he crashed and lost 9 positions, went down to 9th place from 2nd. Lost 7 positions in one pit stop as Max Melamed pits. Max Melamed for Team RGPL does in fact come into pit lane now. And he is going to be... Is there going to be a driver stop? I'll have a look and see if there is. It's possible, but I don't think so. So Max Melamed currently in the pits. I think we're looking at Maximilian Scheider at the moment still. I've got control of the camera, so I'll know who we're looking at. But yeah, Scheider in himself is doing a good job for the DHR. It's a 1-3-4 for DHR at the moment, so not quite a 1-3-5 all prime that we had focused to. 4 can be divided by 2, but Maximilian Scheider and Jimmy Broadbent on opposite ends of the track now, I think. So there or thereabouts within each other. Eddie Castina starting to close in on Melamed, with Melamed being in the pits, but we'll see if he comes out ahead of him or not. I doubt he will. But Melamed, we're waiting for him to come out of the pits as Castina closes in. And we have, of course, as well as this, we have... Let's have a look at the LMP2s, actually. We have, at the moment, it's currently Nicholas Pales in the Team Spirit Racing car. I've pretty much led this from start to finish with that Jans, and then Nicholas in the car P1 in LMP2. And then it's Alberto Pastorato's in the LMP1 class behind, so never mind me. Next in LMP2 is Pablo Laurenti in the prototype there, and then it's Ivan Zapanic for some... I can't quite remember what they are again. I'm not very good with team names. But, yeah, Ivan Zapanic 3rd, then it's Tonga Guardia 4th, and Per Rosenli 5th in LMP2 at the moment. So, quite a top 5 indeed, as well. The gap from Hodgkinson to Brzezinski is coming down to 21.2 seconds. So, imminently, or at least within some time, we are going to see an overtake possibly for the lead, or a battle for the lead in the very least. But when there are battles, it's nice to have people with us, and I'd love it if you could join us in the team speak, because I'm getting a bit lonely, and I don't like being lonely, because the lonely Josh is not a very good commentator, Josh. I like having people to bounce off and talk to and have general discussions with, so if you do want to have a little bit of a chat, do feel free to top in. And of course, do keep the tweets coming as well. We've had a couple of nice tweets already. Keep the YouTube chat comments in, the tweets coming in. Get involved in social media however you see fit, because we do like audience interaction. It's what makes the broadcast good. Being able to interact with the audience and have a nice little chat. Oh wow, Mariano Carlos in the pits with no front bumper. So I don't know what's happened there, but he was trolling around with no front for a while. I'm going to do a bit of a rewind and see if I can find out precisely what's happened to cause him to have no front bumper. Obviously he's in the pits now, but let's have a look. It's going back quite a while, but that is the Texas Drivers LMP1, and oh, it looks like he just went wide in a corner and went into the wall. So that's not very good for him, and he's going to lose a bit of time, possibly to Robert Flesnivsky, who's going to overtake now for P8. Crosses the line, passes, and indeed does take P8, so that's a position lost. Not good for him. It's put Henning Vollert up into P7, although he was in P7 anyway. Good recovery drive so far. Top 7 after that disastrous pit stop. After the incident that he had. As Brzezinski's gap is now down to 19.2. He's closing in ever quickly, and he is absolutely gunning for Adam Hodgkinson, who must be starting to feel the pressure now. He's got to know that Cuba's closing in, and he just seems to be a bit helpless at the moment, apart from really putting the foot down. He can't do anything about it. Brzezinski is just that good. But then again, those DHR cars, as has been alluded to in previous broadcasts, aren't as good in a straight line, and this is quite a high-speed circuit. So that might be hurting them right now. 17.9 seconds is the gap. It's come right down again. Oh, good point, actually. Hani Abzalti, second in GT Pro. Let's have a look at Hani. He's got a go on Nico Barkley for second. That is indeed an overtake in the making. Nico Barkley there versus Hani Abzalti in the GT Pro. But let's go to it on the cameras because good things. Barkley now is under some serious threat from Hani. And it's not very good for him because that means things happen. He's going to lose that lead that he's got over Abzalti. And let's see, Hani is through. Hani's through, but then it's a prototype with Barkley still side by side. This is indeed interesting. So Barkley's lost out again to Hani, and it's a fight. It is a fight we've got going on. It really is. But at the moment, Nico Barkley has lost the advantage, and Hani Abzalti is putting away, has second in GT Pro. Up next for him is going to be Arne Schoenblier in the Revolution Racing car. So Arne will be under pressure sooner or later from Hani if he catches him. In all this, Mario Ricciardo is still in the pits. And apparently Lewis McLean in the YouTube comments, we are bringing out our weapon again to fix the straight line speed issue. Nah, I think that's Stephen Bailey, isn't it? That's Stephen Bailey. It's got to be Joe Chiamba in all this in the Odin Racing car. He's come in. I don't know whether that's a recent change, but he's coming out the pits now. Nicholas Hillebrand, currently in the Magenta Warriors car in the pits. Zupinic comes out the pits. And yeah, DHR might be getting Bailey in the car, which is going to help things out. But it may or may not be Bailey. I think that's pretty much confirmation that it is because, well, it's McLean saying that. But it might not be, who knows? As I've noticed Gert James has moved into the Flatline Racing car, the 313, back in 37th. That is indeed a driver change. He's got a lot of work to do, Gert. But Robin Vertigal, the Sim Racing for Holland 51 car is in. This is possibly a driver change, but again, the 51 and number 50 SFH cars are using one rig. So we may never know when there's a driver change occurring. But that just adds to the mystery of everything, doesn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. This might be, they've got Kieran Parkin and Stephen Bailey in the DHR. I've got them in the lobby waiting. So this may be a pit from Hodgkinson coming up. But we don't know who it's going to be. Could be a psych out. Who knows? As Hodgie, is he going to go in? No, he's not. He's staying out for a bit longer. And Brzezinski is cutting the gap down 19.5 seconds at the last split, coming round Sunset Bend now, or approaching it rather. What is the gap going to be this time? As I'm going to go to Cuba again on the cameras. What is the gap going to be? It's going to be 20.1. He's lost a bit, but he hasn't lost a lot. I think it's that first sector where he's making a lot of the time up, to be honest with you. I've noticed it a couple of times, but he is making a lot of time up in sector 1. So Cuba doing a lot of work in that first sector to get the time back, but that's what's helping him out here, more than anything. What won't be helping him is the traffic he's just had to overcome, and maybe overcoming in the future, but there doesn't seem to be much. There's Eddie Castina in the pits for the JRR Racing, J Racing. He's in the pits. Carlo still in the pits. This is like the suspension problem. Hillebrand in the pits. Pablo Loretti still in the pits. Lots of pit stops still ongoing. Maybe driver changes. There's Vertigo still in the pits. Sasha Glatter in the pits. Federico Suave in the pits. All of the pit stops happening. There has been a change, I think, in the drivers. Yep, Pablo Loretti. Or was he in before? Yeah, I think Loretti was in before, yeah. Nicholas Hillebrand still in the car as well. No changes. Yes, read the pit stops, but let's have a look. We're still watching Cuba, I think, but let's have a look at Bernd Schmidt has changed into the car there that had Sasha Glatter in. Can't quite see what team it is, but it was Game Area 51, I think, that team. So, yep, they've gone in. Bernd Schmidt are driving. And Dennis Duna does indeed change into the 51 Sim Racing for Holland car. There has been a change there. Nico Barkley in the pits as well now. So that will increase the gap to Albsati, putting him out of any thing. And Hillebrand's in the pits because of damage. So he must have had a problem with the car. So Hodgkinson's gap has been reduced to 15.8 again. So Cuba is definitely gaining on Adam Hodgkinson. Others, we have a couple of people in the waiting booth. Oh my lord, I almost forgot, didn't realise you two were in here. Sorry about that, but we do have Adam Taylor with us. Hi Adam.
Hello.
And we also have an Ed Trevellin Johnson with us. Hi Ed.
Hi.
Sorry I didn't get these straight away. I was busy concentrating on a bit of a battle. Well, not a battle, but a noted point there. But it's good to have you back with us, Adam. Ed, sorry. We haven't had Adam yet, so if it's all right, we'll go to Adam first. You drive for Dark Racing, of course, and you had a fantastic drive, as we commented on earlier. You were leading GTEM, having come back from further behind. And let's have a look for the car now, because if memory serves, you're still leading in GTEM. But I'm not entirely sure about that. But you might be. I'm very certain you are. Yeah, you are, indeed. Let's have a look and get the GTE car on the cameras. Currently driving it. Who's currently driving it? That'll help us out.
Enrico Schaller.
Yes, and let's have a look where he is anything.
He's 26.
26, yes, you know more than me. And I'm supposed to be the commentator here. Josh, get yourself together. Otherwise you get sacked, and you don't want that. You like this sort of endurance racing. Yes, Enrico Schaller, 26 for Dark Race at the moment. Current GTE leader. And it's got to feel good leading again, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was hard at the start of the race, trying to keep it right.
Yeah, it would be difficult, of course, with all the action that's going on at the start of the race. But you are indeed the leaders of GTE Pro at the moment. Sorry, you may as well be GTE Pro with the speed you've got for the most part.
We've been good. We were lucky we didn't have any damage when there's that big crash with the leading P1s. Enrico was right behind it. And he just touched the side of one of them, but his car's fine. So
I tell you what, speaking of your car, Enrico's just gained a place on Brown Balin in GTE Pro because Balin's in the pits. And I think this is probably not going to be a driver change. But speaking of driver changes, I see Kuba Brzezinski's in the pits, and I'm 95% sure this will be changed to Nikola Wisniewski. So Kuba Brzezinski in the pits. We've changed to Jörg Vogel at the moment. Well, he's still in 26th place, so that's why we've changed to him. But yep, Brzezinski in the pits, Broadbent in the pits. This may be a change to Kieran Parkin, who's been waiting for a while. Stephen Beatty in the pits. This might be a chance for Adam Hodgkinson to pit. But the gap that Brzezinski has will be knocked down a bit. Maximilian Schneider in the pits for DHR. This has got to be Hodgkinson, and it is. So triple stacking it for DHR. Adam Hodgkinson in the pits. We're going to go to him, unfortunately, because it's a race leader. So that's going to take a bit of a taking off, and Wisniewski comes out. He's got a lap to make up on Hodgkinson, which will be Bailey. And Jimmy Broadbent and Maximilian Scheider also in the cars. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because Wisniewski has to continue the work that Brzezinski has started and catch the number 8 DHR car. And Jimmy Allison is back with us, so that's good news. Welcome back, Jimmy. I've just put the cameras on Adam Hodgkinson because he's in the pits, so obviously if you can do any better camera job than me, that would be much appreciated.
It's close between 23rd and 24th position in the GT Pros, less than a second.
Yep, GT Pro, let's
Dennis, Duna and Alessandro.
Yes, let's go to Proti and Duna, P24 if it's alright, Jimmy, because you are our cameraman. There isn't much in it at all. Let's have a look. It is a battle between GT Pros as well. So it's the Sim Racing for Holland number 51 car versus the GT Italia 106 Aston Martin. Two very different cars, these as well. The Aston Martin, which is good on the straight, and the Chevy Corvette, which could be edgy at times, with it being the more torquey of the cars. It's got a 7-litre V8 or something like that. So, big engine. And can be a bit tricky at times from personal experience, but it is a lovely car to drive.
While all that's going on, I think Adam's desperate to talk more about his race. He's got lots to get off his chest, you know.
Oh yes, good point. Let's talk to Adam while he's here about dark racing, you know. So let's give you a chance. Let's give you an open mic, so to speak, to let us inform the world on how your race has been so far.
Keep him as long in here as you can.
The start was interesting with all the, I think the top 5 was separated by only a few seconds, and there's a few bits of contact.
Did we have contact at one point?
No, I think the Revs Racing Viper and you touched, and I just was like, went straight across the grass to avoid it all.
Oh, okay.
There
was like
GT
a
Italia sideways, yeah.
There was a pile up in the hairpin, I remember.
Yep.
Which I got a little bit of damage out of. But I can't. Yeah. I remember like passing you, but I remember like you were quite nice and you gave me quite a lot of room. Which I felt a bit cheeky afterwards.
Yeah, it was fine.
As I'm just noting again, the Sim Racing for Holland number 50 car. We were just talking about Sim Racing for Holland. There are the cars in the pits, which is the guest car for this race with Robin Frines and co in it. Obviously being granted this entry for Sebring. They're in the pits again, but they're all running off of one rig as well, so it's not really certain when they are changing cars or not, but they're out the pits again. Bron Balin still in the pits. So maybe there's something, either a driver change or something up with his car.
I've actually got to jump out right now.
Well, we haven't had you for long ahead.
I've got to jump in the car.
Oh, well, you're getting in. Well, good luck ahead. Best of luck for the race.
Thanks very much.
Have a good one.
Good luck.
So, see you ahead, and well, just me and you now, Adam, isn't it? Let's have a little bit of a talk. And speaking of things we can talk about, let's talk about the fact that Stephen Bailey is in fact in the DHR car, but that gap is right down 11.7 seconds between Wisniewski and Bailey. It may increase though, because Bailey's in the car, and we saw how stupendously quick he was before. We're going to keep an eye on that gap, because Stephen Bailey is a quick driver, Nicodem is a quick driver too, but the gap is right down. It was utter domination from Bailey before, and now it's 11 seconds.
Yeah, I think they're lucky they didn't get more damage when they had the crash, because the 3 wide car, they were in the pits for ages.
Yep, absolute good racing, and the gap has gone up to 12.2 now, so Bailey majorly working his magic, as only Bailey knows how to do, because he is the one Stephen Bailey that we have. 10 minutes damage to Bailey's car, but he's out again. Apparently, a little less than 10 minutes. That will hurt Brahm & Co. Because he's now behind Jimmy Jill Halvorsen in the Northern Lights racing car. He's now behind Jörg Vogel. He's now behind Enrico Schala of Dark Racing. So you're ahead of a former, well, really, really high up guy in GT Pro. That's something to be proud of.
Yep, we've been doing really well.
Surely the aim for next season must be GT Pro then, because you really stuck it with the big boys for most of this season.
Yeah, I think we were surprised, because at the start of the season, it was just me and Pedro, and we didn't really know what to expect. But we've been really lucky and done some amazing drives.
Yep, and just listening to Jimmy Broadbent in the comments there, he says his body's broken and no wonder why.
How many hours has he just finished driving there?
Oh dear, hang on, I've had a bit of a problem. My R Factor 2 is... It's got the audio, but it's got no visuals. That is a problem, so I am now completely blind. This is a problem. I might be able to join in, even rejoin the server as a spectator again, but I'm not entirely sure when the best time for that would be. But I am completely blind to the happenings of things now. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm just going to get on with it. So, I can't see anything anymore. Sorry about this. Jimmy Allison's going to be my best guide for on-track action at the moment. But yeah, it's been a bit of a good one so far, and things have happened, and you're up there, and Jimmy Broadbent is a broken man physically because he's been doing driving for so much. But wow, he's gone for ages, and well done.
Yeah, it looks like he's stayed out of trouble as well, so really good job.
Aye, has stayed out of trouble, done what he does best. I think this is going to require a whole restart of R Factor 2, to be honest with you, but I shall be back and visible things shortly. And for now, at least, I'm completely blind as to what's going on, but normal service will resume in a moment. In the meantime, if you'd like to join us in the TeamSpeak, do feel free to do so. Hop onto the VEC room on TeamSpeak, pop myself in the waiting booth, and I will get to you as soon as I possibly can. It's a bit difficult not having a feed, but I'll persevere. As I persevere, and apparently even the launch is already running, which it isn't. So I'm going to have to restart that as well. Oh, no, now it's working. There we go. Just reloading off at the 2, and I'll be back in the game very shortly. And Bailey's going quickly in the comments. 3 seconds left. Oh, sorry, I got a bit of a go on there. Hang on. 3 seconds left faster than Wisniewski, so... Well, DHR secret weapons working wonders.
Yep.
Obviously doing exactly what they hoped he'd do, and that is pulling the gap away again. And we could see that it gets to the point where there's a lap in it again, but who knows? Anything can happen in endurance racing, and we've seen it happen in this race. We've had Armageddon at the start, drama in the middle. I wonder what the end's going to be like. I'm not going to be awake for it, but we'll have Mr. Thomas Hins around with us for that, doing the night stint, the night shift, the graveyard shift as he calls it. And yeah, we'll have him along to take you through the final 4 and a bit hours of this race, because I will be going at about 11:30, unfortunately. But such is life. You can't have the best things forever.
Looks like we've got some people waiting in the booth.
Oh yes, we do. Good shout, Adam. Thank you very much. I'll drag them up immediately because, well, you're a very good spotter for that. We have a couple of people in the booth with us. And we have an Adam with us. I think that's Adam Hodgkinson, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you can call me Hodge, it's easier.
Hodgie! Yeah, okay, we're going to call you Hodgie. And we also have a James Johnson.
Hello,
James.
hello.
James.
Hello.
We'll start with you. I can't quite remember what team you're driving for, if any. I think it's a Room 2 team, though, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it is. Basically.
It is a Room 2
but
team.
It's a lot of fun at the moment.
It is. So, give us an update on Room 2 then. What's happening?
Basically, the AM field has kind of made its way to the front of the pro field, so it's kind of back to front. That's
it's kind of back
basically
to
the
front,
gist
even though the pro cars are faster.
Yeah, basically.
So things have happened, and the pecking order is not how you'd expect it to be. The status quo has been well and truly shaken up.
Yeah, pretty much. But no, it's going pretty good at the moment. I've just done my 3 and 3/4 hour stint, and yeah, it's a bit of a yo-yo with the Magenta boys at the moment. So it depends on who's got newer tires, but it's kind of back and forwards.
Yeah, of course, and yeah, that's obviously it. And we're going to go to Hodge now because I really said I can call him Hodge. So you've just had a big stint yourself. It must have been pretty scary for you, though, because we were commentating while James was still here on how Kuba Brzezinski was still catching, and that must have put a bit of pressure on you. But the pressure will be off now, because Stephen Bailey's back in the car and working wonders.
Yeah, it wasn't actually too bad. I was after the incident with the lovely Aston who decided to park it on the exit of Le Mans. With the damage, I then decided not to change tyres, which was probably what kept us in the lead to begin with, because that saved us about 40 seconds on the stop we had.
Yeah, and the gap was down to about 20 by the end of your stint. So
yeah, so they would have been gone by the time I would have come in if I had changed tyres. So that actually wasn't too bad. The main issue why we've done a driver swap is that we were down because of the damage. We were lost about 5k in a straight line, which, considering that's quite a bit of our setup work was to keep a good straight line speed, that meant that we're actually slower than pretty much everyone else in a straight line. So I was okay, first and middle and sector, but I could never do a decent last because I was just so slow in a straight line. So that's kind of what probably helped them catch up a bit more, that and the fact that my tyres were not exactly happy towards the end of the stint. But it wasn't too bad. So we're quite happy that Kuba's stepped out the car at the same time we stuck Bailey in, so that should hopefully start the gap building up again.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, it is. You did do a very good job on that stint because you kept it where you needed to keep it, and the gap did decrease with the driver change, but he did a very good job nonetheless. And Bailey's back in the car now, and it is very much a team effort in endurance racing, isn't it? Because yes, you can have all sorts of drivers, but in the end, it's about how everyone comes together as a team that makes how you race.
Oh yeah, completely. I'd probably say you're as quick as your slowest person, because if you're tend to with the setup wise, as long as you can, we always try to aim so that someone who we know is maybe a little bit slow. It's normally sort of myself, or sometimes it changes around from race to race. But as long as you make the setup drivable for them, then the faster guys can push it to the max. I mean, if Lars was here, I'd still be in the 7, obviously, and no doubt that incident may never have happened, although I can't exactly say that was entirely my fault, the fact that someone was parked on the exit of a corner. As for traffic's interesting. Had just before the driver change, Niki Jakovic decided to put his elbows out in his Porsche, which doesn't really need to be done. So that was not particularly happy. I'm particularly friendly in traffic, I would say. I don't tend to take chances too much, which is probably why I lose a little bit of time over the people that are a bit sort of rude in traffic, I will put down. Not like aggressive, they're just rude, probably making moves that they shouldn't do every now and then, but it's not particularly nice when a GT decides that you can't pass in a straight line. I don't really consider that being particularly
Looks like there's an LMP2 with no front end. It might be
the leader.
Oh, who is that? Let's have a look. Is that Nicholas Pace?
It would be Nicolay, yeah.
Yes, Nicholas Pace has no front end. Let's have a look at that. P10. He's got no front end. How when that is up, that is going to be a massive blow for Team Spirit Racing. They pretty much dominated this from start to finish. Now they've had an incident. I wonder what happened. Let's have a look. They've had no front end for a while now.
No front end or rear end.
All rear end. Absolute disaster. And possible suspension damage. This could be a change in the LMP2 lead. And it looks like Pace just went off, but he had no front end before that. Let's have a look. I'm rewinding even further now, and further still. As unfortunately, we've lost both Adam Hodgkinson and James Johnson, unfortunately, but didn't even get the chance to say goodbye to them. But nonetheless, Pace is in the pit lane, and we're going to have possibly a new leader in Tonga Guardia for LMP2. And that would be brilliant for him if he could, because Team Spirit have pretty much had all the way. Bit of contact with Rzewski for a Guardia as Rzewski tries to get through. Careful, please. But not really going. It's a bit of a disaster for Team Spirit, and they've had this race from start to finish. Well, starting at this point. There's Kieran Parkin in the pit for DHR as well. But yes, big news in P2.
The Revolution GTM's in the pit. Ed must be getting in.
Oh yes, the GT car is in the pits. Enzo Fazzi, and this will be Ed Trevelyan-Johnson getting in the car. Good luck to him, of course. You really do make us smile sometimes, Ed, especially when you're on track. A good source of entertainment, indeed. Nice to commentate on and to be within the commentary booth. As this is going to be a while. Let's see where Guardia is. He's just coming into the Le Mans complex, so not that. He's 2 laps down at the moment on pace. Well, he's not even. It says 11 for both. So it could be that an overtaking manoeuvre is about to happen. 120 seconds of damage for Kieran Parkin. That's why he's in the pits. This could be Eddie Castina in with a chance, and Max Mallamed's gone! Max Mallamed is gone! He's might have disconnected. It's a DNF, he can come back in. But from 3rd in LMP1, Max Mallamed is out! So yes, on the Twitter, our Factor 2 official account has said there's been a damage. Yes, a disco for Mallamed. That is major news, because Maximilian Scheider has a chance to catch up now. As does Eddie Castina. Kieran Parker not going anywhere at the moment. But where Tonga Gardia has gone through, we have a new LMP2 leader. And it is Tonga Gardia. That is big news, and it will please him to no end. And 300 seconds apparently is the repair time for Team Spirit. That is going to be big. It's going to put Ivan Zupanik in the chance for 2nd.
5 minutes here.
Yeah, it's going to be a chance here. Yep, Tim Whitley in the comments. It was a disconnection for Max Mallamed. Yes, he's dropped out of P3. Maximilian Scheider has gone through into P3, and Ed Trevelyan Johnson comes out the pits and is in the Revolution Racing number 38th place, number 33, DT Viper. So that is him in there. And where is Enrico Schaller in all this? He's 26th overall, still I think leading GT Pro, which is good for you, Adam.
Yep, still leading GTM. They're doing well compared to the GT Pros as well.
I'll tell you what, Nicholas Pears from 1st is now going to drop to 4th, I think, because Joe Chiampa is coming around for Odin Racing to probably take 3rd. This has been a disastrous stop. We saw this with 3 Wide Motorsport. One crash can completely ruin your race.
Yeah, but if they stay out of trouble for the rest of the race, they should be able to fight their way back.
Yeah, fight their way back. I'm absolutely got confidence they will do. But it doesn't stop the fact they have dropped to 4th. And they are now in a considerably worse position than they were. I doubt they'll drop any further because the next car back is Pablo Lorenti. 3 laps down. So 4th place in LMP2 from the lead for Team Spirit Racing. Not good. And Max Mallamed is down to 6th and 3rd. He's dropped 3rd because that disconnection. He's still not back. Eddie Castina and Kieran Parkin have both passed him. Henning Vollet is next on the list, and to get a 6th place in these circumstances will be a godsend for him, but a nightmare for Team RGPL. It will not be good news, indeed, for that outfit, but good for the German 3-wide outfit, but there is a lot of time to be made before that happens. But Max Mallamed is not back, and that is a worrying thing. As let's go a bit further down the field in all this, as we have a look at... Let's have a look at Yari. Well, actually, Yari Vanani's just come in the pits for... can't quite remember what team that is. Yari Vanani for CMHQ Motorsports. That's exactly who he's driving for. And this may be a driver change, but I don't think it will be. Interestingly, David Beranek is there in the waiting section for Team RGPL, but they are currently disconnected. So they can't do anything as Henning Vollet is coming around the Le Mans complex once more through what I believe to be turn 16 now onto the back straight, coming into Sunshine Bend at the end of this, or was it even Sunset? Blumenek, getting my name slightly wrong. But Henning Vollet may or may not be onto something here. Has to go around the outside to overtake his team's GT arm entry, but Henning Vollet gonna come down the front straight, gonna go on to lap 146, and does not overtake Henning Vollet. Sorry, Max Mallamed can't overtake himself, but he might do it if he doesn't get through and back into the race very soon. This is crucial now, as Vollet himself is just coming around the 50 SFH car. Max Mallamed rejoins. So Mallamed's back, but he's just coming around to lap the number 50 car is Vollet. The car with Robin Frines and co in. of course, here on a nice little guest visit here at Sebring. They're doing all right. They are currently 31st overall. So we're having a bit of fun here. Not racing everyone too hard, getting out of the way when they need to, doing a very good job of it. But Henning Vollet is not necessarily going to get 6th place. Sorted, well, he has got through actually, because Max Malamed is out, and Vollet is through to 6th. So Malamed has dropped 4 places in all this. And the number 30 has crashed apparently. Who's the number 30? Oh, Nicholas Hillebrand off in all that as well. Nicholas Hillebrand in the number 24. Magenta Warriors has a bit of an excursion. But who is the number 30?
Is it Feeder Sport Poland?
Feeder Sport Poland. That's going to be Wisniewski. Is that Wisniewski? Let's see if he's got damage. I hope he hasn't, because that would be disastrous if he has. He's going slowly. He's got no rear wing. The Feeder Sport car now. He's got no back cover. He's lost something. His front bumper. And yes, that's a crash for the Feeder Sport car. What a disaster that is. They were doing brilliantly, and now they're in the pits with damage, which goes to show anything can happen. And they're in the pits. Maximilian Scheider is going to have a chance now to close the gap. So from being in a good position, they've gone down to a really bad one. This could be crucial, and it will give Stephen Bailey right to say thank his lucky stars, because his main threat is now out of it. He's got no major threats behind him now, and surely he can relax. That is major. Big stuff here at Sebring. Former class leader challengers were so close to Adam Hodgkinson before, and now it's really coming to crunch time for the Feeder Sport car. They have crashed, they are in the pits, and it's all going to heck for them. So, this is not good news for them, but it's brilliant news for Bailey, of course. Let's have a look further down the grid. See if there's anything else going on. And indeed, Tonga Guardia is in the pits. Current now P2 in class, P2. Well, there you go. Second in line P2. Because Ivan Zupanik takes the lead. And that's going to be good for Zupanik, because on debut, their team are leading. That is big. Almost as big as FSP crashing, but not quite.
Kieran isn't too far behind Eddie Castana.
Yeah, Kieran Parkin catching Eddie Castana now at some speed. And Kieran Parkin indeed getting stuck in traffic, but he is on the prowl, on the hunt, charging towards Eddie Castana. He wants this. He wants to make it a 1-3-4 for DHR. He wants it very much. He really wants it. And is he going to get it though, is the question. Castana out of the last corner. Parkin about 5 seconds behind. It's if he can catch up, that is when he's going to get the chance. Maximilian Scheider in all this, coming around to the last corner as well, almost a lap ahead of Castana, but not quite a lap ahead as Wisniewski finally comes out the pits, but Scheider is in close pursuit. Wisniewski leaves the pit exit area, and well, Scheider's not going to catch him, but the gap is a lot less, and Scheider's just going to lap the number 50 car, which is the Sim Racing for Holland guest car, of course, but Maximilian Scheider in the new number 9 Duck Henson Racing car, that yellow car, in addition to the blue and the red cars. Scheider is going to have a jolly good goal. And round he comes, Wisniewski versus Scheider. The gap is very close. I'll tell you exactly how it is by eye. A second. There is a second between them. This is worth watching by far and away. We want to be watching this. Maximilian Scheider having a goal at Wisniewski for P2. And we have a guest in the waiting booth, and it is none other than our resident Irishman, Mr. Casper Collegiatic.
Hello.
And of course you are Irish, of course, aren't you? Just to clear that up.
Not really. I mean, the only thing I have going for me is that I live here for half my life.
Well, you're Irish enough. You're Irish enough. That counts.
Fair play.
So, yeah, we're just commenting at the moment at this current battle between Maximilian Scheider and Nick Wisniewski, which Wisniewski has a bit of a slide on. Let's see, the gap again is about half a second now. This is crazy. He's going for an overtake.
Looks like some of the front battles are actually insane from what I've seen before my stint and afterwards. The P1s just are going completely at it.
Yeah, they're pushing like crazy.
Oh, look at this! About half a second, I'd say, between them. It's absolutely mental. Really going Wisniewski in. Well, that ruined it. Why'd you have to pit now? I'll tell you exactly where it's going to pit now. It's going to be probably a scheduled stop. So, yeah. Thought there might have been a driver change, but no. They're in the pits again. They're going to lose more time. Eddie Castina's probably going to get through. Parkin's going to get through.
What's the reason for them to stop though? Didn't they just have a complete repair stop over the last like 2 or 3 laps ago?
I don't know why they're back in. Why are they back in?
Pit, speeding in pits, maybe?
I don't know.
No, they
Jimmy would
stopped
know if
in
it was
there.
a penalty. They're stopped. I think it's probably just going to be fuel or something like that. But it is strange. Why have they pitted again? This is going to be bad because it means Parker and co are going to catch up. Castino's coming through the Le Mans complex. I'm keeping an eye on Wisniewski at the moment myself. The engine is off. So this is going to be a longer stop.
I'm gonna go talk to my team. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you, Adam. Good luck.
Thanks. See you.
Hopefully season.
And, well, Nick and Wisniewski here is in the pits. And Kieran Parkin is going to, within a chance, Eddie Castina is going to overtake for P3. Oh. Oh, my goodness. 500 seconds of suspension damage.
That is massive.
Is race changing. Absolutely a massive. Henning Vollet might have a chance at this rate. 500 seconds for FIA Sport Poland. And for the team that at one point could have been touted as dark horses to win, their chances have to be all but naught now.
The whole damage system change has just made everything so different. And this is literally my second VEC race, and already I've seen massive difference in what is happening. I'd say that probably it kind of does encourage a bit more safer racing, but then if you do make a genuine mistake, it really, really hurts.
Yeah. Also, I've just realised in the YouTube comments, I have my first hater. Yeah, I love you too. Oh, we've got a code 80 on. We have a code 80 on. Why is this?
Max Melmed crash.
And it's from Melamed, because why is that? What's happened to Melamed? He's had a crash. Yes, big crash for Max Melamed. We're going to a code 80 for Max Melamed. How things twist and turn indeed. Things have problems. And indeed, wow. Melamed's pulling off, all of the pulling off, and we are indeed going to a code 80. And he's still, look at that, he's having to turn the wheel 90 degrees just to get it to go in a straight line. And Wisniewski's still in the pits. This is going to be a saving grace for him, because he's going to lose a lot less time than he would have had before. And apparently no countdown for the code 80, but maybe they just wouldn't have known. Maybe they just wouldn't have known, but well, I didn't hear the countdown, but I'm sure they got one. People are indeed going around at 80 now, I think. I do believe everyone's going around at 80. So, looky, that's good. Yeah, apparently people didn't hear... Yep, there wasn't a countdown apparently, so there is a code 80 enforced though. There is a code 80. Literally everything has happened in these last few laps.
It's a crazy, crazy race. And I think that there basically is no one who has had a completely clean race with no with no issue of one kind or another, unless they were extremely lucky. I know I had some issues, and both of my teammates both had issues, so it's been big.
Yeah, it has been massive. It's been huge.
It may just be the nature of this track being so tight, being so fast, and just generally the corners especially with traffic, are just so difficult to get right. And obviously,
Yeah, Stephen Bailey, race leader, takes the chance and pits. And yeah, he is untouchable up front, leading by a lap as various pit stops shake out. He's 2 ahead of Scheider apparently at the moment. He's come out of nowhere and gone straight back into his dominant lead again. He's done what only Stephen Bailey can do, and loads of people coming in the pits to take advantage of this code 80. So
Yeah,
Bailey in, Scheider in, Wisniewski in, Pastorato in, Hillebrand, Absalti, Portney, Duna, Vogel, Bear, Luigi Cilio, all in. Everyone is in. Yep, we had another comment in from Tim Wheatley, of course. Thank you very much, Tim. The track is essentially a single groove track everywhere except for 3 straights. So overtaking is difficult here, obviously, but it's a fast track too, which makes it worse.
yeah, and I'm the first. This is literally the first time I'm racing the P2. I've been moved from the GTM car, and the difference is just massive. And now I can definitely appreciate managing the traffic a lot more, considering this track is just so difficult. There are, you have to be very creative with how to handle traffic and be safe, which is fairly interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult if you don't know what you're doing, but when you do know what you're doing, it becomes a lot easier, of course. I bet James Kirk is wishing he wasn't here right now, because literally everything has happened at once. And it's only been an hour since he left. We are 288 minutes into this race, out of 720 minutes. And I'm thinking we may be going to an ad break, or should go to an ad break in a bit, just to forewarn you all. Yes, we're going to an ad break after this code 80. I thought it was being a bit too long since we had one, but we are indeed going to an ad break soon, just to have a nice little informational time for you. But wow, if you thought endurance racing was boring, you've been proven wrong in these last couple of minutes.
Definitely, and generally it seems like endurance racing in general, in real world and here, seems to be getting more and more like sprint racing, where we just see people just hit it completely on all the time.
Yep, you've got to go hard, you've got to go fast and quick at some points, but it's all about the long haul, and that has not helped. Team Feeder Sport, because they're still in the pits. We have a driver change. Jan Titz enters the car for the current LMP2 second placers, which will be Seawolf Racing and Seawolf Motorsports even. I'm not totally sure what that suffix is, but Jan Titz in the car, and I know him from several places. He's quite a talented driver indeed. Be interesting to see if we can catch Tonga Guardia, who really is not very far behind. And we're going back to green in about 10 seconds time now. But we can get racing again. We will have Stephen Bailey a lap ahead of Maximilian Scheider. And Jan Titz going to challenge Tonga Guardia for LMP2 lead. That's probably what we're going to go as we go green. So Guardia versus Titz with the P2 lead is probably what we're going to be looking at, because it's the closest thing we've got to a battle at the moment. Jan is going to be chasing Tonga like there is no tomorrow, and it's a chance for... Oh, well, wow. We'll talk about getting his stint off to a bad start. He's locked up already and he's pulled off. And he's gone off into the grass and he's got to get it going again. He gets it into reverse, and, well, if you're going to make a mess up to your stint, that's how you do it. And, well, ladies and gents, it's happened again. Doug Henson Racing, 1, 2, 3. Bailey, Scheider, Parkin. It's happened again. That's how dominant they've been this race. And there were times where it looked like the races were over. And yet it's happened again. A DHR 1, 2, 3. This is unheard of. I mean, if you were a team manager, Casper, you'd be loving this, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, what else do you want? Would you really want from a team than being the top 3 spots in the top class of, well, the fastest class on track? So, yeah, pretty much it'll be an absolute dream. Now they would just have to keep it together for the next 7 hours or so.
Yeah, just got to keep it together now. That's what it's all about. And, well, that's the ultimate. A 1, 2, 3, the ultimate domination of the race in your 1, 2, and 3 in Prototype 1. That's going to be a big, big good thing as a team manager. as I think we're due to go to that ad break now since the Code 80's finished. Yeah, we can go to an ad break. So, teeing up the points we're going to talk about, Jan Titz has not got his LMP2. Starting off to a good start, but hopefully he'll be able to catch back up to Tonga Guardian LMP2. And of course, now DHR are 1, 2 and 3 in LMP1. How are they going to do any better from here? We will just have to wait and see, as make sure you don't go anywhere in this scintillating 12 hours of Sebring for the Virtual Endurance Championship. Stay tuned.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 12 hours of Sebring. Slightly quick countdown from Jerry Robinson Lane. It's a bit off guard.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. Welcome back to the 12 hours of Sebring. Yeah, welcome back to 12 hours of Sebring. Virtual Endurance Championship Season 8, Race 5. Brought to you by Image Base Incorporated, R-Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. You join us in the middle of utter domination by Doug Henson Racing, a 1-2-3 in the LMP1 class. Stephen Bailey, Max Scheider, Kieran Parkin, first, second and third in Prototype 1. Can it get any better for the English outfits? Time will tell. Well, it can't really, because they're in the top 3 places. So, yes. Oh. Yep. We're also getting a bit close to 4 PM in game, so in about 3 hours' time, it will start to dusk over. I'm going, unfortunately, in about 2.5 hours. We're hopefully going to get to see the night draw in, or start to draw in, but we're going to see some nice things happening soon.
Should definitely be interesting. I found that basically the moment when it's turning from in kind of like the sunset time, this track is extremely difficult to find breaking points and stuff like that. At least it was for me when we tried the night server. So
yeah, about 5:30 or so.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Yeah, well, when it dusks over, it dusks over. I'm hoping I might get a chance to commentate on some night racing, but I don't know whether I will do. It would be nice if I did. Anyway, so yes, I am Joshua Anderson. I'm still here on lead commentary, doing what I do for points in time in VEC, and joining me in the booth at the moment is none other than Mr. Casper Collegiatic, of course, as you've already heard.
Mm-hmm.
That is Casper. And he's doing a great job with me at the moment at the booth. It's lovely to have you with us, Casper, as always, providing a little bit of insight from the LMP2 world of driving. You've been in this server and driving yourself, actually.
Yeah.
So, while we've got here, let's have a bit of a question and answer session between the two of us, as Max Velovit's still in the pits after that incident, which caused the last score at 80. Casper, how has Magenta Warriors' races been? Because you do drive for them.
Yeah, our first drive was a bit unlucky, and we got, as Code 80 got enforced, we got the first Code 80 in the first 20 minutes or so, we got our driven into the back of, so we had to have some repairs alongside with all of the other LMP2s, but our repairs were a lot shorter, so We gained a bit that way. That was during that massive LMP2 crash. And then afterwards, Oscar just took the basically took the car for a stint, and I took over and drove for 3 hours. Had a few mistakes. Basically, I ran out of fuel in one of the stints, and I think I finished in the actual pit box with 1 second of fuel left. And other than that, I was just getting to the groove. And I think Nick had a bit of an incident with an inside wall, so he had to have repairs as well. So generally, it's been very mixed bag, but it's been a good debut in an LMP2 for me, I guess, at least.
It has indeed, yep. You've done a very good job of it as well, because you're normally a GT driver for Team Magenta Warriors, but you drove the LMP2 this time, and you've done a very good job of it, I must be said.
Thank you.
But speaking of doing a good job, Stephen Beatty 2 laps ahead of everyone.
That is absolutely insane. It nearly looks like Feeder Sports' spa performance when it comes to the absolute domination of the lead. I guess it's just keeping it clear and being fast enough to still make it work.
Yeah, but that's the point. Bailey, Scheider and Parkin may lead at DHR 1-2-3, but that doesn't even tell you half the story. We've had code 80s, we've had disconnections, we've had crashes, we have had Armageddon on the front straight, and many other things. And yet, this doesn't even tell half the story of the fact that we have a DHR 1-2-3. We have Feeder Sport Poland up there in second, 10 seconds away from the lead, crash out and are now 5 laps down in 6th. Max Malamed of Team RJPL had a disconnection that crashed the coast code 80 down in 9th. We've had so many things. Team Spirit Racing even. Nicholas Pace crashes and loses LMP2 lead to Tonga Guardia, who's now out there in LMP2 first place and 10th place, and apparently would like to switch to a different car, please. So I think they're sick of not being on the same car anymore. No, it's fine. Jimmy Allison doing a very good job on cameras because he's doing a better job than me. He does a lot for us, Jimmy. A big thanks to you. This wouldn't be possible without you, of course.
Oh wait, is that one of the Sim Racing for Holland cars without a front bonnet?
Oh, that could be big. Depends which car it is. Now it's Dennis Duna is in the pits right now with no front hood. He's got no hood. He's not got a front bumper. That's aero damage though. Dennis Duna in the pits for Sim Racing for Holland has now been overtaken by the number 50 entry, the sister PR entry. So the Friends and Co car, as I'm calling it, is indeed ahead of the normal Sim Racing for Holland car.
Good performance in that sense. Although, yeah, they're doing their job, I presume. And considering I don't think they had very much time to get themselves ready for this race, they're definitely not doing too bad of a job. And from what I've been around them, they've been pretty nice to the prototype drivers as a traffic, and generally been pretty alright on the track. So. Don't have many complaints.
They've been very good. They must be commended. You know, shout out to them. They've done a very good job. They're taking the race seriously, of course, but they're not racing everyone too hard as has been instructed to. But they are doing a very good job, it must be said. They're doing a sterling job, and they've kept out of the way and had basically an incident-free race. There was one, unfortunately, which, well, couldn't really be helped. But they have had a 95% incident-free race, and that is great to hear.
Yeah, which is definitely a good thing, and considering how this is quite a still high-profile race driver when it comes to the name recognition, it's quite definitely an interesting experiment nearly to see how well a person from real life does in an actual endurance race that people make thousands and thousands of kilometers practice for.
Yeah. That is indeed, that's true. And just to put a bit of perspective here, ladies and gents, Tonga Guardia is now on lap 150. Max Malamed is still in the pits and on lap 150. Tonga Guardia is about to overtake for position an LMP1. That's the class ahead, a significant speed difference. And because of this damage that Malamed's car has sustained, they're going to be overtaken for position. That is big, especially for Guardia, because when Malamed comes back round, it'll be for position. He's got absolutely no right to give him any room. Well, I will give him room, yes, but wouldn't be obliged to give him the position. So, Guardia, let's have a look at Guardia. Guardia's just coming around the coming around some corners. I've got a track map up. Actually, I'll use said track map to my own advantage. Yep, he's just coming around into what I believe is, well, it's a left followed into a right. I think he's coming into the through Collier into Tower. Maybe, yep, this looks like a 90 degree. This could be Tower. Down this little back straight here. No, that could have been. No, this is the back straight. Sorry, I was wrong. It just comes through the Le Mans corner down the Omen Straights. I'm not great with my tracks, sorry.
I think I'm probably worse,
But
to be
he's
honest.
still in the pits. He's still in the pits. Malamed. Tonga Guardia. This is fairly large for him because I think he's Argentinian, isn't he? Tonga Guardia is about to overtake an LMP1 for position. Through he goes and he's done it. Look at that. Through a 4th position on Max Malamed. And Jan Titz is out to do the same thing. And as Joe Chiappa has a chance at it, maybe if it doesn't come out soon, Jan Titz is going to cross the line. He's going to overtake him for position 2.
Of course, once the actual LMP1 car gets out, it's just there's just no question that they're going to be lapped as soon as, or overtaken as soon as they actually get on pace. But it seems like they may have had the 20 minutes suspension repair time, which is quite big.
Which is a disaster. It's put them so far down. It's unbelievable. Joe Chiappa, I was looking at 50 seconds of damage remaining. So Joe Chiappa is going to go through. Nicholas Pay's less so. But Max Malamed is going to go from 3rd to 9th to 12th. And that's behind LMP1s, 2s. All of the prototypes. Joe Chiappa has gone through. Malamed will be waiting to leave. And apparently we should go on board with the number 50. All right, fair enough. We're on board, maybe, I think. Possibly. I'm not going to stream with the cameras. But we are on board with the 50. We're on board with the 50 of Robin Frines and co. We don't know who's in the car, but hang on. A car behind is that a car behind? No! A car in front is just letting them through. So Evan Small in the Token Door Racing has just let the number 50 through. When they're not even fighting for the championship, so courtesy, definitely.
To be honest,
next step, Max Verstappen joining, quite possibly.
To be honest, there are 2 different classes, and I think it was just unlapping himself as well for the number 50.
Bear in mind, you know, the Stephen Bailey's coming around with that number 50's car as well. Does so without incident. Is there any way to figure out who's active in that car? Maybe via TeamSpeak? I don't think there is, unfortunately.
I don't know why it's not working in the overlay, but I think it was...
I'll tell you exactly why we don't know. It's because they're all using one rig.
Oh.
And they've had that expressly allowed and cleared through the administration, but Jimmy Allison's going to find out nonetheless. He's such a good person, is Jimmy. We love you, Jimmy, really. You're so good. Yeah, a bit of an ooh from him there. Yeah. Yeah, we're meant in a respecting, really appreciating your work, way. As Peter Grau was a bit of a lock-up for the other 3 wide car, as Alberto Pastorano is in the pits for Scuderia GT Italia. And hasn't Bailey been driving whole race except for an hour, apparently, says Tim Wheatley. There was that stint where Hodgkinson came in, but he has been in for a lot of it, yes. Stephen Bailey in for a lot of that car, and there is no 4-hour rule anymore. That's been abolished. And oh, hang on a minute. Oh, right, okay. We're going to lose broadcast commentary a bit because Jimmy Allison's going to go and find out. All right. Yep, we're going to go and Jimmy Allison's going to find out who is in the number 50 car at the moment. So if we lose the broadcast sound, be back in a bit. But if we don't, we'll continue.
Iemand dat even doorgeven? Dat ben ik, maar dat hoort hij niet.
Ik ga dat doorgeven. Gaat het om de 51 auto?
50. Mij dus, Offermans.
Om jou, ja.
Ja.
Hopefully see you soon.
Oh, well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been told it's Marcel Offermans in the car now. So not Robin Frines, as the name suggests, but it is Marcel Offermans in that car. Suddenly, Dutch chatter. That's exactly why. Because Jimmy went down, so you would have heard the cars. You would have heard the Dutch guys. It is Marcel driving. You would have heard the Dutch guys, and that's why.
Yes. Also, I now have to leave, so I'll hopefully see you all sometime later.
Yep. Well, it's been lovely having you, Casper. Feel free to come back later if you can, if you want to, because you're not obliged to, of course. But it's lovely having you anyway.
Thank you. I'll see you all soon.
And then it was just me and Jimmy, of course. But yeah. Please do feel free to join us in the broadcast booth again in the VEC TeamSpeak Room 1. Do pop yourself in the waiting booth. I'll drag you up, or Jimmy will drag you up, and we can have a bit of a talk, because there is a lot going on now. Apparently that Dutch bit was great, Jimmy, so we should do it more often.
See, the thing is, why I'm muted is because I have 3 different buttons to press.
Ah, yes.
But now I'm going through to the to the stream. So, hello, guys.
Yep. Hello, welcome, Jimmy Allison. That's why he hasn't been able to be heard, and why we've been calling the Code 80s. But he's a very busy man. He's a very good man, and it wouldn't be possible without him this VEC season. So, big props to ya. Let's have a bit of an update on the current standings, because we haven't had that in a while. Stephen Bailey then doing a dominant drive out there in P1 for Duck Ensign Racing. Then it's Macmillan, Scheider and Kieran Parkin leading the 1-2-3 for LMP1. In LMP2, it's Tonga Guardia currently leading from Jan Titz, then Yokiampa. In GT Pro, the current standings are as follows. Arne Schoenvliet leads for Revolution Racing, I do believe. And he's followed by Hani Absatli for Scuderia Leone, and then it's Dino Weiser. Wow, what a name. Behind me. And in GT Am, it is currently Tommaso Tortella, of all people, in the lead from I think it's him in the lead at least from no, it isn't, sorry, Dark Racing still lead, Daniel Maybach from then it's Evan Spawn in Topmodor Racing. Then it's Tommaso Tortella in 3rd place. And that rounds out your top 3 in each class. So went a bit wonky about GT Pro there, but we managed to save it. But really, the main point of this race has been how dominant DHR have been, but even that doesn't tell you half the story. We've had everything. Yet Stephen Bailey is out there now, working wonders, 168 laps. He started, he's 168, has done 167, and then Max Scheider behind him on 165. Yeah, he's 2 laps ahead of everyone, even his own teammates. Oh, Tim Wheatley in the comments there, haven't seen it go below 150 for 6 hours. It's been extremely watchable for me. Oh, thank you, Tim. It's nice to know you as one of the people who work with ISI, one of the big guys in ISI. Of course, thank you so much for sponsoring us and providing the, well, not necessarily sponsoring, but yep, thanks, Tim, indeed. Thanks for making this awesome software, you're brilliant.
I haven't seen any money, so I don't think it's a sponsorship.
Yeah, that's what, no, yeah, Jimmy just saying there, thanks for making the software anyway. We wouldn't be here without you. Brilliant simulator, very enjoyable. And it's come on so far, hasn't it? Our Factor 2 from its origins, and it's developed into a fantastic little simulator, and I think the future's extremely bright for it myself. I think the future is very bright for our Factor 2, and it can only go up from where we are, and it's already very, very up indeed. So let's see if we can get some GT action, because people usually ask for that. Let's see if we can find something going on here. Well, there is a battle for position brewing, but it's between a prototype and a GT, so let's not focus on that. Let's see if we can find any GT-specific battles. And indeed we can! Jörg Vogel is closing, or is close to Alessandro Porti. There's about a second and a half between them. Porsche versus Aston Martin down in P24 for Can Jimmy. This is going to be a good one. Jörg. Oh, it's a pro now. Wow. Oh, it is 2 pros. Is it a pro now? It's 2 pros. So this is a fight in class. Jörg Vogel versus Alessandro Porti, 23 versus 24. And the gap currently by eye is about a second, so worth watching, I think. Jörg Vogel, it looks like it doesn't. It looks more than a second, but it is. Well, it probably is because more seconds. It's got to about 1.5, but he's not that far behind either which way. About a second and a half between the two of them, but it is more than easy for that gap to reduce itself with speed, as we've seen many times in this race. Gaps can come down faster than a shutter in a shop, and while it's stayed about the same, that's not to say it will stay the same. Jörg Vogel, of course, was involved in a very interesting battle before the start of the race. He's not really had much do with the rest of it so far, but he's most certainly here, most certainly trying to chase Alessandro Porti for Scuderia GT Italia. I'd say the gap now by eye is about, again, a second, so he's brought it down by half. Definitely got some pace here, Jörg Vogel, got a lot of pace. Oh no, he goes wide! That's going to undo some of his work there. Going to give Porty a nice bit of breathing space. Gap now, in fact, has gone to 1.5 again. And the 313 is back in the pits after being hit off again, says Tom Jacobs. That's the Flatline Racing car. And it is Gert James in the pits again. It has not been their race at all. Flatline Racing in the pits again. The hood's gone. Honestly, I bet you they couldn't even buy some luck this race. It's been that unfortunate for them. There's Thomas Beer in the pits as well for Northern Lights Racing. I can see Tom Schenkel's waiting, so this might be Bram Balen coming in again soon for SRVN. But wow, Flatline Racing have had another crash, and it's just so unfortunate because, I mean, the next car behind's in the pits, and Peter Grau is 10 laps down on them. So they're not really going to lose much, but the gap to Ed Trevelyan Johnson in the Revolution Racing Viper is going to increase. And have flatlined, possibly, but they're still alive and kicking, still trying, so I wouldn't say they're dead yet. No, they're still going indeed. So, if we can go back to Jörg Vogel and Alessandro Porti, the gap between them has now increased slightly. Almost 2 seconds, and Porty has prototypes to deal with. So that has possibly put the dampers on that for the minute. But for now, at least, things aren't looking good for Jörg Vogel and are looking good for Alessandro Porti, who's just going to get his prototypes past him now. So yeah, that's not good news, and Evan Spall might be about to overtake the Northern Lights Racing car here for Talking Door. And he does. Evan Spall goes up in position in GTM. Overall, that is. Doesn't gain any GTM places, but lots of traffic for Stephen Bailey right now. He's got prototypes GTs all around him. Nicholas Hillebrand, one of the cars he's got to overtake in that Magenta Warriors car. Going to do a mighty fine job of this. Yep, gets out the way. And now Bailey has got another LMP2 to overtake here. Rickard Norgren in the LMP2 ahead of him. He's just cutting through these prototypes like a hot knife through butter, isn't he? Round he goes, easy squeezy, and no need for any slowing down whatsoever. He's just on a charge, isn't he, really? And maybe if you wanted to come into the booth with me, discuss this charge or discuss anything with me, please do feel free to come along and talk to me on the TeamSpeak. It's the Virtual Endurance Championship Room 1 TeamSpeak. Feel free to pop yourself in the weight booth, and I'll get to you as soon as I can. So we are 315 minutes into this race, 171 laps in for Stephen Bailey, and it's most certainly going his way right now. What's this, a race of some kind, says Tero Dahlberg? Well, it's supposed to be a race, it's an endurance race, but it seems to be a walkover for Stephen Bailey at the moment. Yep, good evening to you, Taro. Stephen's just taking the absolute... He's walking over this like it's a load of easy to walk over paving stones. It's a cruise for the Englishman. All he's got to do is just keep going, and I bet he's got some music on in that car, just enjoyed himself, cruising along, you know, stuff like that. He's got the world to himself, but as you know, endurance races can change on a dime, and it could full well change on a dime. We can have anything happen. We've had everything happen so far, and anything can happen. In fact, you know what? Let's have a bit of an audience participation guest. Let's have a little guess at what Stephen Bailey would be listening to on the music right now if he was listening in on anything. Let's have a little guess. Come on, let's see in the comments. What do you think Stephen Bailey's listening to, if anything? Or if he was listening to music, what would you suggest he listen to? Let's have your suggestions then. Come on, let's get some conversation going. So, yeah. He's out there doing a sterling job, and Max winning shy to his teammate 2 laps down in the other DHR car. Someone says never gonna give you up. Rick Astley, a classic. Death Metal says Nick Woodbury. Yeah, possibly. Last Christmas is won by Wham as well. All of the obscure suggestions. Headbanging Death Metal, indeed. Yeah, imagine if he was listening to Death Metal. That would be oh dear. Well, it could be that. It could be that, indeed. Could be the Venga Boys. Had to do it, says Jimmy Allison. Of course, as you probably heard, or maybe did not, or but he would have come through on broadcast. He would have had to with that. Justin Bieber says Nick Woodbury. The choices are massive. We don't know. We'll have to ask him himself when we get the chance. As Pablo Laurenti decides to come into the pit stops and has no front bumper. Oh dear. Even better One Direction, says Nick Woodbury. Wow. Bailey's musical choice is very much in debate here. Yep, as very much in that pit box with no front bumper. Thomas Schenkels is indeed out for SRBN. I completely missed that, sorry. But yeah, now will be a lovely time to have you in the booth with us to discuss anything, even if it is Bailey's musical choices. Please do feel free to join us in the team speak. I do get lonely at times when there's nobody. Schenkels has taken over from Balin, as I pointed out there. And Tonga Gardi is still leading in LMP2 though. From Ian Titz, who's a little bit behind. Tonga's doing a wonderful job, it must be said. Out there doing his job in LMP1. David Baronet in the car for Team RGPL, all the way back down in 12th though. Got LMP2s to fight for position. Maurice Nicolai says him for the weekend by Coldplay. Who knows? Nobody does. That's in this broadcast booth, that's for certain. We will have to see. As I'm going to look for some GT actions again, actually, because see if we can find some, but it's all seemed to peter out a bit. Or not necessarily, because Courtney Vogel's happened again. Courtney Vogel has closed up again. So back in P24, Jörg Vogel is within a second of Alessandro Porti, and Porti has traffic. So this could very much help Jörg Vogel here. He's closing in now, it seems. He's finally going to get a good run. He's going to get a very good run indeed by the looks of things if he just keep up with this. Vogel now coming through this left-hander, very fast left. I think that's not Big Bend, it's got to be, I think that's going to be Collier into Tower Corner, down the little one into Bishop, through into Le Mans, past through Le Mans Complex onto the Ullman Straight. Yep, so back onto the back straight now. Jörg Vogel has the draft of 2 cars, not just one. Something's got to happen, but he's not gaining the speed. He's gaining on Totella, not getting on Porti. Something tells me he's going to have to do a little bit more if he wants this place. He's chasing. Totella's going to have to let him through, as I do believe he's a lapped car. It's the side-by-side, no lifting or whatever. He'll be getting blue flags waved at him. But Jörg Vogel gets through. Now we can set his sights on Alessandro Porti ahead of him, but the gap has gone up to about 0.8 of a second, I'd guess. You want Jörg to do this so they're going to have a fight, but he's finding it a little bit difficult at the moment because Porti is very good in that Aston Martin, good in the straight lines, that car, the Porsche good in the corners. And All-Star Racing's Porsche having a bit of a time because the car's not quite as good in the straights and it's a fast track, so you got to think that corners like here at the hairpin, fast corners and straights with the Aston Martin's better. So that's not going to help your Vogel. The gap has gone up to about the second now, so you got to think the corners are where he's going to be good at small layouts. Part of Sector 1, Tower Corner, Le Mans, those are going to be his points, but the rest of it, he's petered off again, and that's bad news. But Nicholas Page now leaves the pits for Team Spirit Racing, having made a pit stop. And he's down in 13th now. And that's not good for him, unfortunately. But we'll have to see how he goes as we go back to Vogel. He's now about a second in it still. I'd guess. I'd say definitely still. But the Aston Martin's going to have the nice little advantage here. Oh, wow. Apparently, talking to Ferrari, slammed the brakes at Le Mans and Kieran had nowhere to go. So Kieran parking in the pits, possibly for damage, but it's negligible. So, won't hurt them too much, but Eddie Castina's going to gain time. Barely though in all this. Storming ahead. He's coming up through the laps now. 3 minutes past. Bailey on a good run. Oh, good move from Kieran Parkin apparently. But he's in the pits. How can it be a good move? And let's keep looking at other cars again. Let's keep the things moving on. Martin Furman. Let's talk about Martin Furman. We haven't given him as much credit as I think he deserves. 3-Wide Motorsport had a disaster before and dropped all the way from second to last in LMP1. They are now 5th. They've gone from 2nd to 9th to 5th in all this, and Martin Furman is doing a stellar job out there for them. He's absolutely flown back up to get a top 5, which James Kirk said might be out of the reach. It certainly isn't, and it goes to show anything is doable in endurance racing. So Martin Furman now, yeah, he's a lap down on Stephen well, he's 4 laps down on Bailey and 1 down on Parkin, 2 down on Scheider. But Furman is definitely giving it the works in an attempt to get up the positions again. Oh, we got 11 off apparently, according to, is that the number 11? It is the number 11. What's the number 11? Oh, 11, yep, and that is the SRBN car. That will be Bram Balin, or on a Shinbei, no, it'll be Tom Schenkels in the pits with no rear wing. So off SRBN about to do. And that'll let Evan Spall get a bit of a chance, give Daniel Maybach some breathing room. So that's not good for SRBN. That might be a good lefty stop. A lefty stop for them. But he has most definitely had a crash. And that's not good. Understatement of the century there. So Tonga Guardia in the pits now for LMP2. Jan Titz assumes the lead of LMP2 then for Seawolf Racing. We're going to remember that. Jan Titz then leads LMP2. Let's see what he can do with that. Tonga Guardia in the pits. David Berenek might be about to gain a position back here after that disastrous crash and subsequent place drop. And Eddie Castina in the pits as well for JR Racing. And Kieran Parkin might be about to take third there to reassume the DHR 1-2-3. Once again, they are back in those top 3 positions. Is there any stopping them? Who knows? I certainly don't, but I doubt there would be. As Diego Carranza gets into the car instead of Tonga Guardia. So, there has been a driver change. Indeed, there has been a driver change in that car. There has been a driver change in that team. And out comes Carranza now. Joe Chiappa has gone through in all this, so now 4th in class. Well, 3rd in class even. Seawolf lead from Odin. And then Carranza comes out in 3rd. Eddie Castina still in the pits. Is Martin Furman even going to get a shot here? Castina is shaking his wheel. He's waiting. He's agitated. Martin Furman, I don't think it's nearly enough time to get that 4th place from him. But it depends on whether Castina's coming out quickly or not. He's waiting, but Furman's very far around. Does he have crash damage? Possibly, I don't know, but he's in the pit still. Might be a driver swap, I don't know. But he's in the pit still. As he's waiting. I don't know whether there's crash damage or not, but Martin Furman is coming around the Le Mans complex, or into the Le Mans complex, onto the back straights. Castina still in the pits. This could be 4th for 3 wide ways, and this would be big. We're waiting on Castina. We're waiting on him, and Furman chasing down Joe Chiampa for an overtake, a lapping even. Thomas Shekels passes Eddie Castina in the pits. He's still waiting. Martin Furman coming around Sunset Bend. Castina still waiting. He's going to come around and do it, is Martin Furman. Through he goes, 4th for 3 wide motorsports. And that is huge, all things considered. That is amazing. After all the tragedy and all the problem they've been through, they are very much into 4th in this race. What a drive it's been from them. And Casina still finally comes on the pits, but apparently has no front bumper. That might reconnect itself in a couple of seconds. I'm sure they did fix it, but it's not been their good time to lose front bumper. Yeah, he does have it. So that was his technical visual issue. Did have crash damage. Martin Furman into 4th as a result, and with a fairly healthy lead too. I'm starting to think the top 3 might be pushing the boat still with that DHR dominance. Hashtag it, come on, someone gotta do it. And a 4th though, all things considered, would be a massive achievement, sure. It would be an absolute brilliant drive. Jan Tit's in the pits, that's a rhyme. And he's going to pits there. Get himself into the pits. That is probably going to let Joe Chiampa into 1st place for LMP2. Most definitely. Going to give him a chance to take the lead for Odin Racing. David Berrinet goes into P9 overall. Still a very disappointing race after that incident for RGPL. As Nikodem Wisniewski, all things considered, in 6th, it's a disappointment, yes, but he's working his way back up. 5 laps down, but he's working his way back up. Don't count him out. He could have a top 5 quite easily. Most definitely doable. But Stephen Bailey now comes around Sunset Bend, and it's that time of the broadcast where I get to say, warm my tenor voice up. He's going to cross the line to start lap number 180. Yep, get a special voomfiness from me. There you go. It's lap 180, half of a 360. He's done half of a full circle, you can argue. Whatever, I just wanted to make you guys laugh. There you go. So, Bailey has completed 180 laps of Sebring now, or starting his 180th. And it's been a bit of a 180-degree switch, really, because we never would have expected the FSP car to be down in 6th. Never would have expected Furman to be in 4th place. Bit of a switcheroo. Yep, people like that little call of mine. If I'm ever around for that, I'm going to do it again. And, well, let's have a nice... Oh, well, I've lost faith in Josh because of that. Well, nice to know. Well, it's not nice to know, actually. If I've let people down, that's not cool. Well, I was trusted. Now I'm not. I'm going to get fired. So, it looks like Jimmy Elson will be doing commentary from now on, then, if I'm really going to have to be killed. No, I kid. But, yeah. Speaking of people to do commentary, why don't you join me? Because I'm going to get even worse if I don't have people talking to us. I should do it again, apparently. No, I know you were just kidding, Revolution Racing. I know you were just kidding. I do pick up on people sometimes. So, you know, come and join me if you like, because I'm just going to deteriorate further if you don't, and you don't want that. As Nicholas Hillebrand in the pits, is this finally going to be a driver change? Might be, might not be. He's been in the car for a very long time now, as Nicholas. God bless. Let's see. Kevin Cox might be about to get in the car for Rev Sim Racing, because Josh Hoare is about to get out the car. And, yep, Park's in the pits. He's on the hard compound tyre in that, which is quite interesting, but, oh, apparently Hillebrand's only been in the car for about 2 hours. Gonna wait till the power hour again, as his tradition says, Revolution Racing, but I'm not going to be around for that, unfortunately. That's going to be Mr. Thomas Hinds when he turns up. He's going to be here and going to be taking you through the final stages of this race. I'm only going to be here until about 11, which is only about 2 hours. So it has been fun, though. It's been very fun being here, and I've enjoyed every second of it. So Nick's only been in the car for about 2 hours. That was my mistake. And in all this, Joe Chiampa has indeed taken the LMP2 lead, and Jan Titz is trying to chase him down. In the GT Pros, let's have a look at what's going on there, because I do believe Hani Absalti has taken the lead again. Joining us for the power hour again, you'll be joining Hinsey for the power hour, but go on. Won't be me, it'll be him. We got a driver in the, I believe that's the Revolution Racing. Yep, the Revolution Racing Corvette. Joe Letteriello is in the car, trying to chase Hani Absalti on the same lap as him, but not quite there yet. Ben Schmidt in the pits as well. And at the moment, it's quiet again. It is certainly quiet again, as is becoming the norm at these late stages of the race, or the middle stages. And I'm just looking for some on-track action again, because I've got nobody to talk to. That's all I can talk about. It's not easy. It really isn't when there's not much going on. Nikitin and Wisniewski in the pits though, so Petersburg Poland making a stop. This won't be a driver change, I think, but it's probably just a planned stop. Get some fuel and tyres on the car. Get a bit of a refresh going. Gap 20 to Castina is going to increase then. Prepare for shenanigans, says Tobias Rona. Don't know why we're going to be preparing for shenanigans, but fair enough. I like shenanigans. Thomas Hinsey loves shenanigans. Thomas Hinsey loves shenanigans. Why do they call him Thomas Hinsey? Martin Furman in the pits for 3 wide. So, Eddie Castina has a chance to make a position up here. As he comes round this corner. Ooh, bit of a close moment with one of the Sim Racing for Holland cars. That was the number 50 of Fringe & Co, but it's not, sorry, Frines & Co, but it's not Robin Frines in the car at the moment, I believe. Berman pits, Bailey in the pits, Stephen Bailey pits from the lead. This probably won't hurt him at all because he's got a 2-lap gap between him and Scheider. Oh, contact in the pits with Wisniewski. Bailey in the pit lane ahead. Now, was that, he's missed his pit lane, he's on the reverse. Now, was that an unsafe release from Wisniewski? I'm not sure. But, light drama, but nothing that's going to hurt Bailey too much. He can afford a bit of drama, he's 2 laps ahead. Max Scheider, though, is going to get 1 lap on him, as he's already on lap 180 of himself. Not going to quite do that, it's another sim. In fact, this will be all the DHR's pit now, because Scheider in, Bailey's in, Scheider's in, Parkman's coming around as well, he'll be coming in as well. They'll be triple stacking it, as they have done all race. Stephen Bailey is going to come round and does not pit, so that's a surprise. They're keeping 1 car out. So, Parkin will unlap himself on Scheider and Bailey. Both will be in the pits, and Parkin is not pitting yet. Although 2 of the 3 cars are in the pits. Handing Vollant out of the pits in P5. Going to try and get some time with Christina. As let's go back into P2, see if we've got anything going on there. Jan Titz is still leading the class. from Diego Carantha, who is some considerable distance back. And Yokiampa behind him. Nicholas Pays behind him. Ariana Carlo behind him. As seems to be things happening. Bailey out the pits and Max Scheider should be following him. Sooner rather than later, Kieran Parker on, well, all three DHR cars have now passed 180 laps now. So both of them there, all three of them there even. Stephen Bailey, of course. Still dominating this race is... Oh, we have a driver change indeed. So, we have Povilas Misunas in the car, in the number 9 DHR. So out indeed of the car is Max Scheider, and in the car is Povilas Misunas, I think that's how you pronounce it. So, welcome and hi and good luck, etc. I'm just trying to think of things to talk about now because it's just me. It's difficult to start a conversation when it's just you on your own. Josh Hall still in the pits and all this, so there might be damage for the Revs car. Kevin Cox looking maybe to get in that car, but there's a lot of damage waiting to be done. They've got the engine off, so must be some form of damage done. But at the moment, it's just business as usual, as it has been for the last while. You know, it's times like these. Oh, well, Pablo already having a slight deal with one of the cars there, one of the GTs. That was a Sim Racing for Holland car. That was don't know which one it was. That was the Freins car. Nia had a bit of a slight do. Let's see what happened. So Pablo comes through the corner here. Is chasing the car and goes a bit too far inside, so they let him through and he just turns a bit too quickly and unsettles the car. So not really much to be said about that, but now Pablo's got a load of traffic to overtake. So yeah, that is something that was almost a problem, but is not a problem. And he's safely lapping the traffic ahead of him. Ah, right, okay. Max in the number 9 car has disconnected from the TeamSpeak, so had to understand the driver swap there. That explains it. So that's why Povilas is in the car, and Austin has to keep it cool, but he's still in second. Kieran Parkin is in second also. Well, he's on lap 2 laps down. In the third place. Wow, I'm definitely feeling the after effects of this coffee. I'm absolutely shattered. I think I need something to join us in here, otherwise I might fall asleep. If you would like to join us in the TeamSpeak free stream, feel free to do so. Put yourself in the waiting booth. I'll get to you as soon as we possibly can, but we are 20 minutes away from 6 hours into this race, and indeed 6 hours of me doing straight commentary. Only a bit of which will be as lead commentator though, so about 2 hours of that will be as me as lead. It's hard to think it's been 2 hours. Feels like 7. Let's have a look then. Let's see if there's any battles on track, because I haven't had a look at one of those in a while. Let's give it a bit of a look. I can't see any, unfortunately. Everyone all seems to be in their own little bubble. So it's all gone to that part of things where people just race themselves. There really is nothing. Everyone seems to be on a different lap to each other. Henning Vollet is just being overtaken lapped by Kieran Parkin, and that's all I can comment on at the moment. Yeah, that's all I can comment on. Parkin Vollet's been lapped and is now trying to unlap himself, maybe! A bit of smoke and things up ahead, but we have a guest, finally! We indeed have a guest, thank goodness for that. I am very pleased to welcome to the broadcast booth Mr. Vilbert Veltova. Hello.
You've done that correct. Hello, mate.
Way! Bonus points for me.
For sure.
So, well, welcome to the booth, Wilbert. Pleasure to have you here. As far as I'm aware, you are a driver for the Rev Sim Racing team?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm on fire today. 2 right. Lovely.
Scoring some major points here.
Yeah, I'm scoring major points, even when I am tired.
Have some coffee.
Oh, I've already had 2 cups today. I might give myself problems with, might give myself a heart attack. I'll have much more. Don't want that, otherwise you won't have any commentator. So, Wilbur, Kevin Cox in your car at the moment, back in P36, if we can get him on camera, please, Jimmy. Kevin in the car at the moment. How's your race been overall?
Oh, it's been a shit race so far for us. I don't know.
No, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's done a great job on the damage model so far.
Yeah, it has been tweaked to make it a bit more realistic and to encourage. Yeah, he's Jimmy. What do you do? Yeah, it's been tweaked. The new damage model. Of course, if you're just joining us, where have you been? You've missed out on everything. But yeah, the damage model has been tweaked to include more penalties for suspension damage. Makes it a lot easier, well, a lot harder to fix it. And that has hurt your car a bit. Kevin, though, in 36 in that Viper, doing a very good job of keeping it on the track and just, it's going to be getting to the end really and enjoying it while you do so, I think.
Yeah, basically our main target now is Edmund Trevelyan Johnson.
Oh yes, ETJ up in 35th in the other
I
Viper.
mean, for us now, he's the one to beat. The other guys we probably are not going to catch up to. Well, yeah, we just want to get him. Some kind of, well, it's the first time we race in the room number 1 anyway. We've done a great quali. Josh has done a great quali. We qualified in 3rd. So we were expecting a bit more, but with the slight bumps and thingies we had in the race, we haven't had a clean stint so far. So now we dropped back to 7th in class, and that's a bit annoying for us.
Yeah, I think we're getting some good comments as well. Nick Woodridge just said, I like the look of the livery on that Viper. Very simple but very attractive. Sometimes simple's best.
Ah, thank you very much. Well,
A comment on your livery, it's always nice to have those.
Yeah, for sure. You know who made this livery. You can score an extra bonus point for this one.
I'll have a look at, it would be cheating to have a look at the logos on the cars.
No, it was me.
Can I guess Corner Factory?
No, it was me, mate.
Oh, well done. Well done you. That's a fantastic livery. And, well, I missed my chance for lucky 3rd bonus points, but...
Yeah, no worries. Basically, it was... this one is based upon you have these big lumpy cars in the blank pan racing. Which cars are these?
Yes. There's always
the
that.
Bentleys. It's the Bentley car.
The Bentleys. There you go.
Yeah, we pretty much like the British racing green, so we took it upon our car.
That you took that as inspiration. Yeah, it looks lovely. It is a very nice looking car.
Well,
the Viper itself is a very nice looking car. It's just a shame it's not really appreciated as much as people would. A couple of teams use it, but it's quite an underappreciated car.
It's a beast and a handful. From the starting of the season, it's been a hassle to adapt to these this extra drag on the rear wing for us. Because we were used to the URD mod, it was no problem, we raced it a lot, but with the extra drag, we took some time to get the car balanced.
Oh yes, because it's got the high downforce spec rear wing now, hasn't it? As have all the teams after...
No, it's not really the high downforce wing, but the actual added drag in the physics of the car.
Yes, because it's a GTM car, isn't it? So
yeah,
that's
so
going to
we were
extra
still
drag.
yeah, so we were still setting it up as a URD Pro car, but it wasn't really what we had to do. So finally we found the car and we got it to work, but now we need a bit more luck and a bit more sense in the team, I guess.
Yeah, and speaking of the Viper and the low downforce spec wing, yeah, the upgrades were fixed recently on VEC servers, so that has unfortunately, to the dismay of Mr. Lewis McGlade, really brought the end to the big wing on the Viper, the giant tall rear wing on it.
Yeah, so far we only think it was a cosmetic thing. So
yeah,
it's
I
not
thought
really...
it was only cosmetic as well, but there was always a little hashtag big wing or bust, to go with it because people liked it so much and now we can't have it, so RIP that.
Oh, yeah. I understand it. The looks were better with the high wing.
Yeah, it's like a massive tower on it. But yeah, it doesn't really matter again. I think it's only a cosmetic thing, and I like low wings anyway.
Well,
I know,
luckily
I'm a
in
traitor.
Formula 1 they're going to go back to the low wings, so let's put it that
Oh
way.
yes, that's something we can talk about actually. Formula 1.
Oh.
A lot of controversial to some developments in that recently. We've had the new qualifying format, which has been introduced and ratified, so they are going to do the elimination style qualifying. They are going to try and introduce that halo mechanism for 2017. And of course, the changes to make the cars more powerful and faster that have been suggested. So let's please get your comments on that. We'll talk with Wilbert about it because he's here with us. We'll start with the qualifying. I'm not a big fan of it. What's your opinion?
For the qualifying, I've only seen the headlines, but I didn't really get into it. I was just going to think and see what happens, but I'm sort of an olden days kind of guy. Just have 1 hour, see 15 minutes of nothing, and then have everybody on track in the last half hour, and do whatever you can with the new with a qualifying engine. But that's way back in the days. But it was, for me, it was the ultimate qualifying lap. Since they changed it, I mean, it's not really been interesting.
Yeah, it's not really been. There's been a lot of qualifying mechanisms over the years in Formula 1, but my personal favourite was what they had. Well, I like the Q1, Q2, Q3 method, but I'm a traitor to the cause here, forgive us, but I liked the single lap qualifying that they did where they all went out one by one. It got all of the teams exposure, and I thought it was the best. You're always going to see everyone.
Oh yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, but then another thing is to get that clean lap with traffic as well. I mean, even in the VEC, get that one lap, position yourself on the track. So having a track with only one car, I mean, it's too easy. I mean, if you're a team, a professional team, you need to find that place on the track in the moment. You need to do it in the moment, and not just the one lap where you get everything. I mean,
you do, yeah, but it adds a bit of tension because you've got to get that lap right, and if there's pressure, or if you get it wrong, it adds pressure. You know, it forces them to be more sensible about the qualifying laps. The qualifying should be all out anyway, but you can argue it both ways. I mean, it's effectively super pole, isn't it? Except there's no points for it.
Oh yeah, true.
I think that was my favourite method, to be honest. The aggregate timing over 2 days was an interesting idea, but just doing the I like the idea of one qualifying in Formula 1, you know, but if it goes wrong, and that's a problem. But it's just been scrapped in the end. But it's exciting, maybe, but maybe it wasn't the most ideal of things. And speaking of
the thing there, why they quit it, I think, because if you would have a leader like Vettel or Alonso still or Hamilton, whoever, screwing up his lap, that would screw up the race as well. You come there to see your heroes, and when he starts at the back, it's like, oh, well, he's only going to finish. We've seen guys finish on the podium from the last place, but still, you want to see him battle. And if one of them starts at the back, you know the battle is not even going to start. So that was the problem, I think, with the single lap shootout.
Yeah, that would have been the issue with it, I guess. Speaking of things that aren't necessarily ideal, we'll move on to the Halo. The Halo safety mechanism, which has attracted a bit of controversy, because people are saying it ruins. Well, I've seen pictures of it, and it does have a bigger effect on the T-cam, and it possibly has an effect on driver visibility too. So it's not necessarily the most ideal of situational improvements to driver safety, but it's possibly as good as we're going to get because they had to rule out closed cockpits like jet fighters there once because of driver extraction. So, what's your opinion on it?
In this case, having a halo or any kind of safety system on an open wheel car, for me, is a good thing. They will find a solution that will look good and is effective in time. I mean, you have to think outside of the box. Basically, they're testing it now, but after all of these guys, even Massa having this damper on his head, then with Justin Wilson, many others, I mean, even if they save like 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers, even if it's one, it's enough to prove its ability and its right to be there.
That's exactly it. If it can at least save one person, then it's done its job and it works. And that's the most important thing. If it saves one person, any improvement is welcome because it is a problem. It is a problem that needs to be addressed in some way, but we don't know which way because of the nature of open wheel cars. I mean, some people have suggested a sort of emergency release mechanism, but if the car's upside down, which is very rare, but if the car goes upside down, how are you going to fix it?
Well, I don't know. That's there's guys that are way better paid than me to think of these things, but they'll think of something, mate. It's going to be fine with this one. They just have to bite through the bad apple and look at a. I've seen it being compared to a slipper, to a flip flop.
Oh yes, it has been, yeah, by several people. The Halo's being compared to a flip flop. Yeah. Oh, Josh Reed's here in the comments apparently. I've been told to get the hashtag #GetTheVEC on CBS Sports. Hashtag trending. It's a bit long, so yeah. If you want to get it trending, but yeah, it would be nice to be on a bigger promotion or a bigger channel. I mean, there's been someone suggested we should go on Motors TV. That would be a dream, but it would be a dream, but maybe not in the future.
By the time it gets on television, Jimmy, we need to find a Concord agreement.
We need a Concord agreement by then. I would love to be here if it ever went to Motors TV. I love doing endurance commentary. I think I found my calling, to be honest with you. Oh. Hang on a minute. Oh. Yeah. Are you suggesting that I stay on, or? Ah, Jimmy wants us to stay. Well, I want to stay too, so I think we've reached an agreement. There you go. I'm going to keep doing endurance comedy for the rest of my life.
Hooray.
There you go. So yeah, back to Formula 1, unfortunately, even though I would like to talk about me. But that's a bit narcissistic, so let's talk about motorsport instead. Yeah, we do need Concord agreement, Halo, whatever you want to talk about relating to Formula 1. I think we're going to come to another topic as well, weren't we? We suggested the Halo, we suggested, yes, the new regulations. That's what we're going to talk about, weren't we? So, oh, we got a couple of pings on TeamSpeak. Right. Okay, so, yeah, back to Formula 1 and the proposed rule changes for 2017. They want to make the cars lower. Sorry, I don't know whether they want to make them lower. They want to make them wider, though, make the wings lower, and get the power up.
Yeah.
They're talking in excess of 1,000 horsepower, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's another thing, but visually, good idea. These cars look ridiculous.
Oh, we're going to spin, and it's the 50 Sim Racing for Holland car! Oh, no, that's the Frenzen Go car. I've lost it. What on earth happened? Let's have a look at the replay. It was the Revs car with Kevin Cox coming up behind them. And, Cox spun. Oh, and they were nowhere to go. They just lost it on the braking. And that's led to them falling a bit behind and they've slowed down. There was no contact, but Kevin spun and it caught them off guard.
Yeah, that's what happens with the Viper. If you brake it too hard, the rear's gonna shove around.
Yeah, and the Corvette to a lesser extent because it's got a huge engine.
Yeah.
7-litre V8, so yeah, that wasn't good. But
on my team channel, Kevin was pretty cool about it. He said, "Oh my god."
Well, he was pretty cool. At least he didn't lose his cool. It's always good to keep you cool in endurance racing. Well, data score has been returned. Both cars back to normal. No damage done. Maybe a bit of tyre heating, but that's about it. No damage done indeed. And yep. Nope, he doesn't pitch. Didn't think he would, but definitely a good catch. You know, it has to be commended how well they've done this race. The 50 car.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They've done quite well indeed. Yeah, they've with Robin Frines and co in the car. The Dutch journalists and others who have been invited, who got in contact with Simmers from Holland for this race and been invited to take part in Sebring. Been very impressive, all things considered.
I would imagine that a guy like Robin Frines, who drives Formula 1, is in one of these sim thingies every day, just to keep up with simulate the thing. I mean.
Yes, that's a good point. Simulators. It's become a really big thing recently. And I say recently is in the last few years, even the last 5-10 years.
I'm not sure if you guys saw, but Sim Racing for Holland published a couple of images on their site. I think you should go check it out, and people can hear me now.
Oh, good. So I thought I was just thinking there. Good. They can hear you, Jimmy. Yes, go and check out the pictures on the Sim Racing for Holland website. Please do. It's a bit of a memorial thing because this won't be forgotten. It's been a classic race, and we're just about halfway through, conveniently.
Oh, great.
It
the
feels
agony
like
is
longer.
almost over.
Yeah, almost over, halfway through. Yeah, apparently the number 50's back end looked quite loose after that spin. It'll be because they've heated up the rear tyres and they're on the hard compound, so there won't be much rear grip. So the driver of the 50 will have to be super careful and not spin it, really. But if they had 1,000 horsepower, they'd be done for.
Yeah.
Just to go back to that topic, I think 1,000. Please feel free to shoot us on this. I think 1,000 is a bit overkill. I think the 700 to 800 mark in an open wheel is just about right. I mean, I know we had 900 in the V10 days, but I think 700, 800, 850 to push is about right. But when you add a turbo, you have to go less because it's more sudden.
But I'm not quite up to speed with the 1,000 horsepower. Are they going to use the same engines, the hybrids and the 6 cylinders?
With the hybrid formula, they're going to try to get to the 1,000. When
That's
they get
gonna be
750 at the moment, yeah. I personally, I'd vouch for more power, maybe, but not too much. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. I'd suggest turbo engines with not much lag myself. So it's more like a V8, but that would be confusing for the drivers, maybe. But 1,000 in qualifying would be nice to have, but maybe not in the race. But then you have to bring Q engines back from the 1980s.
Yeah.
When you could get 1,500 in qualifying.
And about 20,000 revs, but that's not going to happen with these engines.
20,000 revs has been done before in Formula 1 with Cosworth back in 2006. Their V8 went up to 20,000 when there wasn't a limit. Then they limited it to 19, and then they limited it to 18. But 20,000 out of a V8 makes it sound very nice indeed. Oh. And so, in a minute and 30, I think we're going to go to an ad break. I think we're going to an ad break soon. It will be very nice to get my voice a rest as we approach the halfway mark of this race. And we're on 358 minutes. Therefore, that will be the half-hour mark. And I will indeed inform you when we go to the ad break. It's going to be about a minute or so. Just over, yep, a minute now. I think I'm just going to rest my voice for literally 2 seconds.
Yes, and in the meantime, I'm going to thank you for inviting me in the booth. I'm going to go back to my team and watch the advertise.
All right, please feel free to do that. Feel free to come back later if you want, Melbourne. It's been a pleasure having you here and discussing life, the universe, and meaning of such things with you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Cheers.
You've been a fantastic guest, and I've really liked listening to you and talking to you and being here.
All right, you're doing a good job, mate. Keep on going. See you later.
Thank you very much. You've been a fantastic guest too, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers. Let's hope for better luck now.
And with that, we're approaching the time. It's about to tick over very, very soon until we are officially halfway. And we're just waiting for that to happen as Stephen Bailey still very much the leader in this race. And the Doug Henson car. Here we go, ladies and gents. We're through. We are halfway through the 12 hours of Sebring. 6 gone, 6 to go. And apparently we've just lost 6 GTs. We've lost Rizzo, Girello, Zanabini, Pizzo, Suave. We've lost loads of cars. Pastorano's gone. We have lost cars from the server. Mass disconnect indeed. We've lost Girello, we've lost Rizzo, Zanabini, Pizzo. This is big. All the Italians are out. Wow. That might be a power cut in Italy. That might be a power cut in Italy, people are suggesting. But it's a bit extreme, but wow. Every single one is an Italian team. Wow. That is freaky. It's very freaky. I'm gobsmacked. And I think that's the perfect time to go to an ad break, to be fairly honest, because no one knows what's going on anymore. So, yeah, I think we are going to go to one. So, yep, please come back to this race afterwards, because no one knows what's going on. People are mass disconnecting, and you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 12 Hours of Spring here at the Virtual Endurance Championship Race 5 of Season 8, brought to you by ImageBase Incorporated, R-Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. Thanks very much to our generous sponsors for supporting us. We've just had a mass drama. All of the Italians are disconnected. No one knows why. Tim Wheatley said in the comments that sometimes people contact sports saying everything's not working from a certain country, but things have got a bit mental here for the Italian teams, but they've all rejoined now. And speaking of people joining us, we have Evan Small in the comments booth with us. Hello, Evan.
Hey, Josh, how you going?
I'm all right, thank you very much. You're a driver for Talking Door Racing, aren't you?
I am. I'm in the infamous yellow car. If you haven't seen it, you must be blind.
Yep, let's have a look at that because you can't really miss it. Lorenzo Bonda in the car at the moment in 31st place. Yep, please do put that on the broadcast. Put the yellow car on the broadcast. I'm a
That's the only reason I made this channel, put the yellow car on the broadcast.
If you want to put the other car on the broadcast, you can as well, but let's go yellow. Yep, yellow lights, it's all very, very brightening. Yeah, you are, for once in a while, yeah, you are a TDR driver. Your cars are going all right at the moment, 31st and 34th. Tal Segal and Lorenzo Bonda in the cars. But talk us through is how it's gone so far and how things have gone for you, because it's going to be very interesting to hear from you. We haven't seen you in room one, I don't think, before.
Yeah, well, we're first time entered, both of us entered this championship. It looks having a great time. But as far as the race is going up for the 71 car, first stint was pretty good in the hands of Tobias Rona. We managed to inherit a lot of places after a lot of incidents. We actually got up to third in class after starting 9th, which is pretty good for our first time out here. Second stint, me in the car, it was pretty good for most of the stint actually. Got up to second in class. Just before I handed over to Lorenzo, there was an incident with one of the lapping GT Pro cars. Sort of got a bit impatient, and I got in the wall, unfortunately. But that happens. But yeah, it's been pretty good for us, I think, so far for our first outing.
It has, yes. It's a pleasure to see you here, of course. Pleasure to see all the sorts of new teams up in room one. And speaking of people, I'd also like to welcome Matthias Machado to the room. Hello, Matthias.
Hello.
I got your name right there, did I?
Say it again. Couldn't hear you.
Matthias Machado, did I get that right?
Yeah, it's been alright.
Yeah, that's okay. That'll do. Would you just like to, for the benefit of everyone in the broadcast, say what team you drive for?
I drive for Talking Door Race in the black car.
Oh, you're the black car for Talking Door. We've got 2 Talking Door people in the room. There you go.
It's the inferior looking car, I reckon.
Oh, well, that's debatable.
I would say the dark side of Talking Door Racing.
But both Talking Door cars look absolutely lovely. You are currently, as I said, you are currently 31st and 29th now. But Mariano Carlo is having all of the connection issues. He's left and rejoined several times, as Gerardo Tirello's left as well. So Italy's still having problems.
Yeah, I think we might have inherited third in class now because of one of those disconnections.
Yeah, we're second and
Bit lucky, I guess.
According to last time.
I think we're third and fourth now. Third and fourth.
Well, that's going to be a very good result on the debut for you if you can keep this up. Just over halfway in the race, of course, but both your Ferraris out there doing well.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
we
it's
have a lot
actually,
of bad luck.
yeah, we've had a. Well, I mean, relative to everyone else, we've been okay. We've been pretty lucky, I guess. But we have had our own share of incident, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everyone has incidents. You know, they come and go. It's part and parcel of racing. And
Yeah, it's a part of racing.
Tom Shingles is in the pits, which is also part of racing, making pit stops, of course. Whether this will be a driver change or not is beyond me. I can't see anyone in the pits to
This
change
is driver
out.
change now.
No driver
Charles
change,
Bacho
so...
is getting into the car for the 17 now.
Yeah, he'll be staying in the car. Well, Shingles, Jan Tits in the pits, as well as Diego Caranta, Pablo Laurenti, Tom Shingles, obviously, as I mentioned, Tal Segal in the pits for Talking Dog.
Yeah. For the driver change now, I can tell you that. Charles Bacho is getting into the car for his first time in VEC.
Charles Bacho is going to make his VEC debut. Here we go. This is going to be a fun one for him. Surely he's going to enjoy himself. It's very enjoyable endurance racing.
Yeah. I got the first 3 hours they did. I was sad to do the first 2 hours, but then we had a change of plans in the last minute, so I was going up for the 3 hours, and then it turned out it was very fun. I mean, I had some bad luck in the first hour, but then I was getting the back. I mean, it's so about a race, and it goes and comes, so you just have to see at the end of 12 hours, and it's a long race, so everything can happen still.
It is a long race, 12 hours, and we're only halfway through it. As Mariana Carlo joins the race again, hopefully won't disconnect. We have a driver change, no we don't have a driver change, sorry, in the number 7th placed LMP. We don't have a driver change in the Porsche of the number, let's see what car that is, the number 27 car. Don't have a driver change there. Thought we did, but we don't. We do have a driver change, however, in the Seawolf racing car. Mike Walterscott, now what a name that is, has got himself in the car. He's going to be driving now. Joe Chiappa has taken LMP2 lead in all this. It's probably seen the most lead changes of any car stat, LMP2. At the moment,
it's very close. You can see that 48 seconds of the gap. All the other classes have some very huge gaps now. So
Diego Caranta in the pits as well, so Anthony Jans has a chance to run up myself who's close enough, which I don't think he is actually. That's a point actually. Team Spirit Racing have had a very bad race ever since that crash. They've dropped down and they weren't great, and they're not really so doing well as anymore. But they've got a bit of work to do as Caranta leaves, so they won't do stuff. And Alberto Pastorano has had a 66 lap adjustment added. So has been put into what I believe is where he was before. 41st place, he's 201 behind at the moment, so there has been a lap issue. He's been put back into place. We won't need to worry about that then. But we're still missing Mariano Carlo and Corrado Tirello. I'm afraid that might be terminal for both of those if they can't get the written nets going up again, which would be a massive shame because most of the Italians have rejoined. Could be an Italian-based issue, but Tomchenko's still in the pits. This could be damage.
Yeah, I saw car repairing JD car.
You were going to say something there, Evan?
It just looks like Mariano Carlo in LMP1 is now back, but he's 9 laps behind the LMP1 class.
Yeah, he's rejoined. He's got a DNF,
class.
so he's got a DNF.
Yeah.
And he's apparently rejoined. So I'm afraid that might be Texas Drivers' race over after a few incidents, and now this as well. That might be the nail in the figurative coffin for them, unfortunately, and that might be their race over, which would be a shame because they've done so well to get to where they were, and now they're out with just half to go.
That is very strange that all the Italian internet connections went down at the same time.
It could be a localized issue, you know, it could happen, but we'll have to get some explanation later. We had Tim Whitley saying that sometimes people can contact sport from the same country saying nothing's working in the same country. But, oh yes, both Texas Drivers cars can't rejoin Grey Race but consider DNF even if they're up and running. That's why, so it is terminal. And they can't get in the right car, so they'd be forced to join with another team's car, which is why they can't press race, so it has to be the right car. So it looks like it's over for both Texas Drivers cars, unfortunately.
That's really unfortunate.
Very
really unfortunate.
But unfortunately...
Always a shame to lose something that's out of your control.
Yeah. We've talked about this before, disconnects and things like that. They're like the random technical issues of racing. They're the worst because you can't prevent them.
Yeah. It's just like real life, right?
Yeah, it is just like real life. It's like real life equivalent. Sorry, I should say the sim racing equivalent, the disconnect, because you can't prevent it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In real life, you build up an engine, it's a sim racing disconnect. So I think it's
You can draw parallels between them. You can draw parallels. It's when you think about it that way, it's more like real life, isn't it? It's almost like watching a simulated real life, which it is really. It's people really doing out these things. And Nick Woodbury and all this. Sorry about that. We've missed Nick Woodbury. He's got into the number 7 Doug Henson racing car, taking over from Kieran Parkin after what has been a long stint for the Englishman. So Woodbury now takes over, and oh wow, yes, Tim Wheatley in the comments. Thank you very much for this, Tim. We've missed Stephen Bailey going on lap 200. Nick Woodbury just does that now, so they've both done 200 laps, all three of them even. But Tim Wheatley says, internet weather sites, 100% packet loss to Italy and parts of Sweden, Bulgaria, Poland, Spain, and, well, very, very scaringly, United Kingdom. That's bad for me. And it's bad for all the English drivers as well.
It's bad for me as well, but it hasn't really affected me yet.
Lots of people claiming, Tim Whitney says, packet loss to UK, Spain, Poland, Bulgaria, Italy, parts of Sweden. This could be serious. We don't know what's going to happen anymore, but luckily, none in Denmark. Copenhagen, which is where Jimmy Allison is, or round about the Copenhagen area. I'm not necessarily saying where he is, but it's somewhere somewhere. Copenhagen's in the same region as him, like bit of country. It's in the same country.
No, actually, I'm in a city called Dronninglund. That's in northern Jutland, so that's 300-400 kilometers away from Copenhagen.
That's quite a while that I'm way off. I don't know geography. Sorry. He's not in Copenhagen, but it's Copenhagen time. I got something right, but it's Denmark nonetheless. Denmark is fine, and that means the broadcast's going to stay up even if I leave. Which it shouldn't do, but, you know. At least the broadcast will be here, even if I'm not, and that's a reassurance for you all. But let's just have a look now at anything that's going on the track, because Edgar Venning Johnson is in the pits for Revolution Racing and all this. And a couple of drivers waiting and ready. I think we're going to see some driver changes soon, because we've got a lot of drivers waiting. I see Lewis McLeod, Cupid Brzezinski, Ryan Walker, Kasper Golagajetics, to name 4. There are probably going to be driver changes soon indeed. And let's keep an eye on people then as a result. First one I'm going to keep an eye on is Stephen Bailey, obviously, but he's still right away. Oh, we've lost Piotr Marovic. Server is not receiving updates from client. That might be Poland problems.
Oh.
Sounds a Polish name, and if he's dropped because it's not receiving updates, that might be because of the aforementioned packet loss. So very, very bad news for him and the team.
Yeah, it's a chance. Most of the drivers in this competition are European, so it's going to be most of Europe. It's going to be a bit iffy.
Yeah, it's going to be problems might be occurring. Obviously, we're hoping for the best in all this. Hoping there hasn't been any major attacks on data centers or anything like that, although I am getting a bit conspiracy theory now, so please ignore me.
I don't want to say, Josh, I'm looking at the at the moment. It looks like the battle between first and second in GT Pro is quite close at the moment, 3 seconds.
Yes, where's that? That's going to be the Revolution Racing, and it's going to be Leone, isn't it? Hani Absati and Joe Letterio. So that's going to be happening in all this. So let's keep an eye on people. Nicholas Hillebrand in the pits. This will probably be changed to Kasper Kolajic. He's waiting, ready to get in the car. Any other driver pits? I'm watching Stephen Bailey because he's not going to pit. Nope, Bailey stays out. Pavelas Michunas has gone past, so he's not going to pit. Nick Woodbury's just gone to the car. He won't pit. So Nicholas Hillebrand may change. Bernd Schmidt may change. We've got a lot of drivers waiting. It's likely that we might see driver changes. But yes, the battle for GT Pro. Let's have a look at that. Cedro Vider in the pits. Cedro Vider in the pits and all this. But Letterio versus Absati. The difference by eye is about a second now. 2 seconds even. No, let's count. Yeah, about 2 seconds between them. But Al-Sadi's got a lot of driving overtaking to do, including one of the talking door cars. Convenient enough. Has overtaken the yellow number 71 now. Al-Sadi to lap him. Good job of being lapped by the TDR cars. Now Al-Sadi's got to lap a Porsche, an Aston Martin, before he gets to the Corvettes. But Laterio is doing a good job staying ahead. There's traffic here. And things must be done. Indeed, we have a driver change. Kaspar Kolajic in the car for Magenta Warriors. Nicholas Hellebrand out of the car after a longish stint, about 2 hours, maybe 3. And Eddie Castina in the pits as well. This is quite likely to be a driver change as well. And Bert Schmidt still in the pits too. Joe Chiampa leads in LP2 at the moment still. Mike Voltascotter in the Seawolf racing car, finally got it right with have a look at the car's livery. Got it right there. P10, second in LP2. And Eddie Castina, we'll see if he driver changes. Nothing else has happened in the pits yet. Driver change pit stops can take a while. And it's just a case of waiting now. Argenis Riera has changed into the car there. The number 100. I think he drove for Overstep earlier in the season, didn't he? Argenis Riera. I don't know whether that's still Overstep and they've just changed the skin, or it's a different team altogether. It should be a different team, because you don't expect team changes to happen so much, but, well, team dropouts is say, but, yep. Argenis Riera in the car, the Aston Martin, and, yep, we have a negative Misnevsky in the pits for Free Sport Poland. This will be for Kuba Brzezinski, getting the secret weapon back in the car. So, Brzezinski's going to get back in the car, possibly going to gain some time that they've lost from that crash earlier on. Stephen Bailey, though, doing a dominant drive out there, as he does so well and so often. Got a bit of traffic to contend with, but he should do that easily. He's got past it through before. Ben Schmidt and Federico Suave also in the pits. Gert James in the pits for Flatline Racing, who have had a terrible race in terms of luck. But, you know, things happen like that in life sometimes. You just got to deal with them. Joe Chiampa in the pits. This is a chance for Mike Walter-Scott to lead for Seawolf Racing. Let's see if he can. He's coming around Sunset Bend right now. Ooh, goes a bit wide. He's having problems around that turn there. Continues on Sunset. He's
possible that Atlantic and Team Spirit Racing might also go past Joe Chiampa by the looks of the timing here.
Yep, and Mike Walter-Scott takes the lead for LMP2 now for Seawolf Racing. Well done, Mike. If that's how you pronounce your first name. I think it is, but Kuba Brzezinski then, the secret weapon of Free Sport Poland, is now on the track at the same time as the secret weapon for Doug Henson Racing, Stephen Bailey, who's done a sterling job, it must be said, so far in this race. 208 laps completed, 2 laps ahead of anyone, and well, you can't fault, can you, really?
Yeah, good performance for Doug Henson Racing. 1, 2, 3 right now, and they have a nice lead of 1 lap on the car, so I'd say the team got well prepared for that race.
Yeah, absolutely that. Got to keep going and going there. Doing Pastorado is back apparently. This is good. And Kaspar Kolajic has apparently been doing an astonishing drive. I'm sure we'll see Kaspar drive well again. We had him in here earlier. It was lovely to have him. Let's see how Kaspar goes in that LMP2. Very capable, as we know. Henning Vollert is in the pits for 3 wide. This could be a driver change if there's anyone to take over from him. I don't say anyone. It could be Frederick Voller. Sounds German, but nothing yet. Stephen Bailey coming down the back straight, I do believe. We're going to see whether he decides to come in now, or whether he's going to hold on 1 more lap.
Sorry, Josh, it looks like Henny's made a pass for Joe on Revolution Racing for the Leo GT Pro there. Oh, that's been a pit stop. Sorry, Joe let her know it's been a pit stop.
Oh, yep, indeed, a pit stop by Stephen Bailey in. So sorry about that, but let's Riello win. Absadi goes through, but Stephen Bailey is going to go into the pit stop, and I can tell you now, this is probably going to be a driver change to Lewis McGlade. So Lewis McGlade, Lulu as we like to call him sometimes, going to get in the car. Maybe we're going to nip with Stephen Bailey if we're lucky, but as it stands, I have about an hour or half an hour or somewhere in between that amount of time to go with this commentary thing. And in fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do now. I know this is a bit of a inopportune time, but as Bailey pits, I'm going to wait until this driver change is completed, and I'm going to go get me something to refresh myself with. So I am unfortunately going to have to leave commentary duties. No pressure, guys, but I'm going to have to leave commentary duties to you two for a bit. If that's okay.
So. That's alright.
I'm sure you can handle it. Just talk about stuff. I'll be back as soon as I can, and yeah, no pressure whatsoever.
No pressure whatsoever.
It's only about 200 viewers, yeah.
Who's controlling this camera? Actually, is it Jimmy?
I think it's Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jimmy's busy changing the laps at the moment, obviously. At the moment. So Lewis McGlade in the car then, the number 8 DHR car, has 2 laps over his teammate Pavelas Maciunas and 3 over Nick Woodbury. McGlade is going to exit the pits now, and it's at this point where I temporarily hand comms duties over to Evan Spall and Matias Machado for about 5 minutes while I go get something. So go for it.
You deserve it.
I'm gonna offload commentary to the Twitch chat here. So let's see. Who's Twitch chat reading for? Well, again, I should say YouTube chat, not Twitch chat. My bad.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
Tobias Rona's giving me a bad name. Ready? Looking at this conversation, we've got 141 viewers. Not bad, not bad. What team you watching? Room 2, Yuri. That's not the 3 car. Guess what was it? Man, it's already getting racially charged in this chat. I'm gonna not look at that anymore.
Yeah.
So looking at the Huh? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that the commentary box needs to get more exciting. Let's throw something nice.
It's hard to compete with Joshua though. He's a bit.
Oh,
he's
they're
a
really
bit
for the
energetic.
flashy talking no racing cars. They aren't flashy. They're just yellow.
Yeah, we need to see the yellow car. Let's see the yellow car on stream.
Yellow would be if we put something.
I think Jimmy has a vendetta against the yellow car. It's too bright.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bright. I could have put like a more bright yellow if I wanted to, but I think that yellow.
Yeah, I think we should. I think in like protest for the next race we should make the second car like green. Something.
Yeah, something
Just
like that. I think it would be alright. But it would be good.
I think when people accusing us of like deleting the shadows or something on the yellow car.
No, I didn't delete anything. It's all with default. To just pick the yellow we could pick, and then I just painted the car in that. So I think it was alright. If I deleted the shadows,
yeah, it's
it would glow in the
legal
dark.
car.
It doesn't glow in the dark, so it's very safe.
Well, that's yet to be seen. That's yet to be proven. It might glow in the dark. I don't know yet. Maybe it will.
It's amazing to see the GT Pro guys having such a close gap after 6 hours of racing. I mean, after everything.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm looking at LMP2
hours.
now. Actually, there's like three cars within about 6 seconds or 8 seconds, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
from
there's
second to
see,
fourth
like,
is about
different strategies because everyone is using soft tires in the LMPs, and we see 2 guys right now in LMP1, David Baranek and Joe Ciampa, using medians. So maybe they're planning something out for the race if as the temperatures drop as the race as they go down. I think that should be interesting to see how it turns out.
Look at that dark racing in amateur though. 4 laps ahead now of second place. That's pretty insane.
And if you take a look at their laps, they're all around 2 zeros. I mean, they're very consistently fast. So, and the racing is not always about having a 1-lap pace. It's about having consistency. And I think they're showing that. Look at this. They're pretty much ahead of half of the pro field, and 4 laps ahead of the second place in the AM cars. I mean, that's remarkable. I think if there was a winner for this race, I would totally bet on them right now. If nothing happens to change the course of the race.
If you wanted to short them right now, you get some pretty good odds. But yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. They could lower their pace by about 5 seconds a lap and probably still be leading in 2 hours. So.
Yeah. I think if they take it easy now, they have a nice lead to do it. And you see Doe Hanso guys as a team.
What car are they in actually? Are they in a Corvette? I don't remember.
They're in a Ferrari. Oh,
really?
Ferrari, yeah. It's like for
Damn, they're putting us to
dark
shame, man.
resin, so yeah. It doesn't matter. I think you're more experienced and we get there eventually, so we just need more time. And as a team, I would say the team that's that has the best performance right now is the Handsome Racing, the 1-2-3 at LMP1. I mean, toughest class and 2-3 right now. I think that's pretty remarkable with in raid car domination. But anyway, they're 2 laps above the 4th place. So I would say they prepared themselves very well.
Oh, thank you, chaps. I'm back now. Thanks for holding the fort for us. I am back and I have ice cream. There you go.
Good. Oh man,
There you go.
I want some of that. I'm actually going to get something to eat now. I might
Oh,
go AFK
well,
for a
fair
while.
enough. Well, thanks for having been here, Evan. Been a pleasure.
Thank you, Joshua. You're doing a good job, mate.
Oh,
You're doing a
thanks.
really good
I'm
job.
alright. I'm not brilliant. I do
I think
what
you're
have
pretty good.
to. No problems. It's been a pleasure having you, Evan.
I guess if someone asking for emoticons in YouTube, you just have to click on that smiley face.
Yeah.
It's not that
Yeah.
hard.
I better took into this ice cream then.
It looks good.
Hmm.
Oh, they're saying there is a battle going for P4 in
Oh, yeah.
P1.
Oh.
Oh, first
Let's go, bro.
gap.
I know I've got ice cream in my mouth. That's right. 4th in LMP1, yes. Henning Vollet and Eddie Castina getting closer. Not quite a battle yet, but there's only about 3 seconds in it. It's the closest we've got to a battle in a while, though, so we'll have a look. Have a nice little look.
Also in LMP2 there is a very nice battle for 2nd place.
Oh, there is.
Actually for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, they're all about 4 seconds apart.
Carantha, Chiampa, and Jans, yes. Not very much in those 3 either. So Chiampa, Carantha, Jans, one to look out for. Vollet, Castina, one to look out for. Let's have a look at well, LMP2 we haven't focused too much on. Let's have a look at Diego Carantha then, who's under threat from Joe Chiampa. Actually, Chiampa Jans is the closer battle. Chiampa Jans is very close. Andy Jans, very close. After the crash earlier, this could be crucial for Team Spirit Racing. They had a disastrous crash, now they're back in it.
Yeah, he just overtook him.
And he's overtook him indeed, Andy Jans, wow. Gets
It looks
Team
like the
Spirit
meter
up to
tires are not
3rd in LMP2. All things considered, that's amazing.
Yeah, totally. I think Chiampa's bad on having medians is not working because he's not quite a while. He's been starting for quite a while now. He's doing about 2 seconds off the pace. So, I don't know, maybe it's also the tire's choice.
Anthony Jans working miracles like only Anthony Jans knows how to. We've seen him just run ahead with races so far many times this season, and now he's gone and using that speed to try and catch Diego Carantha, who's not that far ahead. So,
Yeah.
Mike Walderscott has got things to think about. Seawolf Racing and all this could be brilliant to get a win on debut in Room 1.
Yeah, just on the last lap alone, they got about 2 seconds and 1.5 seconds again. That's really remarkable, dude. Anthony Jans is doing very nice.
Yep, they are. Let's have a look at Volek Christina, see if that's got any closer. There's about 2 seconds in it again, so that hasn't really moved, per se. But it could move in the future. Because as we know, anything happens in endurance. So, keep a beady eye on that. In fact, Mike Scott has just been lapped by Henning Volek. There you go. It's gone wide again at that turn. Seen him do it a couple times now, and he keeps going wide at that sunset bend on the end exit.
Heartbreaking points.
It's a difficult corner, yes. Yeah, it is a difficult corner. We're slowly getting the viewers back. That's a good thing. Good to see after the Italian system we lost about 15, so we're getting in the back though. Good to see. Indeed. As Vollet is still catching Christina. Don't think the gap's moving that much though. Oh, 1.5. It is closing down. Henning is closing on Eddie. That's what to keep an eye on then. Vollet versus Christina. Battle for 4th overall in the LMP1 field. Going to be difficult for Henning, but a 4th place after the disasters from 4th will be perfect.
Yeah.
It would be a fantastic thing to have. And let's look. What gap is now. Henning is gonna. I'll do it by eye as my. That's something I feel I'm good at, judging gaps by eye. Let's have a look. About a second again. He's closed it down another half. This could be a fight on our hands. Henning Vollet, P5, making strides towards Eddie Casino for Jer Racing. Having a good go indeed. This will be the teller here. Back straight will be the teller. Is he going to do it? We'll see. Can he close the gap, Henny? Yes, we'll see what he can do. Yes, it's down to half a second or so now. He's closing and closing and closing. This is going to happen. Vollet versus Christina is going to happen. We're going to have a fight for once. In this 6 hours of the rain, we haven't won one in ages. Now we're going to get two at once. First, the Anthony Yans fight now with the Henning Vollet fight. And look at this, look how close he is. This is delicious to watch. It must be said, it's a delicious ice cream to complement the delicious race, and Eddie Castina is not feeling very delicious at the moment. He's got Henning Vollet right behind him. Waiting a move in every corner. Where is he going to go for? Down the inside! Woohoo! Look at this! Having a right good go into the inside of... Wow! Wow! Henning Vollet! Wow! How do you do that? Down the inside of the hairpin. Got it perfectly lined up and takes P4. Wow. Not necessarily the best move of the race we've seen, but up there with them. You just timed that absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, the breaking point is very hard to get right, and then just being able to overtake it inside and off the rubber line, so it was a very nice move.
Yeah, he is. He's something else, isn't he, Henning Vollet? We've seen it before. He knows he's just seeming this race to getting the pace back when three wide need it the most. And now they're up in the fourth, which, after the mass problems up before, will be a miraculous result for the team. It really will be, you know, it's to have had so many problems and bounce back from them like they did, takes something that most people just either have if they don't have, or it's not easy. I'll put it that simple. It is easy. It's not easy. It's easy to not do it. I'm starting to lose my words here. Oh dear. I think I just need to take a step back and enjoy the racing for once. But I've been enjoying the race all race. I bet you've been enjoying it too, Matthias. From the driver's point.
A lot of the race.
From the driver's point of view, been fun.
Yeah, it's very good. Like it always keeps it entertaining and busy in some sort of way, because there are 4 classes, and that's always nice because you always have something to worry about, and you're never alone on the track. So it's very entertaining to do. Sometimes it gets very tiring, but it's very rewarding when you go with the instant and see how much you took the car up ahead in the field, and how you did the stint. So
yeah, I've been part of the 24-hour race myself. As obviously I've done it as a commentator here at VEC, but I've also been a driver in the 24-hour race, and I can tell you for certainty the feeling of getting in the car at the end after such the struggle of any race is an achievement in itself. You always feel so good when you get to the end.
Yeah, I was just starting the car today. It was the first debut at VEC, and having to start a car, it was just so immersive, like the point that I got into the car, into the formation lap, and then having those cold 80s and all the repair damages times is just so immersive. It feels like I'm doing a real race.
Yeah, it's the closest some people are ever going to get to a real race, and obviously we've got some lucky people out there like Nick and Wisniewski and the likes, or some people Poland drivers, some of the people here. Some of the sim races are real life races, most notably Robin Friends and Co. In that PR car. We haven't talked about them in a while, have we?
I don't remember talking about him, but
yeah, no, they've been doing well as well. In all fairness, you know, they are a special guest. It is worthy to give them a few mentions every now and then. Obviously, you know, try not to concentrate on them too much because we have 40 other cars as well. But you know, it is very, very much of an honour to have them here, and Auto VZ as well, the Dutch auto journalism magazine, currently in 26th place overall, so they are doing a very impressive job.
Yeah, just I think it's the first time they sit in a simulator to do a race, so there's some things that you have to learn just in a simulator as with experience, and of course the car experience that Robin Frings has, and it's very nice to see that we can just race ourselves with pretty much instantly, so just go there and race. So
and you've got to think as well, I mean, you've got to think as well, they are 5 laps down on Daniele Pizzo at the moment, but they were told not really to race anyone because they're not in the championship fight, which is fair enough. But you've got to imagine if they were allowed, if these guys had a bit more oof, gets a bit more back out there, does the current driver of the car, because we don't quite know who it is, but yeah, it is an interesting thing, really. If they were allowed to race and they had maybe a bit more experience, maybe in the future we could see them on the grid as a race car. If they decide they liked it enough, it would be really nice to have them for a full season one day if they've got enough experience. Definitely, would be nice to see how they could stick it with the rest of us that come into the pits now. Funny enough, this obviously we don't know whether there's going to be a driver change. It's not all on one rig. But for now, we're going to leave them to their own devices as we also see Alberto Pastorata in the pits. Says, ooh, she's pulled in. Look at that. Pulls in the go, can't get rid of the people when they're trying to change car. They just got ahead of Pastorata. Can't even get rid of them then, hey? Hey. So this could be a driver change. Look around here, Ali's waiting, so it might be. Freddie Voda for Northern Lights Racing in the pits, as is Stefano Zanabini. Lorenzo Titella might be in that car, and maybe some other changes too.
Didn't disconnect again because I saw them like 2 laps in front of Charles.
Matthias Grau is finally disconnected from the race. He's been out of it, to be fairly honest, for ages, and he's finally disconnected, so that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, he's been out for ages anyway. Look around here, he does change it in the GT Italia and the P1. As it stands, though, with just under 400 minutes elapsed, Lewis McGlade is leading for Doug Henson Racing. And he is still leading that 1-2-3 that they have going. He's currently on lap 218. 2 laps ahead of both of his teammates. He's doing a good job.
Yeah,
doing a very good job. He's out there consistent as Lewis does. I know Lewis quite well, actually, from other leagues, and I know he's a very good driver. He's taken the R Factor 2 ever since he's good on R Factor 2 as Lewis. He knows what he's doing and he's a very good driver. I'm confident he can keep that lead, even against the likes of Brzezinski.
Very good driver, very fast consistent.
Yeah, he's a consistent driver, he knows his stuff. As that, sim racing for Holland car still in the pits as well. Pit stops can take a long time, which, you know, is normal, but it's endurance racing, but you've got to factor those in, though. Pit stops, because it can take so long. It can have an effect on the race, so they've got to be well planned. As a driver, you'll obviously know this yourself, won't you? So.
Yeah. Pit stops, if you change tires, they take 40 seconds more, so there's definitely some strategy game going on to save tires and everything. So definitely the pit stops are a very big part of racing in general, and more in endurance racing because of the restoration and it's the things that count at the end. If you step those up, you get a huge advantage or a disadvantage.
Oh, hang on a minute. David Barrett next to his pit box. He's doing all sorts of reversing manoeuvres. He's finally on the jacks and getting his car.
Looks like the 71.
Sorted. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, that's, let's see, someone about a disconnect there. Oh, hang on a minute. One of the talking door cars has got a suspension problem. Lorenzo Bonda, that's the number 11, yeah, the 071. Has problems and he's out. Well, it seems that may be terminal.
Yeah, looks like it is.
That is unfortunate. Unfortunate for you as well, Matthias. But not your car. Obviously, yours is the other one.
Yeah.
So, that would be unfortunate for the rest of the team, though. It is a shame to see you go. You were doing great, and I suppose there's always other races in the season, but you've done well to get. We are in minute 400 now, but it is a shame to see the 071 park it at this point in the race.
Really unfortunate. I mean, Lorenzo was having some difficulties with the car, but has some practice.
And that unfortunately means no more yellow machine. The only talking dog car now is Charles Baggio's car, the 017, which is currently in 31st overall. But such is life. Things like this can happen, and you know all you got to do is come back strong in the end, eh?
Yeah. I think he's gonna get better. He's gonna get more practice and come back strong for the next race. Certainly gonna be there.
Yeah, it would be brilliant to see you in Room 1 again for next few races, because it's been lovely having you here for this one as well. So, you know, That's going to be the goal, obviously, getting the room one again, be here again, possibly talk about with us again.
Yeah, I'll go to the broadcast often for the next races too. So, and room 1 is certainly objective. I wasn't expecting this for the first race, and then having the pole position in the 17 car that I did, it was just a nice surprise. And then, I think the amount of practice we've been putting in, I think for next race we can be in room 1 is the objective. Of course, we can't fight so much for the championship as we joined in the middle of the season. So, next year is certainly objective for us.
Well, I'm sure with a team like yours, you'll be doing how you've impressed me so far. You'll have lots of success in the future. Quick question, actually, on the YouTube feed from Tim Wheatley. What caused the suspension car damage on the yellow car, the geometry on the grass, question mark? Does anyone know?
I can go ask to Lorenzo to see what happened.
Yeah, so it would be nice. Yeah,
I'll
to
go
know.
ask.
Hang on a minute. What's happened to Das Broadbent? Apparently, something's happened in the comments because someone playing Jimmy Plus. That might have been. Let's see. Is Jimmy Broadbent in the chat? No, he isn't. Not in any of the cars either. So is he waiting to get in? No, I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah, we'll know soon what caused the thing here. We've had, obviously, Matthias has just gone to find that out. So we're going to find out exactly what caused that for Tim. So you'll know soon. Lewis McGlade indeed. Out there leading at the moment, as the Twitter feed says, from our Factor 2's official posts. Obviously, I'd just like to take some time now, actually, to thank all you viewers for staying with us, because it's very nice to have you with us, as it always is. I think we've got a record, or near record number of viewers for this stream. How many do we have now, Jimmy? Because I can't see. Yeah, we have had nearly 200 viewers, which is big for us. Very big. It's lovely to have so many viewers on board and being with us as Matthias is waiting again. I'm just going to drag him in. Welcome back, Matthias. Do you know why the car retired?
Yeah, Lorenzo panicked with LF1 coming behind him. It's just a matter of lack of experience. He never done numerous races before, so he just threw the car wide and hit the wall, and there was so much damage he couldn't even take it back to the pits.
That's the worst kind, but you learn from things like this, obviously.
Yeah. Certainly for next races, he was a little bit pissed about that, but I think he will get over it, and I hope to see him for next race here.
Yeah, until we had the English, we had 150 plus viewers all race and almost 200, so we've had lots of viewers this race. But Anthony Yans in the pits in all this for Team Spirit Racing. Mike Walter Scott are still leading for Seawolf Racing. Got it right again. Joe Chiampa second, Diego Coran for third. Casper College Ajic is 3 laps down on Jans, so not going to make any position changes. The Italy issue, yes, we had a load of Italians disconnecting before for some absurd reason. We don't know why, but it happened. So that's what happened there. As a result of which, we still got Mariano Carlo not in the race. So he's been quite affected by that. As we're just looking, I'm just looking around to see if anything, thingies, looking at thingies. I'm looking at things, see if I can find any fights going on. Oh, thank you. We've had a comment in. Brown putting an event. Very impressive with Racing TV HUD and commentary. Yep, we aim to please. Don, why can't we change scenes on OBS One Live? Yeah, Jimmy's sorting that in the comments. I do keep an eye on the YouTube comments and keep them coming in. And if you want to join me and Matthias in the TeamSpeak, feel free to do so. Pop yourself onto the waiting booth in the VEC room to speak, and I'll drag you in for a conversation as soon as I can. It's been fun so far, definitely. Been enjoyable.
Fun.
You've been a fantastic guest, I must say.
Yeah,
been lovely having you. been brilliant to have driver's perspective and, you know, opinions and stuff like that. It makes commentary. It makes commentary a lot more easy having people to talk to, and it makes it more fun too.
Yeah, certainly. It makes racing more fun too, to just watch your car race it and commentating about it.
Yeah, it's a nice chance to see multiple opinions and multiple viewpoints. Nice varied broadcasts as we like. And look at this! Cuba Brzezinski tried to unlap himself on Lewis McLeod. Well, I thought we'd see the end of this. No, Sport Poland are going to try and get a lap back. Why not? They've got every right to. If they're faster, it's Audi versus Audi. McLeod on nothing really being unlapped by the Sport car. We saw how quick Brzezinski was before by his work on Hodgkinson. I didn't even notice that he was taking time out of McLeod. McLeod getting held up by the Seawolf Racing car. The gap is negligible. They're basically with each other now. Brzezinski, what's he going to do? Got to think about this carefully. Doesn't want to risk it too much. Doesn't want to cause an accident. Doesn't go for it into the hairpin. Nice logical move. So coming out of the hairpin now, he is going to arrive through Fangio, through the next corner. Coming up to turn 10, which he does now. Through turn 10 into Collier. Now the left-hander. Then through turn 12 as well, the right-hander. Hit the tower corner, the 90-degree right-hander. Let's see if he can go for it. Nope, stick behind Andy Arms, I think. So, hit the Bishop. Turn 14. Fast left-hander, flat out. Hit the 15 now, which is a slower right-hander. Into a left king in the Le Mans, which is another 90-degree right-hand turn. I've got my track wrap now, as you can probably hear, on the Ulman Straight. This is where it's going to happen, I feel. Brzezinski has the draft, has the speed advantage over the DHR car. Gotta go for it, but doesn't. Nope, he doesn't go for it. He's gonna wait until his chance arrives. As he's gonna go. He's still got the draft. Look at this. He's still got the toe. He's still kept it close. I think his strategy might be to put McLeod under pressure. At least he goes up the inside into turn 1. That's close. Oh, almost contact between the two. But that was, wow, Cuba Brzezinski has unlapped himself on Lewis McLeod. Who says Cuba's done? Who says FSP or Sport Poland are done? Who says they can't do well in this race? They've just unlapped themselves on the leaders.
It's really impressive.
Yeah, who says?
Lewis is a really fast guy.
I know I wrote them off a bit earlier, but I was wrong, Tim. They've just come back and done that. Mike Scholar in the pits in all this for LMP2 is going to probably hand the LMP. Well, he might not hand the LMP 1 litre Joe Chiampa. There's a chance, but he might not. But Walter Scholar definitely in the pits. I'm going to see if there's a drive change going on here. Nope, there's not any planned. Cuba Brzezinski just unlapped himself on the race leader, Lewis McLeod, to answer your question, Pachalis. Number 7 is life, number 7 is love. That is the car of Nick Woodbury at the moment. Yeah, they're doing well. Apparently we've been told, alright, no, reviewing things as well. Can't really change cameras at the moment. I could change cameras if I had the link open. I think I will change some cameras on Jimmy's behalf. Help him out there. Oh, I'm not going to change cameras then. Sorry about that. Well, I won't then. I thought people wanted to change cameras, but I won't change them then if that's the case. Because as much as I'm a commentator in all this, and I like to take the lead conversation topics, I am being in charge of by Jimmy. So, listen to the boss. I don't want to get fired. Yep. Okay, so back to who are we wanting to see, says Jimmy Allison. Let's show the number 7, because people are asking for that. Nick Woodbury's car. People are asking for the number 7 at least, so got it. There is the number 7. You asked, and we're giving you it for once. Nick Woodbury's car then. Doing a fairly good job in that position where he is now. But wow, Cuba Brzezinski, just go back for him for 1 second before we move on to something else. He has only gone and unlapped himself on the race leaders. DHR, who we were so sure were going to dominate from here on in, have been lapped. Unlapped, rather. That is fairly big. So let's move on now to back to Mike Walterscott. He's pitted and he's still ahead of Dokiyama. Dokiyama, just out of references, just coming off the Le Mans complex, and Mike Walterscott is going into turn 1, so he's well ahead. He's well ahead indeed. So good news for Mike, having a good go, and I think Seawolf have got to be favourites now to be one of the big ones. Oh, we've got company. We indeed have company. I'd like to welcome Mr. Enzo Pazzi to the room. Hello, Enzo.
Hello.
So, Enzo, I think you're a Revolution Racing driver, aren't you?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I got that much right. I remember you being in the Revolution car.
Yeah.
If we can, I understand it may not be possible, but if we can move to the Revolution Racing car of, let's have a look. Let's go to Joe Letterini. Oh, God. Start that again.
That's not my car, but okay.
Oh, I know it's not your car, but it is a Revolution Racing car.
Yeah, okay, that's
It's the Pro Class Corvette of Joe Letterello. We'll go to your car in a bit, if it's possible, but
okay.
That's the highest car up at the moment, because you do have several entries in the Room 1 at least. So,
Two, yeah.
How is it going for the team as a whole?
They're decent. Until recently, our V1 car was leading Room 2. But they just had a big crash and had 1,200 seconds of repairs.
Oh, wow. I
Yeah.
think that's the full 20 minutes.
Yeah, correct.
So, there you go. Proof that it
they're
can happen. Oh, I've got someone else in the booth, I think. Yes, we did. Whoops, sorry about that, everyone. I just accidentally popped myself in the wrong room. Slight fail on my part, but we're back, and we also have a Nicholas Hillebrand.
Hello.
Hi, Nicholas. We'll get to you in a bit, but just go back to you again. So, yeah, your LMP1 car has had a bit of a do then, but how's your car going? Be more specific.
Yeah, so far actually quite good. Casper's in the car.
Oh, I was about to talk to Enzo there, but
sorry.
No, it's all right, Nicholas. It's all right. Enzo's hopefully still here with us, isn't he?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought
so you were
going to
talk about your car,
so.
Enzo. How's your Revolution Racing drive going?
Well, our car had some bad luck with me in it. We had some crashes. We had a big crash with a pro car, which was a racing incident, I guess. And I had 600, almost 700 seconds of repairs. And I did that. I waited, and then I came out, and nothing happened to the car. So we had to go back in and then repair for 800 seconds. And that set us back quite a bit, but we're running again, and we're currently doing decent, I guess, for everything that has happened.
Oh, I tell you what, we've just had a tweet in from the R-Factor 2 thingies as well. Apparently, Povilis Machunas has unlapped himself on Lewis McGlade. So he's apparently just one lap down, although it's saying 2 in here. So unless there was a mistaken belief there, McGlade is now a lap down. No, it still says 2 here. What it was Kuba Brzezinski who lapping himself on McGlade, and he's 4 laps down. Oh, and then Christina spins and goes off track a bit. He's not damaged his car with it, so he caught it before he did. But that's going to help Kuba Brzezinski, because there's not much between the two of them now. Well, there will be a bit between the two of them. Yeah, there's still loads, but no damage done, at least. So, yeah, he's catching though, possibly. But if we can go to Nicholas Hillebrand now. Nicholas, hi, obviously. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Finally, we get to you. So, you're in the Magenta Warriors car, currently being driven, of course, by Kasper Kolodziejczyk in P14. He's doing a sterling job, actually. He's P5 in LP2. So, how's your race gone?
Was actually, well, I got a bit later here because I had work before. So I took a quick nap so I could go, well, like chilled into the race, which didn't really happen then, because once I took the wheel I just did like 3 laps or something and instantly had contact with the wall because I overdid it a bit. Clearly a misjudgment of me on trying to squeeze between a Ferrari, because yeah, obviously the early race hours were a bit chaotic from what I heard from Oscar and Casper. But yeah, after that everything went well. We were 270 seconds in the pits, and after that we didn't have any trouble. After that, I think Casper touched the wall a couple of laps ago, has very slight suspension damage, but not even noticeable, and it's very drivable, so we're just going to keep going for now. And yeah, otherwise everything's going well so far, and I think we did make some ground again. Obviously, great drive from Casper, first time in the LMP2 car, before he was in the Viper, of course. So yeah.
Yeah. I'll just as an aside. Oh dear, Casper! Well, that was unfortunate. What's just happened there? Casper, College has a bit of a do. Let's see what happened. If I can get back to him quickly enough. Casper, oh, he's been nudged. Casper got nudged by the Revolution Racing Corvette.
Ah.
So that won't be good for Enzo and Co, although it's not his car. But he got nudged by a GT. That was a bit risky. And as well as that, I've realised I need to make an apology. I've been pronouncing Pomelas's name all wrong. He's being referred to as Coin in the just for short, in the YouTube comments, and his Twitter handle is actually at Coin_operator. So I believe it's pronounced McCoinas. So major sorry for that. I don't know my pronunciations. Sometimes. But for the most part I did.
You did it right for my name.
Yeah, I got yours right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm good sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
But knowing for the future, McCoinas. As Nick Woodbury in the pits now for Doug Henson Racing as well. Looking at the drivers, I don't think there's going to be a driver swap. But Woodbury just in the pits, as is Robert Flasnitsky for that other team that I don't know the name of. Sorry. I'm not very good at team names either. Metelli Rizzo for GT Italia in the pits too. So very much up and away in that sense. Or in the pits rather. McCoinas now is going to get a lap up on Woodbury. Oh, yep, he's going to get a lap up on Woodbury indeed. And is going to get, hopefully, in his case, maybe he's going to try and close in on McGlade, but we do not know. Apparently, RGBL hit the Dark Racing car. And Zenetic Smarter there in P9. That's not good if that happened, but any damage that might have been done there doesn't seem to be much, unless they repaired it. But to go back to Casper, he had that incident with had to do that incident with the GT, but he's not really, it's not hurt him much, has it though? Doesn't appear to have hurt him much, he's still going well. Yeah, I am impressed by Casper in his LMP2 debut here. He was a GT driver before. He seems to have taken a liking in these prototypes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's quite nifty. You want to speak to Casper? He's in the pits. So there you go. I don't see anyone who we could change to though, so this is probably just a scheduled stop.
Yeah, just routine stop, I'd say. Because he did say before I left to speak here, he did say that he had to go in for, after a couple of laps. Because obviously normal routine fuel and tyre pit stop.
It's obviously going to take a while because he's turning the engine off, so...
Yeah, about 70 seconds for each stop, so...
Yeah, so 70 seconds worth of saving the engine makes sense.
Yeah.
I've had bad experience with turning off the engine, so I left it on during my repairs.
Oh, that's a fair
several
point.
times that it didn't restart, so...
That's a fair point from Jimmy Allison, actually. He's just made a point there. Max Melamed is currently on probation, probably got to do with his safety rating. So Melamed needs to be careful, otherwise he might find himself unable to race here. That's an interesting part as well, safety ratings. We use the safety rating system to determine how much of, how much drivers need to take care. High safety ratings, of course, better, because it means if you have an incident, it's less likely to cost you in the long run. Obviously, you drivers are more versed on the safety rating system than myself, so you might want to add a couple of comments about that, or what's your opinions on it? Obviously, it's a good thing, but how have you found it as a system? We'll start with you, Nicholas.
Overall, the safety rating, I think, is a very good system. Obviously, we have to look out a bit for Oscar with his a bit inconvenient problems in the early hours of Spa a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, overall, I think it's a very good system because it actually is a good how do you say it? It's a good way to force the drivers to keep it at least a bit clean, and not just go complete NASCAR rampage. No offense to the sport, but yeah, it's supposed to be a non-contact sport, really, or well, at least not completely bashing each other into the wall. So yeah, I think it's a very good system.
Yeah, you know, it encourages consistency and safe driving, because that means, you know, in turn, you're less likely to have problems in the race. And that might mean more likely to get picked up by teams if you're a consistent driver. Let's talk to Enzo about it. Enzo, thoughts on the safety rating system?
Well, yeah, I had a big crash today, so I don't know. I think the added damage, the new damage model does better things for driver safety. Like the safety rating, it's a number. I don't think people, some people don't realize it during the race, I suppose.
Yeah, some people, yeah.
Thing is, I need to break in on this.
Oh.
Actually, we are working, and people can hear me. We are working on a new system that will go through from this league to VLMS to Porsche Super Cup to a virtual GT championship. All of our events will be rated, both how fast people are, you know, how successful they are, and how many incidents they are in. It doesn't matter if you get crashed into or is the one who's crashing into someone. You will be penalized somehow, but this is in the works, so nothing new under the sun, and probably won't be until next season. Just a heads up, there is things going on.
Oh wow, so even penalties for people being crashed into. That's it's an interesting development, I'll give it that. I'm not really going to put any opinions down, because I do like to try and remain impartial as commentator, because I feel that's the safest route. But it's an interesting development. Let's get, if you heard that on the broadcast, which you will have done because Jamie said sent it so you could all hear him, let's get your thoughts on that as spectators and drivers. As your personal opinions on the system. It's what's getting enforced, so you know, it's what's happening, but what's your opinions on it? Interesting developments. Yeah, so let's talk to Matthias about the current system at least. What's your opinions on the current system? Because now we know it's possibly going to change.
The current system haven't got much experience of the league because it's my first race, but I think it works well to give like a heads up of who is generally more clean or less clean driving, and that's good for drivers just to know, and having a penalty system that acts accordingly to each type of driver, and add that to the new damage model who just encourages more clean driving with, and also adds to the racing, because if you like have a little touch and brake suspension, is going to be about 300 seconds, so it gets more realistic, and I think it's a good system to like a good idea of how the drivers should behave, and just having some examples and setting some standards to the driving. I think that's good. And about the new system that was proposed with the drivers being hit, it also it might seem a little bit too aggressive, but I have to agree that if you put a safety rating that punishes who crashes into who is crashed, it will make both parts, both the crashed driver and the guy who crashes into that driver, more careful, because they'll both want to avoid the incident, and that'll make an incident less likely to happen. I think that's a good idea. It just has to be to the right to just not make it unfair to the driver that was crashed into.
Very interesting points there. Yep, thank you very much for your opinions on that thing. Of course, we know the safety rating system may be changing soon, but those are just some opinions from the drivers and some of the managers and drivers, etc., on the system as it stands. You know, it's good to get opinions like this. It helps develop the league, you know? If people voice their opinions and suggest improvements and things like that, all of these could be taken in. It helps us as a whole, helps to develop and flourish even more than we already have with our many, many viewers and system that we have. It's such a nice place to be, VEC, and I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I was introduced here by none other than Mr. James Kirk, of course, who, you know, was really... I'm so happy you brought us into this, because I get to meet all you guys, get to talk to you guys, commentate on fantastic race, and it's just a joy to be here. It really is. I'm loving it.
could make them relaxing for my next stage. It's gonna happen soon. So.
Oh
it's,
yes,
nice
well we're good. We've helped you relax then. I'm happy that we've helped you relax.
Yeah.
Good luck, Matthias.
Yeah,
thanks.
definitely
Good luck.
the best.
It'll be a long one.
Yeah, definitely the best of luck to you when you do get in the car. And well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Definitely.
Yeah, I think because that's gonna head off now, just to get some time to have a shower, maybe take a quick nap.
That makes
so
sense.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be alright, as it's gonna be a very long stint. I'm not gonna tell when I'm getting into the car because there's strategy going on. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time we get into the broadcast. It was a really fun time being here, and I wish everyone a nice end of race, and all the viewers, thanks for watching, and really hope you enjoy the race.
Yep, see you very soon, Matthias, and hopefully we'll see you again in the broadcast booth another time. Best of luck in your stint as well.
Yeah, thanks. So see you next time.
And then it became 4 once more. Obviously, Matthias has now left us, and it's been a pleasure talking to him. But I still have Enzo and Nicholas in the booth with me. If you'd like to join in, well, in a few minutes we should be having our next commentator join in for a bit, Mr. Thomas Hintz, who will be taking you to the end of this race when I leave in about 15 minutes or so. I don't think we've taken an ad break recently. Now would be a good time. Or would it not be a good time? I'm not certain. Oh, now would be a good time to take an ad break. So on that note, I think we're going to take an impromptu ad break. Well, yes, it is impromptu. But yes, indeed. We are almost 430 minutes into this race. That's pretty much an hour and, 10 minutes over the last hour, if I believe. So stay tuned for more 12 Hours of Spring from the Virtual Endurance Championship.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly almost walked it this weekend.
Hello and welcome back to the 12 Hours of Spring here at the Virtual Endurance Championship Race 5 of Season 8, brought to you by Image Space Incorporated, sim steering by Leo Bodnar, and R Factor 2 and Walk Racing. We are 430 minutes of the 720 through this race. I'm Josh Randerson, and I'm actually going to be heading off very soon because we're waiting for a certain Mr. Thomas Hintz to join us and take over my commentary duties. So in the booth at the moment is Mr. Enzo Fazzi and Mr. Nicholas Hillebrand, and well, you two have been with me for quite a while now, so yeah, things have been going well for you two.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, fair enough. Well, yeah, that's a certainty. Let's see. Lewis McGlade is currently leading, of course, for Duck Henson Racing. He's in P1. Pavlas McCoynas in P2 for the other car. It's still a DHR 123, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is.
It is still a DHR 123 that pretty much ran away with it.
And Freeweight Motorsport obviously being in 4th place with 1 lap behind 3rd place, as far as I can see.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a 1-2-3 for DHR, but I've said this before, it doesn't tell you half the story of this race, this current result as it is. We have had everything. We've had all sorts. And if you're only just joining us, where on earth have you been for the last hour or so? At least the last 6 hours. Where have you been? You missed it. You need to be with it, man. Come on, watch. Yeah, so that's how it stands at the moment. Oh, let's have a look at this. Anthony Jans, yes. Wow. Anthony Jans is up to 2nd in LMP2 and he's going to have a shot. If you can catch him at Mike Scottery in LMP2, also the class leader who's lived for quite a while now. But Anthony Jans could do what only Anthony Jans could do and pull off a blinder to lead LMP1. I mean, at the moment, there's quite a gap between them. He's only just started his 219th lap and Walter Scott is about halfway through his. So at least a minute between them. But that could decrease if Jans gets his foot down.
And what's quite impressive actually is Team Spirit Racing was quite far back in the field actually for some time now. Because as far as I've heard, they had a massive accident with the front and the rear both knocked off. So they're in the pits for quite some time, and that they've worked their way that far back up again already is quite impressive in my opinion.
Yep, indeed, and I can just see upstairs in the lobby, in fact, my next replacement, so to speak. So I'm going to just wait until he pops himself in or is dragged in, but no, now I am on my last legs as a commentator, unfortunately. That we do have my replacement coming in very soon, and he will be with us. So, as it stands, Jans is making ground, I think. As Lewis McGlade has had a do. He's in the pits, he's disconnected. That's bad. Very bad indeed for McGlade. No, and McCoynas now, with all the ground to gain, might see a lead change as I leave, strangely enough. I have to go before the interesting things are going to happen. Isn't that ironic?
Oh, you've supplied interesting things until this happened.
Oh, no! It's even more serious. Quick, let's bring Mr. Hins into this. Gotta do it. Sorry for interrupting here, Tom, but Lewis McLean has run out of fuel and is out of the race. The leader is out.
Oh, no.
Lewis McLean has miscalculated his fuel. He's out of the race. For DHR, the 1, 2, 3 has been broken. Pavalas Makainas comes into the pit and will inherit the lead if Nick Woodbury doesn't pass him first. But
no,
what a fatal miscalculation.
I just come in when it's all kicking off, isn't it?
Yes, you did. I'm going to leave when it's all kicking off as well, unfortunately.
Yes, I'm just going to join in now, so I'll be there in a second. But yes, no, hello everyone again. Thomas Insider. I'll be leading you through the final 4 and 3/4 hours of the race, so it should be really good fun. I've just got to connect everything and we'll be good. So it should be a good fun time.
Devastating way to go though, running out of fuel.
It happened to that.
Is absolutely wow. I mean, it's been confirmed as well by Kieran Park and then wow.
Yeah,
that
it happened to the number 7 DHR.
He was leading, and now this. It's so easy.
Yeah.
Wow, that is the most unfortunate thing ever. And Lewis, as a driver, must be absolutely devastated. He'll feel awful, I can guarantee you that. I would if I was in his position. I can feel only sympathy for him. Nick Woodbury, it appears, is going to take the lead of this race then, in the number 7 DHR car. And it'll be the 9 of Pavalas Makainas taking second, and Lewis McGlade after 237 laps in that car. As a car itself, he's only been in for a fraction of that. But apparently he's rejoined. So he might be back in this after all. He has rejoined. It may not be over. He may be able to come back into it. Might have been a disco after all. We don't know, but let's see if he can or if he cannot rejoin the race, because It would be lovely if he could. I may just completely called that incorrectly.
No.
We don't know. Oh, he's moving the wheel. He's moving the wheel. The LEDs aren't coming on. These LEDs aren't coming on. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to work, says Tim Wheatley. Nick Woodbury is looking to inherit the lead of this race. If Lewis McLeod can't get it up and running. Unassumedly, it says no. Stephen Bailey says no. Out of fuel's out of fuel. Sorry, Bailey. Nope. Looks like it's terminal for McLeod, and that one miscalculation has put the DHR number 8 out of it. What?
Yeah.
There are no words.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like he's moving the wheel there. You can see.
DNF is out.
Again, yeah.
That's a
big shame.
Really
That's
big
devastating.
Shame.
And I think with that, I'm going to hand over the officially to Mr. Thomas Hinds now. It has been a oh dear. Sorry, there you go. It has been a pleasure being here, and it's so sad to leave on such a tragic note. But I do have to leave, and I do have to go, and yeah. Just take the mick out of my coffin. Go on. Has to be done. We'll have to shed some light on the situation. Quickly! Make it funny again. We'll have to get some sort of positive going. But yeah. So sad to see that. Anyway, it's been a pleasure being around for the 7 and a bit hours that I've been around for. And I'm going to officially hand over to Mr. Aussie Grit, Thomas Hinds, who's going to take us to the last bit of the race. But I've been Josh Ranson. I will see you next time we do Sandal Park. But for now, it is me about to say a very warm and very I can't even find an adjective. I can't even find an adjective for my goodbye. You know it's late. Well, that's happened. I'm just gonna go. Bye. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Alright. Thank you, Josh. Yep, there we go. So Josh just ending his stint there. So welcome to anyone who's just joined in. I'm Thomas Hinds. We'll be leading you through the final hours of this race. Actually, good timing for me too. Interesting enough, obviously down under here, it's usually a bit awkward for me timing-wise, but it's actually good timing. It's late in the morning here. It's nice timing indeed. I'm not actually going to be completely dead energy-wise, which is good. So yeah, and Lorenzo, any comments? Sim racing. There you go. That's my comment. So yeah, so as we can see, we are into the latter stages of the race. Big drama, of course, Lewis McLeod, the THR boys, a bit of a, obviously the fuel there, a bit of a miscalculation. He's out. That's the big drama we just had in these last few minutes. And now Nick Woodbury there has taken the lead. And that is a big, big thing right there, I believe. Is that Hilda? Nick, are you in with the commentary with me here? Is that, yeah? Sorry, just joined. Yep. Yep. Yep, so I think it's Nick Hildebrand is in the box with me at the moment. So
yes.
Obviously with with Josh before, so I'm assuming he'll hang around a bit, if that's right, Nick? If you want to?
Yes, I will have to go and look in a couple of minutes how Casper's doing.
Yep. No worries.
But I should be around for a bit, so.
Yep. It is all good, all good. So yeah, so it is that phase of the race now heading into the final sort of hours. Apologies, I've just got to sort of get up to speed with everything here. But yes, it is looking like things are getting a bit interesting as we have the lead change. Now Nick leading, he's got a 30-second lead at the moment to the next car. I might just turn down the game sound a little bit. Apologies on that. That's better, okay. Yes, so yeah, he's leading now at this point of the race. I'm going to try and find who the leader of GT Am is. Again, apologies, I'm just sort of adjusting to the race after, sleeping down here in the land of Oz. And I believe it is one of the Ferraris, yes. It is leading the... Kevin Rotting, yeah, I know him. He's a familiar face from another league. He's leading the GTs at the moment in the Ferrari 458. And yeah, and then, actually there's another familiar face, the Porsche. They're in 19th overall. Nicky there in... I think he's 3rd in GT at the moment, which is good to see. He was obviously, if you remember back to Spa, he was leading for a good time of that until, I think it was the disconnections, remembering back, we had all those issues during that 24-hour race, and I think from memory, they really hampered his plans, if memory serves me correctly. So, but he's still in 3rd overall at the moment in the GTs, which is good to see. Good on him. And yeah, and at the moment, everyone's just going along. I'm trying to see if there's any battles as well. There was a lot of dirt there. I wonder if that was so it's just people using a lot of the road was what that was. It wasn't any spins or anything like that. But yes, Nick, has it been for you so far, this race, from your perspective?
Well, obviously I've already driven, and it's been quite quite a handful actually. in the early stages we had a massive accident, as far as I've seen in the replays and everything, on the front straight, where we had damage. Of course, I'm driving for Magenta Warriors in LMP2. Right now, Casper's driving, also his first time in the car, in a race situation, and he's doing pretty well at the moment. And other than a bit of damages, not really huge crashes, but like front splitter lost or any case of like that. Other than that, it's been going actually quite fine. We've gained positions back to 5th place in class so far, and overall, it's just a really exciting race. Like in the car and out of the car, it's absolutely spectacular to watch and to drive, and the atmosphere overall is just stunning as well.
And
about the
indeed,
case
yeah.
with Lewis, one would think that in endurance racing with fuel, it is really, really hard to miscalculate, but it's actually really, really easy to miscalculate because you focus on so much stuff at the same time, like traffic. How far is the next guy ahead? How far is the next guy behind? And then you just forget about something. Casper almost did the same thing, and he had to go to one lap around the entire track before he gave the wheel to me, I think, or the stint before that, and we barely saved it there. Obviously, it's just really unfortunate that that happened to Lewis, but it just can happen so quickly, and I got same experiences from, well, Formula 1 races in sim racing from that, by running out of fuel literally on the last lap, so... It can just happen so quickly. So...
Yeah, well, exactly right, isn't it? I mean, it's just such a simple thing. You'd think it's very, very easy to manage, but in sim racing, especially endurance racing, it all becomes a much bigger ballpark, where it can be a lot more things going on. Also just noticed, obviously this was, it's been kind of one of the bigger things we've had for this race. Robin Fryans at the moment is there in 29th overall in the Corvette. I believe he's about, I'm just trying to do the maths now, I think he's about, where is he? There he is. He's about 7th or 8th in class, I think, at the moment in the GT Pros, from what I can gather there. So going along still, which is the main thing. Oh, yep.
Yes.
And I'm just looking through. Oh, and yeah, there's your Casper and car, of course, for you guys at the moment. The Magenta boys, 14th overall in that P2 car, going along nicely. I think he's got a couple laps on the guy ahead. Oh, Diego Carasanga. I know him from a race that I raced last week, and he was in it. And we had a good little battle, which is good fun. So good to see Diego here as well. And yeah, so a lot of familiar faces. Actually, who's that? Is that someone without a front splitter, or am I seeing things? Oh, yep, that's someone without a front splitter. That is 10th place overall, LMP2. And I'm trying to figure out how far back it's going to go. Leader. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the leader of LMP2. He's got no front splitter. Let me have a look. I'm trying to go back and find what happened. Yeah. Wow, it looks like it happened a long time ago. There we go. Or am I seeing things? Huh. That's interesting. So for me, he just... unless it's a graphical glitch, to me, he just loses it randomly, so I don't know what's happening there. Maybe it's a graphical glitch on my end. I guess we'll soon find out, but yeah, I just saw that then, and I've gone back.
And
you seeing it too?
Casper just shot past. I think it just lost it very recently.
Yeah. Yeah, and as yeah, yep. Yep, so Jimmy just pointing out, it looks like it's suspension damage, and yeah, look at that, he's pitting, so he's definitely got some terminal damage there. Not sure where that happens. I went back there in the replay, and the front splitter comes off just randomly as he was exiting turn 1 for me, so I'm not really sure what the big thing was there, but either way, leader of LMP2 is in with damage, so that is big news, and Anthony Yans is in, I'm assuming that's for a, scheduled stop, so either way you would think that should mean Anthony should now inherit the lead of LMP2 with that damage, and we'll see how far down Merck's going to drop there, because that is a big moment there in the LMP2 class, and yeah, I'm still not sure. Oops, sorry. Yeah, exactly. Anthony in as well, so that is going to be interesting to see. I'm going to watch this actually quite carefully, because I suspect Anthony should come out ahead, is what should happen here, because he is obviously not having to fix damage, which the other car is having to fix, so I'll just keep an eye on that for you.
Yeah, but
Joe
Anthony
there behind.
obviously a couple of laps down as well.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, they are on the same lap though, these two. So these two are fighting for the lead of LMP2, and they are on the same lap, which is the key factor here. So we will see how this goes. I'm just waiting. Anthony Ann's still in. Same with the leader. No movement yet, but you've got to assume, surely, because Anthony didn't come in too far behind the leader of LMP2. So surely it's going to be a change of lead here between the 147 and the 45. Let's have a look here as we're just waiting. The waiting game for these two to come out of the pit lane is also Smarter there has pitted in the LMP1 in 9th overall. Let's have a look. Still nothing. That's such long stops in these endurance races. And it's possible, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Maybe he won't lose the lead, we'll see. As there goes Joe Camper there, just taking the lead of LMP2 temporarily through the stops. So, yep, and there goes Anthony. There you go, he's coming out, and yeah, he's beaten him out easily. And there you go, so Anthony Yans, I'm assuming, should now take the effective lead of LMP2. So there you go. Big news there, and the 147 is still in the lane.
Definitely something new, though. Obviously, with suspension repair, you're stuck in pit for quite some time, as we had with many cases already this race, myself included, actually. Like, you don't even have to do a lot to get this suspension damage, and I think Team Spirit Racing actually had a case of that themselves in a crash they had a couple of hours earlier. They actually worked their way up again, and that's especially great now for them being so far up again. But Jans, he has an incredible pace, that has to be said. He almost makes no mistakes when he's on track, and also his teammates, great drive from them as well. And they just basically dominate through consistency. Obviously, they've run a couple of rounds in LMP2 already. So, yeah, it's absolutely astonishing what those Frenchmen are capable of.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty impressive performance. I remember still at Spa, they were very impressive there too. So, continuing on that form from the Spa 24 hour, which of course we had in recent times, the 147 has now come out of the lane. He is down, I believe, effective 4th. I think that is 4th. So, still in the top, near the top 3, sorry, in the effective standings. So, it's not like he's dropped way down the order, but he has dropped quite a few, or quite a lot of time. He has got a good 2 laps back to Kasper Kotovic in the Magenta Warriors LMP2 car, so that is good news for him anyway. He'll be happy with that little bit of a buffer. Rotting still leading the GT Pro class at the moment in the Ferrari. He's got a good little bit of space back to Cali Corey there in 18th overall. And yeah, so that is a little bit of drama there, just a thing to sort of keep things going, especially after the drama of Lewis there in the LMP1. Nick Woodbury leading, by the way, by 39 seconds now. He's gained about 9 or 10 seconds in the last kind of 10-15 minutes. As he has a little bit of trouble there getting around one of the GT cars, but it's alright. He gets through in the end. And yeah, oh boy, always fun when you come up on a whole bunch of GT cars and you're trying to weave your way through them. But anyway, yeah. So he still leads though, Nick, at the moment by a pretty solid margin. He's actually got the 3rd place car just behind him, who's trying to unlap himself, I assume. That's Henning Wallard there. And he's right behind the effective leader, but a lap down. So it'll be interesting to see if he can try and unlap himself here and get back on the lead laps. So that's a little something to keep an eye on. And yeah, so very interesting times indeed as we go along now. How long have we got left? We got, I always love, I'll use the stream. We've got about 4.5 hours to go now in this race, which is good to see. Hope you're enjoying my commentary, Josh. I'm probably not doing as good a job as you managed, no doubt, but doing my best. Yeah, so, and by the way, another name I know, Adrian Miera, he's in 22nd overall in the Aston. That's another name I know from another league. I think they're effective 4th in GT Pro, which is good stuff.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, so it's all a little bit quieter at the moment. So I don't think I see any battles going on track. I'm just trying to look through now. Let me have a look. I don't think there is, for position anyway. I think we're all pretty spaced out. Jan's obviously still leading LMP2. Oh, sorry, 2nd in LMP2, but you would assume he's going to take the lead. And actually pretty close. The top 3 are all relatively close in LMP2. Joe there is leading that. He's only got about, I'm going to guess about 10, maybe 15 seconds back to Jans, and I think Jans is closing at a pretty rapid rate on him. And then you've got Diego back there, and he's about another 15 seconds back. So they're all pretty close at the top 3 in LMP2, which is interesting to see. So it's good. Hopefully there'll be a little bit of battle will kick off there eventually, or when soon. That'd be good. Wink, wink to the guys out there. Yeah, so it's all quite nice at the moment. You've got the sun down low at the moment, so the lights, I must say, just something I've noticed is I think that was Rizzo there in the Ferrari going a bit wide down the back straight. I do like the lights where they are. They're very, it's very nice looking, I think, when the camera, they sort of sweep past it and the lights kind of flash a little bit brighter at you, and they keep going around the corner. It looks very nice. It's a very good
looks
look.
absolutely fantastic, especially with the changing daytime.
For sure, yeah. That's just something I noticed when I got on. I was like, damn, that looks very pretty when they turn a corner and lights do their little sort of reflection thing. It's very nice. So, so there you go. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on. Where is he? 28th. Yeah, so Franz he's on the same lap as the guy ahead. I think it's actually his teammate. I'm fairly sure they're sim racing for Holland. They're two cars. But he's on the same lap. He's got about half a lap to catch up to the guy ahead. At the moment, he's just getting lapped again by the LMP2 Magenta Warriors car at the moment. There's Charles Baglow, another name I know, so he's down 30th overall. And yes, we've got, how many we've got left? I think we've got, make sure I get this right because of the Lewis retirement, we have 35 cars still going out of the 41 starters, so a good deal, a few retirements so far. I mean, not a huge amount, but we've had a few retirements over the course of the race. And yeah, at the moment, I think the two top guys on the lead lap, Woodbury and Pavalas there, are the only two on the lead lap. 44 seconds now. I tell you what, Nick is just slowly but surely eking out that gap, which is really interesting to see. So obviously his pace is just a bit better than the car behind, which is very interesting to see. And yeah, so it's good stuff, isn't it, Nick? And it's a bit interesting, isn't it? Because I'm wondering, how different do you think this would be for when you've gone from a 24-hour race at Spa to a 12-hour here at Sebring? Is it a bit of have you got to adjust a bit to the different time, or is it just kind of business as usual as a driver?
I can't really speak from experience from a 24-hour race because we were a bit unfortunate, and our car basically had an accident over a bump at Rouge before I got to drive last race. But overall, I think it is quite different. I mean, you notice the time difference, and overall, I think it's a bit simpler, actually. Normally, we were supposed to go with 4 drivers for this race, with obviously Oscar, Casper, and our third teammate, Tommy Oyala. But just before the race started, he wrote to us that he wasn't feeling so well. But I think with cases like that, it's a lot easier to adjust to that. And yeah, I think it's actually a quite big difference, not just time-wise, which is obviously double the distance in a 24-hour race, but also like organization-wise as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it's all you got to sort of take as a different race. You don't take it as obviously the 24 hours, it's 12 hours, so you got to adjust accordingly. All the different strategies, maybe different driving styles, somewhat, and the like. I tell you what, just notice then, Anthony Jans has absolutely flown up to the back of the current leader of LMP2, which is the number 69 car, I believe that is there, and he's really caught him. Like, I just looked back then, and it's only about it's probably second. Yeah, Jans is absolutely charged up to the back of the leader here of Joe, and I reckon it's got to be Hazel. Look at this, it's going to be a move very soon. He's absolutely flying. The pace difference is pretty noticeable indeed. And yeah, look at this, he's looking already. I'm sure he'll wait for his moment. He's looking like, yeah, look at that, and Joe's, yeah, he's just going to get out of the way, so there you go. So Jans retakes the lead now of LMP2 class, and yeah, he's looking very pacey right now in that car, as you said, though. I mean, he's an extremely fast driver, and they had a very good run out at the Spa 24 Hour as well, though. I had some fantastic pace there as well, so it's not too surprising that he's doing so well on the pace. Diego, by the way, is not far behind that either, and I think he's slowly catching too, so he might even have a chance of getting second in LMP2 class if this pace keeps on going as it is. Ooh, that was a bit of lag, okay. Yeah, and we're all going along nicely. By the way, 23rd, Oliver Schlapp's there pitting in the Porsche, in 23rd overall. Just noticed that then, and I don't think we have anyone else in the lane at the moment. Who's that? Ooh, one of the GTs getting a bit close to one of the LMPs there. They're just doing it with leading, of course. And how much is the gap now? 49 seconds. Wow, he just keeps opening that gap. It's quite impressive, really, to watch. He just keeps eking that gap out slowly but surely. And yeah, I'm just looking through. Yeah, but then on the lead lap, then you've got 3rd and 4th at the moment on track, which is Henning Wollard and Kuba Brzezinski. 3rd and 4th, they're a lap down off the lead. Rudy Cuban there is 5th overall. It's 2 laps off the lead, actually. I think Brzezinski just went down another lap, so there you go. So he must have just got passed by the leader. Oh, no, that was lag, don't worry. And yeah, that's Robert there in the number 23 P1 car. They're 6 laps down, so a bit off the pace, but They do have a lovely gap ahead and behind. They've got 4 laps ahead and then 4 laps behind. So that's handy. Oh boy, I tell you what, 8th overall at the moment. That's the number 96, I think it is. LMP1 car is in a lot of traffic right now. Sorry, the number 606. Sorry, my eyes deceiving me there. He's just in a lot of traffic right now. I just noticed that then as I was looking, he's been negotiating an awful lot. It's a bit awkward, but I think he's managed it. Yeah, he has. All right, that's good stuff there. Good stuff for Luca. Just noticed how close that. Ooh, nearly ran into the back of. I think that's actually, yeah, Joe Camper there. He's just passing him and just about went up the back of him. That was nearly a bit awkward, but he managed to avoid contact. So good stuff there. And obviously McGlade is dropping down after the retirement for them, and then it's Smarter there in 9th, I believe. He is, yeah, unfortunately the last of the running LMP1s at the moment. So a little bit off the pace to them there. Yeah, they've got a lap down to Luca in 7th, so it's a little bit of work to do to come back. But I mean, it is, well, we've got 4 hours 20, just over 4 hours 20 minutes to go. So plenty of time for things to change, obviously, especially being an endurance race. And yeah, Jan's still leading, has really opened that gap big time on Joe. And, ooh, Diego, I'm assuming must have just stopped. I didn't actually see that. Apologies if I missed that. Yeah, he did, okay. So yeah, Diego just stopped, which is why he's dropped back behind the number 147 LMP2 car. And of course, it's Casper there at the moment in the Magenta Warriors. Ricardo Azevento, here we go, is there in 15th overall in the LMP2 class, going along nicely. I think he's also in a bit of a space of his own. He is, yeah. He's got 4 laps behind Casper, and then he's got 2 laps to the next LMP2 car, which is Arias there in.
I think his teammate had an accident just before he took over. Basically, we gained the position for that. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's fine. No worries at all. All good, all good. And then, yes, it's obviously Arias there is 16th overall. I think, is he actually? No, he's not last in LMP2, because a couple of them a bit further back from, I'm assuming, Instance and the like. So he's going along 16th overall. And as I said, Kevin Rotting at the moment leading the GT Pro class in the Ferrari. Just trying to see him there. Yep, and he's got gap of about, ooh, how much is that? I'm trying to do the maths on this. It's got to be 25, maybe, seconds thereabouts. Actually, you could just use the broadcast, Thomas. That also works too. Yes, 20 seconds, 20.8 by last count. To Kelly there in the Corvette. That's for GT Pro, so it's a little bit close. Hopefully that could be a battle a little later on, assuming Kelly's got a bit more pace. We will see. And then it's Nicky there in the Porsche going along. He's actually just having a bit of traffic past him now, so a little bit cluttered there for a moment, but he gets through fine. He's 3rd overall for GT Pro. And then it's Vincenzo there in 20th overall. That's in the number 60 LMP2 car, obviously a bit further back from the rest, so he's kind of in his own little world there. And it's Patrick Bowden there in 21st. He's last of the running LMP2 cars at the moment. And yeah, and that's the top 21. And it's Vieira 22 in the Aston Martin. So yeah, everyone going along nicely at the moment at this phase of the race. I don't see any real battles going on. Hey, look, there's Brand Beelan there. He's 27th overall, by the way, in that Ferrari. Obviously had a good run last time out at Spa, the 24-hour. Well, it was technically a split 24-hour, but a split of about 4, thanks to the issues that were going on there. But either way, and actually Frines is still in 29th overall, and I don't think there's much of a change. Yeah, there's not much of a change in the gap, I don't think, between he and his teammate. In fact, I think he may have stopped as Nicky Pitts in the Porsche. So there you go. So yeah, yes, he's all pretty cruisy at the moment. Everyone just in their own space, trying to, keep things going, keep things consistent, stay out of trouble as well, of course. A bit more dust kicking now. I think there was one of the cars going a little bit too much on the hairpin, from what I could tell anyway. Hope you guys enjoying the stream. The 150 of you by last count on the stream. I'm just keeping it open here to keep an eye on things, see what the camera's looking at, and so on and so forth. So hope you guys are enjoying. And yeah, Florida is very famous for its kangaroos, for sure.
One thing to note about the last place in GT Pro, the number 313 from Flatline Racing, Aston Martin, driven by Ryan Walker at the moment.
Yep.
Early in the race, they had literally one accident after another, and I think not any of them were their own fault, and they still kept going. They did, I think they got collected by the car of Frains, then they got smashed into the wall. Before that, they got smashed into the wall again, and then they lost it, and they still kept going. It's absolutely astonishing that they're not giving up, and absolutely just great to still see that car running.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong there. Yeah, especially if it's been one of those kind of races. It's very easy just to throw in the towel. But I mean, he's 53 laps down, so they are a long way down with all those incidents. But I mean, he's still going. He's not last overall, and he's got a lap up to the next car, which is one of the GTN cars. So one of the Vipers, the 174 car. So you never know. So he's got a lap to him, then he's got a lap to Paul Jeffrey at the moment, who's in one of the other Vipers in GTM, and then you've got he's got 3 laps to the next GT Pro car. Wow, speak English. Frederick Voiter there at the moment is in that car, the number 2 Corvette. So yeah, as you say, it's been a difficult race for them indeed. But I mean, they've still got a lot of time to gain back, and I guess that's the plan. I mean, if he's got the pace, then he could well. You never know. Who's that? Was that someone off? Hang on. I swear I saw someone off just then. We do. Who's that? It's one of the LMP2s. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly scroll through. Ooh, boy. Ooh, he nearly got collected there too. Who is that? That is... Oh, it's Joe. Yeah, Joe Camper there. Oh, he's lost a wheel too. Lost a wheel turn 1. He's lost a wheel. Yeah, and his front splitter. He's managed to get it going again. I'll try and find what happened to him. Let's have a look. It's a very interesting accident. Let's have a look. So he goes through. Ooh, what was that? To me, did he turn too early? I think he may have turned too early.
Yeah, it's really easy at that speed.
Yeah.
I'm noted from personal experience as well. Yeah, obviously code 80 now called.
Yep, so code 80 called for this one as he's limping around the track. There we go, code 80 now in effect as he's limping around the track. So big accident there. It looked to me like he, as we were just saying there, looks like he turned a bit too early into turn 1. Clipped the wall, and that's just sent him flying into the wall on the outside. So big moments for Joe, and he's going to limp around now and hopefully repair that car. The code 80 is helping him, so he won't lose as much time now. But that is going to be a lottery, as we know, with the factor. Anyone who's played it, as you know, with the wheel, it's always a lottery on whether the wheel will actually be repaired or not. So he's going to have to sort of pick the lottery ticket and hope that it's the winning one. Because if it's not, then he's probably going to be out of the race, which is a big shame. Because he was up in 2nd overall, looking pretty good for possibly being in the top 3 if he'd kept things together. But, just one of those things. We've seen players smarter below takes this opportunity to pit, as does Frines. He now pits as well from 29th overall, takes this opportunity. And, yep, there's a few in the pit lane. Callie's in there as well. Callie Curry, Vincenzo's in there as well. So, and Kuba's in there, the number 4th overall there, Brzezinski in the LMP1s. And our leader is Woodbury in as well. So, yep, looks like everyone, look at that, everyone's just taking this opportunity to sneak in a pit stop while the speeds are lower. So that is good to see, I guess, for those guys. There we go. So Jimmy just confirming to everyone that the headlights are required now. May as well take the chance while everyone's going along at a slow pace to enforce that rule. So headlights now required at this phase of the race. Ooh, hello. Is that someone else without a front splitter? I swear Henning Woolard, he's 3rd overall.
Oh boy.
And I don't see a
that
front
would
split
be a
of him
second
either.
time now, at least, which I've seen.
Yeah.
Early on, when I think it was Stephen Bailey in the number 8 and Henning Wallet, 1 lap down, but still right behind Bailey, came around to the back straight for the Le Mans complex. They hit, I think it was the Texas drivers' GTM car, and both hit their front splitter. Which Wallet got dropped from 2nd place overall entering class to 9th place or 7th, if I remember correctly. Obviously, a huge loss of places, but he's successfully recovered until now. But yeah.
Sorry, I'm just sort of a little bit. It's a very perplexed. That is a strange instance. So I'm trying to pick what happened here. So Willard's going along, and it looks to me like he may have been a little bit slow to react to the code 80. It looks like everyone else around him slows down. He just keeps going, and then suddenly there's a slow pro car ahead of him. He has to take evasive action, hits the grass, and then just spins it. And unfortunately spins into the path of the GT car. He just gives him a little helping hand, and into the wall he goes. So really weird accident. I'm assuming, he must have been a little bit slow on reacting to the code 80s, my guess. I'm not really sure, but it was a very odd accident. But he has managed to get back to pit lane, but he will lose a lot of time with that front splitter change. So he probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he loses a spot, possibly to Brzezinski, although it depends on how quickly he gets around with his code 80. So the code 80 may well have both hindered Henning and then helped him, depending on how it all goes. So thanks, Josh. Yeah, I just happened to scroll through and I saw Henning without front splitter, so thank me having to check the field. So there you go. So Henning, no front splitter for them, as you say, Nick. That's another incident for them, like a bit like earlier in the race where they had a front splitter incident earlier on, but this one under a much more peculiar circumstances. But anyway, either way, he is still going, which is the main thing. And I'll just look through, see if I can find Joe. He is still in the lane, and it doesn't look like... Yeah, that doesn't look like that wheel's getting repaired at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that for you, because that does take quite some time if they do repair the wheel. But we'll keep an eye on that for you. There we go, so code 80 ending in about 10 seconds time. We'll go back to green flag racing here. There we go, green flag. So we're back racing again here at the Sebring 12 hour for that code 80, and it looks to me like Henning's still in the lane and Brzezinski's coming around, but he has got, as he goes wide through the right-hander there, it's a bit of a moment, but it's okay, no damage, no foul. Yeah, he is on the same lap, but he's got to do about half a lap before he can have a chance of getting Woolard for position. There is Lipson, by the way, just a driver change. That's in the number... I'll just try and wait for it to come through. Number 9 LMP1 car in second place overall. That's a driver change for them. So he now takes over that car in second spot. Still Woodbury leading. He's got an even bigger gap now with the pit stops. He's actually gained time on the guys behind, so that's good stuff for them. They'll be really happy with that. So very, very profitable stop. And here we go. Brzezinski's coming around, and Woolard's still in the lane. So I reckon Brzezinski is going to happen. Happen? What's happen? Anyway, it's going to happen. And yes, he does. There you go. So Brzezinski now takes over third spot in LMP1, and that drops Woolard down to fourth. So big moment there for those guys. They'll be quite... I'm sure they won't be too happy with that, as they now drop down to effective fourth in class and on the road. And I wonder if even Cuppender's going to have a shot at maybe getting him in the number 46 LMP1 car. We'll keep an eye on that for you as sixth spot there pitting. That is the... Apologies, just got to check the number. That's the number 27 LMP1 car. That is pitting now. Let's have a look. Yeah, Josh, that's me. When accidents occur, I'm just straight onto it. You can never escape my eye. If you have an accident, I will see it, no matter how embarrassing it may be. So keep that in mind on this race. If you want to have an accident, I'll see it, and I will expose the accident. Really, I'm not that bad. By the way, Joe's still in the lane, so he's still going, and I don't see that tyre being repaired, and I have a niggling suspicion that it won't be repaired, so that may well be the end of the road for those boys, which is a real shame. It was just a little lapse of concentration was all it was, and that's the end of your race. It just shows how tough these endurance races are. They really are just ruthless in how much concentration is required as you go along in these races. But either way, that's going to, I don't think it's going to be repaired. He's been there for a while, so big shame for them if that is the case. As we go along now, how long to go? I have to check the stream again. It is about we'll say 4 hours and about 10 minutes thereabouts to go. So we're about to hit 2/3 of the way through this race. About to head to the last third, into the business end, where you want to be in the right spots at the right time. And I'll tell you what, this fan is doing absolutely nothing right now. Apologies, guys. Just, there we go. It is summer here in Australia, so it is very hot right now. Very, very hot. So
I wish I had your problems. It's really, really cold here in Europe.
Yeah, opposite here in Australia. It's meant to be autumn, but apparently the autumn is just on break at the moment, and it's not coming in yet, so it still feels like summer. So yeah, so it's great fun. And where I am is really bad with heat, so it just the building I'm in just takes the heat. It loves it. Just takes it in and it goes, yes, I'll have that heat, thank you. And you're sitting here in the summer going, why do you do this to me? So apologies, I might just be a little bit of a sweaty mess here throughout the broadcast, but it's fine. That's just one of the annoyances I'll have to deal with, no problem at all. And yeah, so it is going on nicely. Joe's still in the lane, and I don't think that's going to be repaired at this point. We'll keep an eye on that, but it's not looking promising for those guys. So real shame for them. They were going along quite nicely in the second spot overall.
It might also be that be that because of the suspension damage that it's taken quite some time because the last patch. I mean, if I have heard correctly, we had a guest earlier here that was also a victim of a sort of bug, which he first spent 700 seconds in the pits, and then nothing happened with his suspension, and then he spent 800 seconds in the pits. So obviously the repair times have increased dramatically. Also, we earlier had a comment from one of the drivers, 1,760 seconds.
Gee. Oof,
which is
that's...
quite a bunch.
Yeah.
So obviously the LMP2 cars behind will profit from that. And really horrible fate for the 69 car from Odin Racing.
Yeah.
Especially after all this time, I think it's very hard to get that corner right. It's really easy to overcook it, like to get carried too far outside, to get carried too far inside and hit the wall and bump into the outside wall.
Yeah. Sorry, just noticed. Sorry about this. Just noticed now. That is the Henning car is out. It's DNF'd apparently. Yeah. So he's gone in the lane. And have they had a glitch? They may have had a glitch in the pit lane because they sit there. The car looks repaired to me, and nothing happens, and they're just sitting there. Yeah. No. Unless they. Yeah, but they can restart the engine, can't they? So if they stall it, they should be able to keep going. So I don't know what's happened there. That's a super odd incident. Unless he had a connection problem or something. That's very, very odd. Yeah, he's just sitting there and the car's repaired and then he just goes to garage. That is very weird. There you go. So dramas, even more dramas for that crew there in the 147 car. So they're going to drop even further down. They do have about 4 laps back to the next car on track behind them. So if it is a connection issue, they hopefully will have enough time to get back into the game and keep their position. But they will drop a lot of time if that's the case. So keep an eye on that for you. Ooh. There's... What's going on there? Oh boy, is that... Ooh. What is happening now? Okay, don't worry, that was just a bit of a lag on my part, I think, don't worry. There was some things happening there. Ooh boy. Is it my end getting this or not? It looks like there's a bit of lag going on, but that could just be me. Maybe it's my connection, it does that sometimes. Oh no, I think that might be one of the LMP2 car? LMP1s? Yeah, one of the number 27 was just having a bit of a spaz to me there, so I'm not sure if that was my end or if that was their end, but he was just, yeah, very glitched there, so that may have been my end. But either way, looks like it's been fixed, whatever it is, and I think he's still going. That's 6th overall, and yet Martin has rejoined too in what is 5th. He should still be able to keep going. We'll have a look. I'm just looking now. Car hasn't moved, but he's back in game. Oh boy, that's really fun there. Alright, I'm not going to watch that because it's doing my eyes in. Yeah, he's back in the race though, so hopefully for their sake he'll be able to get going. Still get to leave the pit lane, watch that for you. And yeah, Joe's still in the lane, and as you say, even if it is long repair times, it's not looking too good, I've got to say, for that car at this phase of the race. At this phase, yeah. He's been in there for what, good 3 or 4 laps, so a good 5 minutes or so, so surely he'd be getting close to finish now if he's repairing it. Yeah, so big moments there. Apologies, looking through the broadcast and the comments you guys are making, and obviously all the comments. It's always good to see interaction from the community and everything in the streams, so it's good to see you boys having a good time. 139 for you now as we get in towards the end of the day, excuse me, phase of the race and head towards the night. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how we go here. And yeah, Joe's still going in the lane, and he still is yet to leave as Martin has rejoined, by the way, Martin Farman there, and he's now going again for those boys. They're still 5th, so they haven't, well, they've lost a good 2 spots thanks to that incident. Oh boy, is it my connection or not? Because I swear the 5th and 6th overall, they seem to be lagging out badly. Back to Coop. Yeah, because I'm just not in my screen. Actually, 4th, 5th, 6th overall, all having weird lag problems from my end. That might be my end, but yeah, wow, that's interesting for my eyes to see. Okay, they're back here. Yeah, they may be my end, but it looks to me like it's just them. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. That's a bit weird, but let me have a look at the ping. I'll see if I can. Nope, not showing ping. All right, cool. That's right, because I'm a spectator. I can't see that. Right. Yeah, they're going again, so it may just be my end. I'm not sure, but yeah, apologies for that, guys. Might be my end having a little spaz. Not entirely sure on that, but either way, it is still Woodbury leading at the moment. Number 7 car leading this race. Yeah, maybe it is my end. Maybe I'll just close Facebook then. Save the connection a bit. Right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, maybe my end. But yes, Woodbury's still leading at the moment. 1 minute 12 as, yep, there's still Lipson there in 2nd spot overall. Brzezinski in now in 3rd after the issues for the 147 car. He's just lapping a few LMP2s, I believe. No, sorry, an LMP2 and an LMP1. Ooh, jeez. It must be my connection is having all issues. That's fine. It happens from time to time. I may have to do a little reconnection if this is getting that annoying. But yes, it is still re-leading from Lupson. Apologies, just getting something on. Okay, yep, cool. Yes, I might have to do a quick little reconnection, possibly. Yeah, sure, it sounds good. So I think we will. Believe the plan. Yep, we're gonna go for an ad break now. So I'll see if I can sort these little issues out while that's happening. Yes, go for it. We'll go for an ad now. How long we got left? I'll quickly just look at that. Just over 4 hours left in this race as we go to an ad, and it is Nick Woodbury leading at the moment as we head towards the final stages of the race.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Alright, welcome back everyone to the Sebring 12 hour here. Apologies on that, my connection was just being a wee bit spastastic. I'm just going to rejoin now, so apologies for that guys. Connection is just having some issues, you know, it is down under here. We're on essentially medieval internet, is what I like to think. So yeah, so I'll just quickly get back into the thing and I'll be back with you shortly, so just bear with me for a second. But yes, it's been a very interesting race so far from when I've joined anyway. It looks like all the dramas decide to occur right as I join, which is very interesting indeed. Okay, yep, just give me a second and I will rejoin the game and I'll do that. So apologies on that guys, I might not have the stream open though, apologies on that. So I won't be able to see your comments for a bit. I'm just trying to save the internet connection so it doesn't have a spaz again. So apologies on that. I might get on the phone though later on, so... Yes, but it's very interesting indeed. Obviously, drama's going on with the DHR car, leading DHR car, and that is now out of the race. Big issues there, so real shame. I know Lulu will probably be not happy at all with how that planned out, so all sympathy to Lulu. I know it's a bad feeling, but it's okay. Things happen. I'll be your moral support if need be. But yes, I'll just rejoin now, and I'll be able to tell you guys what is going on. So, join the right room this time. Let me have a look. Alright. Yes, very interesting times indeed during this race. It's been now into the latter half. Obviously, headlights now compulsory, so we're into that latter phase of the race. And it should be very interesting indeed. So this is where all the hard work really kicks in, obviously. This is where the night starts coming in. You're doing the night racing once again. And obviously the concentration levels are even more key now as the night kicks in. It's very easy to just zone out during these phases. I hope, by the way, the wind effect from the fan I've got going in here isn't too bad on the mic. Hopefully it's not too bad, fingers crossed. I need it on because otherwise I'm going to actually boil like a egg. So yeah, so unfortunately it has to be on. I can't really turn it off unless I want to boil to death, which I don't really want to be honest. It's not a very nice feeling to have. So. Just rejoin now. I can actually tell you what's going on again in a second. Just waiting for this connection to reconnect. And hopefully it'll... Whoop. Nice noises there. Alright, cool. Alright, I am now back again. So there we go. So now I can actually tell you what's going on. So Barrett Woodbury still leading. Of course, got a lap now on Brzezinski, which is interesting to notify. Lipsum in the lane too, 4th overall, which is interesting to see. And I'm just going to try and find Joe. Is he still... Diego's in. Ooh, Diego's got no front splitter. I see you there, Diego. You don't get away from me when you have an instance. Diego's in the lane, it's LMP2, and he has no front splitter, so it looks like another instant for them. And that is 3rd overall in LMP2, so he's got a lap on the Magenta Warriors guys behind. It's Casper in the car at the moment, but he may lose that spot depending on how long that suspension takes. So keep an eye on that. Still, the Odin Racing guys are still in the lane. They're still trying to repair that tyre, but it's looking to me like that ain't going to happen. So that may well be a retirement for those boys. Real shame if it comes to that. And yeah, indeed. So just apologies, guys. Just got to sort some things here. I always love when it opens up in the wrong browser, but okay. That's fine. Alright. Alright, let me see if I can remember this. Alright, so. 1 second. Alright, so just Jimmy now having to step away for a little from the cameras, so I will be controlling that. I'll do my best. I'm sort of watching 2 screens here, so hopefully I'll be able to manage a decent job here. I'll have to get the stream up on something else. Let me have a look. I'll just go to leader at the moment. So hopefully I can do okay here, guys. Apologies if... Can't, yep. Okay. Alright, guys. So doing all the multitasking here. Well, I'm going to be opening the stream now on the phone. So opening the stream. Hopefully they'll do okay. Opening the stream... doing commentary, doing the cameras, I'm doing everything here, as us Aussies tend to do. We're not very good at multitasking. And yeah, so hopefully it's going along well. Nick's still leading. He's got just clear of some LMP1s. Yeah, LMP1s. I think that's actually the Lupsum car, isn't it? Yeah. So there you go. I might actually connect that to a different one. Apologies, guys, on this. Just doing some housekeeping, so to speak, to use the saying. Just doing some housekeeping here, so just bear with me one moment while I do this. Oh, I've got to do that again. Okay. But yes, it is going along nicely at the moment. Is everyone going along? I think we got someone in the pits at the moment, do we? Yes, we do. We have Bram in the pit lane. Bram Breland. I might just put it on you, Bram. There you go. There we are, Bram. Get some airtime in the GTKs and the Ferrari, just exiting the lane. 27th overall, got a lap to the next car. So that is good to see them going along. Oops, see, that's not what I wanted. Going along nicely. Yeah. So a little bit lonesome here. I'm the only one actually here at the moment. Got no guests or anything, which is fine. Hope you're all having a good time watching at the moment as we get into the business end, the business phase of this race. And yeah, hopefully it is going well. So apologies if I go a little quiet here. I'm just trying to sort this out real quick. Yep. Please connect. Phone. Don't be. Yep, that's cool. Fine. That's cool. Oh shoot, no. Apologies, guys. I'm doing terribly with the Wi-Fi here on the phone. I'm just failing apparently. Right, that one. Yes. Right. 1 second. Alright, apologies guys, just trying to sort some Wi-Fi stuff there on the phone. So, yes, I'm literally going to have the phone open with the connection because I don't really want to push the comp connection too much, as it just has as before. I will just change over to somebody else at the moment. We'll go there. Okay. So apologies guys, I might miss any kind of spin or something at the moment. I'm just trying to sort out some things. So let me have a look now. Get the right room this time would be nice. Have a look here. Alright. VC room 1, where are you? You're not showing, that's good. PS is still Woodbury leading. He's a lap now ahead of Brzezinski, so he's got some space. Lumpsum in the lane again. Wow, so has he got no... Don't tell me he's got no front splitter again. Do you have no front splitter? He does not. Oh dear. So Lumpsum in the lane again, and they don't have a front splitter. And I'll just quickly change to them. Lumpsum. There we are. Yeah, so big issues there, as you can see they're in the lane. They don't have a front splitter, I can confirm that. So real dramas for those guys. So they're really not having a fun time at all at the moment. See if I can find this. Right, there it is. Okay, cool. Now I should be able to see your guys' comments, assuming that the phone does that. I'm not sure if it will, but I will see. I'll keep up to date on that. Come on. I won't see them, will I? Alright, that's fine. Alright. There we go. Alright, cool. So, I think that's... Is that showing the right thing? 3 hours 50. Assume that's right. Okay. Alright, so, we're going along now. Very nicely. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to make sure I get this right. Come on, change. You're going to remember the delay in that. And... Ooh. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, there we go, guys. Apologies for that. Just making sure I get the cameras right and all that stuff. So Lipsom's still in the lane. Woodbury in the lane now, too, from the lead. So he'll drop down a little bit. Maybe let Brzezinski catch up. I just got a message on TeamSpeaker from somebody. And it was Nicky, the Porsche. And you know what? I'll just change the Porsche now. Where is he? I'll try and find where they are. I'm assuming they're still roughly the same. Are they? Where are you, boys? There you are, 21st overall. Alright, we'll do that. Here we go. So there you go, you should just be coming up on screen now. They are 21st overall in that Porsche, just getting taken by one of the LMP1s. Oh, I can see ping again. Oh, well there you go, so it must have been an issue at my end that caused that to happen. So they're still going along nicely. So apparently they lost 200-ish, seconds in lane. They must have apparently had to repair the car. That was at 3 hours after his teammate touched the wall under a code 80. And other than that, apparently they are doing excellent, just waiting for things to unravel. So it's good to hear, Nikki. I'm glad to hear things are going along nicely for you boys. Hopefully it's a very nice race to the finish ahead for you guys. As I did just notice as well, I was a bit slowed out. Oh, so the Odin boys finally did call it. So they're now out of the race. So big shame for those boys. Yeah, big shame for those guys. Unfortunately, not the best race for them, but yeah, they are now out of the race. They've called it as, ooh, boy, what has happened there? That is Luca Radiola there. They're 8, so they're in the number, apologies guys, I'm just going to quickly try, the number 06 P1 car. I'll just try and find them on the thingy. Where are we? That one, yes. So they are, as you can should be coming up on the screen about now, they are in the lane and they have no rear wing and no front end. They have had a big accident somewhere along the line. I would try and find it, but I'll have to go back about 2 or 3 minutes to probably find it, so apologies on that. But they are without a front splitter. Hopefully I did just do that. No? Stream? I did tell you to look at that guy. Okay, you know what? There. Try again. Right. Yes, they have no front splitter or rear end, so they've had a massive crash somewhere along the line, God knows where, but big moments for them. They will drop down a long way. That is going to take an age to repair. They're already at the back of LMP1 as it is, so that's not really going to affect them position-wise, but there we go, as you can see there. But yeah, but big shame for them. Disastrous kind of race for them. Oh boy, that's... Lipsom's in the lane. He's got an LMP2 car that's sort of really awkwardly in front of him in the lane. I'll just switch over to that so you guys can see that. There we go. Yeah, it's very awkwardly positioned there in the lane. And that's very awkward indeed. And I hope I can see your guys' comments. Let me have a look. I can. Oh, that's good. That's good. Right. I can actually see you guys' comments. I don't know if it's going to update, but I can actually see your comments at least. So that is good. Yes, so I'll just quickly, yeah, I don't know if that's updating, that's fine. Yes, but Lipsom in the lane still, so they're still repairing that damage right now. As I'll just try and find a battle for you guys. I don't think there is any battles going on. Ooh, although, interestingly enough, Kevin Rotting's not far behind Vincenzo there. That's an LMP2 car with a GT car not far behind. It's very interesting indeed. Ooh, Daniel Faber, I've just noticed. Daniel Faber, sorry, in the lane. That's in the number 43 GT Am car. They're at the back of the field at the moment. They're ways off the rest of the field, but he's just had a moment, and he's got no front left. So that is kind of not good for them. I'll just try and find them on the old broadcast cam. There we go. Yeah, that's a real shame for them. So he's got no front end, or no front left, so that's not good at all. And again, that'll be a lottery on whether he can actually get that fixed or not. We'll see if that's... I think Lipsom's just exited the lane too. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Yep, so Lipsom's out of the lane as well. See if that camera's going to change so that... Come on, you can do it. Change to the right guy. And yeah, we're actually getting into quite dark conditions now. The lights obviously were compulsory about half an hour ago, so they were made compulsory. Apparently the camera hasn't changed, so that's kind of annoying. I was sort of hoping you'd just change. See if that works. But yeah, assuming he'll probably come up on screen soon, Daniel Faber there in the Aston at the back of the field, 72 laps down. They've got, they've got about 13 or so laps to the next guys. They are quite a ways off. There we go. Yeah, they're quite a ways off, as you can see in the broadcast there. It's no front left. That is no front left tyre. And he is sitting there waiting for that to repair and hoping that the lottery picks a winner. But unfortunately, it has not picked one just yet. As yeah, Woodbury has come out again of the lane, still in the lead. He's 32 seconds clear of Brzezinski at the moment. As he should be hopefully getting a view of him now. He's just lapped a LMP1, I think that was. Yeah, oh no, LMP2 was Vincenzo. He's just lapped there. Hopefully that's going to change. And he's actually, oh boy, he's got a lot of guys now. So he's got Bram Breland, isn't it? Yep, Bram Breland in the GT car. He's just coming up on him now to lap him. And then he's got another GT car, an LMP2 car, and I think another GT car. So Brzezinski's got about 4 cars he's got to pass here. Yeah, he's got a Viper, Aston, and then I think it's an LMP2 to pass. He's just getting past the Aston now. That's Pizzio. And oh boy, this is awkward. So, ooh, he's having to be a bit patient here. It was, ooh, the Aston nearly had a bit of a close moment there. That's alright though. Yep, there he goes. Gets past the Viper, and I think he's going to get past the LMP2 car as well. No real problems. Yeah, there he goes. So he now clears the traffic. As also, yeah, Luke is still in the lane. That's 8th overall. Last of the LMP1's still running. And he's still in the lane waiting for that repair. I'm pretty sure he's got all tyres on, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. So he's got all tyres, but he's lost his rear end and his front end. So, big issues there for those guys as they go along. Now, I will see what I can see here. Actually, you know what? Let's go on Kevin Rotting. Where are you, Kevin? Kevin. Where are you? 16th. No, that's not you. That's you. Okay. Alright. Yes, so Kevin's still leading in the GT Pro class at the moment. He's got... Ooh, he doesn't have much, actually. He's only got about 15 seconds back to Kelly Curry there in 17th. That's in the Corvette. So he hasn't got much time between him and the guy behind. So that's really interesting to see. That could be one to watch as the race develops. We'll keep an eye on that for you. I think I'll put the camera on Kevin. Yep. So Kevin is looking at Kevin Rotting now. He's leading GT Pro, having a nice run, just going along, keeping his own pace. But Kelly's right there in the Corvette, and I reckon he's closed in the last half hour or so. So that's really interesting to see. We'll keep an eye on that and see how that develops as the race goes on. Riera's still there in the other Aston. I think he's 4th overall in class, I'm fairly sure. Yep, 4th overall in class. He's going along nicely. And who else have we got? I'm just looking through. Petro, oh, I know that guy from somewhere. Oh, Bram Breland. He's got some traffic to deal with. Or got some traffic trying to pass him, which is a little bit awkward, but it's okay. I think he dealt with that nicely. Robert Frines is 29th still in the Racing for Holland car. So they're still going along, I believe. 29th, let me have a look here. They're still 2 laps behind the guy ahead, and they've got 5 laps back to the next guy behind, although I'm assuming that that is a GT Am car behind him. Yeah, okay, so his next GT Pro rival behind him is... Whoops, that's the wrong person. Yeah, next GT Pro class car for them behind is actually the number 313 Flatline Racing guys at the moment, who have jumped a spot. Ryan Walker now up ahead of the number 2 GT Pro car, it's the Corvette. So they have actually jumped a spot. I'm not sure if that's entirely through pit stops or not, but either way, they're up 1 spot, 2 laps to the next car, but it's a GT Am car, and it's another same lap, actually. On the same lap is the next guy ahead of him, and he's another GT Am car. So the next rival GT Pro rise is, oh boy, wow, they're 12 laps ahead is their next effective rival in class. So that is a bit of a, just take a random pick here. There we go. Yeah, a bit of a interesting one for them, and the guys in the Aston, by the way, Daniel Faber, still in the lane and still waiting for that tyre to be repaired, and it's not looking very, very good for them at the moment. So big shame there for those boys. But yeah, what can you do? Was that a bit of contact? What was that lag? I think that was a bit of contact. That was Pizzo there in the Aston, just having a bit of a touch with one of the LMP2s, with Diego Karazanka there in the LMP2 class. They are 3rd overall, those guys. 2 laps behind their next rival. They're on the same lap as the Magenta Warrior boys. They are now right behind them, 4th in class. They've got about half a lap or so back, so they've got a bit of space, but that could always change, as we know in racing. Luca's still in line, so Luca and Faber still in the line with their damage. Ooh, and Faber's headed out, but... Ooh, okay. So Faber is heading... I'll just put the camera on this so you guys can see this. Alright. Hopefully it's going to change over nicely. Hopefully. Yeah, they've headed out without a front or left, sorry. I'm just going to keep spamming that until it changes over. Yeah, they've headed back out in that Aston, but I don't think they have a front left tyre. Yeah, there we go. As you guys can see now, they don't have a front left tyre on that car. Oh boy, and he's found out. Oh, he's gone to the wall. Oh dear. So, big moment for 43 there. I think they must have just headed out and assumed he has a tyre. I'm not really sure what happened there, but he didn't have a tyre when he left pit lane, and unless he just assumed he did, he's headed back out, and that has been a big moment for them, and he's now going to have to limp around on that car. So hopefully everyone can avoid this. Hopefully any of you guys, engineers out there watching the broadcast for your drivers, maybe just give a little warning that we've got an Aston in Sector 1 going along, trying to stay out of trouble. He's got no front left, and that's heavy damage, so just keep an eye out on that. Ooh boy, yeah, this is going to be awkward. So hopefully everyone can dodge him. I'll keep the camera on him. Yeah, still the camera on him, so keep an eye on this guy, but I think it should be alright. But yeah, a very interesting moment. He's got to have thought he had 4 wheels, because he went into that corner like he had 4 wheels when he actually only had 3, and that's why he spun. So a little bit awkward for him. Yeah, it looks like everyone hopefully can maneuver around him nicely. Really shouldn't. Ooh boy, that's awkward. Yeah. Ooh. Would have. Anyway. Just the. Ah, here we go. Yep. So Jimmy has called a code 80 now, 10 seconds away. There we go. So code 80 is now in force from that Aston going off track. He's now limping around, so that's good. So we will avoid any more carnage, which is good. Although to be fair, though, everyone did manage to avoid him, which was good. So there wasn't any real issues there. Oh, hello. Ooh, 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 ooh. Big moment, big moment, big moment. Lead, change of lead, change of lead. I've just noticed it then. So apologies. Nick Woodbury is out, apparently. Let me have a look. I need to go back. Apologies, guys. I was so busy looking at the Aston, I didn't notice that. So Woodbury is out, I'm fairly sure. It says suspension, so he must have had a crash. I'll go back. It's probably going to be a good 2 minutes, but I will go back. I'm going to want to see this. 1 sec, guys. Ooh, boy, yeah. Wow, big drama. Nick Woodbury is out. He is out of the lead, so that is big, big moments. Ooh, and it looks like he had a moment with a GT car. That is interesting. Wow, what happened? I don't know if I'm going to see this, but ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my replay, unfortunately... yeah, unfortunately I can't actually see what happened there, but... Yeah, I can't see what happened. All I see is the aftermath, but it looks to me... like he's had some kind of incident, and I reckon it's with a GT car, so... Big moment, and yeah, ooh, yeah, lost his left rear. Wow, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Apologies on that, I didn't see it, and yeah, and the replay isn't letting me see it, but that is big, big moments. He's not coming back from that. He lost his left rear, so there's no way they're coming back, so big issues, and suddenly, Brzezinski's in the lead, and I think Cuban's actually going to take second now, and suddenly, yeah, Cuban's going to take second, and then Martin Farman should come out in third, but I think they're back in the lane again from more issues. Oh, no, there you go, he's set off again, so there you go. So Martin's back out. He'll now gain third overall. From this, wow, big dramas, in this race. I'll just try and... I'll actually go those guys on the cams. Alright. Yeah, big dramas there for Woodbury. So they're out of the race. The leaders are out. So we had the Lewis McLeod, the DHR boys have that fuel issue, and now Nick Woodbury's out. So big moments here. That is really, really, really big. So lead change now. Brzezinski's going to be rubbing his hands together with glee, going, well, thank you very much. I'll take that lead. And that is, wow, that is big. That is big. So there you go. So dramas here at the Sebring 12 hour. We have a change of lead. I don't know if that's actually updating. Yeah, I don't think it's updating, which is a shame. Okay, all good. Yeah, so there you go. So big issues there for those guys, and obviously the pit lane very congested right now. Everyone trying to take their opportunity to grab a pit stop while they are under code 80. So yeah, so that's big dramas for those boys, and that means that we are now down to another car. I'm going to try and... Apologies again on this, guys. I'm just trying to... Oh, hang on. Back to green flag in 10 seconds now, apparently. And we are back under racing here for the 12-hour. The Code 80 is done. And yeah, as I said, Big Drama's Nick Woodbury is out of the race, which is a huge thing. Apologies again, I'm just trying to... There we go. So if I just reload the page constantly, I'll be able to see you guys' comments on the phone. So apologies if I miss any of those. I will do my best here. I'm just trying to cover everything as best I can. But yes, Woodbury out. And yep, there you go. Cuppin's now taken that second spot. Rudy now in second in the 46 car. And then in a couple of laps, I reckon Farman's going to take third in the 143 car. But it is now Brzezinski leading the race in the number 30 P1 car, and Woodbury is out. And as I said, I unfortunately tried to go back and watch on the replay, but I couldn't actually see what happened there. Unfortunately, there's all a bit, yeah, I wasn't able to see what happened, but it looked to me, and again, I'm not 100% sure here, just what I saw, it looked to me like him and possibly one of the other GT cars may have had a tangle. And actually, I think it may have been the Charles Baglow entry there, the number... one. Oh yeah, he's got no front right. Yeah, so that's the Charles Baglow entry. The number 17 Ferrari has no front right. So I reckon him and Woodbury have had some kind of a coming together into turn one, and that's what's caused that. So again, not sure of exactly what happened. I'm not able to see that, unfortunately, but either way, that is massive dramas there for those guys. And again, that'll be another lottery for those boys in the Ferrari for whether that's going to actually repair that or not, which is a shame for them, because they were running around pretty well in GT Pro. Or they GTM? They're GTM, sorry. Actually, were they the leaders of GTM? Let me check this. Apologies, guys. I'm just checking whether they are. I think they were. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, I think it's Luca Benatti is the leader of GTM. No, he's not. Apologies on that. Pedro Ramada is the leader of GTM at the moment. So I don't think they were in the lead of class, but they were, I'm fairly sure, on the top 3 in class, and they are now looking like they could well be out of the race. So big dramas for those boys. I'll see if I can just go those guys for a bit. Why not? Yep. Yeah, so dramas indeed, as I spin that around. Interesting. There we go. Hopefully that's good. But yeah, no big dramas as... Ooh, hello. There's a familiar face. So in the Flatline racing car, we have Thomas Jacobs in there. He's in the Flatline Aston, so that's a driver change for those boys as they try to continue their fight back through the field. And they have actually kept effective 34th by the looks of it. They've stayed ahead of the Corvette that was behind them, so they have a long way till their next class rival. As I said, I think it's actually Robin Friends there in 29th overall, and they're a good 13 laps behind. So don't think, unless there's a major incident for those guys here, I don't think they're going to be able to challenge them, which is a shame for them, but either way, big moments as Luca is still in the lane in the LMP1 cars. They still haven't repaired that car, so I wonder if that's going to be yet another retirement. So retirement's starting to kick in a bit here. We've only got, I think it's 33, isn't it? Oops. 1, 2, 3, 33. So 33 cars running, maybe down to 32 very soon if Baglow can't get that car repaired, and maybe even 31 if Luca can't get the car repaired. So we may be down to 10 retirements here in a pretty short time. So real big dramas. Farman has taken third now, by the way, in the LMP1 class. I'll just quickly change that. There we go. Should hopefully be changed to the right camera. Yes, but Farmer now in third overall, and then we'll wait on the 27 LMP1 car. He'll eventually pass Woodbury probably in a couple of laps, and they'll take effective 4, in class and overall in that car. So big dramas indeed here in this race. Everyone just trying to go along, and there's some issues there. I'm just going to quickly have a little look-see here. So yeah, big dramas here in this race as we head into the latter half of it. Right, so I might actually... Apologies on... Oh, whoops, I didn't even notice that happened. Whoopsie. Apologies on this, I'll just quickly do something here. I'm just... Oop, it's not bad. Alright. Oop, don't pull that. Oh. Apologies guys, just getting a bit tangled with the cords here. Yes, but it's all being very interesting, isn't it guys? I mean, we're getting incidents, we're getting all kinds of shenanigan now at this point of the race. So... big moments indeed. I'm just going to quickly change the camera around. We'll go him. No, we won't. We'll go him. Okay. But yeah, look at that. Look at the dead of the night, guys. It's really it changes over very fast, doesn't it? I mean, it's only been, what, half an hour since it started getting towards dark, and already the night is well and truly setting in here at the Sebring 12-hour. And yeah, it's very interesting to see. Baglow's still in the lane, he's still yet to leave. And the Aston's back in again and managed to limp it around, and God, I'll have to retire surely. I don't think that wheel's going to get repaired, which is a real shame. Lucas still in line too, so we've got 3 cars at the moment that are stuck in pit lane waiting for repairs. So all sorts of drama kicking off here at this late phase of the race. And of course, if you guys want to keep an eye on the second room as well of this race, you can do that. There's obviously the live stream over there, obviously no commentary for that one, but there is a live stream, so at least you can see the progress. So obviously if you guys want to keep an eye on room 2 as well of the Sebring 12 hour, then obviously VEC on YouTube, where you're watching this one, go to the channel there and there'll be the room 2 as well. It may be in the recommended videos down there if you're watching room 1, so keep an eye on that as well if you want to, and on the progress in room 2. Things going along nicely over there as well. Obviously their time is a little bit different to this. They've actually got a bit longer to go in that race than the room 1 race started a bit later on. So a little bit of different time frame there, but they'll be getting towards the night 2 now as well. So very interesting stuff. I will quickly change camera. We'll go Yarns. Give Yarns some camera time. There we go. He's leading still, by the way, that class. That's Yarns, Anthony Yarns, still leading LMP2 by 2 laps now. To Ivan, sorry, I just had a look. Ooh, and he says, okay, he does have, I thought he didn't have a front splitter there at the moment. I was like, oh boy, instance, but no, he has one. So Ivan Zupanik now is in that car at the moment. They're second in class. He's just overtaking 2 GTs. Ooh, into turn 1, gets through okay, it's okay. But we would have another turn 1 instant. Diego Karazanka's still in the 3rd in class LMP2, it's the number 11 car. Whoops. He's still going along nicely there. That's interesting. What happened there? Yeah, he's still going along in 10th overall. That's 3rd in class. So they're still soldiering on in that car. Apologies for this, guys. Just setting up the stream on a different device. Hopefully I'll be able to see you guys' comments is what I'm trying to achieve here. So, one memento, and I will hopefully have that up. And hopefully you guys are getting decent shots here, because I'm kind of doing about 3 or 4 things at once here. So hopefully you guys are getting some good shots. I'll actually change Diego now. We have some camera time. There we go. Okay. So yes, we're going nicely now in this night phase. Brzezinski in the lead too, so he now pits from the lead of the race. I will change over to him so you boys can have a look-see at him in the lane. So they're just pitting there from the lead, which is good to see. Baglow's still in the lane too, by the way. And actually, Luca got out. There we go, so let me have a look. Where's Luca? There you are. So yep, Luca's managed to get going again. I'll just change to them there. Way down the field though, unfortunately for those boys now. They are, I think, down in amongst the LMP2s, I'm fairly sure. Oh no, they're not. Okay. Oh, they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, so they're down in 12th overall. They're actually behind the Magenta Warriors LMP2. Oscar Harvick now at the wheel of that car. So Oscar will be trying to push hard to catch up to Diego ahead. But yeah, so Luca now, they're back out, but they are last in LMP2, and they are a long way behind their next rival. That's Baranek in the other LMP1 car, so he's quite a ways behind them. A good 11 laps behind, so I don't think that they will have too much of a hope of getting up to them, but they will try, I'm sure. Hopefully they do. It'll be good to see them catch up towards the end. Look here. leader's still in the lane, and I will quickly change over to another driver. I think we will look at Martin. It's Martin Farman there, by the way, still going along in, where is he now? It's Nicodem now is in that lead car, so that's the driver change for those guys. As Farman 2 laps down, they're still going along in third now overall. So whoopsie daisy, that's not what I want to do. Alright. Yes, so that has worked out okay for them. I'll just quickly change over to Martin, there we go. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so they're still going along nicely at the moment. And I'm going to see if there's any battles going on. I don't think there is any actual battles going on here. For position, that I can see. Have a look here. Oh, actually, there's a couple of close ones. Oh, chirpsy daisy, didn't mean that at all. Oopsie. Come on. Yeah, you don't want to reload. Come on. Stop it. Hang on a second, guys. Apologies. Just accidentally reload the page. I didn't want to. See? As I'm just looking, I was just looking at a battle that could be coming up, possibly. Kalikuri's got a pretty close gap back to Hani El Sabdi at the moment. Is just behind him. That's for position, but the Ferrari has pitted, which is why he's behind him. So the Ferrari's leading effectively in class, but damn it, 1 second. He's leading effectively in class is the Ferrari. There we go. Ah, good, now I have a nice updated thing as well. So he's leading in class as the Ferrari. I'll put the camera on him now. There we go. So he's leading in class, but keeping in mind that the Ferrari is now down behind the Corvette because of the pit stops, but he is catching, I suspect, the Corvette there. It's 16th, 17th overall. I've actually got one of the LMP2s too, in 18th, just behind them. He's on the same lap trying to come back through the field, so keep an eye on them as well. It's Bernard Smith there in that car at the moment, and they're coming back through. That's the number 51 P2 car. I keep saying LMP2, I'm pretty sure it's just P2. I'm just used to saying LMP, so apologies on that. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I hope I can see you guys' comments again, maybe. I don't think so, but I'm gonna try. Alright. Okay, I cannot actually see your guys' comments, not updated, I have to keep updating the page. Shut at me. Right. Yes, so we're going along now at this phase of the race. I'll just check the thing. We've got about just under 3.5 hours to go, so we are heading towards the last few hours. Nicodem still leading at the moment. He's got a lap ahead of Rudy in second. They look like they're close on track, but they've actually got a lap between each other, so keep that in mind as we go along. I will actually, let's do some onboard. We'll do some onboard with Nicky. TV cockpit. Yeah. Doing some onboard now with Nicky on the cams. As he leads the race, he just took one of the P2s. And hopefully, I really should just fire up the laptop and use that, because that would at least allow me to see the comments you guys are posting. I know, I'm sure you guys are sitting there thinking, why doesn't he use the same PC? Well, I'm trying to save the connection on the PC, because I don't know what it's going to do, because Aussie internet. So, apologies on that, but that's just me being careful and hoping the connection won't die again. So, yeah. Just seeing a nice onboard of Nicodem at the moment as he goes through. You can see that, just seeing just how, it's just very interesting to see how little you can actually see. As you guys can watching the broadcast can probably notice, of course, and those of you who drive would know. You can't really see too much. As you can see, it's quite dark when you're driving in these conditions, as he just passes Thomas Jacobs actually in that Aston, slapping him. Oh, no, it's Martin Farman, apologies. Then just coming out of down the back straight actually. He's got some clear air, which is good for them, so they'll be happy. Yeah, he's got a few GT cars he's catching up to, so that's something he'll have to keep an eye on as they go along. And yeah, look at that. So, a little update on things. Vincenzo's out. Ooh, that's interesting. So that's one of the LMP2 cars, or the P2 cars, sorry. and he's out. They were out of sync as it was. They were actually a bit further back down. I think that had some incidents, but he's now out, so it's an accident. 18th for those guys, so a real shame for them. So he's out, so it's another retirement. Obviously the team Odin and Lewis McGlade cars are out of the race. They're still dropping out of the field. Obviously the cars behind passed them, and I think Baglow's still going. So Baglow's still waiting for repairs, as is the Aston. They're both still waiting for repairs. They're both at the back of the field now. So Baglow's now dropped down to 35th, and the Aston, the number 43 Aston, has dropped down to 36th overall. That's the last of the running cars. So they're still waiting for the repairs, but I'll tell you what, it's not looking very promising, I'm afraid to say, for those guys at this point. We might actually go on board with... No pressure, Thomas, but we will go on board with you in the Aston, so no pressure. It's going to get a bit on board with GT. It'll be a good comparison. We'll go from watching a LMP1 car going around to now watching a GT car doing some laps on the onboard, so you get to see a bit of difference in speed and difference in the different driver styles. There we go. So that's from Thomas Jacobs' point of view there in the Aston, the Team Red flat line. They are 33rd at the moment overall, so gained another spot thanks to the Ferrari's issues. So they gained another spot. They're on the same lap. No, they're not. Sorry, they're 2 laps down on the next guy, and that's one of the Vipers, the GTM Vipers. So again, their next actual rival in terms of class is way up in 28th now. It's Robert Fines, who's up in 28th. He's just passed the Team Odin guys, who are obviously retired. So a bit of work to do for the Team Flatline guys, but they will do the best they can, I'm sure. Hopefully they will continue coming back through the field, because as was mentioned before, as Nick Hildebrand, as we had him in before, and thanks to him for coming into the broadcast booth, as he was mentioning before, they had some big issues earlier on in the race, a lot of incidents for them, which has cost them, and that's why they're so far down in terms of laps. So, but they're still going, which is the main thing, so good on them for that. Is it actually? No, it's GM, right. But yeah, I'll just see if I can find someone else to put the camera on here. We'll go on those guys. Current. If that works. Okay. Apologies, guys. Just trying to make sure that I do the cameras right here. Very interesting, I must say. You guys probably... I advise trying this. I advise trying to do commentating while also doing the cameras and watching the broadcast at the same time. I would advise you guys should give it a crack. I'm sure it'll be fun. So... That's fine, I didn't want to see the comments anyway. It looks like I have to go that. Righto. Jump on the LMP2 cars there, I'm just changing, trying to get the track side. Hopefully that will work. Yeah, it's all pretty quiet at the moment, as you guys can probably tell by my, there we go. Okay, I got it right, finally. Okay. As you guys can probably tell by my lack of saying anything of any accents for once, this is what I've been doing most of the time. Yeah. Oh, hello. Actually, did they get that repaired? Here's a look. Huh. There you go. So Charles Baglow, by the way, let's change camera to him. Actually, Charles Baglow is out on track, and they have a wheel again, so he's still going, so good stuff. There you go. So that Ferrari is actually managing to continue on, so that's really good for them. They've actually managed to repair that tyre somehow, and yeah, there you go. So good on those boys. They managed to win the lottery on the pit stop, so that's great for them. So I'm sure those boys will be very happy indeed. They're one of the lucky ones that managed to get the tyre repaired and continue on. They're 2 laps, a lap down on their next rival. Oh, right. Yes. Thank you, Adam, on that. And in the channel now, we have... apologies to everyone just messaging me. I'm trying to do about 3 things at once, so apologies I didn't see Casper there straight away. But Casper Kolotovic is in the booth. Hello, Casper.
Hello.
Good to have you in. Good to have you in. I'm sure, as
Thanks.
everyone can tell, I may be going slightly crazy on my own, but
Yeah, I hear that you have a lot of issues with cameras.
No, not issues. It's more I'm trying to do the cameras while commentating because Jimmy's just having a little break at the moment, which is fair enough. Obviously, Jimmy does so much for the VEC, so it's good that you can have a little break. So,
of course,
yeah, I'm trying to do cameras and the broadcast, so apologies on that, guys. But yes, I'm
mean,
trying my best.
I mean, the last time we were in the commentary booth together, I was taking the cameras from, I think, JJ.
Yeah, true that. Well, we're going along now, and obviously you just come out of the car, you boys, and you know what, actually, hang on, let me just change over to Oscar now on the cameras. Where are you, Oscar? Where are you?
I literally just came into the booth just after the after my stint. It was finally a stint I'm quite happy with, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's good. It's good. So you were just obviously a lot of that one, from what I noticed anyway, from the latter half that I was watching, you guys were just kind of plodding along in your own little space, and it's still like that. Obviously, I mean, Oscar's he's got one lap to the car behind, the car behind him's on the same lap, but it's obviously the P1 car coming back through. So he's really got 4 laps behind and a lap ahead. So you guys are kind of in your own little sort of space there, aren't you, at this point?
We were, then we had 2 P2 cars having issues. Obviously, we had the P2 car of not Capella. One of the P2 cars was very had to pit for like 20 minutes or something, so we gained position that way. We got up to 4th or something, and then Diego Carranza had some issues, I'd say, because we were 3 laps behind or so, and suddenly we were only half a lap behind, and I started gaining time on him. Then when I had to pit, I gave it to Oscar with about 10 seconds gained compared to when he came out of the pits, and now he's still gaining on him. So if everything goes well, maybe by the end of the race we're going to have a battle for podium, which would be very handy for Magenta car, considering we had a lot of issues this race.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, exactly right. I mean, Diego's still going along. As I said, Diego Carranza, as I said, actually raced him recently in another league. Actually, a nice little battle with him, so that was good fun. But yes, no, he's still in 3rd at the moment. But as you say, you guys are closing in on him ever so slowly. So possibly a battle at the end of the race. There is still, hello broadcast, 3 hours, just over 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. So we're nearly in the last quarter of the race now. So we're getting to the business end of this race. I'll just quickly change camera to somebody. Who am I changing to? Who's the lucky one who gets the camera now? Nikki. There we go. We'll go to Porsche. Actually, no. Who's that? No, we'll go Nikki. Here we go, Nikki. All right, Porsche. Let me change that now. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's all very interesting, isn't it now? Because this is, as I was saying before, this is that time of the race, isn't it, where you just got to really knuckle down, because obviously the light's down, so the light's not up. You're in the dead of the night. You've only got really the lights of other cars for company. So obviously this is the kind of time where you guys really have to knuckle down the concentration.
Yeah, pretty much. I had basically the shift up in the dusk, so that was pretty nice. It was the second race in a row I had that shift, which, to be honest, I'm growing pretty much more and more used to it. It's really nice. Although the track looked like glass at some stages, it was so reflective. But no, it's been great. This is probably the longest I've actually driven a car in any race, because I've done 5 hours in the race, and it's been pretty good. I've not made many mistakes, although I did one. It was just running out of fuel. I barely made it back to pits. But then, other than that, it's just been considering I only got to know that I'm going to be driving the 2 car rather than GTM car only about a week ago. I'm really happy with how I'm feeling with the car and stuff like that. The racing is great, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, no, it's very, very, very spot on there. By the way, Diego's in the lane, and it looks like Oscar might take him through pit stops anyway. Of course, pit stops are different strategies going on here, but yeah, okay, yep. So there you go. So yeah, Diego's there, still in the lane, and I would say Oscar's going to get him. Yep, he will. So there you go. So Oscar now moves up. That'll be 10th overall or 3rd in class. Anthony Yan still leading that P2 race very handsomely in that car, showing that ridiculously quick pace he's got. It really is quite impressive, I must say. Robert Frines, by the way, in the lane. Robert Frines. Wow, I know my name. Robert Frines in the lane. There we go. They're 27th overall in that Corvette. They've got a good. Let me have a look. 12 laps to the next competitor in their class. That's the Flatline Racing boys. Thomas Jacobs still at the helm of that car as we go along now. So Yeah, it's all very interesting, Casper, isn't it? This kind of this phase, isn't it? Because everyone's just got to try and really avoid those mistakes, as we saw before with the Team Odin guys. You know, just a little error, like all that was just a really very small misjudgment in cornering, and that was enough, wasn't it? So it's just so easy to have an accident in these phases.
Oh, apparently there's a GT Pro battle.
Oh, is that
for the lead? Apparently.
Okay, yep. Just changing over on the cameras. Let me have a look.
Also...
yes. Apologies. And then that's the I was saying before that was on possibly keep an eye out for. That's because the Ferrari has stopped, and that's why he's back behind the Corvette, and he's finally caught up to that Corvette car ahead of him. It's the number 334 and the number 301. 2 GT Pro's cars. As you say, it is for the lead of the class, so this is one to watch, and I have put the camera, I believe, on Callie. I hope
yes,
that's changed. It has, good.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to keep the eye on the chat, considering you still can't see it, right? The stream chat?
No, I can't, because I've got
they were the ones that found, they were the ones that found it, so yeah, I'll just keep an eye on it for you. If there's anything
cool,
going.
That'd be good. Really good. Cheers, Casper, because I'm trying to kind of keep an eye on both, and it's a bit awkward. But yeah, look at that. So I think that is... Yeah, it's still going up. So Kallie's still holding for the moment. But as we say, Hanny has been coming at him in the last kind of half hour or so, or last 10, 15 minutes, because obviously they stopped in that Ferrari. That's why they're back behind. And I think that's the leader, isn't it? It is, yeah. Nicodem's just lapping these guys. He's leading, obviously, the race. He's just lapping these guys, and they have the Corvette, one of the Corvettes that's, I think, way down the field. Is that? Yeah, that's the 34th placed Corvette there behind them, so that's not for position. If he starts to get involved, you wouldn't think he would. I think he'll probably sit back and just chill, let these guys sort themselves out as we go along. I might actually, real quickly, where are we here? That one. Okay.
Actually, just very quickly, speaking of Nicodem and him leading, what's very impressive is that these guys didn't give up at all after having over 10 minutes of pit stops that were scheduled earlier on in the race before I had to do my stint. And the DHR guys were leading 1, 2, 3, and well, we can see what happened now. And it's very impressive work from Peter Sport again, but then again, some really bad luck from DHR. It seems like.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah. No. Exactly right. Yeah. Oh, sorry,
I only know what happened to Lewis, which I don't even know what happened to number 7, so...
Yeah, well, as I mentioned when I was just looking through, it looked to me like he had some kind of incident with one of the GT cars, from what I could tell. I didn't catch the whole incident, but yeah, that's what it looked like anyway.
Yeah, apparently Nick did say earlier on in the chat that was the 017, I think, of Baccio.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But still... still have no idea. All I've seen, I think, during around that time was Baccio being basically backwards in one of the corners, and I was going by him as that happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was an interesting incident, but either way, it was a big one, and that's one that I'm assuming will probably get discussed after the race, no doubt, especially if it was any contact or anything like that. But either way, hopefully you guys should be seeing, looking at the moment on the BC from Hanny's perspective as he tries to chase down the Corvette. And I'd say he's looking keen. He's having little looks around, but he just can't quite find a way through. He's definitely got more pace. As we said, he pitted a little earlier on, so the Corvette hasn't pitted for quite some time, so that's why he's got more pace in that Ferrari right now. So it's not surprising, but it's going to just be interesting to see where he picks his spot. I think they've got a few P1s coming up on them possibly as well to lap them, so could be some light traffic for company very soon. I'm just looking back. Have they actually managed to get that going? Have they actually got a front wheel now? No, look, sorry, this is just looking back at the back of Aston at the back of the field. I think they might actually have a wheel. Did they have the wheel repaired? They did. Yeah, wow, there you go. Wow. So that's Sandro's in that car at the moment. That's their last place in the field. 87 laps off the lead with the incidents they had just before. But they're still going. They managed to get the wheel repaired. So they waited, I don't know how long they waited, a good 10 minutes for that tyre to repair, and they actually got repaired. So well done.
That's lucky. That's very lucky.
For sure. But yeah, always a lottery, isn't it, when you're getting the tyre repair, but they managed to pick the winning number, apparently.
Yes, but yeah, it's fairly interesting how difficult it is to overtake on this track. I had a lot of experience with the P2 battles here and there, and especially with trying to fight people to regain position, basically regain laps, which I have done a couple times in my stint. And it's very, very, very difficult to overtake on this track, as we have a battle for the lead going to first corner.
Yeah.
And
That's
Yeah.
the Pro, yeah. That was Hanny's making the move, yes. I've just changed the camera over after he's made the move. Let me see on the broadcast how that looks. Come on, did I change it in time? Not really. A little bit late. There we go. Yep. Hanny just took the. Yeah. So Hanny just took the lead back again from the Corvette. Obviously, as we see, he just stopped, which is why he dropped back. So he's retained the lead once more in the Ferrari, which is good to see. And now Kelly there just drops back to second in class, and they have a good lap back to Nicky there in the Porsche. As I said before, he messaged me on TeamSpeak there, just informing me what's going on. Apparently everything going all good for them after some earlier dramas. And yes, they're slowly but surely trying to crawl their way back through. So they're only a lap down, and so that could be really interesting to see. So yeah, if the Porsche guys can get back at the leaders of GT Pro. And so I'll be keeping an eye on that one, especially in the latter half of the race. Nico Barkley, by the way, in the number 100 Aston. I'm going to give him some broadcast time. Here you go, Nico. Bang. There we go.
As I said, it's very difficult to overtake on this track. Like for the GT cars, it's probably difficult enough, but it's probably not as difficult as keeping behind someone in a P2 because you get a lot of aero push in these cars, and I think in practice I have stacked it a couple times because of just not realizing how little grip you suddenly have. And
yeah, indeed.
This is very interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking here. I only just noticed this because I saw him pit before, but I figured it was just kind of a scheduled stop, but I don't think it is now I think about it. I'll just quickly switch over to him. You're not going to see much because he's just sitting in lane, but it looks to me... Where is he? Where are you in the thingy? Where is he? I have lost him. Anyway, it looks to me like Robin Frines is in the lane, and he's been in the lane for quite some time. He doesn't have a front bonnet, so I think there may have been an incident for those guys. I didn't notice it till just now, because I figured it was just a normal stop, because I didn't notice the damage to the front end, but it looks to me like that car possibly doesn't have a bonnet, and that may be some more major damage, because he's been in the pit lane now for a good few minutes, and he still hasn't left, so... Bit of drama for those guys. Bit of drama for Robin there.
Very likely suspension damage. The damage system model has been changed obviously for this race. So as Jimmy was saying before, it's now up to 20 minutes to repair suspension. So
there you go. Yeah.
If you see a long repair time, it's more than definitely suspension damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because he's been sitting there for a good time. So big dramas for those boys. Hope the stream should be switching over to that very soon if it listened. Ooh, I just caught what the stream caught there with Nico getting a bit close. There you go. So that you see the you guys obviously on the stream, a bit of black on the top, on the front. That's because it doesn't have a bonnet, which is why it's black there. So big dramas for Robin. He's unfortunately having to sit in the lane now for, as you say, a long time as we wait for the suspension to repair. It's got to be a suspension failure, surely. But that is good for the Team Flatline boys because they were 12 laps down on them. They're now 8 laps down, and they're gaining all the time as they're sitting in the lane. So Flatline boys will be rubbing their hands together because they may actually be able to fight someone else in class. So that's good for them. But yeah, big dramas for Robin as he is in the lane. Without a front end, or without a bonnet, sorry, on that car. And I might actually give the Flatline boys a look.
It's kind of funny how the GT cars, basically the lack of bonnet means the lack of splitter. It's kind of a bit of this damage problem. So, like it looks like as if, you probably can go as quick as I remember seeing a McLaren, I think it was MP412C, racing somewhere and went faster without the bonnet because it had more downforce. I have no idea how that works. But obviously it's not like that here where you actually lose the splitter.
Wow, yeah, there you go. Yeah, not quite the same, yeah, but anyway, either way, yeah, it's a bit of dramas for them. So Robert Frines having to wait in the lane for that to repair, and he may actually get caught by one of the GTM cars if he isn't careful. If he has to wait in there long enough, the GTM of number 55, the Corvette, is 5 laps behind him, but he's gaining all the time as he's seeing the lane. So maybe he's changed position there as they go along. I think he is. Let me have a quick look. Is he? Yeah, I think he is. Second, that car, sorry, is second in the AM class, I'm fairly sure. Let me have a look. No, he's third, sorry. Yeah, he's third, I think. Yep, third in the GTM class. That's Lorenzo Tortelli at the moment, or Tortella, sorry, is in that car, and they have just gained back another lap on the Corvette, and they're now only 4 laps behind, so that's interesting indeed. Who is leading AM? I'll just check that now real quick. I think it is, I did just see it before, I think it is Pedro Ramada, I'm fairly sure, is leading GTM at the moment. That's in the Ferrari at this phase.
Yes, he is.
Indeed, yep, and he actually just pitting, there you go, so timing indeed. So he's just pitting now, I'll just pop it on him, you can watch him see him pit lane, very interesting stuff.
He actually has a massive lead of 5 laps to Luca Bonatti, so that's quite impressive.
Yeah, no, he's got tons and tons of time back to the guys behind.
It seems like basically any team that has no issues in this race has a win in, like, basically has a win outright, because I think nearly every team has some kinds of issues, and even the top runners. I know, for example, this Team Spirit Racing, who now is driven by Nicholas Baez. I can't pronounce that very well, but I know they once completely destroyed the front and the rear of their car, and they're still leading now by a lap. So I guess that's the testament of how quick Anthony Jans is, along with his company. But it's very impressive, and I think Anthony Jans actually did very long stints from what I've seen. I've just seen him in the car for the most part, so.
Yeah, no, he had a very good run in that car, and he just had, like, he was behind one of the other P2 cars during his stint. He just caught him so fast, just so much pace that he has in that P2 car. Really was quite impressive. I think I'm just going to give Nicholas some time on air now. But yeah, no, it's all going along quite nicely at the moment. As we said, Oscar Harwick is now up in third, your guys, at the moment with the pit stops, and they actually you guys have a lap on the guy behind in P2, which is good. Still Luca behind, that's P1, so LMP1, sorry, he's still trying to come back through after their incident earlier on.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lap on him, he only has about 35 seconds on him.
Okay, yeah, right.
But actually that's about a minute gain since the pit stop we had. Which is probably due to us being lucky with the code 80, but to be honest, when I put it in and it was at this kind of phase, I was 32 seconds behind him, so we're gaining. We have a chance for a podium, it seems like, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it's looking like, for sure. At the moment, as Brown Beelan's in the lane as well, doing a scheduled stop by the looks of it, so no real dramas for those boys as they continue going along. I might change up the cameras again, give some bit of variety for you guys to watch. I have to remember to do that every few minutes. Yeah, so nothing really kicking off at the moment. Everyone, as we said, just sort of going along in their own space, trying to make sure they can be there at the end of the race in the last hour. I'm going to call it the power hour. I'm not sure if it is for 12 hours, but I'm going to call it the power hour, because why not? And yeah, so everyone's going along. I don't think there is any battles right now that I can see on track. I'm just trying to find any. Nope, doesn't look like there is. No. So yeah, everyone's just cruising at the moment as we go along with just under 3 hours to go. So we're in the last quarter of the race. And yeah, it's all very interesting. Only, I'll have to do the maths again, there's only 33 guys left in this race at the moment. So quite a few retirements, got about 8 or so retirements, so a lot of them being high profile ones, of course, as well, with the DHR boys having their issues. So yeah, so it's been a bit of drama so far, all kicking off kind of in the middle phase of the race, really, at the moment. But yeah, really interesting to see Tom Schenkels there is now, is in the Ferrari, replacing Bram Beelan there, in the number 11 Ferrari there.
Yeah.
So they just exit the lane now.
Well, I have to say, I actually raced Tom for years before, well, he went to VEC, and then me about half a year later joined here as well.
Yeah.
He is actually a fantastic driver and pretty clean from my experience and from years of driving it alongside him. So yeah.
Indeed. Just there we go. So now I've got my drink bottle out. Just had it in the fridge there, getting nice and cool. And now I've got thinks my throat's getting a little bit dry. That's okay.
Also, we have a developer of R-Factor 2 in the chat right now, John Command. Yes.
Hello.
So.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Hello there. John 2 developer.
I probably butchered his last name, so.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
See, if you're used to me, you know that I butcher all the last names, so it's fine. So that's why it was called Casper. So.
Yeah, that's probably the best idea. Apparently, when I was driving, I got information from my teammate that apparently there were some discussions going on about my name for the first hour of my stint in my first stint. So.
Oh, there you go. Very popular. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just switching over to Oscar now. Oscar, by the way, 9th overall, and that is 3rd in class, as we've talked about already. He's a lap behind Ivan Zupanik there, who is 2nd in class in that car. They're trying to recover, of course, after the incident earlier on where they lost their front splitter. That's why they lost the lead of the race to the number 45. P2Co, who just, oh wow, but he just had a bit of an issue trying to get past one of the GTs actually. Who is that? That's Kalikuri there, who's second in GT Pro. Just had a little bit of an issue getting past, but he managed to get past without any major dramas. So good stuff there.
Also,
And,
it's,
yeah,
apparently so my, or something like this. So my. Fair enough.
There you go. I'm sorry, just looking through. There we go. Robin Friends has finally got out pit lane. They've finally repaired the damage to that Corvette. I'll switch to him now on the broadcast. So they're just exiting the lane, and they have lost quite a bit of time. They're now only 2 laps ahead of Tortella in the GTM Corvette, and they've actually only just come out in front of them on track. Of course, there's 2 laps between them, so if they do start battling, then that's not for position. They've actually just come out ahead of the Flatline Racing car too, or just ahead of the Flatline Racing Aston. That's Thomas Jacobs, who had some interesting little moment there with one of the GTMs. Okay, that was interesting. Seemed to me like Jacobs wanted to let the Corvette through, but then the Corvette said, no, you're a GT Pro class car, I'll let you go through, actually. So that was a little bit of an awkward moment, but yeah, got through it okay. Yeah, Jacobs is behind him on track, and that is how it is on the standings, but that is a 5-lap gap between those two. So Friends has got 5 laps ahead and 5 positions too, so there you go. So that's very, very convenient. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Jacobs can actually hold with him, because obviously Friends is a real-life racer, as we know, so I'm going to be interested to see if Jacobs can actually hold with that Corvette, because I'm sure Jacobs would be very happy indeed if he can match Robin's pace.
Definitely. Actually, we just got a message from Henning Waller about Jer racing in the box. He says it's probably a bit earlier, like 3 or so laps before, so we want to just check that in case. But if it's just 3 laps, I'd say it's not that big a deal, probably.
Yeah. Well, it looks like on my screen everyone is back out on lane. Bernard Schmidt just pitting in P2. It's from 15th.
Yeah, he's out of the
there.
box already.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. So it looks like everything is all good. No one else in the lane at the moment, so they're the only ones in there. I'll just switch over. We'll give our leader some time. Nicodem, they're 2 laps ahead, I think, now. Yeah, 2 laps ahead of second spot. So the leader, those guys just having a nice little cruisy time at the moment in the lead. I'll see if they're doing anything. He's on his own space right now, just cruising in the LMP1 lead. He's 2 laps ahead of Rudy Koppen at the moment. Martin Farman is still in 3rd in the number 143. LMP1 car. He's actually on the same lap as second spot, and he's only about... Excuse me, let me do the maths real quick. You know what, let's not do the maths. Let's look at the broadcast. That's what gaps heard her. Let me have a look here. What does it say? Sorry, I've got a really small screen, so I can't really see. Apparently it's 10 seconds. Wow, okay, that's smaller than I would have guessed, but okay. There you go, so 10 seconds apparently between those two. That's 2nd and 3rd on the road for LMP1, so I reckon what we'll do is, we will switch over to Rudy, give him some airtime, as that could maybe be a battle. Let's hope so. That would be very interesting to see if we get a bit of a battle in this kind of phase where they're all just sort of going at their own space. And that's something I'll ask, is actually, there you go, one of your guys there, the Magenta boys in with Oscar in the lane. That's from 9th overall as he drops down one. LMP1 of Luca there just taking that spot. But yes, that's one thing I was just going to ask us. But with this phase of the race, so that battle, so if those two there start battling, Rudy and Martin, then they do seem like they're getting a bit closer in this phase. Okay, I say that, and then Martin pits, so don't worry about that. That battle won't happen. Thank you, Martin.
No.
It's like you heard me when you think we're going to battle.
Apparently, I just got information that actually Oscar has something up his sleeve right now, so we'll see how that goes.
Ooh, okay. You know what that means, Oscar? You're getting on the broadcast. Here you go, Oscar. So
well,
there you go.
He's just in the pits at the moment, so...
He's just exited, yeah.
Well,
okay, that's interesting.
Well, I wouldn't say it may be the pace, but we'll see how the gaps change since the last bit, and how he does it on his pace. But
okay,
just hoping for good results now. And
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. So keep an eye on the Magenta boys, inside tip, and we'll keep an eye on that. But that I was going to mention. What I was going to ask you was, if you do at this phase of the race, if you do catch someone ahead, and if you are possibly going to get into a battle, do you battle too hard at this point, or do you just kind of be a bit conservative and just wait for that last kind of hour to really start fighting hard?
Honestly, it would be very hard for me because I've never had that situation, and this VEC is like the first of the long distance endurance series that I actually have more than just one random fun race in. So I wouldn't know, but probably, considering how I typically drive, I'd probably be fairly relentless. I'd keep behind and keep safe, as I typically do in this race. but I would not let go.
That's fair enough there. Apologies, I was just getting a little snack there, so apologies. You're going to hear possibly some eating on the broadcast. Very professional of me. But we're going along, and Nicodem, as Martin just did, so he's dropped down 1 lap behind Rudy now in the fight for Wu second. And yeah, it's all going on quite crazy at the moment. And I'm actually going to... Where are we at the moment? We are on... Okay, I might just do some on-board action, I reckon. Let's have a look. We'll go on board with Oscar. Give him some pressure. Right, Oscar, there you are. No pressure, Oscar, but you're on TV cockpit now on the broadcast, so hopefully no pressure at all.
I'm pretty sure he's not listening, so I don't think he really cares.
Oh no, yeah, no, I know. Very good. Look, he is on the same lap too, by the way, of the car ahead, obviously through the pit stops. It's Antonio Castagna who's in that car. That is... Not the app broadcast. Now look, that is about... Yeah, only 5 seconds, so you're not wrong. Good pick, Casper. There you go. So this could be a fight for that podium we were talking about before. So that could be one to really watch carefully, as I reckon Oscar is closing at a pretty rapid rate. I'm just going to check the broadcast, see if that gap's gone down.
Which is definitely something I'm very happy about.
No bias there at all.
We'll see how it goes with the entire stint. Obviously, I'm rooting for Oscar for obvious reasons.
Yep. It's fine, it's fine. I'm going to look here. Is it closed? Ooh, it's actually opened, okay. Opened up by about half a second in that first sector, so that's interesting to see. So Antonio responding to Oscar coming at him.
That plus traffic.
Oh, okay, yep.
Traffic is actually extremely difficult to deal with here, especially there are certain sequences of corners on this entire track where you cannot overtake a GTE car unless you're extremely, well, you have a couple less brain cells than you probably should. At least in the P2 car, it's very difficult to take a GTM car in a sequence in like tight sequences, and you lose about 2 seconds every time you have a GTE car there. So it could be up to like 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap just on the traffic alone.
Yeah, true.
Also, we Oscar has caught up with some P2 car.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I've seen the broadcast. That is the number. Once I find that, he's not on the same lap. He's 2 laps ahead of him, so that's not the position as I've seen that before. Ivan Zupanik. He's 2 laps ahead of Oscar on track, so that's not for position if he does take him. But that's interesting that he's actually catching the guy who's in second in P2 at the moment. So good signs. It's good signs that he possibly could keep going in Antonio.
That's a very good sign of that the car still has pace, and hopefully by the end of this stint it's still going to have enough pace to keep up with everything. But
indeed. I just spilled a little bit of water on myself, so see, I'm really pro. I was drinking some water. Yeah, it's fine.
That's very professional.
Yeah, see, I'm really professional eating on the broadcast, spilling water on myself. I'm really the most pro commentator you'll ever see, not really. Yeah, Stepanik's still ahead of Oscar at the moment, and it looks to me like he's actually holding, so that's interesting to see.
He's closing. It's already only 3 seconds.
Ooh, here we go. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, definitely. You can visibly see it. So Oscar is coming at Antonio Castagna, and yeah, you're right, he's really closing very fast. And so this could be a bit awkward because we've got the number... I'm going to have to check now, so I keep forgetting.
What I'm thinking is, because by the rules, as far as I know, if a car of your class is behind you and you have blue flags from them, you have a certain amount of corners to give that place in, and typically you kind of have to slow down a bit. So I'm thinking if Oscar is going to try and use the car in front of him to his advantage in that sense.
Yeah, trying to use him to tag along and keep going, because he's obviously got good pace, that car ahead of him. So maybe rather than having him behind him and just being right up his backside, he's thinking, which is a smart way to go. And yeah, you're right, look at that, they're right on Antonio. I think you might just about be able to see him on the broadcast ahead. So Antonio is now under big pressure from Oscar Harburg. It's about a second, but there is, as we said, there's that car between the two of them, but he's now just past Antonio, has he? Yep. No, not yet. There we go. Okay, have a look here. What happens? You get a good view of this. Got Oscar looking from right behind. Yep, there you go. So the number 143, I believe it is. I'll just check that to make sure. 147, sorry. He's just taken Antonio, and he's got a bad exit too. So that's going to mean Antonio's suddenly under the pump from Oscar. Look at this. So Antonio's got a bad exit, and that's held up Antonio, who's now going to have big pressure from Oscar. Yeah, look at that. Oscar is right behind him as we head through the middle sector of the track. And yeah, look at this. This is really close indeed between these two as they go through the sweeping parts of the track here. The linking parts, I like to say, they really flow together quite nicely. So yeah, this is big time, and I think that's a LMP1. Yeah, LMP1 car coming up behind them too. That's Lupson there coming up behind them to lap them. So this is interesting to see. We've actually got some on-track action. Woo!
Yes.
During this last few hours.
I can't say this action is something I'm not happy with.
Yeah, I know you'd like to be in your own space, wouldn't you? You don't worry about battles, but unfortunately, you guys are going to get into a little bit of a scuffle, possibly. We'll see, but
we'll see.
Yeah, well, Oscar, I mean, Oscar's, as we know, Oscar's got a very sensible head on his shoulders, and so, here we go, he's having a look down towards, I say that, and, no, Antonio's backing out, is he? No, it's all a bit awkward, no, they manage it, so there you go, Oscar makes the move through the final corner. I'll go to TV camera now he's passed.
I'm actually just seeing this whole action now. To be honest, the final corner is where I've made my only real on-track overtake as well, which was actually unlapping myself. So that was it's a very nice spot, to be honest, just because once you're alongside, they have to give you enough room to not hit the wall on the inside, and you have to be as close to that wall as you possibly can to basically get the perfect line through that corner. So so basically, once you're overlapped with the car to your left, that's probably the best place to have your basic guarantee of being in front, and especially. Our car actually has an advantage in a straight line. It's just a setup advantage, so it's just a very handy spot for us.
Yeah, so Oscar made that move very nicely on Antonio. It was a bit awkward because I had a GT car that was sort of there as well, but they managed to get through nice and cleanly, which is good. So that's good for Oscar. He now moves into effective third, I believe that is, on the P2s. He's already back up to the 143 car again, so once again he's going to be using that P2 car to tag along, I'm sure. So good stuff for Oscar. He'll be very happy with that, and so that is good news there. Still, Nicodem leading in the P1s, of course, leading the race. Still on his own. He really is having some lovely alone time right now. He's got nobody at all around him. I'll go to him on the broadcast so you guys can see that. Literally has nobody. He's just you forgive him for thinking he's the only one on track. That's how much space he's got right now. So he's just absolutely cruising out in the lead. For P1, he's got 2 laps still to Rudy. So as you say, I mean, there's gaps for the leaders are quite large, so as long as they can keep it together, they should, theoretically, be looking good for being there at the end. But as we know, as we saw, anything can happen in endurance racing, so don't bank on it.
It is a very long race. It's obviously not as long as Spa, but they're also completely different tracks, and anything can happen here. Everything is slightly tighter. You have cars more closely packed. It's just, it breeds a bit more of caution early, but it could also end quite badly.
Yeah. Yeah, true there. Hello. He just went past. You guys will probably just catch it on the broadcast, but there's a GT car that was off the track, and I'm going to see if I can find who that was, because the leader just went past him, and I didn't actually catch who it was.
It was a True White car. True White GTM car.
So I think it was one of the Astons, possibly. Was it? No, it might have been the Viper, sorry. Yeah,
it was the Aston.
Aston, excuse me. Thought so, yeah. It looked like an Aston. I was like, that's sure it's an Aston. But yeah, there you go. So Aston's having a spin. I think he's okay, though. I'm trying to find him on the list here.
He was okay as far as I can see. But
yeah. Let's have a look.
Third one is treacherous in this track. That's the only place I actually had any contact with pretty much anything except for like one other car at some stage. So.
Yeah. It's the guys who at the back of the field who had the incidents earlier on. I'll just go back and have a look because I'm curious to see what happened there. So yeah, so a bit of a moment for them. They had the lost wheel and they got a bit lucky in the lottery and they managed to keep going, which was good for them. So good stuff. Let me have a look here. Let's have a look. I think he just lost it, didn't he? Yep, just lost the rear on his own. Yep, just lost the rear. Nice and slow spin. Ooh, good. Did well to dodge the traffic though, so that's good stuff from them. And yeah, managed to spin around without any dramas. And yeah, alright, that's good. Good stuff. So at least they're still going. Again, they're quite a long way off the back of the rest of the field. They're 90 laps down after the issues they've had, but they are still going, which is the key thing. So it's good for them that they're managing to keep that car on track and going. And I'll get through I might give some more airtime to some others here at this phase. I'm not sure who to give it to. Who am I going to give it to?
Maybe some AM drivers?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's give him some attention. Who is the leader again of AM? It is Pedro Ramada, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, actually, Nicodem actually just pitted, so...
Oh, yep, there you go. Oh, yes, good spot. That's because I happen to have the camera on him on the broadcast. yeah. Nicodem in, as you say, from the lead, but he should well keep that lead, really. He's got 2 laps in the spare, so, yeah.
No,
should keep that.
We could just take a look at the Pedro Ramada and the 845 that embark racing Ferrari.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I've just done. Just changed it then. So, it should change anyway. Just click it again just to be safe. There we go. Alright, he's on his own too. He's just got Backlow behind him, or Bacchio, sorry, behind him, trying to recover after that early incident for those guys. But Ramada's still leading AM at the moment, nice and casually, 23rd overall. He's got, as we say, he's got 5 laps, I think, to the next AM car. That's Luca Bonatti, in the number 31 Ferrari. So Ferrari doing well. Nicky, by the way, in the Porsche, and Kelly Curry and Hani in. Sorry, I'm having an awful, terribly time with pronunciation right now. But they're all in. That's actually the top 3. Interesting enough, it's the top 3 of GT Pro all in together. So isn't that interesting? So,
that's interesting because typically at this hour you have a lot of people being out of phase with each other because of different incidents, because of code 80s and different decisions that are completely tactical. So who knows? That's fairly interesting that they're all in phase and it's basically seeing their gaps is actually seeing the real gaps.
Oh, right, sorry. Apologies, guys, if there was some kind of an issue going on with beeping there. Sorry for that. I didn't notice that. Sorry. Just getting some word there. I just looked through the chat and just noticed that. Okay, yep. Alright, apologies for that, guys, if there was a bit of a beeping there. Sorry for that. But yeah, no, they're all just going out. Yaltine, by the way, now at the wheel of the Corvette, the second-placed Corvette, number 301. Now takes over the helm of that for second spot. And where are we? Nicky's still now. He's just pitted. Just exited pit lane. He's still going to be at the helm of that car. That's 3rd overall. Nico Barkley just pitting as well in the other GT Pro car. It's 4th overall. So all the GT Pros are in sync apparently at the top of the field. Oi, that was interesting. I saw, and then I just looked back at Pizzo there, and he's pitting too. So it's interesting, isn't it? All the pro cars are like in sync, which is really
definitely
interesting. Yeah.
I hope there's nothing serious going on, but for the last little bit, oh no, never mind. It went away. There was some yellow flags in Sector 1 for a while, and
yep.
I wasn't sure if there was something wrong.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone limping around, so obviously it was just possibly a little spin or something like that would be my guess. As one of the GTM Vipers pitting, that's the number 174 pitting as well. Find somebody else to give some action to. Let me have a look here. I might go P2 car. Who are we going to go? I know who will go. Someone who's just flying along. The guy is in. Once I change camera, 1 sec. There we go. He is in 12th overall at the moment. That's 5th in P2. Ricardo there. And the number 29 P2 car. He's going on his own. He's actually got a lot of space. He's got 4 laps ahead and then 2 laps behind. So he's really in his own space. So that's good for them. So they can cruise.
The one nice thing about something like that is always you don't really have to care about much going on around you. You can just do your own race. Obviously, it's not exactly perfect for the position because you kind of do want to have less of a gap in front, but that happens.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, it's good to be in that space, I guess, isn't it? You can just cruise. You don't have to worry too much about having big pressure on you during this phase of the race. We have no, I can't see because the bloody stream wasn't starting. Hang on, let me just start up again.
Actually, speaking of space, what's also interesting is I caught there's going to be quite a few issues with the whole pit exit, and basically seeing pit cars exiting and giving space and whatnot. And I found that, interestingly enough, in my 5.25 hours of driving, I think I may have had to alter my line once because it was just when I was going through the first corner, which is quite unbelievable. But if you think about it, it's quite weird that in that amount of time, so few cars actually come out.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Yeah, very true indeed. Yeah, and I think that guys that come out pit line, they tend to just wait for you guys to come through rather than trying to barge in. So
not even that, which is interesting. Like it's just no one had to
no
come
one's
out.
exiting.
And to be honest, it's just such a small window of you have to be exactly at the same coming out at the same. Yeah, they have to be basically at the same time at the curb as you were at the curb. So it's kind of one of those very perfectly timed things which happen. But apparently it don't happen as often as I have thought they will.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's very true indeed. Just looking through right now. It's actually just for those of you if you're wondering what time it is down here. It's actually 12:30 here in Australia. It's a very, very nice time of day. The sun's out. It's boiling hot. So I say it's nice. It's not really. I am sweating quite nicely in here. But anyway, that's fine. And yeah, it's okay. I will stay around. I will have lunch later. So I'll be skipping lunch for this, which is fine. It's what us commentators do for the cause, so to speak. As we go along, Nicodem's still leading from Rudy. It's a lap now, but obviously it's because Nicodem pitted, so that is why he lost a lap there. Martin Farman's still in third in the number 143. And yeah, pretty much the order is the same as it has been and continues to be as the number 27 P1 car just pits now. See if I can get on him. This is very good. I might actually reload the cameras because it always gets awkward when the driver changes and the cameras don't update.
Actually, I find the beeping is still going on. I have no idea.
Oh.
I hope it's not me, but like it's not my microphone, is it, or anything like that?
No, I'm not hearing it. The funny thing is I'm not hearing any beeping, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
Neither am I. It could be on Jimmy's side.
Possibly,
kind of
yeah. Yeah, well, apologies guys if there is for that. Not much we can really do. I think Jimmy's just having a little bit of a rest, very well deserved rest at the moment, so he may not be aware of what's going on. So apologies for that. Hopefully he'll come back and we can sort that out soon. So apologies for that, guys, but we're doing the best we can, so to speak. I'm just going to quickly change over. Where's the cameras again? I need to load it up again. Sorry, I just need to load up again because it doesn't update the drivers when they change. It all gets very confusing when you're trying to change cars and the drives aren't there. So, where was I going to go to? I was going to go to... I had someone in mind and I've now forgotten. Oh no, that's who I was going with. We'll go Lobson. Here you go, Lobson. You get some time. Oh, what's happened?
Apparently, the beeping is not on our side. It's from live timing, and people are just getting very confused.
Oh, right. Okay. Rightio. Okay. That explains it. All right. All good. All good. Right. That's all G indeed. That's good to hear. That's not actually too bad. All right. Good.
Yeah,
good.
Henning Waller just explained its origin is has its origin from position changes in the live view.
Ah, right. That makes sense. Okay. All right. That would indeed explain why the beeping sound keeps going off. There we go. That's fine. Yes, and I'm just looking through at things and everything's still going on quite nicely. I'm trying to see if there's any battles going on. There's a couple of people on the same lap, but there's no one actually having a right old scuffle for position, which is a bit of a shame, but it's alright.
That's what happens.
Go through.
That's what happens so often in endurance racing, though. You just have to keep it going, and after a while, the gaps exaggerate themselves. And obviously, we had the same thing happen in Spa last time around, where for the last 3, 4, 5 hours, there was very few battles in the on the actual track. It was mostly just people driving around.
Indeed, yeah. So, just bear with me a second. I'm just gonna... Oh, this could be interesting. One sec. I'm just deciding, because I'm sick of not seeing the comments, I'm going to load up the stream on my laptop instead of the iPad, because the iPad doesn't show the comments while it's going, whereas the laptop will. So I'm doing that. And again, yes, for those of you thinking, why is he not just using the computer he's on, this dumb person, it's because, as I said, I'm trying to save the connection. I just don't want to have any connection issues while I'm doing this. So to be safe, I'm using another computer. So, yeah, that's why. I'm not mad much. But
not yet.
It is... Yeah, not yet, yeah. I'm getting there. For those of you who probably know me, probably know that. But, yeah, by the way, Charles is back in the Ferrari. I think that's scheduled. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's scheduled. No damage there. So, it's good for once. At least this time they're in and it's not to wait 20 minutes or whatever for the damage to be repaired.
Yeah, that's always a nice thing to happen.
Yeah, let me have a look. I'll change up cameras. We'll go somewhere near one of the guys a little bit further back, maybe. We'll go... I think it's one of the Vipers. I think I'm
the
select to go.
The 033 car would be nice to show, the Revolution Racing.
3, yeah, that's the one I happened to pick. There you go.
Perfect.
I think, did I? Wait, no, I didn't. Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh.
There we go, yeah. I picked the other Viper, but I nearly had it.
No, you picked the Corvette for a second. The number 2 was C7.
Oh, yeah, right, I did, yeah, sorry. It should be changing over soon. I think it should.
Yes,
yes. Ah, cool, yep, there you go, yep. Cool.
I have to say that the Viper still, to this day, amazes me with its sound, but I'm just so glad not to have to drive it anymore. It's, don't take me wrong, it's a great car, and while it has its downsides, because it is not as, well, at least easy to get around as quickly as the Ferrari or the Aston Martin.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, I think I have just this issue with GT cars where I just can't drive them very quickly.
Yeah. Fair enough, it's alright, we're all have our own little niches of cars that we're good at, so I know I've got certain cars I'm like good at, so, you know, that's fine. Let's have a look at what's happening here. Not much going on oh, I say that! Drama. Let me have a look. Wait, 1 second. Looks like we have a retirement. Pedro's out. I think Ramada is gone. I'm going to try and see if I can figure out what happened. I think it might be a DNF, actually. Yeah, because on my view...
Yes, it is.
Yeah, DNF, yep, so it looks like it's a connection, so I reckon Pedro's had a DC, and that's why he's dropped out.
That's massive.
Yeah, I know, and that's going to mean that now the other Ferrari of Luca there, the number 31 Ferrari, may have a good shot at taking him back. He's 5 laps down, but by the time Pedro gets reconnected and everything, he's going to surely at least lose a few laps if he does reconnect at all. So yeah, big issues for those guys, which is a shame because they're running along so nicely in the lead. 5 laps in the clear, and big issues there. So
that is so sad for the Dark Racing Ferrari. I was just saying how they didn't have issues, seemingly, and now that's happened. So I think there literally is no car on the grid which had no issues.
Yeah, one of those races, isn't it, where just everyone's having little issues and moments throughout the race, but. Yeah, big moments there, unfortunately, for those guys. As I said, they will keep going, though, which is the main thing. They're just going to... Well, hopefully they will, assuming that it was just a disconnection. Hopefully they'll be able to continue once he reconnects, fingers crossed, but we will soon see. It did look like a disconnection from what I saw, so from my screen it looked like a pretty clear disconnection, so hopefully he can reconnect and rejoin the race, because that'd be a real shame if the race ends like that, because as we say, they've had such a dominating performance so far in the lead, really, which would be good to see them get through the end. But either way, I'm actually just going to look back through. Team Flatline's still going along. They're now in 31st, of course. They've passed Lewis McGlade, the THR car, and the Odin Racing car as they're dropping down from their retirements. So that is good for them. They're managing to come back through. So they're coming back through the field. They're now 1 lap behind the Viper ahead of them. So I think they've actually gained a couple of laps on that Viper already. But again, that Viper is GTM, and so is the next car ahead, and I believe so is the next car ahead. I'm fairly sure. Yep. So as I said,
yeah, it's the three GTMs, and you have frames and one more, and the 51 car. Actually, the 50 and the 51 cars are not exactly close to each other. They're 8 laps apart, but they're like running 26 and 27.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's been running in formation for quite some time now. Yeah, before it was, I think, a lap or two, but with the incident for Friends, it's dropped him back off the back of his teammates. So, but yeah, you're right. You're running nicely in formation of those two there. I believe more maths again. Fantastic. I believe they are about 5th and 6th or so in class. I really should look at the broadcast because that would just help me so much more. But let me have a look.
7th and 8th.
Yep, there you go. Yep, 7th and 8th in class. So. Towards the back end of the class, but again, being we are in the latter part with just under 2.5 hours to go. But anything can happen in those 2.5 hours, so you never know. Things could definitely change, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that maybe some incidents happen further up, so they can gain some spots back.
That's definitely one of the things we have to just keep on hoping for. Also, I'm probably the only person that's not really afraid of the word maths around. I know so many people get scared when they hear, "Oh, I have to do some maths."
Yeah.
and I personally actually have to deal with it daily. So yeah.
Yeah.
But
are you... Sorry.
Yeah, I'm studying. So.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm studying, but I'm just not studying maths. So I study English stuff, which is much different and much more my forte than maths.
Probably. Well, I'm just one step away from maths. It's physics, so.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, not on
far.
there. Oh dear.
Oh no, but generally, yeah, that's. Is there? Oscar seems to have over a minute on Antonio Castagna actually now. I'm not sure if something happened to Castagna because I've seen their gap not being that massive, although that long ago. But also the second car in P2 is in pits. I presume it's scheduled pit.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. He has dropped a long way back. See, it was either a pit stop or he may have just dropped that far back around instant or something like that. So, either way, that's dropped him back. He's still on 4th in class though, so that'll be something they'll be at least happy with there. They're hanging around the top 5, which is good. Probably just multitasking again, trying to get his laptop to do its thing.
Oh, actually,
please behave.
I just remembered that they're, of course, off sync, so they probably must have pitted at some stage.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. No worries. Again, apologies on derailed here. I think this works. All right. So apologies again. Just doing the laptop so I can see your guys' comments, and that means I have to close this. I am holding about 3 different computers at once. It's very, very interesting. You should try it sometime, guys. Yeah, we're going on nicely. As you say, Oscar's just gapped a little bit, which is good. Still in 3rd in class. Set that there for the moment. Oh, that's not touchscreen. Don't do that. Okay. Yeah, and as we say, Nicodem's still leading by, a lap. So still leading by a lap with that stop, which is why he's dropped down 1 lap from before, because he was 2 laps up previously. There we go. And yeah, so it's all, as we say, pretty cruisy as we are. Oh, I closed the stream, so I can't see the time, but I think it's about 2.5 to go. I would love
2 hours, 22 minutes.
There we go, yes. It would be nice if the time in the server was actually like in hours rather than minutes, because it's always really awkward trying to do the calculations on that. Awkward for me, because I'm not very good at maths.
Actually, it's not that bad. Although, to be fair, I thought that 300 minutes is 6 hours for some reason, and then I look down on my left-hand side, and it's like, oh, it's 5 hours. Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
So where am I going to put this laptop? Damn, I need another table somewhere here. Alright, bed. You are now a table. Hope you like it. Okay, good. Alright, now let's wait for that to load, and I'll be able to see you guys' comments again, which is good. So I can address things, maybe.
Perhaps.
And yeah, so yeah, it's still nickname going along. By the way, Dave Baranek, that's in the number 007. Oh, I love it. 007. Nice. That is fantastic.
Easy one to say.
007. Yeah, because of the it's Bond, James Bond.
Oh, of course.
He's in 6th overall, and that's in the class 2, 9 laps down. In that car, I'm actually giving him a little bit of airtime. Why not change that? We've been on Oscar for long enough. Sorry, Oscar, but you've had your time. So yeah, David's just going along in that. He's actually just about to pass Oscar too, which is interesting to lap him down.
Well,
9 laps down. Oops,
so
sorry.
some more Oscar time.
I was just thinking, I was like, you're trying to escape him and then he laps him, god damn it, so you never escape Oscar. But yeah, no, David's just going along there, as I say, a bit further off the back of the field at the moment for the P1s, but they're still going along, which is nice. So they should at least hopefully get a finish out of it, which is always nice. The 85 of you there. Sorry, yeah?
The finish is all, getting to the finish is the biggest thing, because, you know, anything can happen at any stage, and you just, and, you know, points are there at the end, and you just want to get them all, well, you just want to get as many points as you can, so.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So, you know, you can get to the end, that's points, which is always good, and yeah, I can finally see what you guys are saying again. It's incredible. It's like a new invention or something. Yeah, and just, damn iPad, not letting me see it. But yeah, no, so we're going along now towards the end of the race. Nearly 2 hours to go, so we're nearly at last 6th of the race. I'm really good at maths, trust me. The last 6th of the race is nearly upon us. And so yeah, we are really getting in towards the latter stage of this race now. And yeah, it's all going on quite cruisily for the guys up in the lead. The number 30 P1 car, they're just cruising along, a lap in the lead as we said, and that's after pit stops too, so they might even be another lap ahead really when the pit stops all kind of iron themselves out. And yeah, GT Pro leader is still, ooh, that was interesting, a little contact there throughout the field. But yeah, Hanny's still leading that in the Ferrari in the number 334 Ferrari, still leading that class by, I think, a lap, isn't it? No, he's on the same lap as the guy behind. He's got a good half a lap here. Yeah, 45 seconds, there you go. Yeah, on Jarl behind, who's in the 301 Corvette, and leading the AM class is... I'll try and find who it is.
Still Ramada. Even though he's not come back, he's still technically leading.
Yeah, but it's about to change, because I think Tom's about to come up on where he DQ'd at the end of this... Oh, sorry, where he DC'd at the end of this lap. So it may actually change, as two of the P2s are in the lane. That's 13th and 14th overall. They're just pitting now for what I assume is a scheduled stop. And yeah, so it looks like Tom May will take that lead of GTM. No, he's pro, sorry. Whoops.
He's a pro, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, wrong one. I meant Luca Banati there. He might as well. He's only a lap behind, so pretty soon I think he's going to take that lead. And it's interesting Pedro isn't back, because I would have thought he would have been by now. So, maybe it's a bit more terminal. Let's hope not, but it's looking like maybe it may be a bit more of a terminal issue. So that is a bit of a shame if that's the case, because they were going so well in the lead of that GTM class. But either way, it's going to give Luke the lead of that in 25th overall.
It unluckily reminds me of something that happened to our car in room 2 today, which also was, well, it at first looked like a disconnect, but then it turned out our driver actually had a blue screen of death, and his computer would not turn it back on, so that's how we ended up at our Viper race in room 2, so.
Yeah.
Bit sad.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah. Very true, yeah. So it's all a bit of a shame, but again, you know, endurance racing, we know how it is. It all can change very quickly indeed in this form of racing. So it's always, you never really know what's going to happen, because anything can happen as the race goes on. So I might give somebody else some screen time. You know what, I'll give that. Where is he? Ivan, I'll give you some screen time. I haven't seen you much recently. They're in the number 147 P2 car. They're in second in class, going along, lap behind the leader, and a lap ahead of their next rival, which of course is you boys in the Magentas. So yeah, going nicely.
Bit of a gap, but again, I'm actually extremely happy with the position we're running in right now, considering again we've had 2 repairs and we've had me who lost about 60 seconds by basically forgetting to pit in. As I said, it was a half a lap on 11 seconds of fuel.
Not helpful.
No.
Yeah, no, it's... Whoops, all very interesting. Yeah. So we're still going along. Jimmy's still having a little bit of a rest at the moment, so again, just doing the best I can to cover the cameras for you, hopefully giving you a good variety of the field right now, as we just continue to go along. The last couple of hours of this race as we head towards the end, where it'll be the business end, the last hour or so, when everyone will be wanting to be at the right spot. Everyone will be, which reminds me, this one will be finishing at night too, so yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. It's all just going to be ending at night, not during the day like the Spa 24 hour, because obviously it's a 12-hour race. So yeah, all very interesting at the moment, and all very calm too. Everyone very calm, and like we're all having a nice little relax in the chat there. Everyone just, it's all cruisy, it's just all cruisy. It's that simple. I say that, and then half the field crashes out or something, and then it's like, well, there goes that.
Commentator's curse. No, but definitely, I have to say that the Seawolf car, actually, I love the paint on it. I know it's based on the Renault, like F1 car from the mid-2000s, but I think it looks pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a very good-looking car. Got to say, that skin really matches it nicely, so... very nice inspiration. That's turned out very well for those guys, so I might switch over again to somebody else. I'm not sure who I'm going to switch to. Let's go to one of. Where are the Vipers? Okay, there they are. Alright, we'll go you. Where are you? Josh, you're getting some airtime, my friend. There we go. Yeah, no, so it's all getting to the business end of this race. As we said, a lot of retirements so far. We've had 8 at this point of the race. A few of them still coming down. You can still see Nick Woodbury there, who was of course leading at one point before the crash that he got involved with. He's still dropping down the field, obviously, because of how many laps he was ahead being in the lead. So he's still dropping down, which is why he's kind of in the middle there saying DNF. So wait for him he'll drop down, obviously, as the race goes on. The others behind, passing. Dave Beranek in the lane too, by the way. I just switched off from him before. He's just pitted, so there you go.
Yep.
And there you go, yep, so good spot there in the chat. The beeps are mostly because the guys who have retired are dropping down the field. That's why they keep beeping, so there you go. Top tip. Well done, well spotted. So that's why the beeps keep happening, because of Nick and Pedro going down the field as they keep getting passed by obviously all the guys behind them. And still, yeah, Pedro still has not returned. So that means that now Luca has now officially taken the lead of the GTM class, and he has a good while. I think he's got a good few laps at least on the guy behind.
At least 9 or so laps.
Yeah, 9 laps. 9.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually no, it's 11. Yeah, 11 laps. So he's got 11 laps in the clear. Wow.
Talk about dominating.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, we had a commanding race from the Dark Racing Ferrari. Then they're just connecting. Oh, we have a commanding race from the number 31.
Yeah, it's the same thing with different car. Yeah. So so he's getting a nice cruisy time. He can really cruise it, so that's good for them. They know they have a nice buffer now, which is good. So they can have a little instant or something, and they still have a really nice buffer to hold on to that lead, which I'm sure they'll really happily take. I would for sure if I was in their position. And yeah, everyone's still going along. I think it's good to see finally the top like 20 or so. You can actually look at that without seeing a DNF in there, so that's good.
It was a power cut for Pedro Ramada. That's what happened.
Ah, God, yeah, wow, that's
so sad. After all of those issues and all of the Italians having issues with the internet cutting out earlier, I think that was before you joined the broadcast.
I think so, yeah.
But about 5 or 6 Italians suddenly dropped from both servers, and it was all to do with apparently ISPs having weird connection issues. Suddenly all over Italy.
Yeah, wow, there you go. Jeez, that's interesting. Wow, the whole country affected. Wow, that's a really interesting moment. But yeah, I mean, again, yeah, nothing Pedro could do. So real shame. One of those things that you can't have any control over. So big shame for them. But unfortunately, I guess that's just the way it is in sim racing, isn't it? Where the internet and technical issues are an extra thing that can go wrong compared to real world racing.
That's one of the reasons why I can't race at night about this time, because I can have my actual internet cut at any minute between about 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Ooh, yeah.
For about 1 or 2 minutes, it typically cuts. It's like a reset thing, so that's why I had to get in the car earlier for another stint.
Yeah.
Before this happened.
And Ricardo, by the way, just exited the lane. That was in the P2 car. That was the number 29 P2 car. P2. I gotta stop saying LMP2 because it's not LMP2. It's P2. That's why I'll get that right. Don't worry. I keep saying LMP2 for some reason, just because I'm used to it or something like that. So it's okay. I'm getting better, guys.
I think that's what I say half the time as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It just seems fitting, but then you look at it and go, wait, it's actually P2, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's just I think it's just too much of the real world racing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Friends is out, by the way, of the car. Johann's now in that car. That's the number 51 Corvette, just out of the pit lane. So they now exit back out in 25th, and they should be passing Nick Woodbury's retired LMP1 car soon too, so they should move up to 24th. And they're only a lap behind the next car, but again, that's the GTM car of Benetti, so keep that in mind. Their next actual rival is Thomas Schenkels there, and he's 1 lap ahead of them as well, so that's an interesting little thing for them as they go through. The other, obviously, the teammate to the Robin Friends entry there in 27th at the moment as they continue to go along a bit further back after the little incident they had a little earlier on. So yeah, it's all very quiet now as they're all just trying to keep the momentum going and keep clear of any incidents. I think the broadcast should be having a look at the number one of the Astons. I always forget the names of them. I think the number 106 Aston you should be watching right now. Yep. He's just going along now in 20th. Yeah, it's Alexandro. 20th place. He's 2 laps behind the next car, which is another Aston of Nico Barkley at the helm of that one at the moment. That's the 100 Aston. So he's kind of in a space of his own. He's got one of the Porsches, the number 44 Porsche, is on the same lap. He's about half a lap behind now. So he's got a little bit of space further back to him on that one. So yeah. Where did I put? Oh, that's right, the water. God, don't spill it this time. Is what I say to myself as I pick it up. And yeah, just getting some clarification in the chat there about the beeping. Yeah, we reckon it's the live timing on Jimmy's PC probably. Just beeps when there's a position change, and that would be because of the yep.
Yeah, it could be Allison's PC. So.
Yeah, Yeah, that would make sense. They explain why we're not hearing it, because it's probably coming from his PC. That's from the couple of guys who have retired. Whenever they drop a position, it's probably beeping just to inform Jimmy for when things are happening. So, again, apologies for that coming through the broadcast, but, you know, that's right. At least it's not happening too often. So.
And luckily we can't do much about that, considering Jimmy's not here.
Yeah, not much we can do because Jimmy's just on a break at the moment. Much deserved break, obviously. So always doing all the cams and stuff for the broadcasts, obviously. Big kudos to Jimmy. But yes, so again, hopefully I'm doing a decent job of covering for him here as we go through this kind of quiet phase of the race.
See, well, I have to say it's probably pretty alright. There isn't really much to cover at the moment, to be honest, when it comes to battles as well, so...
yeah, we just basically change over every kind of few minutes to a new car, so...
Yeah.
I think I've just changed it over to Tom in the Ferrari, so he should be getting some good footage of him now.
Yes, we are. Also, like at this rate, we should probably get just go to random.org, just put in however many numbers of drivers are still going, then just randomly pick the one.
That's a good number. That's a good idea, actually. I might actually do that. Actually a good idea, because then it doesn't look like I'm being favoritism or anything, because I'm just randomly picking people, so it's actually a good idea. Random.org.
It was literally just an idea, like, what?
Yeah. Oh, it's a good idea, actually, so why not? Random.org. Okay, so we have 33 still going. I'll put in that number, and I'll just keep generating numbers every kind of 5 minutes or so, yeah. Alright, 17. So who's 17th? That'll be the next. I won't do that yet. We'll give Tom some time. Y'all time. We'll get some footage of him next time. So there you go. Makes it so much easier than me having to try and remember who I put cameras on and who I haven't. So that's good. So, Frederick in, by the way, in the number 60 P2 car. That's 16th. And again, I think they're one of the guys who are trying to kind of come back through the field after some issues earlier on. So they're a bit off the back of the rest of the P2 guys, but still going, which is the main thing. They're only a lap behind their next P2 rival, though. It's the number 051 P2 car. Patrick Budden is in that car at the moment.
Yeah, considering a lot of the P2s lost a lot of time in the after the massive incident in the first 20 minutes or so of the race, it's quite nice to see them all running not that exactly far away from each other.
Indeed. Take a look here at what's happening. Not much to speak of. I think we're getting obviously well into the night now. This 12-hour race as we head towards just over 2 hours to go. So about to get in towards the business end of this race. And it's all looking pretty cruisy at the moment as we go along. Frederick just exiting the lane, as you guys have seen there on the broadcast, popping up behind Tom on the track, which is good stiff. And I think we'll give it to y'all now. Y'all, you're on. Where are you, y'all? Where are you? Damn. Oh, there he is. Yep. Okay. Honestly, I have to remember to keep reloading the cams every half hour, because when the driver change happens and the cams haven't updated the driver change, it's a bit awkward to try and figure out who's who.
Just a bit, yeah.
That's alright. Alright, random.org. Who's gonna be next? Let's have a look. This is gonna be a new game for the broadcast. Just figuring out who's gonna be next. Let's have a look. Generate, and it'll be third, so it'll be Martin Farmer will be next on cameras. So there you go.
Also, Oscar is in pits.
Yes, indeed, good spot. Yes, he is. Yes, Oscar in the lane. That's from 10th overall or 3rd in class.
So it turns out that minute that he got over Castagna, I think, was actually a proper on-track minute.
Wow.
So the pace of Oscar is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes me happy.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So that means that he's got that effective gap, and again, as we said, he should. I think he'll still. He'll still. Oh no, he might just about get past Antonio in the stops. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on that one for you, and I'll change over if it does get close. Because why not? It'd be good to see a little bit of battle like that. As I think actually, let's have a look. Oscar's still there. I think you might get him, Antonio, for the moment. Obviously, this is all a bit different, because obviously different pit stop strategies and different times. So keep that in mind.
I think that's him unlapping himself. So I think Oscar still has nearly a lap over him.
No, he doesn't. No,
Really?
actually not quite. Yeah, Antonio just took him. So yeah. I thought so too. Yeah, I was like, it'll be unlapping himself. No, it's not apparently. So there you go. So Antonio now takes back 3rd in class, but again, that's the whole with the way the pit stops are. That could change it towards the end when they also flesh out how the field is.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, Well, I'm pretty sure Oscar is also gonna get out of the car before the end, so
yeah,
we'll have to see how Mr. Hildebrand does. So that'll be interesting.
Yes, indeed. We had him, of course, in the booth before, so he'll be in the car once again. So we could see Nick out there on track again. Martin Farman in the lane, by the way. So there you go. So the guy we're moving to next is just having a pit stop now, and he's pretty cruisy as well. Of those guys, they're a lap behind the guys ahead, but they've got 4 laps to the guys behind in the number 9 LMP1. So plenty of space for them. So that's good for them. They can just cruise and take it easy and make sure they stay out of trouble. And they should be on the podium then, if that's the case, if they can just keep clean. So good stuff for those.
But by the way, Oscar is 11 seconds behind Pistania.
Ooh, interesting. All right, that could be a little battle. We may just have to give the random.org a little break for the time being while a battle may actually occur. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on that one for us and make sure that we can cover that if it does kick off. I'll just see if Martin's exiting yet. No, he's not. All right, I'll wait for Martin to exit, then I'll pop it over to him until we may have a battle again between Oscar and Antonio. Once again, that's pretty much the only real constant battle we've kind of had in recent times. As somebody... Is that somebody off or not? No, I think it was just someone pitting, hopefully. Yeah, it was okay. Okay, it's okay. Calm. Frederick now just leaves, so I'll give it to him. And over to Frederick. Sorry, not Frederick, Martin. Sorry, wrong person. There we go. Okay. And yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that could be on to watch. We'll see if Oscar can catch him. I mean, again, as we've been seeing, Oscar's got a lot more pace, it would seem, than Antonio. But that is a bit of a gap, but we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe the next lap or two, that might be another little battle that could occur. But I would expect Antonio will probably not be too vicious on the defense on that, because I think he knows Oscar's probably quite substantially faster than him, so he may be a bit passive about it and may just let him sort of have the position. We'll see. Keep an eye on it.
Oscar is actually an extremely quick driver, and once he actually does get into his zone and into his zone, it's just very, very difficult to actually be any faster than him. But
yeah,
and I've always experienced that firsthand when we do have a bit of fun racing each other just for fun here and there. So
indeed, yeah, no, very true. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I think he is already. Where is he? There.
He's closing in.
Person.
He's closing in. It's 7 seconds now out of the 11 or 12 it was initially.
It's already a big amount of big close in what was effectively like a lap. So Oscar definitely charging through at the moment as he tries to catch back up after the pit stop. And yeah, should theoretically. Well,
that's interesting. Nicodem actually timed out of TeamSpeak.
Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, I did see that. Oh yeah, in the chat. Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. There you go. So that's awkward. Yeah.
Let's hope this does not mean anything else. Although I did have issues with this TeamSpeak a little while back. Pretty much the exact same issue where I just timed out, but it was I think it was during like a practice session around here, and just suddenly timed out of this TeamSpeak, but my connection was fine to the server, so it could be just a random thing like that.
Yeah, for sure. No, it could be a random thing. Hopefully it is for his sake, and hopefully it's not a bigger issue. So a bit awkward. It'll be a bit quiet now. It'll just be the car. We're not getting any information in terms of gaps and stuff. So that'll be a bit interesting for him to deal with, but I'm sure it'll be fine. He's got plenty of space to Rudy, who's just stopped as well, by the way, in second spot in the number 46 P1 car. So yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on this Oscar battle as well, just waiting for him to see if he'll catch, and he is definitely catching him, as you say, rightfully so. It's down to under 5 seconds. So the gap continues to come down as Oscar hunts down Antonio once again, second time. I think we might soon. When it gets to a few seconds, I might switch over to Oscar once he gets a bit closer. Keeping on Martin for the time being as he goes along in third in his own more space at the moment. Also, Tom Schecknels is in as well in the number 11 Ferrari there in GT Pro, and he's actually just got taken by Luca as well in the GTM car in the pit lane. So there you go. So that's down in 23rd overall, and I wonder, I know he should beat out the Corvettes of number 51 Corvette. You should beat him out too. Should beat out Johan, hopefully relatively nicely, because I don't think he's got any damage, so he should have enough time to pop out. And yep, there he goes. He starts going out pit lane, so he'll hold on to 23rd overall, and that's now Bram Beelan in that car. So there you go. As I'm just looking through, yep, Oscar's pretty quickly catching
3
up.
seconds.
Yeah, alright, so I think we'll get on board once more with Oscar here as he's catching up to the car ahead. TV cockpit. I like TV cockpit cams, they're very nice indeed, so we'll pop on that one.
Well, I find it interesting that a lot of drivers actually drive from the PV cockpit cams and from like bonnet cams and roof cams, and I tend to be one of the very few people who actually drives cars from the cockpit, and I know Oscar is another one of those drivers. So
yeah,
it's
very
just
true.
fascinating. But yeah, that's why most streams we'll ever see of VEC drivers is just off the like roof cam looking down. I can't drive like that.
Yeah, I guess it's down to personal preference, really, isn't it? So
Definitely.
I like the just there in the YouTube chat. It's a good backup plan for Nicodem. If it backup plan is just call him. So that'll just work too. I mean, that's probably more reliable, really. So yeah, why not? So there you go. Yeah, good stuff. Lobson just in the lane as well as Lucas. So those two P1 guys in the lane. Oscar continues to bear down Antonio, and yeah, it's down to pretty much a second now. So Oscar's probably going to have him very soon, and Antonio having to deal with Nicky in the GT Pro as well. So that's costing even more time, and yeah, I think Oscar's going to have him very soon for sure. As they just got a little bit of traffic, got a few GT cars up ahead, so that's going to keep things a bit interesting, but we'll see if Oscar can... Yeah, he's got around Nicky, no worries. So yeah, so hopefully for Oscar's sake he can get through nice and cleanly, nice and quickly too, because I'm sure he'll want to start pumping out the laps again in that car. They might actually come out pretty close to Luca in the P1 car, because that could be a bit interesting if that happens. This goes along here, yep, here we go. So once it's at the same spot, so it's going to be down the last corner again, and they've also got GT cars in front of them again. Let's have a look. Oscar's closing, and once again he has another look. Ooh, doesn't do it. Backs out. Good move, I think, because that was going to be very touch and go on whether that actually worked. So he backs out for the moment. He's got a really nice run for that last corner. Beautiful line. He's going to be side by side as they go down the straight. They're coming up on Bram as well. Bram Brevon. He's right in front of them. So this is a bit awkward. Bram's probably sitting there going, oh god, there's got these two guys coming through. What do I do? I think Oscar's going to do it. Yeah, wow. Wow, very nice move. Gets the exit in the last corner and he's through. So fantastic stuff from Oscar. He now takes that position back once more for third effective in LNP2. And so yeah, good stuff there. So Oscar now back into that position, passing Antonio. And that is effective. And I think Oscar's going to pretty quickly go down the road on Antonio, because as we've seen, he's clearly got a lot more pace than Antonio can muster in that car. So good stuff for Oscar. Good clean move. So.
Well, this actually means that we're, no matter how the pit stops work, we're actually in front of them, even in the kind of sync. So pretty happy about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to get podium after what happened to us earlier.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And just did the random.org, and we're going to be on board with the last place Aston. There we go. So then you get some stream time. There you go. So thank you at random.org. So yeah. No, why not? May as well use the resource if it's there. So
yeah,
still handy, by the way, leading GT Pro in the 334 car. So still a good half a lap ahead of Yaltai there in the Corvette, and leading GTM, speaking of GTM cars, is still Luca Bernatti in the 31 Ferrari, and he's still got a good 11 laps back to Friends at the moment. No, sorry, yeah, Friends is Pro, sorry. I'm sorry, a GT Pro car. It is the Corvette, yes, the number 55, and he actually has, how much does he have? He has more now. Wow, he has... Where is he? Oh, no, yes, 11 laps still, so there you go. So still got that very, very, very solid gap to the car ahead. So I'm sure he'll be very, very happy to have that gap. I know I would be if I was sitting in the lead of the class 11 laps ahead. I'd be like, yeah, I can just put my feet up.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, so we're going along now just under, yeah, there you go. Just hit under the 2 hour mark. Got an hour 55 or thereabouts to go in this race as we head towards the business end now of this 12 hours of Sebring. Hope you guys are having a fun time in the chat. All as 83, I believe it is, of you. Let me look again. Yep, 83 of you. Hope you're all having fun. Yeah, not too much in the chat I can see. It's a little bit quiet now, but obviously this phase of the race, that's not too surprising. So
it is also
nice.
It is also the middle of the night in Europe, so I'm not that surprised.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that also is a key factor in that sort of equation, so to speak. But yeah, it's all pretty cruisy. I'm trying to see if there's any battles going on. I don't think there is at the moment. Nope, no battles to speak of that I can see anyway. Yep, no battles, so all pretty chill at the moment.
So random.org it is.
Yeah, keep using random.org. Yeah, why not? We'll leave it on for the moment. I might in a few minutes do it again, and we'll switch out once more. Interesting, a bit of a moment for one of the LMP1's cars, but it's okay. So we'll moment with the GTs, but he got through okay.
To be honest, everyone has little moments here and there in an endurance race. It's just one of those things you can't avoid, and it just works. As long as you keep the car all together, you'll be fine. Again, I was slightly pushed out of the track in one of the corners by a GT car, although to be honest I was a bit maybe too enthusiastic on trying to take him over in a certain corner. The one time I tried something that was slightly different, and it kind of worked until I was probably just about to clear him.
Well, yeah, that's not helpful, is it? Yeah. Yeah, that happens, as you say. I mean, traffic always a bit interesting to deal with on occasion, so depending on the circumstances, especially.
Yeah, it was the first time I had to deal with traffic as the guy who's passing this race, so I mean, it's a bit of experimentation here and there, and it's actually very difficult. And I'd say it's probably easier for the LMP1 cars nearly than us, because first of all, we have to still watch out for LMP1 cars behind us. And second of all, we just don't have the outright speed to take a GTE car in a straight line quickly enough, and through certain actual corners, we just can't get through cars, which loses us a lot of seconds. But LMP1 cars can get through there easily just because of their absolutely insane acceleration and their outright speed.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, and just Robin Frines was the next number in the random.org, so he's gonna get the camera for a little bit, which is good. So yeah, no, it's all. Oh, is that? Oh, right, yeah, don't. Oh, what's going on there? That's interesting. So it looks to me like Pedro may have actually come back. I didn't notice that. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, look at that. So he's retired again. So I think Pedro tried to come back on there. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I just noticed that then he hadn't it was no DNF anymore, and he looks like he tried to come on, and again just disconnection once more. So obviously the power issues over there in Italy still happening. So real shame, real big shame. So I think that may be pretty much race over for those guys. So yeah, big shame indeed, because they were looking so strong throughout that race.
Also, our race leader is in the fence.
Yes, good pick. Yeah, sticking him now in the lane without TS. Although this is the time where you quickly alt tab out, get back in the TS, and you're all good. So if you can, I'm sure you can, but we'll see.
I may actually just check that, but I
I was about to.
Nope.
I think he's no. Right, yeah, so obviously just not enough time.
Although I'm seeing Pedro Ramada did join TeamSpeak, and about 2 minutes later he had a connection lost again.
Ah, yes, I see that now. Yeah, so there you go. So he must have tried, got a connection briefly, and then unfortunately just played up on him again. So big shame for those guys, as we've already said. Really strong performance from them off the lap stage, and unfortunately, one of those things you can't control. Racing that car took the 845 Ferrari, unfortunately. So big shame, but again, as we've said before, that is sim racing. One of the unfortunate things that you can't really do much about. So yeah, big shame, but what can you do? So either way, looking through the field, still no battles I can see. I think Oscar's managed to gap. He's managed to gap Antonio pretty handsomely. Yeah, there you go. So already he's got a handsome lead on him. So that is good. Still 2 laps behind Ivan Zupanik there, who's the next one ahead of him. So at this stage, I think third's probably what you guys will be aiming for, and a podium, really. Yeah.
I mean, at the beginning of the race, Oscar was ready to just give up, and like at the very beginning, just because nothing was going right. Then I got in the car, did my own thing, got the basically got the gap down as much as I could, which is not as much as he can. Just I'm not as fast as he is. But I just did my thing, and then we had basically Hillebrand get into the car, and he's had certain issues at the very beginning of his stint, but then afterwards he did a great job, and ever since that issue, we've had pretty much a problem-free race so far, so I'm just hoping that continues for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, hopefully it'll keep going well. I mean, hour 50, as we've mentioned, just passed on the 2-hour mark not long ago. And it's getting into that business phase during the night. Obviously, unlike 24-hour, of course, being only a 12-hour race, we'll be finishing in the very, 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 very early morning or the late night, depending on which way you want to look at it. But either way, that's when we'll be finishing track time. And so it'll be, a bit interesting for the drivers, because I'm sure. Change camera, quick. Change camera.
Uh-oh.
Shoot, which one is it? Yeah, Smarter has had a bit of a moment in, where is he, 6th overall? Oh yeah, Beranek, yep. So he's changed driver. So that's Smarter. He's had a moment and he's lost his front end. So that's something I noticed as I was scrolling through, yeah. It's on his own. Yeah, just on his own. Through turn 1, goes a bit deep, gets on the grass, goes over ripper strip, and then he's round into the wall and then taps the wall and there goes his front end. So big moments there for those guys. They're already a little bit off the back of the P1 class, but that is just going to be a little bit of a sort of a annoyance for them, I'm sure, to have to limp it around now and get back. And as you said, with the amount of time it takes to repair these cars, it's going to be a long stop for them.
To be honest, if it's just the front splitter, they'll be fine. But if there is any suspension damage, if you could very quickly check if the wheel is straight.
Yeah.
Then
I'll check now.
Yeah, if there's suspension damage, it's gonna be at least about 4 or 5 minutes stop at the very least.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just gonna look now, waiting for him to go down straight and check. Ooh, no, I think it's a bit bent. Yeah, it looks like it's at least partially bent, so not too bad, but a little bit. So we'll see, but that might be a bit of a long stop. But either way, big shame for those guys as they were just cruising along there, just keeping their own business in 6th overall and 6th in class. But unfortunately, it's a little error. It was just a little error. That's all it was. A little lapse of concentration, and that was that. So big moment there. But again, that's just the way it is, unfortunately, in these races. So I will switch over again. We'll go ram.org now again once more. Let's have a look what you're going to give us this time. 5th. Okay, so that's going to be David. Yeah, David Holterito there.
But
will be the next one.
We had a change in the leading P1 driver.
Yes,
we have
did.
Kuba Brzezinski in the Feeder Sport Poland car.
Indeed, yes, and second spot as well. Eddie Gustina is now in that car as well. So 2 drive changes there at the top of the field. So good spot there. I didn't actually see that while I was going along.
I literally just looked and I've seen Nikodem leading TS, and I was like, oh, okay, so he's not in the car anymore.
Yeah, it's wait. Yeah, so Panic in the lane too, by the way. And Smart has now got round, so he's now in the lane, no need for code 80, which is good. So yeah, and also Lucas in the lane as well.
I mean, we can't even enforce code 80, so if hopefully not, but if there's any massive problems going on, we can't even enforce code 80.
Yeah, well, hopefully it won't be too bad. Well, hopefully anyone, I'm sure it's alright. Those of you who are listening on the broadcast, there's probably a few of you who are race engineers for a couple of drivers, so you can always put out a warning if need be. So that's always handy, so that's good. But yes, a few guys in the lane. What is it? The 55 Corvette GTM class, I believe, second in class at the moment, is just exiting the lane. And as is the leader of GTM, Luca there in the 31 Ferrari is just exiting too. So there you go. And yeah, so it's all going along. Oh, sorry.
Apparently, I just got information that room 2 only has 3 P1s still on the track running.
Wow.
Out of the 8 that started. That's quite an attrition rate.
Yeah, geez, wow, that's a lot of retirements in room 2. So apologies.
Although apparently we're getting 9 retirements in room 1 and 11 in room 2.
Wow, yeah, so the 12-hour claiming a lot of victims at the moment. So yeah, there you go. So very interesting to see as we go along. Looking at here, it's good to see as well, as I said, the retirements now are starting to filter down the field. So we're starting to actually get the more sort of sorted order, and it's not the retirements in the middle of everything. So it's kind of good from a sort of nice looking standpoint, if that makes sense. And yeah, so it's still, I'm just trying to find out where it is. It's still, I think, the same for P2 and P1 in terms of the lead. We haven't actually checked P2 for a while. It is still the 45 car that's leading that class, 2 laps clear of the next guy. Behind, it's the number 147 P2 car. Again, that car has just done a pit stop in the drive change, so that's why they've dropped down 1 more lap off the back of the leader. And is still, still Hanny leading in the 334 Ferrari in GT Pro, ahead of Yaltine in the 301 Corvette. So, and that's still about the same. I think the gap's about half a lap thereabouts. That's pretty much stayed relatively static, I think, in recent times. And Nicky's still there in the 99 Porsche trying to come back through. He's a lap behind Jarl, so he's making progress slowly but surely. We're interested to see if that gets any closer during the latter phases of the race as we go along. Apologies again if there's a little bit of sort of a wind sound coming from my end. That's the fan doing its business and trying to keep me at least somewhat cool It's vaguely working. So,
I always forget that in Australia you still have a kind of like ending of the summer, huh?
yeah. Well, it's meant to have ended last month, but I suspect it's going to hang around a bit longer. So, yeah, fun times. But anyway, what can you do? Bring on the winter, because these, I think where I am, it's very well suited for the winter. So once the winter comes around, it's going to be quite nice. But until then, it's just a little bit hot. But what can you do?
For the only time this winter, we just had some snow falling, although not keeping on the ground a couple of days ago in this part of Ireland. So.
Wow, there you go. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be going 32nd now, according to random.org. That is that's the number 17 Ferrari after their issues earlier in the race.
Yeah, that would be that Ferrari, considering the Ramada is DNF.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so on them for a little bit as they're 2 laps down on the next rival, and again, although the next rival is a GT car, so really the next rivals, although are they GT Oh, they are. Sorry, yeah, so it is. Yeah, 2 laps to the next car, which is one of the Corvettes, the number 2 Corvettes. So. Bit of time to catch up there, but I think they are slowly but surely coming back because they were further up the field, obviously, before that incident. So I think their pace is pretty good. They're just got to try and make back up lost time after that incident earlier on with one of the LMP1s. So, yeah. Going along nicely, indeed. So, yeah, what I might actually do, I just had a little thought. As Nico Barkley, by the way, pits in the 100 Aston. What we will do, real quick, Charles Bucklow, I'll just make sure this does well. I think it'll do exactly what I want it to do. There we go. I always like using TV cockpit because it is more realistic. Rather than watch. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you in the comments there. I'm glad to hear it's good to watch because I'm trying to do the best I can with the limited action going on track right now.
I'm just here trying to basically not fall asleep.
Yeah, it's that phase of the race, isn't it? We're all just kind of going along and trying to keep motivated really while everyone's just doing their thing. So it's that dreadful time as a commentator when you're just trying to sit there going, well, not much to really say because it's not really happening. So.
I just got information on basically a few things that are happening in room 2, I guess I can mention that. So apparently the P1s that are still on track are the number 38 Champion Racing, the number 3 PRL Racing, and the number 37 IRG Motorsport GP. Those are the only P1s still running in server 2, or room 2, sorry. The P2 is led by the number 137 of Team RGPL. GT Pro is led by the number 101 Atlantic Motorsport, and GTM leader is the number 0414 of BOD Bull Racing.
Ah, there you go. So there you go, guys. A little update on Room 2 for you. If you haven't been keeping an eye on that recently, again, as I mentioned before, obviously on the same channel as we are here with Room 1. Room 2 is also there with the broadcast. No commentary, of course, but there is still a broadcast for you to keep an eye on the happenings of Room 2. So, still, yeah, as I said, if you want to have a look at what's going on, you can always pop over there and have a little look-see at what's going on in Room 2. As we said, a lot of retirements over there. Sounds like there's about 11 or 12 retirements in that one. But yeah, attrition rate pretty high here at the Sebring 12-hour, and yes, I know coffee it would be good, or energy drink, yes, sure. I'm not a huge fan of energy drinks. I'll have coffee though. I'm a big fan of coffee. A little bit. I feel like I'm. Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I have to say, coffee is pretty much what keeps me alive in college.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I'm between I'm not a casual coffee, not just like a casual have a cup maybe 1 or 2 a day drinker. I feel like I'm a bit more, but I'm not like a massive enthusiast, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm kind of in the middle. So yeah, so there you go. Top tip for you guys. Not that it really matters to me anything, but
I don't always just drink one cup probably in the morning, and if I feel like I'm really tired in the evening or afternoon, I'll just have another one. Just enjoy myself some food or coffee and food with it oftentimes. So.
Yeah. By the way, the number 2 Corvette is in the lane from 31st overall, and that's going to be good for the guys you're on board with right now. The number 017 Ferraris, they'll catch back up. But again, I think that the Corvette's a pro class car, so that's not actually an effective position battle. Speaking of more pro cars, Nicky's just exiting the lane in the Porsche, the number 99 Porsche, so he's just popping back out now. And also the leader of the P2 class, number 45 car, is just pitted as well. For their, what should be, I assume, a scheduled stop there just to do one of those. We have an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, watching the whole race can do that to you. Yeah, good job on watching the whole race, by the way. Kudos,
Yeah, that's
indeed.
That's quite impressive, to be honest. I'm here from the very start, and to be fair, I watched the entirety of the first stint that Oscar did. Then I had to drive for 3 hours, so I couldn't really watch it. And then I watched it until I had to get in the car again when Hildebrand was driving. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So just switch. Oh, whoops. Sorry, wrong camera. Just switching over now to the number 60 P2 car selected by random.org. So there you go. Getting some nice varied action. It's good. It's actually been working good because I keep forgetting who I've done recently on the cameras, so it's good to vary it up. So keep this in mind. I think I should actually mention it as something we should use more.
Probably, like when there's no action. That's fine.
Yeah, just random.org. Yeah. Random.org every 5-10 minutes, yeah.
Actually, I'm seeing something that may be very, very interesting in the next little while. Well, there were about 12 or 13 seconds between Eddie Gustina and Martin Foreman for second place in P1, and now it's only 9 seconds, so they may be slightly closing in.
Yeah, okay, so that might be a battle we might well switch to very soon, so I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
It's 8.5 seconds now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I was about to go get like a coffee or something, but I guess I'm not now. This battle's gonna happen. So, yeah, Martin heard me. He must have heard my thoughts and gone. You thought you were getting a coffee, did you? This battle happened instead.
That would be a very interesting battle to see the P1s going at it again. They were going at it very strongly earlier, and there were some absolutely amazing battles.
Indeed, yeah, no, you're right, yeah, so I think that is still, down to 6 seconds now, so it just keeps going down. There you go, yep, so, Brian mentioning there in the chat some team spotted duties, it's always fun. The engineers, I know I actually, for a 24-hour, different league, I actually I drove, and then I also did, some sort of engineering duties as well, which is kind of interesting. I don't mind, it's good fun. It's alright, you can just chill and just look at the race, and obviously you just kind of update the drivers as things happen, so I find it quite interesting to do. So I think I found it makes you pay attention to the race in ways you wouldn't pay attention to otherwise, so quite interesting.
Actually, I think this is due to pits, but Oscar is second in class.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
5 seconds in front of Mike Walter Cotter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think that is because of pit stops. But yeah, no, you're right. So Oscar now up into second in class, which is good to see.
Although, wasn't it a lap and a half of a difference? That is kind of a pit, but... Well, actually, yeah, it is 1 pit difference. So, who knows? Maybe if everything goes well, we still have a shot at it. It's an hour and a half.
Maybe.
Now.
Yeah, exactly. And Pablo Laurenti is in the lane in the 74 P2 car as well. Just noticing that, as is Alexandro in the 106 Aston. So it's a couple of pit stops there. I noticed, I'll just keep an eye on this battle because I think Martin is kind of, it's sort of stabilised at about sort of 6.8 there, about second, so it seems like Eddie's kind of responding to Martin's pace now, so the battle's a bit stable now, so we'll just keep an eye on it though, because that could be any sort of traffic issues for Eddie, and that could very well become a very nice little scuffle between those two for second spot, so keep an eye on that one for you. And as you said though, Oscar is second in class. I'm keeping an eye on that one as well to see if the 147 can actually catch him back up, because it'd be interesting to see if Oscar can have the pace to keep ahead of him, especially if the 147's out of a stop. That would be good signs for you guys.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. At the moment, pace is similar, but again, I know Oscar is more than likely going to, after this stint, leave the car and get Hildebrand back in the behind the wheel, more than likely, which I know Nicholas and I are slightly slower than Oscar, so I just hope to keep the third place, to be honest. I'm not even dreaming of second at the moment.
Yeah, well, kind of podium's podium, isn't it? So that'd be really nice to have. Gap's down by about another half second, too, for that battle for second. So Martin's closing slowly, but the gap's stopped coming down at such a drastic rate, so that may be because of traffic's not around them at the moment. That may be one of the issues. Although I say that, Neddy's about to catch about 3 GT cars, so this could be a moment for Martin to really hound the back of him. So keep.
I mean, it's still just 6 seconds, so could be very interesting.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that one because that could be a very interesting battle. Hopefully it does, because that would very much be one to watch carefully. And I'll be very interested to see how they go with obviously the traffic and all that kind of thing to deal with as well. That would really be fascinating to watch, I think. we'll keep an eye on it. But nothing so far. As I said, they're sort of stable at about... Well, it's down at 5.4, yeah, so Eddie got held up, got a bit held up behind the traffic there, so that could be a chance for Martin to come through, but, of course, the thing with all that is always the fact... Yeah, and they're all spread apart, so he's having to sort of weave between here, yep, pierce the gap between the two. I probably should switch to him on cameras, actually, to be fair, but either way, he's got through without any real dramas. I say that, nearly a bit of a moment with one of the GTs, but anyway. I will switch to Martin now, so random.org, you're taking a break for a second, we're switching to Martin. Yeah, a little bit of a moment there. That was one of the... I think, was that actually Lucas? I'm not sure. That was one of the GTs just got in his way, and it was nearly a bit of a moment, but thankfully Martin managed to dodge around the back of him before any kind of contact happened, but it was a little bit of a moment. There you go, just switched to him on the VC right after the incident. So, yes, and then the gap is... It's 5.4. Okay, so he's kept the gap the same, despite the fact that he had to get through the traffic as well, and within issues. Oh my goodness, you should see the amount of traffic Eddie's got to deal with right now. I'm going to switch to him on the broadcast.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to him on the TV cockpit cam, and you can just see how much traffic he's got. He's got about 8 cars ahead of him, all trying to get through. So a lot of traffic, and you should be pretty soon seeing him on the broadcast. Let's have a look.
My biggest nightmare was when I had 5 GTE cars, including Robert Grimes or someone in that car, in front of me coming through that general area, and I can tell you that this is probably a nightmare scenario for the racing.
Yeah, so there you go. So you can see on the broadcast, just look at that, and you've got other LMP1s trying to get through other P2 cars. It's just a really, really awkward time for Eddie now. He's going to get through all this traffic. So.
If you look at this general area, the one where it basically went to his TV cam, that's an area where LMP1 cars have an easy time overtaking any GTE car, but an LMP2 or P2, it does actually have quite a bit of issues where we lack the power to just completely go around people. So oftentimes we're actually stuck there and lose about 2 seconds just going through that sequence of corners.
Indeed, yeah, and I just noticed Martin's really gained on him. I think he must have got through much more easily than Eddie did, because he's gained a bucket load. It's down to about 2 or 3 seconds, I'm fairly sure.
1.5.
I'm seeing. Yeah, 1.5. There you go. So yeah, so Martin, big gain in that section there. As obviously Eddie must have got a bit held up behind the traffic. I've just switched to Martin. Yep, there we go. Yep. So Martin, you're looking from Martin's view now, the TV cockpit cam. So this is his view. Look how bumpy it is too down this track. Like just how much that car is rolling around. Yeah. As Martin now hunting down Eddie Costina here, and I reckon pretty soon we may have a nice little battle here for second P1.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it's kind of funny how it looks so bumpy in this, but it doesn't... I don't know, it maybe just me, but I may just filter out all the bumps.
Oop. Is that me disconnecting or not? Is that a disconnection from you, Casper, or me? Oop. Alright, apologies there, guys. I got a little confused there. Internet going, because it does often, but it's actually Casper, so apologies, guys. Casper just disconnecting there, which is a little bit of a shame. As we did mention, though, as he mentioned before, that his internet can have moments at this phase of this time of the day for him, or this time of night, so apologies for that there. Casper just having a little bit of a moment. Hopefully he'll be back in the chat, or back in the TS soon. Hopefully it's not a big disconnection or anything, so hopefully he'll be back. But either way, as I said, this battle really... And actually, yeah, Martin's got through, hasn't he? There you go. Sorry, I was looking at I was trying to keep an eye on what's going on with Casper. So, yep, so Martin has gotten through, and he now takes effective second spot from Eddie Castino. That is effective on track. So that is a move for position in LMP1. That is now the... Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Ryan, for that. I better drag him in. There we go. I was a little confused there, Casper. Yeah, I was a little confused because I heard you go and I thought it was maybe my end. It does that sometimes, so I got a little bit confused.
No, what happened was, as I was saying, I can't race at night, and this is the exact reason why.
yeah, and then disconnection. Yeah, it's like it.
Yeah. It should be fine from now on. I generally have only one of those every 24 hours, so...
Okay, cool. Yeah. But while you're away there, Martin did make the move on Eddie, so that is effective for position. But Eddie does seem to be holding on the back of him, so we'll keep an eye on that. I might actually switch to Eddie's onboard cam. So
actually, I've just seen that move.
Yeah. I actually, as well, I might update the cameras again because all the driver names are wrong. So we'll just quickly. That means I'll. Don't close random.org. I'll look up it. So yeah, one issue with this, isn't it? But yeah, but anyway, that's okay. No stress. I'll just quickly reload that again, just so I've got the updated names a bit easier for me. There we go. Okay, lovely. And I'll reload random.org. We'll be back again, random.org. It's your time to shine. It's more. Oh, it's not letting me open the tab. You are really bad, Windows Edge. Damn it. Alright, 1 second. Wow, it does not want me to open another tab. I think Windows is giving me a sign. I think it wants me to have random.org open again. It's not letting me open another tab. It's like, no, you are not having random.org. That's enough. So you're not the decider for me.
Nope.
Right, a second. I'll try and find a way to get this bloody new tab open. Nope. Alright, yeah, Windows is being absolutely gorgeous right now. It really is. There we go. Haha. I beat you.
I think I get very confused very quickly with Windows Edge. I just never use it. I just use different browsers all the time. So.
The only reason why I'm using it is because it opened the cans in that by default, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just like, whatever. I usually use Chrome, but yeah. So.
Oh, I tend to use it as well. Although, to be fair, my laptop does not want to launch Chrome for the last week or so, so I have to use a different browser.
Yeah, I know Chrome, the one thing about it is it does chew a lot of processing power, so yeah,
it does.
Which
But
is
it's
a
not
bit
even,
of a pain in the ass.
It's not even that, it's just right now there's some weird configuration error, and I was like, I'm just gonna completely give up on that, and what I did was just use Vivaldi, so
yeah,
it's a very new browser, so.
Yeah. Alright, well let's do the ram.org and it will be 20th spot. Who's in 20th right now? That is the Aston, the Aston, the 106 Aston. Alexandro is at the wheel of that at the moment, so we'll give him some airtime now on the BC. There we go. So yeah, that's all again, like a bit more quiet down again after some little shenanigans there with P1. So just a little bit calm once again. Calm after the storm. Well, after a mini storm, really, after a bit of a shower. Let's call it that in the proceedings. We have just under an hour and a half, so we've hit under the hour and a half mark now, getting towards the business end of this race as we head towards the finish line here of the Sebring 12 hour. Hope you guys have enjoyed so far. Those of you who have stuck around since the start, kudos on doing that if you have. Or for those of you who have joined recently or have sort of been intermittently watching the broadcast, whatever your sort of plan has been for watching this broadcast, hope you've enjoyed it so far. And yeah, hopefully hope you'll stick with us to the end of the race as we knuckle down towards the end. Because there could be, as we mentioned, there could be some very interesting battles with obviously you guys and the Magenta, and this battle for sort of P1 first, second spot could well be an interesting one. So a few battles that could be lining up to be really interesting as we head towards the end.
And by the way, Oscar is actually gaining time on Wouter Scotter.
Oh yes.
It's up to 10 seconds. So.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's interesting. And have a look at that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so he's actually gained from him, which is interesting. So who knows? Maybe for you guys, I don't know. Second, it could be possible. I mean, obviously the pit stop. Obviously you're both on different strategies, but either way, it could be possible. Maybe Oscar keeps pumping at his pace.
To be honest, now that I look at the strategies, everyone has a 45. Well, basically in the P2s. You have 45-minute drives because that's just how it works out. And it seems like, well, we have 2 more stints to go from now on, technically. So we're going to see probably 2 pit stops from both of them. So if we can technically... also, Pedro Ramada has actually come back.
I just switched him on the broadcast because I just noticed him coming back. So it looks like Pedro's managed to reconnect. So we'll keep an eye on him. I've got him on the broadcast, so we'll see if he manages to stay connected this time. But yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, technically we have a chance. We have a chance of second place if this goes on. It just depends on if Nick once he gets back into the car can keep it going. Unless suddenly Oscar has a wiser idea of driving until the end.
Yeah. Exactly, and Federico is in the lane in the 60 P2 car, so he's back in again for another stop. They're a lap behind the next P2 car. That's Patrick Bowden there in the 051 P2 car, who's actually got a whole bunch of GT traffic he's gonna have to pass too. So.
Sim racing for Holland just went wide in the hairpin.
Ooh, okay, yep. I think I just caught the tail end of that on the broadcast when I looked over. Yeah, interesting. That's Robert Friends is in the midst of the traffic right now, so he's got a bit of traffic to deal with.
It's kind of interesting how. What's kind of interesting is that again, we see a real life racing driver, and then a couple more, and a journalist who also does race driving here and there in real life. Basically, kind of struggle with keeping pace with a lot of guys who are simply just computer gamers. At the craft, they're basically professional at that, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, isn't it, the difference in pace, even though one's real world and one's sim world. So yeah, it's a bit of a difference there, which is interesting to see. Oscar, your boy Oscar, of course, in the lane from 10th, so he's pitting for a scheduled stop, which hands second in class back to the 147. But again, that'll be one that we'll be watching with interest as the race comes to a conclusion, as all those stops will kind of pan out.
This is going to be fascinating, because this means that we are going to be running perfectly until the end with fuel. But that also means that basically we're going to have the same amount of stops as the car in front of us, like the car currently in second. This technically means that we are in front of them at this very moment. Now the only question is if Oscar is going to change to again Hilbrand at the end, because he has not actually come out of that car and he's been in the car for the last 2 or so hours.
Indeed, yeah, and Pedro's in the lane again, by the way. You were seeing that broadcast there. And switching, Ram.org picked Yaltine again, so that's not my own favouritism there. That's Ram.org picking him again, so not my fault. Apparently a bit partial to the Corvette is Ram.org, so there you go. Eddie in the lane too in the P1, so that's going to split him and Martin apart a little bit now as they do their pit stops. Lubsum also in the number 9 P1 car, so that's another stop there. And yeah, Adam Taylor now getting into that car for the Ferrari. So obviously Pedro was just doing the lap so that they could reconnect again and re-continue the race. So yeah, so they're a bit behind now, but at least they're still going.
Finishing a race is always obviously a good thing, and I mean they're still in front of the True White car, which is apparently 18 laps behind them.
yeah, they've had lots of issues though, from what I can tell. So yeah, a bit of a drama race for them, but they're still going again, which is the main thing. If you can finish the race, then that's an achievement in itself, really. So good stuff. They can keep going to the end. There's Lubsum still in the lane waiting.
Definitely.
Indeed.
Okay. So apparently Oscar is about 38 seconds behind Mike, and we'll see. But again, as far as I can tell, and if my calculations will be correct, both Oscar has to stop once, and Mike Valverskoder still has to stop twice from this point on, which means that we technically have a shot at second place.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so there you go. You're right. Yeah, that'll be one to watch, because that could be a really nice, juicy battle to the end. So watch that one with interest for sure. But either way, it's still, by the way, out in the lead. We haven't been mentioning them much because they've just been cruising out in the lead. Brzezinski's still leading in the number 30 P1 car. They're still leading by 2 laps. So they've still got a very handy margin. The guys behind, as they just cruise along at the moment in the lead, just dealing with a little bit of traffic there at the moment, but nothing too drastic really. So yeah, pretty cruisy at the front.
A gap to watch at the moment as well is if Jarl Pine is actually closing in. I'm just wondering, because it's 18 seconds, and if it's closing in, it may be interesting.
True, and that would be the battle for the leads for GT Pro as well. So
let's see how that goes.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, watch him. I mean, he's a pretty speedy driver for sure, and he's very consistent. I mean, once he gets on song, he's definitely one to watch. So yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. We'll watch that one with interest as the broadcast goes on towards the last hour 20-ish to go. So we're getting towards that last hour of the race now.
Nearly the power hour.
Yeah, nearly power hour. Yeah. Well, it'll just be me this time with the power hour. Getting the Hinsey version of the power hour. So there you go. So that'll be interesting.
Actually, looking at the Corvette, I actually got to try the Corvette recently, and I was about to possibly race it about midway through last week. And honestly, I have just felt, I don't think I've ever felt like a car, I was just not feeling a car this badly. It was just a car I don't get on with. I have no idea how people can make it go so quickly.
Oh. Yeah, no, I've raced a different league. Obviously, they use like a GT series using the GTE cars from
I think that's the series I was about to technically possibly drive in.
Right, yes, okay, yeah.
I'm talking about that exact thing, yes.
Yeah, right, okay, yeah, and I was using for that one I'm driving the BMW, the Z4 for that series.
It's such a beautiful car.
Yeah, it sounds so good. The V8 just sounds glorious. It really does. Oh, well, when I first took it out during practice, before the events, it was just the sound of it's just glorious. I was just like, oh my god.
Although to be fair, that Aston with that V8 also is a glorious sounding car.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, the V8. I think a lot of the V8s in the UID mod just sound really good. So yeah, yeah, indeed, very beautiful cars in this mod.
Yep, definitely. I'm quite happy with the sound of the Porsches as well. The the flat six Porsches, not the P1s. P1s I'm just kind of indifferent to.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, so. Yeah, going on nicely. Let's go in the chat. Have a little look. A few little comments, which is good to see. Okay, yep, just filling in. That's good stuff there. Filling in information on fuel times and all that stuff for later in the race. That'd be obviously key to know and to remember is the fuel times. As Martin pits as well now from second, Martin Farman. So I'm interested to see if Eddie's managed to gain anything back on fresh rubber, of course. So keep an eye on that because possibly with fresh rubber he may have been able to gain back some time. So I'll watch this one with interest as they go along. I might actually switch over to Eddie now on the cams. I just switched over to the flat line there, thanks to random.org, but we'll go with Eddie for this one now, because this could be a bit close in the lane. I suspect Martin should beat him out, but we'll see. We'll see. As Eddie's just entering towards the back straight now, so still, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Could be close, but I reckon Martin surely's got him. You'd think, but you never know. Fresh tyres can do a lot in terms of paces. Oh, hello. Is that? Yeah, that was shown in the broadcast. That was one of the. It was Bram Breland. Yeah, Bram Breland was around at the hairpin onto the straight there. So let's have a look. Yeah, just on his own. Yeah, just lost the rear end. Oh, managed to just nudge the wall. It's only a nudge, so got away with that there. But there you go.
Again, it's so easy to damage these cars to the point where you have to have very lengthy repairs. So just a small punch is always better than just smacking it.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, and actually, look at that, so Eddie has indeed taken back second. Martin, a very long stop indeed. Very, very long. He's still in the lane. Eddie's going to be a good 20-30 seconds in the clear.
Actually, now that I look at it, Eddie is driving on medium tires. Do you think maybe try to double stint?
Ooh, maybe. That may be a strategy they're trying. Maybe it's their way of trying to jump back in front of Martin, possibly, so... this could be interesting. Get a bit of strategy in there, a bit of tactics to blend things up a bit. So what that does mean, though, is it means Eddie's now good. The timing hasn't updated, but it'll be a good. Well, I'd say he's got to be a good 30 seconds plus clear now of it's actually heading Woolard now in that car, so it's a drive change as well for those guys. So interesting. Bit of action there in the P1s. Those two battling over second in the P1 class, and obviously again they've got a big gap out. 5 laps back to the 27, which is the 4th P1 car. So their gap behind's big, and they've got a pretty large gap to catch up to the lead. So I think that battle is pretty isolated. They'll pretty much have them just themselves to fight against rather than anybody else. And I will actually just quickly pop over to random again. What are they going to give me? 20 seconds time. Who's 22nd? That's Bram Breland. Hey! Okay, so Bram going to get some more screen time after his spin there on the back straight. So I think, again, it was just a simple spin. Just lost the rear end in the corner. So managed to only give the wall a bit of a kiss. So it wasn't anything too major. So thankfully for him, no damage really there. So he's been able to keep going. And he's also kind of in his own space. He's got a lap ahead to Johan behind in the number 51 Corvette. And he's got 7 laps back up to the 44 Porsche. Stefan Kanitz is in that car at the moment. So, yeah, so a bit in his own space as well as he goes along in the Ferrari. Ooh. TeamSpeak, what is it? What is up? Ooh, another message. Oh, yes. Right, yes, waiting booth. Someone's in the waiting booth. I didn't notice. Cheers for mentioning that. Hello, Dennis. Welcome to the booth. Just noticed you there in the waiting room. So obviously you're in the car before. I noticed in the Corvette, I believe it was. How was that stint for you from your perspective? Oop. Oh. Apologies if you're not ready, Dennis. Sorry about that.
Well, I'll take a couple minutes of break. I probably need to get a couple snacks for myself.
Yeah, no worries. No, all good. Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for popping in again and helping out with the commentary once more.
No worries. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Awesome. So Dennis, see that?
Yes, I am up, but I'm not Dennis at the moment. I'm just.
Oh.
Right. It's Dries from an Elze.
Sorry. Yeah, apologies. I didn't realize the name confused me. Sorry about that. Yeah, so obviously popping into the booth here to say hi and everything. And how's your race been for you so far, for your stints, as we enter, head towards the last hour?
Well, hasn't been too bad actually. Well, apart from a couple of spins and me getting used to how hard work it is to use this hardware. But yeah, as I think as a relatively untrained R Factor 2 user, I can't be complaining.
Yeah, indeed, true. And so how has it been to sort of adjust to these cars and this level of competition for you guys? Because you guys are going along, in sort of around the mid area of GT Pro. So how's it been for you, this competition level here at VEC?
Actually, the level is really high. I mean, everybody's is really putting in fast laps. It's well, of course it's what we expected from server 1, but really to be able to be competitive at this level, you definitely need either to be a real talent or to train hard.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, it's definitely very true there. I mean, I've noticed as well, just watching through all the drivers, there's just so many very, very, very talented drivers in this Room 1 of VEC and Room 2 too. Fair to play to Room 2 as well. They've got some very talented drivers in there as well. But obviously, heading towards, as I said, the last hour of the race, got hour 13 thereabouts to go. So what's the objective for you guys now to finish off this race? Just try and sort of keep it clean and get to the end, or are you going to maybe try and see if you can catch up to the guys ahead, like Bram Breland in the number 011 Ferrari?
No, that's never going to happen. We've had some bad luck with a couple of damages, cost us too many laps. So now really there's only one objective, and that's to bring the car to the finish in one piece, really.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So, yeah, and this is obviously, as you say, it's a bit of the talent level being so high. Is this been a bit of a interesting kind of experience for you, coming up against this level of competition and using R Factor 2 and all that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really considering what my next step in sim racing is. I may want to make a nice installation for myself. It's not cheap, but it's totally worth it. Today I found out. So as far as the objectives go, for the team it's bringing the car to the finish, but for me personally it would be nice if I could put in a couple of 159 laps. That's my objective for the rest of the day.
Yeah, indeed. Well, definitely good objective to aim for sure. So, thanks for popping in, by the way, to the booth. Thank you very much. Always good to talk to all you guys and all the drivers who are racing at the moment. Obviously, you guys doing a wonderful appearance here for the Sebring 12 hour. And hope for you guys, for your sake as well, you have a very nice end to the race. Hopefully, you can get that 159. Hopefully, for your sake.
Yeah, thanks, and no problem, of course. Anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed. So, as I said, we're going along just about an hour 10 now left in this race. I think Casper's back. Casper,
I have returned, yes.
Yes.
I've returned
awesome.
with some
Perfect
chocolate.
timing, right at the end of the day.
I've returned with some chocolates and some crisps.
It's making me jealous now.
I know, right? Cappuccino chocolates as well. So.
Oh, jeez, you're just rubbing in my face now.
I am, haven't I?
And actually, random.org has picked Kevin Rotting to be on board, or on the cameras with, so the leader of GT Pro at the moment, leading by, as you say, what is it now? It was 18 seconds before, it is 25, so yeah, Kevin's actually managed to open that up a bit, which is good stuff from him, so well done to him for getting that gap open. And they've had, as we've said, they've had a good race. They've just been cruising along in that Ferrari in the lead, and Jarl's hanging there. They're thereabouts in that Corvette. So if anything happens to Kevin, I mean, Jarl's there to pounce straight away.
Yeah, it seems like the Ferrari started amazingly quick, not much of an advantage or anything, but it just seems like most of the Ferrari drivers are extremely quick around here.
Indeed, yeah. Yes, indeed. And again, thanks for...
Around here. I'm not sure if they...
Thanks for Dress for coming in there into the booth. Obviously one of the guys coming in for this one-off appearance for the 12 hours of Sebring. Obviously very well known for his work outside of sim racing. And yeah, thank you again for him coming in and saying hi and having a little chat about their races. As I said, and as you pointed out before, you know, every team pretty much has had some kind of issue over the course of this race, and they've had their ones as well. So one of those kind of races, I guess, hasn't it, where just everyone's had to deal with gremlins at some point even during the race, even the guys, you know, who are leading their class.
Yeah, it just seems like this kind of track with where it's just impossible to nearly have a perfect race, because it's just such a difficult track to get right every time. It's actually not that difficult to get, in my experience, to get around here quickly 1, 2, 3 laps in a row, but try to drive this track for 3 hours, just fire up Air Factor 2 and just try to drive for 3 hours without making mistakes, and anyone can see how difficult it is in pretty much any car. And if you have to deal with traffic with 40 other people on the track, it's quite a challenge, to be honest.
Yeah, indeed, no, very true. And just speaking of those guys, Frein's still going in that car. He's been going at it for a good 3 or 4 hours or more. He's been going ever since I came on, so it's a good 4 hours or so. So he's been going for a long time.
Yeah, Sorry. They're actually using one rig, so they actually have driver swaps in real life, so it will not show up for you, so we don't know who's actually driving.
Right, yes, apologies, yes. Forgot, yes, that's right, yes, their own machines they're getting supplied with, apologies for that, yeah, so probably not Robin now at the wheel, it's probably somebody else, but yeah, no, they're still going along, as you said, still in formation too, 24th, 25th, so fantastic. And they're still 24th, 25th overall, and about, I think, 6th or 7th or so in class, so still going along nicely in the Corvettes.
Yeah, still 7th and 8th, I think.
Yeah, they're going, yeah, so... Yeah, so yeah, again, thanks for Drez coming in. It sounds like he does want to, you know, get a bit more involved with sim racing as well, so that's always good to see, you know, getting some guys from the outside into sim racing, which is really good to see, so great stuff.
Also, correction, 8th and 9th.
Yes, there you go, 8th and 9th, actually, so thank you for that.
You know what's very interesting? This is the GTE Pro is the only class in the entire field to have no retirements.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there you go. So it just shows their consistency, doesn't it? So there you go. So the GT Pros showing their stuff, eh? So,
very impressive.
So, isn't it? Yeah, really good stuff. So just showing that the consistency, isn't it, throughout the GT Pro field? It's just really high quality stuff, really. So fantastic. Excuse me, to see. We have. Excuse me, nearly an hour 5 to go, so we're nearly in the last hour, very nearly there, as Brzezinski pits from the lead, and I will do the old random.org, see who's going to be picked this time. 13th, who's in 13th? I think it's a P2 car, isn't it? Let me have a look.
It is Pablo Laurenti in the 74.
Indeed. Yeah, the 74, there you go, so we'll give Pablo some time. Where are you, Pablo? There you are. Give you some time on the BC. And yeah, so no, it's all very interesting. Yep, indeed, yep. Cool. Yeah, so good stuff. GT Pro. Oh, there you go. So apparently 4 GT Pro DNFs in room 2, so there you go.
That's still not that many.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it's not a bad attrition rate at all, really.
No, not at all.
It's definitely apparently...
It's definitely a lot lower than we've seen in Spa last time around.
Yeah, Spa, there was an awful lot of time it's there, so, you know, but 24 hours, I guess the attrition rate's going to be a bit higher, but and apparently, just looking at the chat, thanks chat for keeping us apprised of things. As well, apparently Marcel or possibly Dreys is in the car at the moment in that number 51. Probably Marcel, I would guess, seeing as Dreys was just in the booth as that car was in the pit lane. So I would assume it's probably Marcel in that car then at the moment in the number 50 Corvette. As Bram Breland pits as well in the number 011 Ferrari. So that's from 22nd overall. Brzezinski's still just exiting, and yeah, look at that. So he's exited, and he's still got, essentially, it may as well be 2 laps, because he's a lap behind on timing is Eddie, but he's only, just 2 laps. So yeah, so it's essentially 2 laps behind, really, is Eddie on Brzezinski. Then Woolett's another lap behind Eddie as well, and that's in the 143 P1. And yeah, and the other 2 still going along. The number 27 and the number 9 P1s are a few more laps behind those guys, so they're all just cruising along in their own sort of space right now. And still Smarter going in the 007 It just sounds so cool. 007, I love it. Great number. In the 007 P1 car, and they're still 12 laps off, so they're a bit off now, but they're still running, which is the main thing in the end. So, yeah. And still leading P2, the number 45 car, still leading the P2 class. He's 2 laps ahead of his next rival, but his next rival is the P1, I'm fairly sure, yeah. So his next actual rival in terms of his class is 3 laps down, the 147 car. So, so very, very interesting indeed to see that one as it develops. Alright, so yeah, so where am I on it? Yep, him. So what I might do is, where are we? We're on Pablo. We might give Pablo some TV cockpit cam time. Wait for that to change over.
The cats are really not helping, are they?
Yeah, I know, yeah, they're all pretty spaced out. I mean, even Oscar and Micah are both pretty far apart now, so even that battle's kind of quieting down, so it's all pretty spaced. I don't think there is any battles at all at the moment going on for position, so yeah, although, where's he at? Is he down the back straight? Ooh, he is, okay, so there's a bit of a, although they're different class deals, but they are close on track. That's the number 51 Corvette and the number 31 Ferrari, the leading Ferrari in GTM. He's actually only just behind the Corvette head. It's only about, let's see, the broadcast will tell me here, it's only, 6.7 seconds behind. Ooh, just saw on the broadcast that, Pablo getting a bit held up behind one of the Corvettes there, so a bit awkward. It looks like he got through okay, so it's good. A bit close between those two actually, which is interesting, so that might be one to watch. Again, that wouldn't be for class battle, but it would be for overall position battle, so you might watch that one with interest, I think.
Number 11 back in pits. Would be like.
He's been in the pits for a long time. That's an awfully long stop, so I wonder if there's any bits of damage there. Also, Smarter in the lane, and Antonio is in the lane as well. More stops coming through here as we head towards the last hour.
Expected pit stops, all scheduled, seems like.
Yeah.
Castagna is definitely scheduled, so.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Alright, so I've just got on board with... so got on board with Pablo at the moment on the stream. Just thought we'll pop it on board with him. I might actually quickly pop off and grab a quick coffee, I think. Real quick. Get a little refreshment. So it's just getting a little bit yeah, just get ready for the power hour. So I might just leave it as it is, if you guys are alright with that. Just leave it on the cockpit cam so you can get some onboard action and listen to the sounds. Actually, you know what I'll do? Speaking of sounds, we were talking before about how beautiful they sound. I'll find one of the Astons and we can go on board with him. We'll go on board 19th. It's Connor McCarroll in that car at the moment. That's the number 100 Aston. We'll go on board with him and we'll let you listen to the glorious sounds of the Aston Martin V8 as I just go and quickly get a little refreshment. So get me ready for the power hour.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah, I just figured why not? Let's get on the Aston, that V8 raw.
Oh yeah.
Fill in the blank.
Too bad it's on the V12, but...
yeah, it had its time. There we go. Alright, so have some V8 Aston action as we go along. I'll quickly just go get myself a refreshment. Be back in about 5 minutes. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast and are ready for the power hour to come. Alright, I am back from my little Caneo coffee. So that is good, nice and refreshed. Good to go for the power hour, and yep, 56 minutes to go. I joined right back on cue for the power hour. Alright, we'll do the Ram.org. Let me have a look. What are you going to give me this time? We are going to do...
Honestly, I've actually heard some of the beeps as I was listening to the Aston Martin, and they're really annoying actually. Very sharp and ear piercing. Oh,
yeah,
I can see what they meant.
Yeah, well...
But yeah,
sorry.
I've actually had a couple messages with Nick, and he's also getting very excited. So we're looking at a P2 finish if everything is going to go all right.
Ooh, there you go. There you go. Interesting stuff indeed. And yeah, so we're now into the last hour of this race. The number 27 P1 in the pit lane, as is Pablo in the number 74. Now, it is still Brzezinski leading the P1 class quite handsomely again by a couple of laps. And yeah. So we're going on nicely. Apologies, I might be just sipping my coffee or something, so it might be where we have little moments of pause. Boy, I made that strong as anything, but anyway. Anywho.
Oh, 20-minute damage repair for number 44.
Ooh. That is me. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the Stefan Kanitz GTE Pro car.
It's also, I just noticed. Yeah, because there's... Ooh, yeah. That, he's got no front left either. What happened there?
Oh, front left wheel?
Yeah.
Let's hope they can get that back on. As we know with R Factor 2, it's never an entirely 100% on either side.
Yeah. Looks to me like...
There's a slow-moving P1 car as well mid-track.
Where is that?
It was going through the middle of the track. I think he's back on pace, but he was just being taken over by... on the stream by the number 29 of SimHQ Motorsports.
Just noticed as well, the guys at last, the number 43 Aston doesn't have a rear wing or a front bonnet. So I wonder if him and the number 44 had it coming together. I wonder if that's what caused it. So, anyway, so some interesting moments there. So the guys in that Aston number 43 continue to have their own little issues. So it's been a pretty drama-filled race for those guys, but at least they're still going, which is the main thing. And as you say, the 44 Ferrari, we'll see, because yeah, as you say, it's just a lottery whether that tyre will be repaired, but hopefully for their sake it'll be repaired, because they were going along quite nicely at GT Pro. I think they're about sort of 4th or 5th in GT Pro, but it's looking like that might not be the case for too much longer, as Ricardo just pitting, I think that is. Yeah, it's the one we're on, he's just pitting now. As someone's just noticed something, third closing on first. Which one's that? I'm just having a look at which class you're looking at. I think you mean Henning, don't you? I think he means the P1s, yeah. Henning is slowly closing, actually, yeah, on Eddie ahead. So that's a battle that could continue once again. Those two have been at it for the last sort of half hour or so, just closing on each other. We might actually... Yeah, we'll go to Henning now. Hang on. Let's go to Henning. Where are we? So I've got the names different. Right, TV cockpit. Yeah, no, very interesting, isn't it? Those two P1s have just been back and forth, for the last like half an hour, haven't they? Really?
Yeah. Also, just news in, Oscar is going to go until the end of the race. He is the driver who's going to finish our car.
Okay, there you go, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So this should be fairly interesting with his pace, and let's just hope everything goes well. We have 50 minutes to go, but it looks pretty strong.
Indeed. Apologies, I just need to put the old laptop on the charger because I forgot to do that, and it's beeping at me telling me it's low on battery, so 1 second.
Sebring 12 hours at VEC, the race of beeping.
The race of beeping and me having to charge things and do all sorts of shenaniganry, so yeah.
And then we had Jimmy forgetting to turn off his live timing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's alright.
That happens. He's doing a great job as is.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Jimmy, as always, Jimmy doing all the amazing stuff he does for the VEC. All the work he does, pretty incredible, really. I mean, that he is able to do and is able to build this amazing league, really, that he now maintains. So, yeah, so it's really great stuff from Jimmy. Of course, as always, you always can't really thank Jimmy enough for all the work he puts into this league. Obviously wouldn't be possible without him doing all the stuff he does. So, thank you as always to Jimmy for all that. And yeah, I hope he's having a good rest there before his next day, obviously. So, yeah. More pit stops too, Nicky and I in the Porsche, and yep, the 44 still trying to repair that car. One of the Vipers, the 174 DTM Viper in the lane as well. Let's have a look at that gap. Yeah, good spot from the chat there. It is closer now, so Henning 7.2 seconds back. You're on board with him at the moment on the stream, and yeah, he's closing in on Eddie Gustina at the moment. It is getting smaller.
Yeah, and every time I look at the insane speed of the P1 cars, it's just incredible. But like the first one is completely different for us and for the P1s, just because of the four-wheel drive, they can take it with a lot more liberty.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. I'll actually just have a look. I don't check if he's... Okay, look at all wheels, just going to go on with repair. Yeah, no, so it is closing, so that's one we'll be keeping an eye on. As I said, the stream, we are on board with Henning at the moment as he closes down on Eddie Gustina, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I'll keep the camera there just as that closes down, because it's looking like that might be a battle in the near future. 40 under 50 minutes now.
Interesting. Room 2 apparently has another DNF of the P1. This means they're down to 2.
We're down to just 2 finishes, isn't it? Wow, yeah, just retirements aplenty here at the Sebring 12 Hour. Again, though, it is a very demanding track, very tough track indeed, very bumpy, very challenging to try and keep your consistency going for such a long time. So, not an easy track by any stretch of the imagination, so that doesn't really help that either.
No, it seems kind of interesting how it's one of the most flat tracks you'll ever see, because it's just purely flat, there's no elevation changes whatsoever. But it's still such an extremely difficult track to get right every time. And there aren't exactly blind corners because of elevation, but it's just getting those all corners right, even if they are fully visible.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, exactly right.
Especially that first corner, it's so difficult to make a mistake, and that's pretty much in any car. And coming a bit too hot, touch that inside wall and ruin your race. So, I mean, this is how it goes.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, like you can just see on the broadcast, I think it's under 4 seconds now. So Henning is really closing down on Agustina now. So that battle is definitely going to kick off very soon, I'd say. It's a good spot again in the chat to see that one. And yeah, Eddie just does not have the pace to really put a fight to Woolard's. I suspect surely if Woolard catches him, it's going to be a pretty done deal, really. I mean, the pace difference seems pretty significant, so I think that move should be pretty good for Hemming to make. And that will put them up to second, and that would be effective second, I'm fairly sure, in terms of stops and that kind of thing. So yeah, so that'd be a good drive from them. Staying, whoa, these are it comes from the broadcast. I just had to pass Bram Beelan there, and that was a little bit close, kind of pierced the gap a little bit. Anyway, got through in the end. That's the main thing. Let's see, it should be just coming up on the stream on my end. Yeah, there it is there. So just coming up and pierced the gap a little bit. Oh, it was a bit close anyway. Yeah, so he's still closing on Eddie. Where's it down to? It's down to under 3 seconds now, so it just keeps coming down as he closes him down. So that should surely be a move soon. We'll keep an eye on that, and we'll keep the cameras on that too, because that seems to be the closest battle on track at the moment. Yeah, let's have a look. It is... Oh, it's sort of maintained, sort of. Let me have a look. I'll have a look now, because it says... Oh, no, that's less. Yeah, it's like 1.5 nearly, I'd say. As it said at the line. At the line, it was 2.3, yeah. It's probably getting close to 1.5 now. As... Oh, that's someone off. That was one of the... It was one of the P1s, yeah. That's the number 27 car. You'll probably see it on the stream. He's gone off, and I think he doesn't have a front splitter. Oh, look, so let me have a look. Let's see if I can go to the external camera. But does he? No,
yeah.
Actually, I think he does. Maybe. Yeah, I think he does actually. Yeah, no, he does. It's okay. It's okay.
It's very easy to see that the car has no front splitter. because the front splitter, basically the entire front goes off, so it's kind of clear whenever it's gone.
Yeah, true. Yeah, no, he's still got it. So he just had a spin, and it was a bit awkward. Good job from one of the P1s. Had to make evasive action there. He managed to avoid contact, which was good stuff. So avoid a nice little avoidance from being a major crash there. But he is limping around. Unless he got a puncture, maybe. Yeah, actually, he may do. Maybe it's a front right puncture because he's limping around pretty slowly. So that may be, as you say, maybe a splitter gone or something like that. But either way, that's a 27 car.
Also, so we just got some information on the number 50 car. Sven van der Vloot just, I probably butchered that name, but has just gotten out of the car, number 50 car, and Dries is in for the last hour.
There you go. So yeah, so that was So Dries popped in for a quick interview before his stint. So yep, there you go. So good luck to Dries. I hope he gets into those 159s like he aims to do. Kevin got rotting in the lane in the lead of GT Pro, and as you can see on the stream, here comes Henning Wollert. This is for second in LMP1. This is for effective position between these two guys. And I tell you what, I think he's surely going to get this move done pretty soon. He just seems to have so much more pace than Eddie does. But we'll see. Again, traffic could play a part, and it's not always easy passing around here. But we will see. We'll keep an eye on that. But he's right behind him as they head down towards there.
Oh, sorry. It was actually Marcel Offermans that actually got out of the car. It was just a different YouTube account.
Okay, yeah.
He didn't really make that clear. Until now.
Yeah. Henning. Bit of contact, a little bit close, but Henning gets the move done in the end. I think Eddie was kind of hanging out the outside, probably hoping that Henning would kind of duck down the inside, but it took a little longer than I think Henning was hoping. But Henning gets the move done in the end, and they both get away with it relatively unscathed. And so yeah, there you go. So Henning makes the move stick, and that is him up to second spot now, putting Eddie back down to third. As yes, the 27. 27? Or was 27 one? Yeah, 27. LMP1 has made it back to the pit lane, so he's getting repairs. You got Tyne in as well. Stefan Konitz is still waiting on that repair for the Porsche, and also the number 033 Viper has some very major damage right now. He's got no front end, so he's obviously out of spin as well. So that's one of the GT AM cars, 27th overall, and he's got a couple of laps to the next Viper behind him, but he may drop a spot depending how long that takes to repair. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. I was 18. It was 18. Is it the Jarl again? No, it's not. Okay, so it's Nicky. Okay, we'll go Nicky then. Random.org says we go Nicky, so we'll go Nicky and not the pit trackside. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, so it's all going along quite nicely now. I've got 43 minutes to go. We're in the power hour now. And yeah, unfortunately not many battles going on. So it's a bit contested in the lane. Wow, a lot of guys in the pit lane.
What is going to be contested is definitely that P2, because Mike is probably going to have shorter pit stop than we are, because he's pitting later, and he's probably not going to pit for tires. So we're going to see how that goes. And it could be that the battle, as much as it looks like there are 30 seconds between us, there may not exactly be that much.
Yeah, no, for sure. That could definitely be a battle to watch. So keep an eye on that one. In the battle for second in P2, leader in P2, the which car is it? It's the number 45 P2 car. That thing is, it's just Nicholas still at the wheel of that right now, and he's 2 laps clear of the next car. He's actually just caught up to a P1. This is the number 6 P1 that's been recovering after the incident earlier on, and he's actually caught up to the back of him. So that's interesting. So that's a bit interesting to see a P1 getting tailed by a P2. But either way, Nicholas leading quite handsomely at the moment in that and looking good to take the win as long as he can stay clear of trouble. As Oscar pits now for what I assume is their final stop.
That is the final stop, yes.
Yep. Yeah, so that'll be to the end of the race for you guys in the Magenta boys. And yeah, that will be interesting to see. We'll watch that one with great interest in the battle for P2, second spot. And yeah, in terms of GT Pro, we haven't checked back there for a while, so I'll have a look back. And it is still Kevin Brotting leading in the Ferrari at the moment. And Jarl, what was it, 18? It's hasn't updated yet, okay, on that gap, I don't think. So that's, oh no, it has, sorry, yeah, it's because they've got a lap between each other, right? So yeah, still Kevin leading quite handsomely from Jarl Tyne, and Nicky's there in third, which the camera's on right now. He's in third there in the Porsche in class, going along quite nicely. And then it's the leader of GT AM is still, I believe.
Luca Benatti of the 31.
Yeah. Exactly,
followed by Tommaso Tortella in the 55, and Ed Trevelyan Johnson still in pits with the 033 and damage, so he possibly can be overtaken.
Yeah, so bit of a Bit of a moment there for him, not sure where exactly that happened, so apologies for that. We didn't catch his incident, but either way, he's had a spin or something, and that's going to cost him bucket loads of time, so bit of a drama for him. And yeah, so going towards the final bit, 40 minutes nearly, so nearly towards the last half hour now of the race. Oh, there we go, so as the number 27 P1 car now finally leaves pit lane, but that has, I believe, dropped them an effective spot. I think the number 9 has actually overtaken them in that pit stop there. So there you go. So number 9 now, the DHR. I think it's the sole. It's the sole surviving DHR, isn't it? Yeah. Sole surviving DHR car at the moment. They were 1, 2, 3 for a time, and then the incidents, of course, happened with the other two, and now suddenly number 9's the last surviving one in the team, and he's going on in 4th though, so that's good. And he just
That's
now,
so good.
so there you go.
By the way, you know how Nicholas is only about a second behind the slowest of the P1 cars. Apparently, of the two in room 2, the leading P2 car is 1 lap behind the second P1 car, which is the last of the driving P1s. It's incredible, actually.
It'd be very odd indeed, but either way, he's in the lane there in the number 9. Willard's in 2 in the number 143 after taking second from Costina. I think Costina's actually pitted recently too, as he's dropped a ways back, so I'm assuming that was a stop for them. And yeah, so we're still going along nicely here. All the retirements have mostly filtered down to the bottom of the tree now. It's just the number 43 Aston, who is back out now, by the way, after that other incident before. He's back out on track once more. In 34th officially, should be 33rd once they pass the retired number 7 DHR car. So yeah, so everyone going on nicely. The attrition rates just dropped down a bit more now, so a lot of people going along nicely. Looks like consistency
There's
is
some yellow flags in Sector 1 that are going on for a while. I'm not sure if it's not something big.
Alright, I'll see if I can find out what that is.
Well, we're following a car going through Sector 1 right now, so let's see.
Yeah, the Porsche, of Nicky.
Oh, it cleared.
Oh, cleared, okay, yep. So it must have been a spin or something there in Sector 1, so we'll actually do another random.org, see what it gives us this time. 31, who is 31? That is the... Oh, it's the Ferrari again. Yeah, we might... Let's see what else we can get, because again, we had him pretty recently. 30, alright, who's 30? It's Flatline. Alright, yeah, we briefly had Flatline before, but then something happened. So we'll go back to Flatline now. We'll go back to them and give them some time. Down in 30th at the moment, obviously come back up a little bit with retirements, but they are trying to fight back through the field after their earlier incidents. So they're 2 laps down on their closest rival. So unless there's some kind of a major incident, you would think that that's probably roughly where they'll finish. So, still, good recovery in the end, considering their dramas early in the races. Connets has exited the lane, but I don't think there's a front wheel. He doesn't. Okay. Well, big shame for them. Looks like number 44. Unfortunately, the wheel hasn't repaired. Oh, has it? Oh, hang on. Has it? Oh, it has. Oh, it has. Okay, right. Just took a bit to pop in. Right. Wow, there you go. So they got lucky again. Wow, a lot of people are getting lucky with these wheels. But anyway.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. He's back out in 24th overall, or I believe... Let's look at the screen.
So Oscar is 27 seconds behind Mike, and Mike still has the pit. This is or 21 seconds now. This seems like a good situation for us. I hope it's nothing going wrong for Mike, because who knows? That's very weird to gain like 6 or 7 seconds.
Ooh, that's what it is. That's what it is. He's got no front splitter. Alright, hang on. I just happened to catch that then as you were talking about him. I switched to him and he's in the pit lane. Let me have a look. I'll see if I can figure out what happened here. Hopefully my replay can pick it up. Let's have a look. Long way back. There you go.
It's probably not that very long back, but yeah, I was actually just being asked by Hillebrand if he crashed or something. So he apparently did. So
yeah, he did. Yeah.
We're pretty much set on P2 right now.
Yeah.
Let's just finish it.
Oh, okay. So it looks like it's the same place as the spinner before, the P1. Just out of, I think it's turn 3, just towards the hairpin, just out of there, and then just bang into the wall. Oof, yeah, it's a nasty crash. Just lost the rear. Pretty simple, really, and tried to gather it up, and into the wall he went, and that was the end of his front splitter. So, yeah, big shame for those guys. They did a nice and consistent race there in the podium for P2. And they may actually even lose 3rd because Antonio Castagna's on the same lap. So I think possibly they might drop to 4th in class. So real shame for those guys.
that would be quite a nice recovery for the SimHQ guys then, who Paraoctist is trying for right now, because they have been quite far down since the beginning of the race, when they had their incident, which basically took them about 15 or 20 minutes to repair. And considering they have a shot on the podium at the moment, that's, well, or not a podium, but top 4, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, no, indeed, I agree. Yeah, it's be a very good recovery if they can continue to go as they are. They should possibly even could battle challenge for 4th if the 147 car's repair is too long. So we'll see. But yeah, either way, good recovery. They're in 5th in class at the moment, which is good stuff. Kevin Rotting still. Oops, sorry.
It seems like basically having issues early, like we had, and some HQ guys had even bigger ones. But having issues early is always less problematic, and you can always recover from it. But having issues now is very, very, very problematic.
Yeah, you don't have the time to make up what you lose, rather than whereas at the start you kind of do. So, yeah. So either way, it is looking good. So he's in the lane. Also, the Viper is just. I assume they just left the lane. So Ed's finally out of the pit box in the 033 Viper. And that means he should pop out. He'll actually pop out, in 28, just ahead of the number 2 Corvette. That car is GT Pro though, so that wouldn't be 4th position with that battle. And his next rival ahead of him is the 174 Viper, but he is a lap ahead, actually 2 laps ahead of him now. So, by lap or 2 ahead of him. So, yeah, or nearly 2 laps. So you may as well be 2 laps ahead of Ed there. So yeah, and it is still. Brzezinski leading in P1, so that's still pretty static at the moment at the top of the race. And yeah, I'll just quickly do random.org, see what else we can pick up here. 23, who's 23? That is... Oh yeah, it's Luca, that's the leader of the GT AMS, Luca Benatti. Still in the car, by the way. So we'll go on him for a little bit. Where are you, Luca? Luca, there you are. Give him some screen time. In GTM, as we said, just really been cruising ever since the retirement of the former leaders there of the class for a while. Oh, no, sorry, not retirement, the issues, because they are still going. There's still Adam Taylor, an 845 car. He's still going, but he's down in 32nd, quite a long way off the back of everybody else. So, yeah, after their issues, of course, they've dropped way down. That's given the lead to those boys there in the number 31 Ferrari. And yeah, the next rival, as we've mentioned, is a ways back.
I also have to say, I'm so glad that our Factory actually this time decided not to mess up in either of the servers for the 12 hours. It's only half an hour to go now, so I think I can say pretty much with confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if it does, I mean, it's only half an hour to go, so at least we're most of the way through. So, yeah, so no, it's good. It's really good to see that the servers have been nice and behaved themselves for this one, and yeah, it's been really good race. I've watched so far. Really good way to spend the day, although it is a bit hot in here. But to be fair, it's not like it's going to be any warmer, any cooler anywhere else nearby. So it's not like I can just go anywhere else that's cooler. So you know, not like it matters. But yeah.
Tom Schenkels just says you just jinxed it, Casper. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah, now you're getting all the rap for saying it.
Yep. I shall hide in my hole now.
Yeah, no, it hopefully should be able to hold the last half hour. But either way, even so, it's been a great race up until this stage, which has been really good. It's been good to see a lot of good battles going on and all that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's been good fun. And as I've just looking through, no battles again really on track that I can see anyway. Let me have a look. Yeah, no, it's not a battle. Okay, it's actually. Ooh, okay, yeah. And yeah, no direct battles going on, just people cruising around. And yeah, going along. Again, hope you guys are enjoying in there in the stream. We're good to see some chat going on as we head towards the last half hour of the race.
We're having discussions about Spat, Bump of Death.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I'm kind of
really
glad.
Scary one.
I'm kind of glad I was not in the car at the time. I was obviously driving the Viper at the time, but I'm actually a full-time P2 driver until the end of the season now, so that should be pretty fun.
Indeed, yeah.
Honestly, I'm quite glad because this car is just so much more my style.
Yeah. Indeed. So we've got a few in the lane. Antonio Costacca is in the lane, as is the 147, of course, after his issues with the damage. So he has dropped down behind Antonio, and now he'll be trying to hold ahead of Perophius there, who's in the 29 coming back through, as you say. So we'll see. Depending on how long that takes to repair, that may be another position lost. We'll keep an eye on that for you and update you as that goes along.
It's half an hour to go. Half an hour?
Indeed, yeah, into the last bit of the race. And yeah, it's all going along quite nicely now, as I say. Brzezinski just cruising, really. Those guys have been in their own space for a lot of this part of the race. Yes. Hello, Jimmy. Jimmy looks to have returned finally. So yeah, I'll keep you on the cams, but yeah. No, we're going to go for a ad break. It's been a while, so we'll go for one now as we enter the last part of this race. And then we'll come back and bring you all the way to the flag. I hope you guys are enjoying.
For the most realistic steering system available on market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com. For the most realistic steering system available on market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back everybody to the Sebring 12 hour here at the Virtual Endurance Championship, and Jimmy's back on cameras, so you'll have the usual service resumes and we'll be stopping the random.org version I was doing. So back to normal service, yeah. No more aimed at all. Damn it. On the cameras. And yeah, so yeah, we'll go through now. Of course, the final half an hour, 26 minutes or so to go in this race as we head towards the end. And yeah, it's all been very interesting as we've talked about. It's been a very action-packed race. You know, the issues that start for some drivers, especially in the P2, of course, with the crashes and stuff, and retirements and disconnections. We've had everything in this race for here at Sebring, and we're now, getting towards the latter end. We're getting towards the end of it, so it should be a cracker of a finish. As we've mentioned, the ones to really watch are the second place battle in LMP2, although I think he looks to have that.
LMP2 battle is set now. As long as Oscar can keep it safe, nothing can happen because of the problem of the number 147, which are still in pits, and they have lost to Sim HQ guys. So quite a good return drive for those guys as well.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And GT Pro, of course, still just Kevin Rodding leading that one in the number 334 Ferrari. He's got a good lap, I think it is, on yard time now, so he's got a lot of space back, and as long as he can keep it together, he should have that in the bag. And there's still Luca Benetti still driving that Ferrari. He's been having quite a long stint here to finish the race, and he's still leading GT Am by a healthy margin to the next driver in that class. He's actually got still 11 laps. Yeah, still 11 laps to the next car in GT Am. So very nice race for them as they've just been consistently popping along, going along their business in the lead of that class. And yeah, it's been good. As the 147 is still in the lane, and that now means that the number 29 P2 car has indeed passed him. So that is for 4th in class. So he's going to drop to 5th, and he may even drop to 6th depending how long that takes, because the number 74 car is also going along 2 laps behind him. So big shame though, as we said, because they were fighting in the podium, and just that little mistake, just a little error, wasn't much, just a little error, and that's all it takes. So
that's all
big shame for those guys.
Yeah, that's all it takes with the new damage. And in a way, it's kind of fair. It definitely favors a lot cleaner driving, I'd say, which is pretty much what we all strive for in sim racing.
Indeed, yeah. So real shame, but as we said, at least the car is still going. They're just waiting on that repair on the front end of that car, as it lost the front end into the wall out of the first sector down towards the hairpin. So a big shame, but again, that is racing and things like that can happen. But either way, I've actually also noticed that, I'm going to check the stream. Okay, 22 seconds between 4th and 5th. That's in LMP1. That's the number 46 and the number 9, the sole surviving DHR car. And that is Ryan Reed Edwards at the wheel of that car at the moment. And so that's a little bit closer than it was. I think that's because one of them possibly had a little bit of damage or something to repair, maybe. But they're on the same lap, and they're sort of close on the track. So that may be a battle that could resume, because I'm pretty sure Ryan was ahead of... oh no, he is ahead of him, sorry. Yeah, no, so he's still ahead of him, of the number 27. So yeah, but we'll keep an eye on that, because I'm pretty sure number 27 had that little incident earlier on, which cost him time. So maybe that could be a little battle as well. Hopefully it is, because that'd be a nice little action-packed finish to have a little battle there in the LMP1s. Still 147 still in the lane. He's now dropped to 12th overall. He's only got 1 lap now to the 74 LMP2 car. So yeah, so still losing time, and who knows? Excuse me. That could well be another position dropped if he can't get out on track soon. So real disaster for them after looking like having at least a podium secured. So yeah, big shame for those guys as they go along. And
also in the chat we're getting Oliver Fortin or Fortin, I'm not sure where he's exactly from, saying someone have a free seat for me. I just want to drive.
Indeed, yeah. Well, I will. Yeah. See, I know for a fact. I'll do the commentary anyway, and for a fact, I know I probably wouldn't be quick enough to compete in this kind of level, so I just don't bother trying. But yeah. Yeah. No, it'd be good fun for sure. I mean, I've never. I mean, as I say, I've done one proper 24-hour. Other than that, I haven't really done too much actual endurance racing myself, where I've driven. But yeah, it is good fun. It's definitely a kind of racing where you can really get into the rhythm, isn't it? You're not aiming to sort of fight so much. It's more just getting into a rhythm, getting into a zone, and just being consistent. So it's definitely be relaxing, I think, in a way, if that makes sense.
It gets to be so, yes. But for example, I was very stressed on my first stint, so I did not really enjoy that. But as soon as my second stint hit, and like end of the first stint, really, I kind of started to be more confident about stuff. And once you do get into a zone, it actually is very, very just comforting. Really, you're just doing the same thing for hours upon hours, but it just is very, very like relaxing. Nearly, as long as you make sure to keep away from some stupid ideas.
Yeah, indeed. And I just noticed as well the 033 Viper is back in the lane again, so fairly sure it's a scheduled stop. So a bit of a shame for them. They've lost quite a lot of time with the damage, and now it's stopping again. So a bit of a shame. I think that actually has let the 174 car go through on them, and they may even lose a spot to the Berth 2 GT Pro car as well, possibly if they take too long in this pit stop, which is a shame indeed. But you know, what can you do? I guess, as we said, that is sim racing. Brzezinski in the lane too from the lead, so he now pits for will be his final timer of the race.
Very likely just a dash of fuel and just goes to the end on the tires he has.
Yep, indeed, yeah. So that'll be just a quick stop, and again, he's got so much time in his hands that he could. Looks to me like he maybe is doing tires because the jacks are up. So maybe he's just doing tires too. Yeah, maybe he's just thinking, you know, we've got the space. You know, we'll just do a full stop. Why not? Because we've got 2 laps in arrears. So. So that's good for them, I guess. They can just cruise it to the end, and she should still come out a lap ahead of the next car, which is Woolard, still in second spot in the number 143. And yeah, so going on quite nicely again. Still at 147, still in the lane, and he has indeed lost the spot to the number 74. So drops another spot. He should theoretically hold on to that spot because he's got 6 laps back to the number 51 P2 car. So you'd think he should surely at least hold on to that spot, but we will see. As we did discuss, as we mentioned before, the pit stop times can be quite long when you've got damage. So we'll have to see, won't we?
Yeah, definitely. Again, 20 minutes, and I think they've been in pits for the last 10 or 15.
Indeed, yeah. As Enzo Fuzzy as well is now in that Viper. That's the 033 Viper, so he'll be finishing off the race for that team in the 20 minutes to go. And yeah, so going along quite nicely as we enter the last 20 minutes of this race, and we're about to close it off for the Sebring qualifier for this year. And yeah, or this season, sorry. And yeah, it's been quite fascinating. I must say, obviously, I wasn't here for... Oh, hello, hang on. Apologies, I just noticed something. Was that someone without a... Ooh, okay. Drama in the lead of P2. It's the number 45. He's leading P2, and he's got no front splitter. So what has happened there?
Oh, wait, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I swear, it looks to me like there's no front splitter. What's happened there? Ooh, okay, no, that might have been lag. Alright. I don't think he... What's happened there? It's a weird one, because my... Yeah, it looks like suspension damage, yeah, for the number 47... Sorry, the number 45. And he was casually leading P2 keeper.